You have indeed inherited the powerful combat power of red-haired Shanks, but the school beauty who ate the thunderous fruit intends to kick you off the ship, just because in this world, there is no anime One Piece. So when the world undergoes a transformation and enters the era of devil fruits, everyone thinks that only contracting devil fruits is the right path, and no one would choose to be like the powerless ones in One Piece. At this moment, only 2.5 minutes are left before the contract ceremony, and you already have a clear idea in your mind, deciding whom to contract with. With your strongest talent, you could successfully contract with any type of devil fruit because the higher the talent, the higher the success rate of the contract. However, you don't plan to choose a devil fruit because no matter how high your talent is, you can only contract with one type of devil fruit, while contracting with the powerless allows you to contract with more based on your talent level. People like you, who possess the strongest talent, can even contract with 7. You are the only one in this world who understands the anime One Piece. Just then, the aloof school beauty Lin Mushue walked over and interrupted your thoughts. After you awakened the strongest talent, Lin Mushue no longer appeared as cold as before but became your follower. She said, "Brother, I have already decided. We won't join other pirate crews, we'll create our own, called the Proud Pirate Crew. How about that? You can be the captain. After all, you have the highest level 10 talent, 1 level higher than me. I'll be the vice captain, and you have to protect me in the future." The other students on the school playground were envious. Lin Mushue, the school beauty, has a talent level of 9. When facing them, she always seemed aloof. But when facing you, Lin Mushue's tone became gentle instead of cold. A man named Li Tsong approached, looking obsequious as he gazed at Lin Mushue. "With my level 8 talent, I will carefully choose a devil fruit that sounds powerful. I will definitely join your crew, and I'll be the third in command of the Proud Pirate Crew. Let's talk about being the third in command later. Also, don't address me so familiarly, I'm afraid brother you will misunderstand." "Okay, I understand." Li Tsong smiled on the outside, but inside, he was displeased. He had secretly admired Lin Mushue for many years. He used to think he had a chance, especially since he came from a wealthy family, and Lin Mushue wasn't as cold to him before. However, with the world's changes, money was no longer useful, and Lin Mushue was less enthusiastic towards him. Li Tsong harbored animosity towards you. Why did he have to appear in this city? Without him, with my level 8 talent, Lin Mushue wouldn't be so indifferent to me. I hope that kid picks a devil fruit that sounds powerful but is actually weak. The contract ceremony began, with those with lower talents entering first to avoid high-talented individuals contracting with weaker devil fruits. After waiting for 2.5 hours, Lin Mushue entered the contract space and greeted you before going in. "Brother, I'll go in first. I'll carefully choose a powerful one. With your level 10 talent, you'll enter last, and only the strongest devil fruits will be left. You'll definitely choose the strongest devil fruit. Go ahead." Many people had already finished their contracts, some happy, some sad. Kai Koen, which devil fruit did you contract with? "With my level 3 talent, I could only succeed with an artificial devil fruit. I chose one that suits me well, the fruit's form." Upon hearing this, you sighed inwardly. Indeed a good choice. In the devil fruit contract space where Kai Koen was, many people were choosing based on the names. Super door fruit. Can it create doors? Doesn't sound impressive. Not choosing. Super brother singing fruit. Does it make singing better? Not choosing. The rubber fruit must be weak. With my level 9 talent, I definitely won't choose it. I want something powerful. Many men are now staring at the transparent fruit. Can it make oneself transparent? Although it can be invisible, it should not have combat power. With low talent, like it. At this time, you directly enter the contract space. Choose to come to the space of the powerless. The goal is very clear. At this time, there are not many choices in the space of the powerless. Originally, there were 10 million powerless people, but now only the strong ones who have not been contracted remain, and the weak ones have all been contracted by those with low talent. Because the number of devil fruits is limited, many people can only choose to contract with the powerless. At this time, there are more than 10 statues left here, including Pirate King Roger, Dark King Rayleigh, Hawkeye Mihawk, Red-haired Shanks, Zoro, and surprisingly, former Marine Admiral Zephyr. In this era of pirates, the devil fruits of the Marine forces have not appeared. In 3 years, the Marine forces in One Piece will come and be enemies with the pirates, so there are no magma and glint fruits in the devil fruits, and there is no Kizaru among the powerless. There will only be Marine hostile forces, so it is normal for Zephyr to be here. In addition, Odin, Sanji, and others are not here. It seems they have been contracted away. You have started your own selection. Roger, Rayleigh, Red-haired Shanks, Hawkeye Mihawk, Zifa, Demon Oz, and Shangping of the Strait. The reason for choosing the Demon Oz instead of the Roger Pirates, along with Jabba, who is famous alongside Rayleigh, is because Oz is a giant with great strength. With just his strength, he can easily move an island or even a kingdom. When this power is combined, the power of each of his strikes will be greatly increased. As for why they chose even Ping, he's at the bottom of the list of these guys in terms of combat power, but has one thing going for him. What made Yiyu extremely valued was the fact that he could move freely in seawater, and in seawater, his battle power could still be improved. So, then he was chosen. As for why not Sauron, it's because while taking the peak value of battle force, but taking the current peak values known to the anime, Sauron will later, even if he becomes the new world's #1 great swordsman, which he isn't yet. There was a gap with Hawkeye, so it went with Hawkeye. Also, Hawkeye Mihawk's forced, high, is really handsome. After determining this, Yiyu began the contract, placing his hand on the stone statue and silently reciting the contract. First, the deed was even, and with a flash of white light from the stone statue, which transformed into a white point of light, it surged into Yiyu's body, the stone statue disappeared, and the contract was successful. Then it continued, and one by one the deeds succeeded, and finally Roger, with equal success. At that moment, Yiyu only felt that he, instantly, was too powerful. After all, having contracted the deed, still 10th level himself. Originally, it was thought that with 10 levels, one could utilize 1/10 of each person's combat power. After all, 100 levels is to utilize 100% of each person's combat power. But it turns out it's not 1/10. It doesn't seem like it's a simple pre-leveling boost by developing 10% of your strength every 10 levels. So the developed battle power is not high. The degree of battle power development of each person now should be at 1%. But even so, the battle power of these 7 people stacked together was also very strong. And, being gifted at the 10th level himself, he would also cultivate, making himself stronger. And, so it's not just 7 people stacked on top of each other, but 8, including myself. At this point, Devil Fruit Space, the last to go in. Naturally, there were also 9 people with the same 10th level highest talent as Yiyu. They looked at the 9 devil fruits floating around, quickly scanning through them, looking at the names. Rubber fruit? This kind of fruit, which you can tell is weak just by looking at its name, was left behind? It can't be that it hasn't been contracted. After all, hundreds of millions of people contracted, and now the remaining devil fruit that. It would only be one that even a 9th level talent wouldn't be able to contract successfully. It seems that, truthfully, this rubber fruit is very powerful. Still, there's more to see. In addition to the rubber fruit, there's the phantom beast seed, the immortal bird fruit, bat fruit phantom beast seed vampire form, fish fruit phantom beast seed green dragon form, dark fruit, shock fruit, momo fruit, soul fruit, puffy fruit, surgical fruit. The 10 devil fruits here, not that the absolute strongest 10. There are also some level 9s that can be contracted successfully, but contract other powerful devil fruits before they are even chosen. And, even if Yiyu didn't enter this place, he felt sure that the frozen fruit would also appear. The reason why there's a freeze fruit for Green Pheasant is because Green Pheasant isn't currently in the Navy in the anime. Instead, he's a pirate, a member of Blackbeard's pirates, so he'll have the freeze fruit. The fact that the awesome ones like freeze fruit and rattle thunder fruit aren't there right now means that they've been contracted away. Chapter 5, The Spotlight. The 10th grade Talent's Pride looked at the 10 remaining devil fruits and quickly chose. Animal-type fantasy beast seed immortal bird fruit. Immortal. Must be awesome. I'll go with this one. With a 10th level talent, he succeeded in the direct contract. The other celestial pride wanted to choose, but realized that it was already too late. Damn it, the immortal bird fruit was chosen. This fish fruit is good. It's even in the form of a green dragon. I'm going to grab it. Damn, got robbed too. So dark fruit it is. Sounds awesome too. Soul fruit. Sounds like soul control? I'll take that one. They chose quickly, judging by the names, and for a time didn't go for the shock fruit first. But, soon enough, all 10 devil fruits managed to be chosen away. Some are satisfied, some are lost. Too bad we didn't grab the immortal bird, the phantom beast seed green dragon, and pick the shock fruit. Let's hope that as we level up, it becomes clear how powerful he is, and that the possessors in the world of the Pirate King, it's a great way to develop this fruit ability. At the moment, the chosen ones are in the space outside the door, and Yiyu, too. All the contracts ended, and, optionally, you can get one of the pack's weapons and costumes. Without much hesitation, Yiyu quickly had a choice, and that was Hawkeye Mihawk's weapon. One of the supreme great fast swords, the Knight of the Black Dagger. And you chose Hawkeye's stand-up robe for your costume? Don't think it's a shame that you can only pick one weapon. After all, it's not like you're a triple dagger streamer. Picking one that, naturally choose Hawkeye's weapon, not only is the supreme fast sword, the most important is because of one word, handsome. After choosing, Yu floated the crossblade Black Dagger Knight in his hand, and directly put Black Dagger Knight like Hawkeye. Carry it behind your back. Okay, choice is over. You can go out now. In the next instant, information surged through everyone's minds. All have made their choices and will now be teleported out. One by one, teleport to the location before entering. Those who have not succeeded in the contract may choose to become commoners and not choose to practice. And after a period of 7 days, the talent will then disappear. If one chooses to continue practicing, that's fine too. In the next instant, many people were teleported out. Some happy and some sad. The contract didn't work out. Haha, I did it. Pick the artificial devil fruit. Although I also succeeded in contracting, I contracted to an incapacitated person. Success also learned his name, Green Pepper. You're pretty good for a 6th level talent, to have contracted an incapacitated person. What a shame. Hey, the 6 devil fruits that were chosen didn't even work out. Some of them obviously don't sound awesome, like rubber fruit, shock fruit, puffy fruit, thread fruit, and I've contracted all of them too. They all failed, and when the last chance was left, the artificial devil fruits had all been chosen. Had to go to the incapacitated space contract. Was going to go for a quick selection of those tall giants, but blinked them out of existence. So backed out of it. Choosing a green pepper who isn't too low in size either, but has a very small and recessed head. I just hope he has some strength in the pirate world. I guess. Don't fantasize about how strong you can be by practicing on your own. Even if you pick the best of the incapacitated, it's certainly not as good as the worst of the artificial devil fruit. So, you're really out of luck. Talent matters, but choice, too, is chance. After the sorrow, some who had not succeeded in their packs were brooding, choosing to cultivate and become pirates. Or do you give up and go on with your ordinary life? Those who were originally in good condition and still had a low talent level chose to give up. After all, being a pirate and sailing adventures were dangerous. And when the Navy showed up 3 years later, he was definitely cannon fodder as well. So he might as well remain a civilian. Some of those who live in poverty decide to continue their training and become pirates, trying to improve their training by hard work. I don't want to live the life I used to live, day in and day out, bitter than working, tired and suffocating. I choose to cultivate and level up constantly. Then my own strength, perhaps, can also be powerful, like the main character in a kung fu movie. Give it up. You have to be more gifted to practice on your own. 2. It's better for the less gifted to go on living a hard life than to have no life afterward. Many people make quick choices. At this time, in the playground of the high school where Yu was, some people were excited and some sighed. A male student curiously asked his 3 roommates in the dormitory, Yang Wei, Buju, Zhao Xie, what kind of devil fruit did you 3 obtain? I'm only gifted at the 3rd level, and after choosing non-artificial devil fruit twice, I've failed to. In the end, I had to choose an artificial animal-based pug fruit. I'm at the 4th level of talent, and I've failed in choosing the rubber fruit, and I thought I was bound to succeed. None of the names sound very impressive, and after 3 failed attempts, the last of which I was afraid I'd get nothing. That's why it chose the artificial devil fruit too. Hey, good grief. Those of us who aren't as gifted don't want the real devil fruit. It's not bad to be able to pick an artificial devil fruit, and when you go in, you realize that there are only about 600 real devil fruits. Then, the real devil fruit, naturally, belongs to the top one. 000 gifted in the Dragon Kingdom, and you, even if you're gifted at level 4, it's also impossible to get into the 1,000. It makes me feel better when you say that. I wonder what kind of devil fruit the schoolgirl, Lin Muxue, obtained. At this time, Lin Muxue teleported out, and all of a sudden, everyone looked over, curious. Lin Muxue, who had come out, was very happy, apparently, having chosen a satisfactory devil fruit. Li Tsong first quick step forward, not so lick and humble, waist straightened a little. Because of his talent level 8, he chose to the devil fruit that he thought he was satisfied with, the Superman system power fruit. I saw it at the time and didn't hesitate to choose it. I didn't think it would work out, thinking for sure that you can have pure power. Power is the symbol of the strong, especially the most iconic powerhouse, Pangu, evidenced by force. So, thinking that it might take a 10th level talent for the contract to be successful, but to my surprise, the contract was successful. Becoming a force fruit ability, made him very satisfied, and felt that maybe he could pursue Lin Muxue, not inferior to Yu. There'll be a chance, Li Tsong hurriedly bragged. Yuki, I contracted to obtain a very powerful devil fruit. I will definitely become one of the top powerhouses in this world in the future. Lin Mushui was slightly curious, and her eyebrows jumped to inquire. Oh, what is it? It's a superhuman power fruit. How's that for awesome sounding? I have to admit that the name, judging by the name, does look like the mighty devil fruit, and the attitude towards Li Kara. It was slightly better, not as cold, but not as warm as it was with Yu. Lin Mushui nodded lightly. Sounds like a good devil fruit. Li Karama was confident. It's going to be awesome. 8th level me. After I gained the force fruit, I feel like I've gained a lot of power, and I can't imagine how much power I'll have when I'm at level 100, and I'm going to try to train to improve it. Beyond the Pirate King world's people who have the ability of this fruit. Then cheer up. In the future, if the Heaven's Pride pirates want to reign supreme, they'll need you. Good. Li Tsang inquired curiously as he sensed Lin Mushui's attitude towards him had improved. Yuki, I see you're in a good mood. With a 9th level talent, you must have chosen a satisfactory one. 2. A powerful devil fruit, right? Which one is it? Lin Mushui didn't say anything, but instead looked towards the vortex flow exit in anticipation, her tone becoming delicate. I'm going to wait for Brother Feather to come out and tell him. Li Tsang's face darkened and he was upset, but he still smiled. Good, then we'll wait for him to come out. All the students, teachers looked at each other at the playground. Only Yu was left yet to come out. At once, all eyes looked towards the exit of the swirling stream, and as the swirling stream flashed with light, Yu's figure stepped out from it. All eyes focused, concerned, curious. Yu has come out. Chapter 6 Declaration. What they were most concerned about, naturally, was Yu. Even if the light of Lin Mushui's, it's all going to be covered up, and at this moment, outside of East Ocean High School, many people wanted to come in, wanted to see Yu, who was gifted at the 10th grade, which devil fruit was acquired. Outside the school, the crowd was so dense that only a number of journalists could enter, and when they reached the playground, the standing guard at the exit of the vortex, carrying a camera, as soon as Yu came out, he would immediately broadcast a real-time report, and in every city in the Dragon Kingdom, quite a few people are either at home or on the streets. Look at the TV or the big screen. It wasn't just Yu who was being watched, the same was true for the 10th grade gifted prides of other cities, and the coverage has started early at this point. As soon as the 10th grade talented Wang Su came out, he was surrounded by reporters, clicking pictures. The flashbulbs were all over Wang Su. Honorable 10th level Heaven's Pride Wang sequence. You contracted the devil fruit, right? Are you satisfied? Which one is it? Wang Su was very satisfied and spoke. Of course the contract arrived and went in last. There were only devil fruits left that were difficult to contract even at the 9th level, and I contracted to obtain the animal-type fantasy beast species immortal bird fruit. The crowd was extremely envious and more adoring, and the reporters were quick to report on it. Amazing! It's actually an immortal bird fruit. Congratulations! Become an immortal bird fruit ability. You will definitely be one of the top powerhouses in this world in the future. Does it feel much different now? Not using fruit abilities, no big change, but leveled up 1 level. It reached 11 levels. As for the use of fruit abilities, which are far from developed, but can probably be understood a little bit, it does give me a strong recovery, resistance to injuries, and I believe that by constantly leveling up and developing, it will be hard to die back there. Saying that, Wang Su used his fruit ability and his right hand turned into an eagle's claw-like, and there were green flames burning on the claws. On the one hand, it was on display for others to see. More than that, Wang Su also couldn't wait to see what he could do. The clicking and taking of pictures continued, all envious, eyes glowing, looking so handsome, so envious. I'm 4th level gifted, and I've been given the artificial devil fruit animalistic hippopotamus. I wonder if I can join the pirate group created by King Sequence. Wang Su spoke. My goal, to create the strongest pirate group in the Dragon Kingdom. Since my fruit ability is immortality, my pirate group will be called the Immortality Pirates. And as for the crew, they'll have to start out with a 4th level talent. Of course, if the 4th level of talent is contracted to an incapacitated person, then it is not possible to join. Great, I can join. At this moment, all the other 10th level gifted Celestial Pride, who were all made out of Yu, were also in such a scene. For a while, the hot searches continued, almost all of them being dominated by 10th level talent possessors. The first item in the hot search was not about a 10th level talent Heavenly Pride, but a 9th level talent. Explosion. 9th level gifted Celestial, Zhou Ge, gained the time fruit ability. It made the 10th level talents all a little envious. It felt tied to time, so it must be strong. Hot search number 2. Explosion. 10th level gifted Celestial Pride, King Power Division. Obtaining the animal system fish fruit phantom beast species. The green dragon form. The hot search is basically dominated by gifted 10s, 9s, all of them were successfully contracted to get powerful devil fruits. Everyone is also concerned, looking down at their phones. The Celestial Pride have yet to show up with a failed contract. After all, there is a strategic arrangement with reduced tolerance for error. The Celestial Pride have all contracted powerful devil fruits, and no Celestial Pride have obtained artificial devil fruits, much less a heavenly contracted incapacitated person. Look at hot topic number 5. Hot search number 5. Explosion. Regret. Unlucky to the core. Sun Lung, possessor of the 8th level of talent. Contracting one awesome devil fruit after another was a failure, and at the last chance, there were just over a dozen devil fruits left that were difficult to contract even at the 9th level. And with the artificial devil fruits all contracted, Sun Lung could only go to the area of the incapacitated, picking out a person who appeared to be among the incapacitated in appearance and relatively awesome. Contracts an incapacitated person, learns the name of the incapacitated person after the contract, and Roranoa Solon. Sun Lung was devastated, paralyzed on the floor crying, his mind broken. The netizens felt sorry for them. I'll be damned, to have such an oopsie. It's a waste of an 8th level talent. I wish I had been given this talent. While it's true that there are fruits that don't sound impressive, it's the contracts that don't work. Having such regrets can be expected, but he did have the bad luck to be so unlucky that he didn't get to pick the artificial devil fruit, and was originally recruited in advance by some of the pirate groups created by some of the Celestial Pride, and given a cadre crew status. But now, it's hard to tell if you can even get on the ship, and even if you can, you're sure to be the lowest ranking crew member. Yeah, I'd be more devastated than him in his place. There can't be any more unlucky than him, can there? Definitely not. The hot search has already appeared 9 10th grade gifted heavenly prides, and there's still one more. Yeah, there's another one. East Ocean City High School student, Yi Yu. After the talent tests were all over, the 10th grade gifted ones received national attention, and the names of the 10 men that, even Alzheimer's can pronounce it. All of a sudden, the entire Dragon Kingdom was concerned about which powerful devil fruit Yi Yu had obtained. Even the 10th level Heaven's Pride was similarly waiting for the news, thinking that they would know soon. At this time, the city of Hang, a 19-year-old girl with a high ponytail, wearing a tight black sweatshirt that show the tall figure perfectly. She is youthful, pretty, and the whole person gives a feeling of valor. She was Natsu Ling, her right hand raised, a cold aura filling the air, her index finger extended, and as she catalyzed her fruit ability, an ice prism condensed at his fingertips, and even such a small one was emitting a cold aura, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Summerling was satisfied that the devil fruit she had obtained was the frozen fruit, though after obtaining the frozen fruit, my potential will be great, and I'm bound to be strong in the future. But I believe that Brother Feather must have gained more power than me, then he can still cover me. At this time, Donghai City High School, Yi Yu stepped out. All eyes were glued, not quite out yet. Just the figure in the vortex gave them a shock, for it felt so much changed, and looked more imposing. With an upright posture, just a figure gave them a sense of dominance. When Yi Yu came out and appeared in front of everyone, the reporters went crazy and took pictures. All the people are even more eyes shine. Yi Yu dress up, the aura has changed. Handsome pulling the wind stand-up robe. There was also a cross black knife behind him, and the whole person gave them the feeling that he was too handsome and cool. Yi Yu has come out, even though he hasn't shown his devil fruit ability yet. He's so handsome and looks so forced. Yeah, it looks like it must have contracted a very powerful devil fruit. Right now, amongst the 10th level gifted heavenly prides, only Yi Yu's ability has yet to be announced. The entire Dragon Kingdom is watching and waiting. Li Tsong was all aghast when he saw it, and he was jealous. Damn it, to be so handsome. It also gives a sense of dominance. It seems that praying didn't work and he gained a powerful devil fruit ability. Lin Mushua quickly stepped forward with a smile on her face, and the reporters quickly dispersed to make a path. Happy to be close. Brother Feather, I've obtained the nature-based rattling thunder fruit. How about it? Isn't it the name that sounds? And it's awesome? It's a devil fruit that can control lightning. It shook the people around them. The rattling thunder fruit, which did sound strong, and the power of the thunder and lightning that, you don't have to think about it to know it's scary. In an instant, Lin Mushue was on the hot search. Yi Yu nodded his head and sighed softly. Rattling thunder fruit? It does feel powerful. Congratulations. He. Lin Mushue looked forward to it, inquiring, brother, you must be even better than me. Which powerful devil fruit was acquired? Instantly, the surroundings quieted down. all stopped taking pictures for fear that the sound of taking pictures would cover up Yiyu's voice. Knowing that a new big blowout hit is coming, Yiyu is going to announce it. Yiyu directly shook his head. I didn't obtain a devil fruit ability. Lin Mu Shui? All? Chapter 7. No one will see me. Everyone suspected that they had misheard, and how was it possible that they had not acquired it? After being stunned, Lin Mu Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Brother you're joking with me, aren't you? This joke isn't funny. Stop it and tell us, which powerful devil fruit did you obtain? At this moment, this scene was being broadcast live, as only Yiyu was left who hadn't been on the hot search yet. So a lot of people in the whole dragon country are paying attention, some looking at their cell phones, some watching TV, at the moment also feel that Yiyu is joking. The students also laughed. Yeah, that's not a good joke, Feather, and it's not just us. Now, the whole country is watching you with attention, wondering which awesome devil fruit you've acquired. Feather, come on, regarding your potential, even those 10th grade gifted celestials are envious of it. After all, at that time, when the test tablet erupted with light, yours shone the brightest, brighter than all the other 10th level talents, and you were called the strongest talent in the Dragon Kingdom. There isn't one, so you have the most potential. This was indeed true, which was why Lin Mu Shui liked Yiyu so much. However, Yiyu seriously said, not joking with you guys, I'm the one who chose the fruitless ability, the most powerful talent I have, and I can contract 7 of them, so I chose 7 abilityless. This made the surrounding area instantly dead silent, and the entire Dragon Kingdom, silent. Everyone stayed there with wide eyes, incredulous, horrified, and uncomprehending. It took a long time to react, and instantly, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. I'll go. No way. I can't believe I'm not kidding. What's the idea? The strongest talent, not choosing a powerful devil fruit. I can't believe you chose the incapacitated, though each person can only have one devil fruit, and the highly gifted. It's possible to contract more than one incapacitated person, but how powerful can a greater number of incapacitated people be? Yeah, definitely go with the devil fruit. How strong can someone cultivate without abilities? Just as it's certainly impossible for those of us who don't have the fruit to cultivate to become strong. Not even a mid-tier powerhouse. Yeah, why? Even if you choose the 7 most powerful incapacitated people with stackable battle power. But it certainly doesn't compare to the potential of an artificial devil fruit. This is a total waste. Lin Mu Shui was incredulous after a moment of stagnation, and inquired seriously. Feather, brother Feather, this isn't true, is it? How could you not choose the devil fruit? If it's bad luck. No, you can't be in a bad luck situation, because whichever devil fruit you contract will succeed, so it must be a fake, right? Yiyu said with a straight face. It's true, that puts no hope in anyone's mind. It's outrageous, the most powerful talent, yet they chose to contract 7 incapacitated people. Wasted, completely wasted, the strength of future accomplishments. It's definitely not even as talented as me, a 4th level talent contracted with an artificial devil fruit. It's such a waste, such a good talent, don't know how to cherish it. This talent for me, I could wake up laughing in my dreams, choosing one of the strongest devil fruits with absolute care and diligence, but for him to do this, wasteful. 3 years later the navy but will descend then Yiyu so choose. It's equivalent to us having one less powerful battle force when the time comes. Deliberately chosen incapacitated. Or are there no more devil fruits left and they've all been chosen? Chosen on purpose? And that's just so stupid and brainless. So I think the latter is more likely. Bad luck. Even worse than that, Sun Long. It's possible. Yiyu is only coming out now, which means he was the last one to go in. Then it's possible to go in there and not have a single devil fruit left. Thinking of this, all eyes immediately looked towards Yiyu. Yiyu also perfunctorily said, well, there's no devil fruit when you go in there. Had to go to the incapacitated space and pick 7 that looked pretty good. Supposedly 7 of the very best of the incapacitated. It was confirmed and everyone crumbled. Too much bad luck. AI, the creation of the world. Even if the 7 most powerful of the incapacitated were chosen, even though there are 7 that many people can't contract, they're all wastes of low-level talent that can't be contracted. Yeah, just because a low-level talent can't be contracted doesn't mean it's awesome. After all, the talent is too low. I'm 6th level talent, all confident that if I go in and choose, anyone can contract successfully. No level 6 talent goes in and fails the contract, right? No, I'm a 5th level talent, and I went in there and picked a giant, and his name is Haldin. I succeeded in my contract straight away. I think Haldin is the best of the incapacitated. After all, being a giant and all muscular, it's very powerful. AI, the strongest talent. It died like this. even if the contract 7 powerful incapacitated people. I'm afraid that at most, it's equivalent to the achievement of a 3rd or 4th level talent later on. And the 4th level talent has to be a man-made devil fruit ability person. It's probably all overrated. At this time, the hot search exploded. Yi Yu was on the first headline, but it was not at all the same as what they thought. Not because the strongest potentials appeared, but because of the weakest heavenly pride. Amazing. The strongest talent, Yi Yu, actually chose 7 incapable people, completely playing himself out. Explosion. Yi Yu, who was the most anticipated, was unlucky to the extreme and did not pick a devil fruit. Explosion. Yi Yu, who originally had the strongest talent, who made people worship and envy and respect, and who had the greatest potential, this moment is reduced to a clown. Explosion. The most demonic Yi Yu, after the contract ended, became mediocre. It's hard to say if you'll be able to crew on an awesome ship in the future, not to mention reigning supreme on the high seas. For a while, the front of the hot search was all about Yi Yu. At this point, after making sure it was true, Li Tsong laughed out loud, not having to care in the slightest. In the past, Yi Yu was the strongest talent, and although he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't dare to show it. But now, he laughed recklessly. Ha ha, too funny. It's bad luck to pick 7 incapacitated people. 2. I lost all my devil fruit when I got in there. Ha, ha, ha. Couldn't you have gotten in there earlier? You must have been in a really bad mood just now. Ha, it's as bad as eating, isn't it? Ha ha, good, good. Likora laughed to his heart's content, even sarcastically, without the slightest fear that because now Yi Yu is no longer the strongest talent, completely destroying the 10th level talent. His heart is happy. His own curse prayer really works. Li Tsong mocked like this. No one around said anything, and Yi Yu's female licking dog, Lin Mu Xue. Again, nothing was said, even a straight face turn. Li Barn, you're absolutely right. He is indeed too funny. Chapter 8, Denied Boarding. This did not surprise Li Tsong, now that Yi Yu was already common and gifted. The Lin Mu Xue, who had obtained the ringing thunder fruit, naturally looked away. Li Kara stepped forward and shouted more intimately. Schwerer, it seems that this position of captain of the Heaven's Pride Pirates cannot be given to him. Lin Mu Xue looked at Yi Yu with scorn and nodded. Of course, he doesn't deserve it at all. It seems that this captain's position will have to be taken by me, who has obtained the powerful rattling thunder fruit. As for the vice captain, for the time being, you'll be the one to do it, and until someone more powerful than you gets on board, you, Li Tsong, will be the vice captain of my Heaven's Pride Pirates. Li Karama was joyful. Good, I, who possess the power fruit, am definitely qualified for this. It's definitely going to be strong. While saying that, contemptuously looking at Yi Yu, it was as if he wanted Yi Yu to hear that he had gained the fruit of power. With regards to this fruit, Yi Yu naturally knew that. Blackbeard Pirate Helmsman Baya's fruit abilities, not so much. As for the rattling thunder fruit, I have to say, it's really powerful. Anilu is suffering from a premature appearance, as well as being restrained by Open Luffy. If Anilu had appeared 2 years after the top of the show, then it would have been much different. Therefore, Lin Mu Xue's potential, indeed, was not low, but Yi Yu would not balk at it in turn. Before the pact, he was the strongest talent. After the pact, he's still the strongest, and it will be disconnected. Lin Mu Xue skinned Yi Yu and despised. I came out just now wondering if the level was still 10, and I had obtained the rattling thunder fruit. It went from level 9 to 10, while you didn't go up a level, so it's no wonder. Contracting 7 incapacitated people. However, only Yi Yu himself knew that the reason why the level hadn't risen, it was because he had contracted 7 of them, so the difficulty of leveling up was something that was going to be harder and require a bit more than the others. But, it doesn't affect much. After all, one's talent is high and one's cultivation speed is fast, and in this way, it will give yourself a more powerful over-the-top battle. At this time, many people wanted to join the Heaven's Pride Pirates. Sister Snow, I'm talent level 4. Artificial Devil Fruit Spider, can I join the Heaven's Pride Pirates? Sister Yuki, I'm gifted at level 5. Animal-based canine fruit Beowulf form, I'm gifted at level 4, and although I've contracted an incapable, but the contract is with a giant with a 20-meter tall. Can I join the Heaven's Pride Pirates? I'm gifted level 3. Indentured Incapacitated. Name's Crick, can I join? Lin Mu Xue nodded her head lightly. Those who are gifted at level 5 can become combat crew members of my Heaven's Pride Pirate Corps. 4th level 3, Indentured Incapacitated, can come aboard, but the lowest level of crew. As for 1st and 2nd level gifted, don't even think about it. My Heaven's Pride Pirates also have a threshold. Not just any cat or dog can get on. Great, That makes a lot of people happy, Lin Muxue reminded. However, there are too many people to stay in one boat. So back there it's just combat crew on the main ship, and when there's a secondary ship, the lower crews go up. Understood. This makes sense. Li Tsong glanced at Yi Yu and asked Lin Muxue. Share, what about him? What's the arrangement? Lin Muxue said disdainfully. Naturally, he can't even be a combat crew member. Despite having contracted 7 of them, they don't even compare to artificial devil fruits, and are at best a lowly crew member. Li Tsong did have some regrets, was hoping that Yi Yu could not even get on the boat. Lin Muxue looked at Yi Yu and inquired. Well, don't think I'm heartless. I'm at least willing to let you on board as a minimum crew member. Li Tsong sneered in his heart. If as a lowly crew member, when we venture out later and face danger, just order him, the cannon fodder, to rush ahead and then just be done with it. Hey, that's it. However, Yi Yu shook his head. Seeing through your face, even if you let me be the captain of the ship, I'm not happy about it either. Unless, get on your knees and beg me, I'll grudgingly consider it. These words stunned everyone, not expecting Yi Yu to say such words. Li Tsong and Lin Muxue looked at each other and both laughed, thinking it was too ridiculous. Lin Muxue despised. Where did you get the breath to say that? And to think that you're the strongest talent? Make you a captain. Unless I'd been kicked in the head, I wouldn't even make you a combat crewman. Captain, don't be funny, Yi Yu asked with certainty. Are you sure? You won't beg me to be the captain? Nonsense. Who would let you, a man indentured to 7 incapacitated people, be captain? Li Tsong covered his mouth and laughed. He's really brain dead. It seems that within the 7 people in the contract, there were quite a few that weren't very brainy and were assimilated. A number of people stepped forward to flatter. Kara is right. It's quite possible. That's pathetic. But pathetic people have to be hated. Still think you're a heavenly pride that will be held up by everyone? Accept the reality. You flatlined. Making you a lowly crew member is all in your favor. If you can't see it, get lost. You think you're the pride of heaven? And begging you to be the captain of the ship. Yuki-san has obtained the powerful rattling thunder fruit. So you're worthy of making your senior sister beg you? Lin Muxue and Li Tsang then listened and gave an appreciative look, signaling a good point. These lapdogs were instantly flattered and happy in their hearts. At this time, Zhang Sweet stood out in anger. You guys are too much. Before you treated Yi Yu with respect and all sorts of flattering, now you're even like this. Quite a few people's gazes looked towards Zhang Tian, although they knew that Zhang Tian was gifted at the 7th level and was considered a genius. But with Lin Muxue and Li Tsang backing him up, he wasn't afraid. He can't see himself right now, and it's good for him that we're saying this so he can recognize himself. Yeah, he's like that. There's not going to be any more dog licking, is there? Is it hard to believe you're going to lick him? You're at least gifted at the 7th level. I just heard you say that you obtained the Superman-type flower fruit. It shouldn't be bad, but there's no need to flatter Yi Yu. Zhang Tianyi frowned. I'm not flattering. I just can't stand to see you guys like this. It's too much. Quite a few people were surprised, not expecting Zhang Tianan to be so tough, under the impression that it was a non-committal and, sitting in the corner, introverted, and often shy, wimpy-looking girls, but it's surprising to come forward at this time. Yi Yu was a bit more favorable to Zhang Tianan and thanked him. I'm grateful that you came forward, but there's no need to say anything. I don't care how they are. It's good to see the true colors. Yi Yu looked at Lin Muxue and returned the flavor. The night after my previous talent test ended, you personally came to my door and invited me to start a pirate group with you in the future, and wanted to be my co-captain. I said I'd think about it, but I was surprised to see how much you pushed and 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 pushed. And when I said yes, you kissed me so excitedly, and I can still remember that feeling so clearly. When I look back on it now, your little mouth, I must say, is very moist. At the end of his words, Yi Yu licked the corner of his mouth as if he was reminiscing, while skimming over Li Tsong. This made Li Tsong's fists clench, his face ugly, and his heart hard to bear. Lin Muxue actually gave her first kiss to Yi Yu. Damn it. He used to chase after her for so long, but she didn't even hold her hand. Chapter 9, Kicked Off the Boat? Lin Muxue's face was ugly and very regretful, having thought that Yi Yu would be the strongest in the future. I didn't expect to be a waste now. Just as the argument was ready to be made, the sound of the message once again echoed in everyone's ears. Talent level 5 or higher, but not contracted to obtain a devil fruit, nor contracted to be incapacitated. Knowledge of cultivation may be given, including only the teaching of the colors of sight and hearing, and the colors of arms. It makes many people wonder what the color of sight and sound, the color of arms, is. I'm a devil fruit ability. I don't need to learn this, do I? In the devil fruit era, there's definitely a focus on developing and enhancing devil fruits. Instead, they focus more on their own strengths. Point taken. Go all in on devil fruit. Don't waste time on yourself. Instead, it affects the development of the fruit. Agreed. Think how much more practiced one could have been before the mutation. Before the mutation, could anyone beat 100 people on their own? That's why humans have a low upper limit on their own strength and have to put their minds more on fruit development. We can't just think about inheriting the strength developed by the possessors in the Pirate King by leveling up. We have to think about developing it ourselves. I know some sighting colors. Armed color information. It's from the incapacitated person I contracted to give it to. Well, think it's still pretty useful. Not sure exactly how much use it's going to be. After all, I'm only level 5 now, and I can't appreciate the power of the seeing color. The arming color. More yet. That is to say, contracted incapacitated people who know the seeing color, the arming color, don't have to learn it. Indeed, soon, a number of people gain knowledge of cultivation, clearing up the seeing and arming colors. It is perfectly possible to teach yourself to live others, and there are those with talent levels 5 through 7, with nothing contracted to them. The population base of the Dragon Kingdom was large, so those who possess knowledge of the seeing and arming color teachings could be 2 or 3 in every city. Donghai City, there is a talent level 5. At the moment know the seeing color and armed color. Knowing this, Lin Mushui ordered, let that person come in. Soon, the man named Li Tian came in, agitated. I learned about the seeing and arming colors. Quite important, even for devil fruit power users. And definitely learn. This came as a surprise to many. Necessary? It won't be a waste of time? Shouldn't we develop devil fruit full time? Li Tian said seriously. Of course, devil fruit development is important, but seeing and arming colors, it's also something to learn, and can be the icing on the cake. Seeing the colors, which allows you to sense your opponent's attacks more easily. Even expand the range, improve perception, reaction ability, and armed color hegemony. The effect is more obvious. After exquisite, can cover the body with a layer of armed color hegemony, enhancing defense, and can be used on the fists, to enhance attack, as well as the weapons can be wrapped with overlord color hegemony to enhance the power of the attack. This surprised everyone, and the entire Dragon Kingdom soon knew about it. It seems that the seeing color and the armed color hegemony, indeed, need to be learned. I'm indentured to an incapacitated person. I subconsciously know some. Great. This is good for me who has no ability to cultivate and improve myself. It's even better for those who have the ability to have the ability, even if it's not enough, to become stronger themselves. It's a strong combination. Yeah, it's definitely not as good as having seeing and arming colors when you can only practice to get them. There are armed colors, and devil fruit abilities. It's a good thing I didn't pick an incapacitated person, because the seeing and arming colors can be learned. Soon, people who know how to explain, whether or not you can learn it, and to what extent you can learn it, varies from person to person. The more gifted will learn better. At this point, even the heavenly pride with the powerful devil fruit felt the need to learn that it can indeed be the icing on the cake rather than the painting. Li Tian shook, and with some apprehension, glanced at Lin Mushui. There's another awesome ability about the armed color hegemony. Seeing him tangled up, Lin Mushui frowned. What ability? Don't beat around the bush. Straight up. That is, armed color hegemony, which can attack the natural system of elementalization. This, too, was spoken of in other cities, and there was a sensation. My god, armed color hegemony is awesome. It can even attack the elementalization of the natural system. I thought the nature system was the most powerful of the devil fruits, but now it seems that quite a bit of a cut. It also makes sense. If you can't hit it, then it's useless even if the power is strong. The natural system would be too buggy. Luckily there's an armed color buster. Then it must be learned. Damn it, I'm a natural Sasha fruit, and I originally thought I could be very strong. Now it's being gram-sama. Why should there be armed color hegemony exist? Learn it, and be stronger by mastering the seeing and arming colors. At this time, Lin Mushui knew that Yi Yu would definitely see the color. Armed color hegemony. After all, there were 7 incapacitated people contracted, but it wouldn't be a high opinion of Yi Yu, because sooner or later, they would learn, too. It was equivalent to Yi Yu having no advantage at all. I don't know how to see the colors, the armed colors. I can learn them, but I don't have any devil fruit. It is that which cannot be obtained in any way. Everyone also continues to think that incapacitated people are inferior to artificial devil fruit power users, thinking that an incapacitated person can learn armed color seeing color, and a devil fruit ability person can learn it, too. So which one is stronger goes without saying. Subsequently, those who possessed the color of sight, the color of arms to teach knowledge, were required to be in the schools that, acting as a teacher, and there are still 30 days to go before the real mutation, during which time the mighty sea beasts, the ferocious, Sea King class. The menacing secret world will not appear. In order to give all the people time to develop, avoid meeting an awesome sea beast just after obtaining a powerful devil fruit and thus dying prematurely. So, all of you are ready to seize these 30 days to learn the seeing and arming colors. Ready to continue on campus. Packed incompetents who know the seeing and arming colors don't have to learn them, and as they level up, will continue to master, inheriting the strength of the incapacitated, the seeing color and armed color hegemony. Zhang Sweet summoned up the courage to come to Yi Yu's side, lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Yi Yu, her face flushed with red, whispered encouragement. Yi Yu, go for it, even though you didn't get the devil fruit, your 10th level talent. Work on leveling up and inheriting the strength of an incapacitated person, as well as the seeing color and armed color hegemony. If you indentured people can't, let's learn together. Yi Yu smiled faintly. No need, the person I contracted will. That's good. Struggling briefly, Sweet Zhang, her heart beating faster, inquired. Yi Yu, will you create a pirate group? If it is created, I would like to join. Is that okay? Before Yi Yu could speak, the others burst out laughing. Li Tsong sarcastically said, Love brain? He's not a celestial pride anymore. What kind of face does he have to create a pirate group that? Who would join? Even if you join. In the future, this pirate group, there will definitely be only the two of you. Ha ha, Karat is right. They're all vying to join the pirate group created by the Celestial Pride. Who would join one of average strength? Wouldn't it be looking for death to venture out to sea like that? Lin Muxue reminded. Zhang Tianyi, it's best to join us. Isn't following him looking for death? Or do you like him? Want to babysit him? Zhang's sweet face reddened with determination. I don't like you guys and won't be joining you. And besides, I believe Yi Yu won't be as bad as you guys say. And mastering the powerful seeing and arming colors might be powerful as well. Humph. Being powerful doesn't compare to being capable. Can't an ability plus a hegemony be compared to only a hegemony? Humph. We have what he has. And what he doesn't have, we have. So how can we compare? This made Zhang Tianyi instantly dumbfounded and unable to refute. Yi Yu said, there's no need to break up with them. Creating a pirate group I have no idea right now. We'll talk afterward. I'm going to get busy. Bye. Okay, bye. Zhang Tianyi went back home as well. Lin Muxue looked at Yi Yu's back as he left in disgust. It's been a real shame for me to be close to you this whole time. At that moment, one of the crew members in charge of the shipbuilding aspect arrived and spoke in a respectful voice. Sister Snow, time to change your tune. Captain, well, go ahead. What is it? We've built our boat and we're sailing to the coast tomorrow. Okay, go check it out then. The crew was worried. Captain, will Yi Yu come and cause trouble then? After all, most of the money for shipbuilding comes from him. Lin Muxue smiled contemptuously. Oh, it's not his money either. It's because he's the most powerful talent that the money that the crown had given him so that he could have good pirate ships had, by now, fallen flat on its face. This boat naturally has nothing to do with him. It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he dares to come and ask for it, saying it's his and relying on it, I'll make him look good. Li Tsong agreed, sneering, if he dares to come up, kick him off the ship. Chapter 10 Perfect Leaf Feather. Yi Yu left, ready to pack up some necessities and start grinding. Just then, the phone rang. Chicken, you're so beautiful. North knows. Chicken, you're so beautiful. North knows. Looking at it, it was Xia Ling who called. And when he answered, Xia Ling's concerned voice came. Yi Yu, are you okay? In his tone, full of worry, Xia Ling naturally knew that Yi Yu, the most strongly gifted, instead of contracting to a devil fruit, 7 incapacitated people were contracted, which is extremely devastating for any celestial pride that. She was worried about Yi Yu's breakdown and made a quick call. Yi Yu wouldn't be hard, but happy. I'm fine, but, in Xia Ling's opinion, Yi Yu toned joy, but let her more heavy. If it is venting, it's better to cry to yourself, to vent your inner depression, your anger. But now it was as if nothing was wrong at all, which instead made Xia Ling feel that it was the most dangerous. Natsu Ling consoled, even though he didn't get the devil fruit and won't be able to become strong in the future, but there's no need to be too sad. From now on in this dangerous world, Sister Age, I'll cover you. Before, thinking of letting Yi Yu cover himself, even though he was a heavenly pride, but naturally, it couldn't be compared to Yi Yu, who had the strongest 10th level talent. But now, it was different. Xia Ling wanted to give Yi Yu hope through herself, and happily inquired, Brother Feather, do you know which devil fruit ability I contracted to obtain? Yi Yu was naturally curious and concerned. After all, he was an orphan, and Xia Ling was to him. It's someone very close. You're happy. It's supposed to be a very powerful devil fruit? The devil fruit I contracted is called the frozen fruit. This caused Yi Yu's eyes to light up and he exclaimed, "Frozen fruit. That sounds awesome. With your talent and this fruit ability, you're sure to be strong. Age-sama, brother Feather, I'm not showing off to you again either." For fear that Yi Yu would be struck down and feel even more bad in his heart, Xia Ling assured, "You weren't able to contract a devil fruit, but in this time of danger, there's still me. I'll work hard to become stronger and keep developing the frozen fruit, and I'll cover you in this world." Sister Age, didn't I tell you before? We've created the pirates ahead of time. I'm the vice captain. As for the captain, on the other hand, it's a female classmate who is also a 9th level talent with me, and is also a roommate with me, called Zhao Yener, and the one he contracted to obtain is called the Burning Fruit. So, we're forming a pirate group that's sure to get stronger and stronger. And when you join, come with me, sister. I'll cover you better, although your talent is not as strong, but surely you can join that. From now on, we'll be sailing through the adventures of this new and changed world. So don't despair, you still have me, okay? Yi Yu knew that Xiaoling really thought that she had been struck, and that she was really happy, but it was troublesome to explain, so he nodded. "It will indeed be awesome pirate group," Xiaoling inquired. "By the way, the Heaven's Remarkable Pirates created by Lin Muxue, what identity did it give you?" Before she knew that it was the captain. "But not anymore." Yi Yu shook his head. "I'm not allowed to join anymore." Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Then we'll wait for a while and..." Now, although the powerful sea beasts, the dangerous secret realm hadn't appeared yet and had to wait for a month. Quite a few creatures in the sea had undergone mutations as well. Become possessed of warlike powers. No one at present would choose to sail, would stay on land, where the city that, there won't be any random shuttles. They're all starting to skill up their abilities and learn about dominance, waiting for the real mutiny to begin before making a move. Recruiting, converging, so I can't come to you right away. Sister, wait for me for 25 days. When the time comes, don't come to my city alone in person. It's not far, but it's 100 kilometers across the ocean. I'll pick you up then, sister, to protect you. Besides, we, the pirates, are the strongest, and before the name of the pirates is finalized, the best when it comes to captains, so I'll be sparring with Flame after a while to see who's better. And, for crew recruitment, not only look at the talent strength, also look at the character. Before there will be a test of character. I know your character well. When the time comes, you can be exempted from this test. And as for becoming a full crew member, although there will be a test in terms of strength as well, but sister, I also have faith, and will strive to let you enter without having to pass the examination when the time comes. And of course, you need to regain your confidence and practice though contracted incapacitated, but it's 7, after all, and the talent is still at the strongest 10th level, so maybe it won't be any worse than getting an artificial devil fruit. I'm sure you won't be too mediocre. Sis, go for it. Yi Yu nodded. Okay, I know. I'll wait for you to pick me up when the time comes. Okay, bye. I'm going to go study up on my hegemony knowledge and try to pick you up when being able to initially master it and thus be a bit stronger and better cover you. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Yi Yu smiled bitterly. All thought I was weak. It's normal. After all, you're the only one who knows the King of Thieves. At the moment, although he hadn't fought yet, the 10th level of his own strength, Yi Yu felt that it can't be much less than LT. Gen. Even now, the 7 people in the pact, each of their battle power, it is difficult to exert 1%, but when these are stacked up, they are also extremely substantial, and all 7 of them, with strong foundations, so even if it's less than 1% strength, it's still strong. There's no need to wait for your own level 100, I believe that at level 60 or 70, the battle power will be able to be the same as a single Roger. 100 levels of these 7 battle power when all inherited, it will be even more terrifying, overriding the 4 emperors, above the King of Thieves, even overriding more than a little bit. No more thinking about it, it's still a bit far away after all. In the courtyard, Yi Yu clenched his fist, feeling his own power. It was strong, and also inherited a variety of top-notch sword arts, directly blended together, including seeing color, armed color, and even overlord color hegemony. All the abilities of the 7 men, who pretty much know all of them, themselves. It just wasn't as powerful as these people were in their peak state. The 7 of them are stacked with strength, speed, flesh, dominance, and swordsmanship. Be a lot stronger than you think you are. Now, no one single-handedly can defeat their horrible selves. And, with his own Black Blade Knight in hand, not only could he deliver the Hawkeye's chop, you can also use Black Dagger Night Slash to get out of divine avoidance. After packing up his things, Yi Yu was in his own yard, and began to throw punches to feel his strength. One punch shattered a 1-meter-tall rock, with the black sword knight drawn in his hand. His right hand held it in a single grip and chopped it out vertically at will. A small emerald green chop erupted out, cutting the ground apart and surfacing a gully. The chop hit a small wigwam in front of it, split directly in half. Another chopping attack chopped out. A flash has floated in front of the chopping attack, extremely fast. After all, there was no slowing down the speed of the powerful, especially the redhead. Facing his own chopping attack, Yu did not attack, but crossed his arms to block in front of his body. The armed color hegemony covers. In the next instant, the chopping attack collided and then froze in front of Yu, only causing Yu to take a slight half step backward. Both hands powered upwards. The chop lifted up and collapsed in the air, leaving Yu unharmed. Satisfied with my strength, speed, flesh, swordsmanship, dominance, as well as a variety of powerful moves that are just perfect. In pirates, the strongest creature on land, sea and air is Kaido, but in this world it will be himself. On land, needless to say, in the sea, one indentured himself to Jubii and moved freely. As for the sky, having contracted Zephyr, he had naturally mastered one of the Navy's 6 styles, the moon step. Just then, the message sounded once again in everyone's head. 2 pirate stone tablet lists have descended. They are the pirate bounty list and the strongest pirate group list. Bounty list, 100 spots, and the strongest pirate group list, 20 spots. In the next instant, the ground rumbled and shook, and everyone looked up into the sky and 2 golden stone tablets broke through the clouds and descended from the sky. Chapter 11 1 King and 4 Emperors. After landing, the golden monolith stood in the center of heaven and earth, towering over the clouds. No matter how far away one looked at it, all of them could clearly see the stone monument, especially the few big words above it. The tablet on the left, the pirate bounty list, 1st place, 2nd place, 100th place. The stone tablet on the right, the list of the strongest pirate groups, 1st place, 2nd place, 20th place. Now, on both lists, it's not on the list yet. Then the sound of information came flooding back again. Those who are on the list will be given experience for leveling up. And the higher the ranking, the more experience will be given. How to get on the list? The pirate bounty list, which opens in 2 months. At that time, all people may enter the secret realm of bounty and face strong enemies. Based on the number of kills, there is no time limit, and there is no limit to the number of kills that can be made. From there, you can judge your own battle prowess. This makes everyone understand that the bounty represents one's own strength, and the stronger one's combat strength. Then upon entering the better the war record. Naturally, the higher the bounty. After the bounty list is announced at that time, we will enter the secret realm of bounty again every 6 months. Experience will still be given each time based on rankings. It makes everyone happy, and means that even if they don't get 1st place the first time around, but one can continue to work their way up and get a higher bounty afterward. As for the strongest pirate group ranking, it will open in half a year, and will open the pirate group ranking battlefield. The winner of the battle between the 2 sides advances to the next level, without having to worry about a large number of casualties in the battle between the pirate groups. The special environment of the battlefield. If you are seriously injured or even die inside, you will be transported out into whatever state you were in before, and you will remain the same when you come out. This made a lot of people feel good. After all, the 2 sides of the pirate group war, surely intense. There were heavy casualties, and 3 years later the navy of the Pirate King world descended upon the. That's why a lot of people don't want the pirates to have too many casualties. In addition, the list of the strongest pirate groups. For the top 5, there will also be special rewards. That is the title given to the top 5 pirate groups. The first pirate group, endowed with 1 king. The 2nd through 5th pirate groups, given the title, 4 emperors. The message sound then faded. In the next instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. 1 king, 4 emperors, what a domineering title. Surely they all belong to the pirate groups created by the Celestial Pride. To be precise, it's the bounty gold list that belongs to the Heavenly Pride. While those of us with ordinary talents, we can join the mighty pirates. Then we can be part of the 4 emperors pirates, and even a member of the 1 king pirates. Cultivate hard and make sure you become a member of the mighty pirate group. Average talent, no hope for a bounty ranking, but would expect that at that time, how much one's bounty will reach, because this is the symbol of being a pirate, the glory of strength, representing the card. At this moment, those who were the most excited and combative were naturally those Celestial Pride. West Bank City. A middle-aged man with a stout, unruffled figure looked at the 2 stone tablet lists with a burning gaze and confidence. The Green Dragon Pirates, founded by my King Power Division, must be number 1 when the time comes to rank the battlefield. No matter how powerful the pirate group is, it will be defeated by my green dragon pirates. As for the bounty list, Wang Quanshi raised his head, his gaze locking directly onto the first place. For the personal list, I, Wang Quanshi, will more than ever be number one, the man with the highest bounty. The number one on this list also symbolizes the possessor, who is the strongest pirate in the world, the strongest man. For these two firsts, Wang Quanshi is confident that he must take the. After all, he was one of the 10th level gifted heavenly prides, and he had even obtained the animal fish fruit phantom beast species green dragon form. Even now that he's 11th grade and his fruit abilities have only been developed a little, but it also showed him the power of this fruit, confident that he would inevitably be the strongest, and that when the level got a little higher, feeling like you could all be completely transformed into a green dragon. Sue's city, a plump, pretty and cold imperial sister similarly stared at the two stone tablet lists with a burning gaze. She was also gifted at level 10, called Song Ling, and was a soul fruit possessor. Obtaining this fruit, she realized how powerful it was, that it could rob living creatures of their lifespan, giving souls to dead things so that they can be manipulated by themselves. That is to say, when strong enough, even the waters of the sea, the peaks of the mountains, the thunder and lightning, etc., can themselves be given souls and thus manipulated. It made her extremely confident, and she was originally still regretting that she hadn't been able to pick the Phantom Beast Seed Immortal Bird Fruit, but now was incredibly grateful to have acquired the soul fruit. The juggernaut pirates that I created must take first place in the bounty. It's also my mother's. Anyone who can only be under my mother will not be allowed to be on top of my mother. Old me likes to be on top. Program City. A man is extremely confident to be number one in the pirates. The test is the overall strength of the entire pirates. The captain is strong. However, the crew doesn't have too many strong men and can't be the number one pirate group. But there was one thing that was extremely certain, and that was the bounty list. I, by Xiao Han, will definitely be number one because I'm a shock fruit ability. By Xiao Han, also gifted at level 10, originally thought that the shocking fruit, obtained by the contract, perhaps the bottom of the list of powerful devil fruits, but after he acquired it and learned a little about it, it became clear that the shock fruit was very strong. Not a simple vibration, not as simple as causing an earthquake, but a fruit with incomparably powerful destructive power. Now that he's at level 11, he's still far from revealing the power of the shock fruit, but even if just a little was developed, it made him a formidable fighter. So he's incredibly confident that the number one bounty will be on him, the strongest man in the world. It must be him, too. At this time, there were many other Heaven's Pride pirates, all with their own self-confidence, all wanting to obtain a high ranking, not only because the higher the ranking, the more experience given. Most of all, this is the honor. There is no Heavenly Pride that don't want to be number one, and neither wants to be subordinate. Yi Yu at this time out of the house looking at the two stone monuments, clear a lot of Heavenly Pride, all want to become the first. Yi Yu did not say anything more, looking at the bounty list first, already thinking, 2 months later, his own bounty, how much will there be? The strongest talent, plus having contracted 7 of the strongest of the pirates. Number 1 is not the target, rather, it's inevitable, because anything less than number 1 would be sorry to have indentured the ceiling among so many pirates. Yi Yu's tone, not wild, the first is inevitable. Will only think of one thing? Will there be a break in your own bounty when the time comes? At this time, Yi Yu heard a familiar voice from the distance, and looked over. Lin Muxue, as well as Li Tsong also looked at the stone tablet not far away. Li Kangbajia, Shuer, our Heaven's Pride pirates. When the time comes, we must become the number 1 pirate group and become the one king of the pirate group. Also, the bounty list. Even though I have the awesome power fruit, I'm not thinking about the first bounty because of you. Share. It's a terrifying rattling thunder fruit that was obtained, so it's sure to be first place. Lin Muxue raised her head, her face proud and more confident. My talent level 9, while not one of the strongest talents, my rattling thunder fruit it's bound to be no less than those 10th level gifted devil fruits. The first bounty, I do have hope. At that moment, Li Tsong noticed Yi Yu in the distance, and knew that he could hear that. After all, none of them are ordinary people now. Sarcastically sarcastic. Schwerer, you have to thank Yi Yu as well. Not only is it a 10th grade talent, still the strongest talent in the 10th level, but didn't get to pick the strongest devil fruit, and if he had been allowed to, then even you, share, it's hard to be number 1, too, so, gotta thank him for that. Lin Muxue could hear the sarcasm in Li Tsong's mouth and looked at Yi Yu, remembering that he had acted like a dog licker earlier. He was naturally angry, humiliated, and sneered and nodded. You're right. Lin Mushui came to Yu, thankful but full of sarcasm. I do have to thank you. And thank you for the many celestials that didn't get the devil fruit. Instead, they indentured 7 incapacitated people, not only vacating the #1 spot in the bounty for the celestials, it's also what gets a person on the bounty list. Li Tsong agreed. Yes, the 100th place in the bounty will surely thank you, when the time comes, because you obtained the devil fruit, you're bound to be on the list, but the current you, it's impossible for you to be on the list, and there's an empty spot. Chapter 12, Backdoor? In the face of sarcasm, Yu spoke faintly. Whether it will be on the list or not, we'll find out then. This caused them to be stunned, not expecting Yu to say this. Li Tsong covered his mouth and laughed. Ha ha, you're really being funny. You're even thinking about being on the list? It's not, is it? You had that in mind? Lin Mushui also felt that she had heard a very funny joke and scorned it proudly. Yu, you still think you're the strongest talent? Having contracted 7 incapable people. Even if you're 10th level talented, how powerful can you be? This is the devil fruit era. Obtaining devil fruit is the way to go. Lee Kurama said sarcastically. Share, if you tell him that devil fruit is the king, he won't be able to understand it. After all, he doesn't have the devil fruit and doesn't know how powerful it is. Lin Mushui agreed. Also, Yu was too lazy to waste time with this kind of person and turned around to go back, leaving behind a sentence. Li Tsong, pray that you're not number 100, because once there's more of me on the list, you're 101, just off the list. And how hard it is to think about. However, Li Tsong still felt confident that it was a joke. It's ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to make the list. As for my ranking, it would definitely be in the top 50, even the top 30. Although my talent is in the Dragon Kingdom, it doesn't rank in the top 100. But what I gained was a powerful force fruit. Yu directly closed the door. Li Tsong and Lin Mushui left to go to school to learn about hegemony. Li Hem thought about it, too. 101. It's really tough. No matter who it's for. It's all very crushing. It was an honor to be on the list, even if it was the 100th place in the bounty, because at least it was on the list. The stone monument that stood in the center of heaven and earth, towering into the clouds, clearly visible to everyone, with its bright golden light. It's a great honor, a great card to have the name on there, and 101, just happens to not be on there. 120, it wouldn't even be that tough. 101 must be tough. It is as devastating as being 0. 5 points away from getting into Tsinghua University. But Li Tsong was confident. There's no way I'm going to be 101. At this moment, Zhang Tianan looked at the list of the strongest pirate groups and wasn't very interested in it. There was no thought of joining the mighty pirate group, but rather, his eyes were firm and he whispered, even if my talent and fruits weren't bad, I wouldn't necessarily join a powerful pirate crew. I'll join whichever pirate group Yu is in. If someone saw it, they would be incredibly sure that Zhang Tianyi was just crushing on Yu. But, only Zhang Tianyi herself knows that it wasn't the love brain, but an incident that once happened that, many years ago, after attending the same level of high school as Yu, Zhang Tianyi knew that she hadn't been recognized by but she recognized it instantly. I might not have been around that year without you. I'm so happy that you've awakened your strongest talent. Now you have contracted 7 incapacitated people. But in the future, in this dangerous world, I will protect you and will be with you. Zhang Tianyi knew that Yu did not intend to be an ordinary person or a pirate. At this point, throughout the Dragon Kingdom, almost everyone has made the decision to basically become a pirate. Only those who were originally well endowed with poor talent and contracted weak and incapable people would give up cultivation and continue to be ordinary people. At this time, the city of Hang. Xia Ling looked at the stone tablet list and appraised it. If you want to better cover Brother Fei, naturally, you need to have strength. Then the bounty gold list. I must make myself top ranked. As for the pirate group list, we, the pirate group, will also strive for a high ranking, because only the strongest, a strong group can only serve as a shelter, and Brother Feather can be safer with a strong backer. So for both lists, we're going to rank high. I'll try to improve myself, and later, in the pirate ranking battle, Take and Brother keep winning. As for the bounty list, there's no way to help. Individuals enter the secret realm. It can only make Yu a member of the mighty pirate group. At this time, a beautiful young girl in a long fire red dress and long fire red hair, gives the impression of being hot-tempered and not to be messed with, but when it comes to her friends, she is incredibly gentle. In terms of figure and looks, she's not inferior to Lin Mushui and Xia Ling. She's Zhao Yener, burning fruit ability. Xia Ling, let's go learn about hegemony. Good. The two of them traveled to Hang City No. 1 middle school together, and on the way, Xia Ling was a little embarrassed. Flamer, what I just told you, Is it okay? Let you be exempted from all examinations. Join us, and give a full crew position. Zhao Yener was a bit torn inside. Xia Ling, even though we're best friends, but the recruitment of the pirate group can't just go through the back door. The future sailing adventures will also need capable crew members. Irresponsible solicitation is not only irresponsible to our entire crew of pirates, but also to your friends. Without the ability, even in a powerful pirate group, it's still dangerous. Although you'll be sheltered, but there has to be some strength of its own, doesn't it? Xia Ling pouted. I don't care. Brother Yu is the most important person to me. Be sure to be in a pirate group with me so you can cover him better, and be sure to get him to join. As far as strength goes, surely it wouldn't be bad. Despite contracting 7 incapacitated people, well, at least it was the strongest 10th level talent that ever existed, and the 7 incapacitated people's battle power can be stacked, so it shouldn't be inferior to artificial devil fruit power users. I can be sure of that. Even though this is the devil fruit era, Yu is certainly no worse than some artificial devil fruit power users. Zhao Yan, while helpless, I also have to do things openly and honestly, so let's do it this way. Low-level crew solicitation. He could have just entered without the test. There's some truth in what you're saying. After all, 10 levels of talent, 7 incapacitated people, but full crew, got a test. Summerling also knew that this was the limit. Well, lowly crew is fine, as long as it's on this ship, Zhao Yener reminded. In the beginning it was naturally there, but as it continued to grow, it's not just when there's only one main ship, it's definitely mobilized. No need to mobilize. I'll have Brother Feather follow me and be my personal crew. Well, you're going to him in a month's time, so make a deal with him to become a lowly crewman, and there's no test, but he'll still need to take a test if he wants to become a full crew member, with a passing grade. It's only then that you can become a full crew member. Good. Zhao Yener looked forward to conducting the examination, and is also very happy to see the emergence of a high score of become one of the cadres of our pirate group, or even those who are better than you and me, surpassing us in achievement. Before the official establishment, the strongest will be honored. Anyone who breaks my record can become a captain straight away, Xia Ling said. Although that's the case, it basically won't appear. The genius is in hang. It's basically all but confirmed, unless another city skyjacker is coming to join us, but that's basically impossible. It's all going to be local. Or the pirate group is strong enough to make some of the heavenly pride behind them cross the sea to join as well. Or the last possibility, that's having acquaintances and friends that are willing to come over. Xia Ling inquired, do you still have any powerful heavenly friends? Zhao Yener shook her head. No. What about you? Xia Ling sighed lightly. No, I have few friends. My good friends are just you and Yu. Zhao Yener was not hopeful and guessed, then there shouldn't be any that can break our record, and we're going to keep going for new test records during this time, too. Xia Ling was combative. Then let's keep competing. At this moment, Yu kept using various moves, experiencing exactly how strong he was now, and then also went down to the sea, where they didn't even have to hold their breath, could breathe, and move without the slightest hindrance, and fought. It's no different from land, like a fish in water. That's the benefit of having contracted a very flat. After feeling it, Yu went home, had a good night's rest, and left tomorrow. Chapter 13. Lemony color is useless? Though this month before the actual mutation, many people will be learning about hegemony. But Yu naturally did not need it. After all, in the contracted people, too many hegemonic strong people, their own direct inheritance of the fusion. Nature doesn't have to learn. Tomorrow, go out and start grinding. Though it'll be a month before the mighty sea beasts and such descend, but the creatures of the original world, all mutated, too. Although the battle power is not comparable to the King of Pirates World's King of the Near Sea or the Sea King class, but there is still a battle power, even if not much. But the battle is also very important to sharpen the role of promotion, and, with many uninhabited islands undergoing changes and harsh climates, it's also better for grinding. Early the next morning, Yu left home and headed to the beach. At this time, Lin Muxue and Li Tsong arrived, followed by many people behind them. Naturally, he's a member of the Heaven's Pride Pirates. They chatted and were happy. Becoming a pirate is pretty good. Yeah, it's a lot better than it was before, even though I'm only gifted level 3. The contract was with an artificial devil fruit rat, but it wasn't an ordinary person anymore, and those who had previously had status and money saw me, and it's all been very polite and respectful to me. Me too. I'm the only one in my family with a decent talent, a 4th level talent. The contract is an artificial devil fruit coyote. All of a sudden last night and this morning, people who came to my house to give gifts all the time, all kinds of bah humbug. I used to be a stinking part-timer, getting squeezed and bullied by my bosses in all sorts of ways. But after realizing that I'm a member of the crew of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, I directly had a big change in attitude and served me tea. The rich used to be masters and didn't look at us, but now that we've become pirates, we've elevated our status. And those who have the money to capitalize on it have become directly at the bottom of the social ladder. And it's a great feeling, really. Not only them, but quite a few people in other cities, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, were feeling good. Those who have money, are not well endowed, and are prepared to remain commoners, have long since lost their status. The original social underclass was in a happy mood. We've been suffering for most of our lives, and we've finally turned over a new leaf. Thank you for the devil fruit age to come. Work hard to become stronger, though the future is dangerous. But even more so, I don't like the uninteresting world that existed before. At this moment, Song introduced himself to Lin Mushue, Schwerer, the current crew of our Heaven's Pride Pirates, a total of 800. Hearing this, Lin Mushue frowned slightly. Only 800? Although 800 is quite a lot, but after all, the entire city of East China Sea, so many people, the number of people who became pirates, starting at 5 million people, and their pirate group was only 800. It was indeed small. Song explained. Isn't this just one ship at the moment? Limousine ordered. Then let the secondary ship become more numerous, and until it can be contracted. We're not the only ones preparing the ship. There are at least hundreds of pirate ships built in East Sea City, right? It's like this, but each one, led by someone with good talent. Although not as talented as you or I wouldn't risk joining just any big pirate group. If we're all alone in East Ocean City, those small pirate groups with some talent will choose to join. But right now, we're not the only powerful pirate group in East Ocean City. I've looked into it, and there are 3 other large pirate groups that are no less powerful than us. Lin Mushue raised her eyebrows, condescending. Can it be that these 3 pirate captains can be as powerful as me? Naturally no, even if the talent is the same as yours, but you obtained the rattling thunder fruit. These 3 pirate captains, all of them are 9th level gifted, contracted devil fruits, though not as good as your rattling thunder fruit, but it doesn't sound weak. Respectively, the superhuman lineage shadow fruit, the animal lineage dragon fruit ancient species of esoteric dragon forms, the animal system serpent fruit phantom beast species yachi orochi form. Because their requirements for recruiting crews are somewhat lower than ours, we want 3rd level talent to start, and their 2nd level talent to start, indentured to the incapacitated, and can join. That's why they have more pirate crews than we do. So, should we relax a bit? After all, it must be the strongest pirate group in East Ocean City, bar none. That way some casuals will join, and other pirate groups with some power. It will also jump ship. After all, in the beginning, where's the camaraderie? It must be the one who puts in the most. Lin Mushue felt that what Li Tsang said was also somewhat reasonable. Now the pirate crew is somewhat less, but the good thing is, none of them are minions. Lin Mushue arranged. So, relaxing a bit, talent level 3. Even indentured incapacitated people can join and become low-level crew members. Good. At this time they came to the sea, and saw a ship, very large and imposing, docked on the beach, like a whale. Li Kara proud, our boat is cool, isn't it? Lin Mushue nodded. Not bad. In the future adventurous voyage, the pirate ship is naturally a poker face as well. Not a bad build. However, this pirate ship, naturally, was a rough model given by Yi Yu. A roughly drawn model of the Whitebeard pirate ship from the King of Thieves world, the Mob Edie, was followed, so this pirate ship somewhat resembles the Mob Edie. Lin Mushue and Li Tsang were the first to board the ship, visiting, with the rest of the pirate crew. The official crew also came aboard to get a feel for the ship first. After all, much of the time would be spent on the ship on future adventurous voyages. Standing on the deck, looking out to sea, they were mesmerized. Just then, a 6th level talent, named Xingfeng, quickly boarded the ship. Excited. Captain, I have something to tell you. Something very important. I was the first to discover that. It hasn't come up in the hot search yet. Lin Mushue looked over, puzzled. Li Tsang recognized him. His name is Xingfeng. A level 6 talent, but an unlucky one. The contract isn't a devil fruit, it's an incapacitated person named Pepper. Lin Mushue remembered that there was such a person under her impression and faintly inquired. What's up? Clearwind was excited. Captain, I have learned a piece of information from my indentured servant that let me have directly. In fact, hegemony, not only armed color and smell color 2 kinds. In fact, there are 3 kinds. There's another one called hegemony color hegemony. Hearing this, Lin Mushue's expression was shaken, causing the other pirates on the ship who were chatting to be quiet. The others were shocked to hear it. Overlord color hegemony? That sounds awesome. Yeah, it feels like it's more powerful than armed colors and seeing colors. Lin Mushui inquired. What is the purpose of the Overlord color hegemony? Will you teach it? Qingfeng shook his head. I don't know how, and no one will teach, because hegemonic color hegemony can't be acquired through learning, but is innate, and this incapacitated person I contracted, Pepper, he's innate with it, sometime awakened. Although the hegemonic color hegemony, there are very few awakened people, but it is believed that there must be some indentured incapacitated people in the Dragon Kingdom who have the Overlord's color hegemony, just like me. This makes Lin Mushuet a little regretful. Innate? So the person who obtained the devil fruit. It's impossible to have a hegemonic color hegemony anymore, and it's only possible to have it if you're contracted to an incapacitated person. Qingfeng continued. Hegemonic color hegemony is a kingly qualification. This caused Lin Mushuet to be shocked. King qualification? The others were also stunned and looked at each other. Is it really great? But it can't be cultivated to obtain it. Among the incapable, they even possess this kind of hegemony? All of the devil fruit power users in the pirates must have them as well. But alas, those who obtain the devil fruit can only obtain the ability to do so, and cannot obtain everything that devil fruit possessors have in the pirates. Lin Mushui frowned and inquired. Hegemonic color hegemony. What means exactly? Is it strong? Would you now demonstrate? Qingfeng said. I don't know much about the Overlord color, either, and I believe that after the levels get higher and higher, we'll learn more about it. As for the display, now would be fine. Except, right now, I'm only level 6, so displaying the Overlord colors the power should be minimal. Show me what a dominant color hegemony can do. Then, Qingfeng's eyes flashed as an aura erupted and rippled out. But, there was nothing moving around, except the leaves on the deck, which were fluttered a little by. Even the leaves of the trees more than 10 meters away were not blown. Everyone staring intently, naturally, saw it. Li Tsong inquired. That's it? Qingfeng scratched his head. Yes, after all, I'm only at level 6. It's still far from being able to utilize the dominating color power that green pepper possesses. Li Tsong looked disdainful. Oh, garbage. What king's qualification? Even if it can be fully utilized. What's the point? Everyone else chimed in. Yeah, well, there's no way the captain and co-captain could have a hegemonic color hegemony, but now that I've seen it, there's no need to have it at all. It's too weak. I told you how an incapable person can have a powerful hegemonic aura. It seems that this hegemonic color hegemonic aura is weak. With this power, it's not even as powerful as a spring breeze, even if you're 100 levels, completely inheriting 100% of green pepper's strength and dominating color. I'd say it's at most as powerful as a slightly larger wind. Lin Mushui also doesn't feel sorry at all anymore. Despise. What hegemonic color hegemony? The qualifications of a king. It's really too much of an exaggeration. I would have been slightly more lost because I didn't have it, but now that I look at it, it's pure hilarity. Qingfeng nodded his head repeatedly. It's me who got a little excited about this Overlord color hegemony. It really doesn't seem impressive. Just then, an exclamation rang out. There's a man coming in the distance. It's hard to see, but this figure looks so domineering from afar, and there's still a sense of compulsion. Closer, get a better look. Stand-up cloak, crossblade on his back. It's Yi Yu. Chapter 14, Kick Yi Yu off the boat. Won't regret it? They were surprised by it and originally thought that the one who came was a strong person, but after seeing it clearly, they realized that it was Yi Yu. If you didn't know him, you'd think he was a strong man. Yeah, the aura's so strong, so dominant, and the get-up. It does look pretty cool with a big black sword with a cross on the back. Unfortunately, everyone knows him. They all know his name is Yi Yu, the most powerful gifted, yet indentures 7 incapacitated people. At this point, even Lin Mushui had to admit that just now. From a distance, even she was shocked for a moment. She thought it was some powerful person who was going to come and join the Heaven's Pride pirates, and she was happy for a moment in her heart. But it was Yi Yu. Li Tsong was upset in his heart and cursed. Why are you so pushy? At this time, a crew member knew that Li Tsong was very upset with Yi Yu, so he fawned and said, Vice Captain, I think he's just looking at the aura of an incapacitated person who didn't get the devil fruit. Just pick on some incapacitated person who looks imposing, gets an incapacitated person's costume, weapon, aura, etc. And while it looks forced, there's momentum, but it's just outside. Another man chimed in. That's a good point, and I can see him wanting to eat softly, so he's only choosing the handsome ones to contract with, thus being able to eat soft food and be protected by a woman in this dangerous time. That sweet Zhang who gained the ability of the flower fruit, doesn't it just like him? Yeah, just trying to be a softie. When Li Tsong heard this, his heart felt better, and he exclaimed, "You guys are right. What's the use of looking cool and handsome on the outside? In this world, it's all about strength and whose devil fruit ability is strong." Lin Mushui did not look at Yi Yu again, but asked Qingfeng, "Lastly, may I ask, the overlord color hegemony cannot be made stronger through cultivation?" "Yes, Captain." Lin Mushui looked down on bully color even more and guessed, "So, even if there are other people who have the overlord color, then the power will be about the same as yours, and using it now, it won't even be as powerful as a lowest grade fan." Qingfeng nodded. "It should be. It will be about the same as my overlord color. After all, even if inherited, at my current level, I won't be able to use much of my overlord color power either. And there shouldn't be too many people who are like me, because the hegemonic color hegemony possessors can be said to be rare. Such a qualification is rare in the Pirate King world, and devil fruit power users, surely all of them, so there must be even fewer powerless ones with the overlord color. Maybe I'm the only one who owns it. Or else it wouldn't be so much about the hegemonic color hegemony that there's no hot search at the moment. So, for sure." Lin Mushui got impatient and interrupted. "Alright, stop talking. I'm no longer interested in the overlord color hegemony. An extremely trashy ability that I don't care about at all even if I can't possibly have it." Li Tsong agreed. "Yes, a very cockamamie ability. Even if Qingfeng is level 100, completely inheriting Green Pepper's overlord color hegemony will shock some minions down at most, so it's too chickenish." Qingfeng was a bit embarrassed, originally thinking in his heart that through his possession of the overlord color, it could have put itself up a bit, but now it seems that the overlord color hegemony is really weak, and feels that, having leveled up, the hegemonic color hegemony shouldn't be much use either. At this time, Yi Yu noticed Lin Mushui and the others, as well as the familiar ship. Yi Yu went straight over and leapt up, landing on the deck. It catches everyone's eye. "Yi Yu is coming up. Come and do what? Want to join us?" There was a lot of talk. Li Tsong frowned, disdainful. "Yi Yu, what are you doing up here? Hurry down." Lin Mushui similarly frowned in scorn. "Didn't I say that I wouldn't let you join? However, if you're willing to be a lowly crew member, you'd be considered for the ship." Yi Yu shook his head. "A lowly crew member? How could I possibly be one?" Lin Mushui laughed. "Oh, lowly is very much giving you face. Formal crew, you don't deserve it. If you're not proper, hurry down. You're not a member of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, and coming directly to my territory is a provocation to me." Yi Yu wouldn't go away, looked at the boat and sighed lightly. "It's not a bad build. It's a bit off from what I drew, but it'll do." Li Tsong frowned. "None of your business. This is our ship." Yi Yu was displeased. "Who said it's yours? Most of the money I paid for the ship's drawings. It's out of my pocket too." Lin Mushui reminded. "If you get a powerful devil fruit, and you're the captain of this ship, but now, having indentured 7 incapacitated people, you're already not even as good as a gifted 3rd or 4th level artificial devil fruit ability. Hurry up and get down. Now this ship has nothing to do with you at all." Yi Yu sighed lightly. "Hey, want to kick me off the boat so badly?" Lin Mushui smiled scornfully. He, what else? Without kicking you off the boat, and keep you on as captain? Not to mention captain, full crew." Li Tsong scorned. "Schwerer, I think he's just weak himself and wants to seek refuge in the join us. After all, you get the powerful rattling thunder fruit ability. But, wanting to join, but not wanting to be a lowly crew member. Nice try." Lin Mushui proudly said. "The current you're not qualified, not worthy of being on my ship, the Tenjio Pirates. As the name suggests, it's a group of heavenly pride, not waste, and you've already played yourself into oblivion. Hurry down." Yi Yu laughed and asked, "In the future, you won't regret it?" "Regret?" Lin Mushui was happy. "How could I possibly regret it? How much potential do you think you have? The strength in the future, at most, is similar to that of a level 4 talent, not weak in the eyes of a level 1 or 2 talent, but in my eyes, it's too weak. How can I regret it? You think you're strong, and think you have a lot of potential?" At that moment, a man in a suit stepped forward. "Yi Yu, because of your high talent, the officials gave you a lot of money to build ships, but now that you're no longer the pride of heaven, this shipbuilding money doesn't belong to you. So this ship, it really doesn't have much to do with you. The only value you have is that you've provided drawings of the ship, but drawings of the ship to any random shipbuilder with some experience in drawing. Just draw one. So don't think about how much this boat has to do with you." Lin Mushui's tone became low, reminding, "You're not from this pirate group. You don't deserve to join. This ship doesn't have much to do with you either. So why don't you hurry down? When you announced that you didn't get the devil fruit ability, just destined to be kicked off my ship, Li Tsang said sarcastically. If I had to say that this ship had a little something to do with you, it would be okay. After all, you came up with the drawings, so you get a share of the ship's toilets. You'll live in the toilets from now on, and you'll be in charge of cleaning them. Then you can be offered a job as a pirate ship cleaner. Lin Muxue was also very happy that she had previously lowered her voice and ingratiated herself with Yi Yu in all sorts of ways. Also wanted to see Yi Yu suffer and agree. Yi Yu, if you want, the toilet belongs to you as compensation for taking out the drawings. Yi Yu, however, walked towards the toilet and said indifferently, does this part of the ship's toilet belong to me? Lin Muxue and Li Tsang nodded. Of course, it's just as well. Then, Yi Yu coldly smiled. His words rattled off, and he leaped up to the top of the ship's toilet, the black sword knight drawn in his hand, a random slash down, all without much strength to play with. The blade energy then shattered and pierced the toilet along with the deck below, surfacing a large hole in the bottom. This caused everyone on the ship to be shocked. I didn't think Yi Yu would dare to make a move against this ship. Cut a big hole. The boatman's face changed in shock. With this big hole, we can't even navigate straight away. The seawater will pour in. The ship will sink. Yi Yu jumped off the boat. The Black Dagger Knight was already behind his back and spoke faintly. Well, the part of me that belongs to me I've destroyed. That's why I came up here. And now that I'm done, I don't care to stay on your ship, so goodbye. Chapter 15, won't you beg to come aboard later? Seeing Yi Yu preparing to leave just like that, everyone on the ship did not react. Lin Muxue's face quickly turned icy cold. Furious, Yi Yu, stop right there. Li Tsang was furious. After destroying our ship, you want to leave like this? We're the Heaven's Pride pirates. Where will our face go if this matter gets out? Li Tsang looked at Lin Muxue and reminded. Schwerer, this is an important time for recruiting people. This will be laughed at if this gets out, so he must be cleaned up, and not let him just walk away with it. That way it looks like we, the Heaven's Pride pirates, are bullies. Lin Muxue is also clear, and it is not the main thing. The main thing is that he who obtained the rattling thunderfruit is the captain of the Heaven's Pride pirates, and for Yi Yu to dare to do this is to completely disregard himself. It made her lose face. Yi Yu, you really don't put me in your eyes. You even dare to destroy my ship. Yi Yu was puzzled. Wasn't it you guys who said that part belonged to me, and that I destroyed my own? What's the problem? This caused Lin Muxue's fists to clench. Exasperated. This is what you came for, isn't it? You've been thinking of doing this for a long time. What a nerve. Do you still think you're the pride of heaven? Do you still think I'll treat you with respect? You don't want to just leave. Lin Muxue was ready to make a move and teach Yi Yu a lesson. Li Tsang, on the other hand, was even more impatient. Schwerer, to deal with him, there's no need for you to make a move at all. I'll clean him up. Just as Li Tsang was about to make his move, a crew member alerted. Lieutenant, you can't do this at will. The other crew members rushed to warn. Yeah, the official regulations were released. The whole Dragon Kingdom knows about it. That is, before the real mutation, between pirates, there can be no conflict. Try not to get into a confrontation unless the other person is causing you physical harm and you can fight back. Since the Navy will descend in 3 years, it's best for the pirates to be more present by then. Lieutenant, calm down. If you do it, you may face punishment. Lee Karama disdained. Humph, we used to have to listen, but now we're in the devil fruit era. Stronger is better. It is, but it's already the default rule. It was set in stone, before the pact, that no one should kill each other without reason. Before the real mutation of especially this month before the real mutation. When sailing, all know that it is impossible to make peace, because sailing, risking, there is bound to be a lot of competition for treasure, territory, and fighting to get stronger. Faced with a secret realm, a treasure, no one would choose to share it equally. They would definitely fight for it. And limited resources, all feel peaceful development, inevitably will not work. After the real mutation, inevitably the survival of the fittest, the superiority. If we're all at peace together, then we're going to face the Navy in 3 years, and it's going to be the end of the line, because the resources will be divided equally between them. It is impossible for too many strong people to appear. So, after the real mutation, there is no provision for knowing that there is no way to bind the only way to become stronger is to keep competing, deciding which of the brutal sailing adventures to take out to get to the end of it's what makes you strong in the grind. But, before the real mutation, it is not allowed to kill each other without reason. That would face punishment from the powerful. A lot of people also think it makes sense that sailing adventures are bound to be conflictual, and that the resources are being grabbed by whoever is whose, and the strong become stronger, without having to risk their lives and fight for the treasure, before the real mutation. So this is a month to avoid reducing casualties that don't make sense. That's why, with over 800 men of the Tenjiao pirates. The reason for not surrounding Yiyu in the first place. Even if they were the Heaven's Pride pirates, they're not the only powerful pirate group right now. There was also more than just one powerful Heavenly Pride. Lin Mu Shui, Li Tsang said in a deep voice, it is that you can't do it without a reason. And the pirates can't be oppressed, it will even more so. Doing it to civilians, but is that still called being a pirate? Vice Captain, this is also for the stability of the entire realm. And win the real mutiny. Teach Yiyu another lesson, right? Bear with me. Humph. Now it's not like there's no reason why he cut a big hole in our ship. This, you just said, that part belongs to him. So it's hard to count the reasons. Li Tsang threw a slap across his face and shouted angrily, so you let him go like this? Under our very noses? What face do we have left? Li Tsang then smiled sarcastically and looked at Lin Mu Shui. Share, what do you think? Lin Mu Shui naturally wanted to get her hands dirty, but it was true that as long as it wasn't too bad, it wasn't allowed. Using this as a reason, it was also hard to make a move, and one had to admit that the ship, indeed, had a tiny bit to do with Yiyu. Lin Mu Shui let out a long breath to calm herself. Forget it. Although Li Tsang was upset, he could only endure it. Lin Mu Shui reminded Yiyu in a loud voice. Yiyu, from now on, you and the Tianjiao pirates, as well as this ship, there is no relationship at all. So, don't think of coming to us to climb up the ladder in the future. You got kicked out of the Sky Pride pirates by me, and you destroyed a small portion of the hull that belonged to you. So, too clear. Got it? Li Tsang also echoed, yes, too clear. In the future do not be cheeky to say that. You're related to the Celestial Pride pirates. Yiyu disdained, I begged for it. I don't want to get a little bit involved with you guys. And in the future. And don't beg me to come aboard, much less to be your captain. When these words came out, everyone was first stunned. Then they all laughed. Ha ha. What joke is he telling? That's hilarious. Lin Mu Shui despised. Idiot. Begging you to get on the boat? Begging you to be the captain? You're struck dumb in the head and mentally ill because you contracted 7 incapacitated people? I'm the one who kicked you off the boat. How could I beg you to come aboard? And beg you to be the captain? You're thinking pretty well. Li Tsang cupped his arms and laughed loudly. Ha ha, I can't do it. I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Just by you? How did you come up with that idea? Lin Mu Shui was incomparably firm. In the future, I, Lin Mu Shui, will not be able to let you get on the boat, much less make you captain of a ship. It's impossible to beg you to come back. In the future, you don't want to hear that the Tianjiao pirates are getting more and more famous and powerful in this sea, and thus regret. It's useless to regret. Begging me to let you come aboard as a lowly crew member is not even an option. Li Kara nodded. Yes, when we become the 4 emperor pirates, or 1 king, you boys just regret finding a place to cry. Yiyu didn't say anything else and directly left. But just then, in the waters of the seashore, suddenly there was a dense, oozing sound of teeth clashing together, incredibly dense, crunching and crunching constantly. Wow! Suddenly, densely packed piranhas emerged from the seawater and directly pounced and bit. Originally, they were small man-eating fish, but after the mutation, each fish, the size of a 5-year-old child, opened its mouth wide and, the dense, sharp fangs could be seen. A black mass of man-eating minnows, numbering over 100, pounced and bit at the. If one were to face it, one would instantly become a skeleton. The members of the Heaven's Pride pirates weren't panicking, they were outnumbered and, most importantly, had a captain. Lin Mu Shui disdained, leaped out and rushed towards the more than 100 piranhas that were densely pouncing alone. The whole body crackles and discharges as he activates his rattling thunder fruit ability. Discharge. 100,000 volts. Boom. A bolt of electricity shot out, crackling and popping, and the piranha was instantly electrocuted. In the next instant the densely packed piranha minnows were covered in black smoke and fell to the ground. Even though there were piranhas close to Lin Mu Shui, but it also fell to the ground charred and blackened by the electricity around it. Soon, the 100 or so piranhas, all of them dead, emitted a charred odor as well as the smell of fish on the ground. The crew of the Celestial Pride pirates adored and cheered. The captain is awesome. That settles it. Not bad for a captain with the ability of the rattling thunder fruit. Quickly look, there is a portion of piranhas that rush towards you, and there are quite a lot of them. At that moment, the gazes of all the people on the ware focused on Yiyu. Li Tsang gloated. This kid, he's going to suffer. Lin Mu Shui similarly gloated. If you don't die, you'll have to shed your skin. Chapter 16. Yiyu's overlord color shocked the crowd. The people of the Heaven's Pride pirates all felt that Yiyu was going to be miserable. That's what he gets for deliberately coming to sabotage our ship. Although the real mutation has not yet come, the various animals that were originally on the earth but there has been a mutation, especially in the sea creatures. So now, not to mention the civilians, even some of the pirates, don't even dare to hang out at the beach as much as you want because it can be dangerous. Yeah, like this scene right now. If I face it, I'm definitely screwed. Even for me, who is gifted at level 4 and possesses an artificial devil fruit bunny. Facing these piranhas, it's hard to escape death. 2. The number of piranhas Yiyu faced is no less than what the captain faced just now. A dense group. Even if Yiyu was gifted at level 10 and contracted 7 incapacitated people, he would be finished. The lighter ones would lose their skin. The heavy ones are left with nothing but bones. He must have panicked and would have panicked and called out for the captain to save him. That's a given. Naturally, Li Song could think of that and inquired, "Captain, then you won't step in if you call for help, will you?" Lin Mushue's face was cold. "Of course I won't save it. It's not like I'm familiar with him. In addition, cut a big hole in our boat, much less save. Still, it's not that bad. As you can see from the way he struck just now, death shouldn't be a problem, but certainly serious injury." After Schadenfreude, Lin Mushue, as well as others, were looking forward to it, and Yiyu was horrified. Then asked for help towards them. However, Yiyu was not. Facing these piranhas, Yiyu faced them blandly. "Look up, above, in front of you, there's a black mass of piranhas." All around Yiyu became dim. Originally, Lin Mushue was waiting for Yiyu to ask for help, but now he didn't ask for help at all, making him a bit upset, knowing that begging for help is something we won't heed. At this moment, Zhang Sui happened to pass by from afar and saw the scene. Her face changed in shock. "Yiyu, get out of the way." However, Zhang Tianyi knew in her heart that Yiyu couldn't avoid it because there were too many. It's also too sudden. She rushed over furiously, panic in her heart. Yiyu mustn't have an accident. At the same time, he catalyzed his flower fruit ability and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He wanted to lay a big net coalesced with many arms in front of Yiyu, but the distance was too far and it was too late. Zhang Tianyi was so anxious that she was on the verge of tears. "It's too late. What should we do? Something can't happen to Yiyu." Yiyu didn't expect that Zhang Tianyi would be so concerned about herself. He could see that she was pale and on the verge of crying. Does she really like me and why? Thinking briefly and wondering, as for this group of piranhas, Yiyu naturally noticed it a long time ago. It was known even before it washed out of the sea. After all, Yiyu possessed a powerful seeing color hegemony. Most of the contracted powerhouses are seeing color powerhouses, not to mention the red-haired Shanks, and seeing kill. Currently only the redhead possesses it. So, Yiyu's seeing kill is very strong, even if it's still far from being able to bring the contractor buster into play. At this point, it's still pretty impressive. Looking at these dense, open-mouthed, in front of me, the piranha with a mouth full of fangs lunged and bit towards himself. Yiyu was very calm, his hands in his pockets, unperturbed. This surprised and puzzled the people on the Heaven's Pride pirates. So calm? No draw, no counterattack? Though indentured to 7 incapacitated people. After all, talent level 10. It's not like it's the lowest level of strength. It's still possible to resist. I think he's given up and doesn't want to live. Even if he resists, it's hard to survive. Li Song cried out. "Yiyu, beg me. Maybe I will step in to help you and give you a way out. Share, what do you think?" Lin Mushue could see that Li Song was saying this on purpose. And if Yiyu begged for it, and it won't be out of the way, just so it can be refreshing on the inside. Remembering that before, she had lowered her voice to Yiyu and begged in all sorts of ways. Lin Mushue also wanted Yiyu to be soft to himself and beg for himself, so he opened his mouth. "Hurry up and get on your knees and beg me, and I'll discharge to help you out some." However, Yiyu directly ignored them. Lin Mushue coldly grunted, "Don't you beg, then be swallowed by the piranha." However, in the next instant, Lin Mushue's words crunched to a halt, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Song, as well as everyone in the Heaven's Pride pirates, were all staring in disbelief at what they were seeing. Zhang Tianyi had originally collapsed in despair, but the scene in the distance shocked and delighted her. Only to see, facing the group of piranhas, Yiyu just stood there, facing with his hands in his pockets. When the piranha was about to engulf Yiyu, a sudden change occurred. Yiyu's eyes flinched, his eyes snapped open, and his expression became cold and stern. An aura suddenly erupted on itself, instantly dominating, as if ringing with a buzz. A dark red aura erupted. Sweeping away, it rushed towards the group of piranhas that wanted to engulf Yiyu. Crackle. Even, a few subtle arcs of dark red electricity surfaced. At this moment, Yiyu became even more domineering, unruffled, and extremely intimidating. It made those watching from afar shiver inwardly and sweat. And the piranhas, instantly all with their eyes in circles, all stunned, clattered and fell, under their horrified gazes. The piranhas, all stunned and falling to the ground. The ground in front of Yi was full of fainting piranhas. Even on the ship of the Tenjiao pirates, a number of people collapsed on the deck, rolling their eyes and, unconscious. A number of people watched as the crew member fainted next to them, stunned and puzzled. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? What's going on with them? Who did this to them? How they suddenly fell? And 100 of them at that. They were shocked, incredulous, disbelieving, and their perceptions were shattered. And Qingfeng was incomparably shaken and shocked out. This is the Overlord color hegemony. Lin Muxue and Li Song were all appalled. Originally, I thought that it was somewhat like the Overlord color hegemony released by Qingfeng just now, both of which were a burst of qi, but I didn't dare to be sure because the difference was too great. A slightly blew the leaves on the deck, while Yi Yu's dominant color hegemony shocked all the piranhas. The gap was also too big. Li Song was shocked. How is it possible? This is really the Overlord color hegemony? Lin Muxue was also stunned. Overlord color hegemony. It has this power? There's no need to get your hands dirty. Directly put so many piranhas. All stunned. Even the Overlord color target is not here. Surprisingly, there are 100 people affected by the fainted. They didn't think it would be such a scene. Yi Yu not making a move. A dominating look that just stunned all these piranhas. Knowing that it was the Overlord color hegemony, Lin Muxue frowned. Qingfeng, didn't you say that the Overlord color hegemony can't be enhanced through cultivation? You and he both possess the Overlord color hegemony, so it's reasonable to say that your hegemonic color hegemony should be the same power. Why you can't even blow the leaves more than 10 meters away? And his hegemonic color hegemony, it can shock a piranha. Already 100 of us on board. Qingfeng was also shocked, not expecting it to be so terrifying, and hurriedly explained. Is incapable of cultivation to become stronger? The Overlord color hegemony is elevated according to the changes in the possessor's prana. The stronger the prana, the stronger the Overlord color. It seems that among the incapacitated people he contracted, there are those with strong prana. That's why his bully color and mine are totally one and the same. This made Lin Muxue understand and realize her mistake. The dominant color was not trash. At this moment, Yi Yu put his hands in his pockets and turned around to leave. Zheng Tianyi sighed in relief. Yi Yu was not in trouble at all. Great! Lin Muxue couldn't be shocked in time and hurriedly jumped off the boat and ran over, shouting, Yi Yu, wait! Chapter 17, Lemony Chicken? Seeing Lin Muxue get off the boat to call Yi Yu, Li Song frowned slightly, realizing something bad. Yi Yu was puzzled and frowned inquiringly. Anything else? Lin Muxue shook inwardly, not expecting Yi Yu's Overlord color hegemony to be so strong. He himself used his rattling thunder fruit ability to kill more than 100 piranhas, and with a single Overlord color from Yi Yu, the piranhas all fainted and fell down. There were no deaths, but it was extremely shocking. Lin Muxue's tone softened quite a bit, and a smile was squeezed out of her high-cooled face. Yi Yu, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful Overlord color. It seems that the incapacitated person you contracted with, it's not too useless. Yi Yu was impatient and didn't want to waste time. Say what you have to say straight out. Don't beat around the bush. Lin Muxue was furious in her heart. She was the heavenly pride Lin Muxue, taking the initiative to come over and show you a smile. Surprisingly cold. But, Yi Yu's Overlord color. It's too strong. It's so powerful now. Then as the level rises, definitely more powerful. It's a great battle for her. Lin Muxue issued an invitation. Yi Yu, get on my ship. I won't let you be a lowly crew member. You can become a full crew member. This caused Li Song to frown. As he thought, Lin Muxue wanted to recruit Yi Yu to join him. Naturally, he didn't want to. The people of the Tianjiao pirates were not surprised. After all, if they had been the ones to face the piranhas just now, rarely do you get it resolved. Yi Yu sarcastically said, it's not that you won't beg me to get on the boat, right? It hasn't been long and you're backtracking? Lin Muxue corrected. I'm not begging. I'm inviting. For what happened before, I'll give you an apology. So forgive me. Come aboard. I've come this far to invite you personally. You wouldn't disagree, would you? As the words fell, Lin Muxue had a petulant stance and blinked her eyes, waiting for Yi Yu to respond. Yi Yu mused. Your pirate group. I'd hate to join. But, if you're willing to get on your knees in front of me and apologize and beg, I'll consider it. This caused Lin Muxue's face to change and she was instantly furious. That's all I'm inviting. And you're not in? Not joining. This made Lin Muxue very angry. Was not expected. Yi Yu, although your Overlord color buster is powerful, it's far from enough to make me kneel down and apologize. I've given you face by personally inviting you here, and you don't even appreciate it? I'm the owner of the Thunder Fruit. I'm the school beauty. Lin Muxue. Highly talented, with great potential, and so good looking, so perfect I've come to invite you personally. I can't believe you won't say yes? Yi Yu's face was cold. I'm not like some of your licking dogs. You want me to join just like that? No sincerity at all. You. Lin Muxue was furious and felt that she had been very sincere. As to lower her voice even more? Impossible. Yi Yu doesn't deserve it. But, also not wanting to miss out on a battle force like Yi Yu, he slightly regretted it in his heart. Just then, Li Tsong walked up and snorted coldly. Yi Yu, you really think highly of yourself. Schwer personally invited you and you didn't even join. Yi Yu sarcastically said. I told you, I'm not like you licking dog. Li Tsong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said to Lin Muxue. Snowy, if he doesn't join, forget it. Do you really think he's a character? With his overlord color hegemony. While it did take us by surprise and made quite a few of our crew faint, it didn't take long to wake up and, not to mention that all the stunned ones are low-level crew members, so this overlord color hegemony is still chicken ribs, not much use. Even if he leveled up, the overlord color hegemony would have increased, but the strength of our lowly crew members will also increase, and even in the later stages, he'll surely only be able to stun some of the minions, with his overlord color hegemony, and minions are too many to count for anything in a world like this, so even if his overlord color hegemony isn't normal, it also remains a chicken scratch. Li Tsong clasped his hands on his chest and scorned, so there's no need to think highly of him. Compared with these powerful devil fruit abilities of ours, it's far worse. There's no need to invite him to add. Lin Muxue let out a low gulp. Shut up. Li Tsong was stunned and surprised. Lin Muxue hadn't given up yet? He made it very clear himself that the overlord color hegemony was chicken. It didn't do anything, and the piranhas all fell to the ground. But unlike Lin Muxue was using the rattling thunder fruit to kill all the piranhas, while Yi Yu was just shocking the piranhas into unconsciousness, and would soon wake up. Not much use. However, Lin Muxue had her own considerations as to why she was so persistent, and facing a strong man, even slightly more powerful, the overlord color hegemony is useless in chicken ribs, but being able to put down a lot of minions is awesome. Imagine having an awesome hegemonic color hegemony crew in a future pirate battle. Before the two sides started fighting, first a dominant color hegemony went over, and the other side fell down a piece. Reducing the opposing pirate group's minion fighting force by too much played a big role. And, a pirate group, in terms of numbers, must have the largest number of lowly crew members. That's why the overlord color hegemony was very much needed in a big battle. That's why she personally came over to invite Yi Yu to join her. Thinking that the Heaven's Pride pirates are in great need of someone with a powerful overlord color hegemony, Lin Muxue finally inquired. Yi Yu, I'll ask you one last time, to join or not? If you're willing to join, I can make you one of the cadres of the Heaven's Pride pirates. This shocked Li Tsong, including the Tingio pirates. Li Tsong was instantly displeased. Schwerer, he doesn't deserve it at all. We can't let him become a cadre just because he possesses a ribbed hegemonic color hegemony. The cadres of the Heaven's Pride pirates must at least be geniuses. It had to be someone with great strength, and he had already played himself into oblivion. And with his overlord color hegemony, he wasn't even qualified to be a cadre. Cher, you're too high on. Lin Muxue chided. Shut up, go to the boat and leave me alone. Li Tsong could only leave, upset that it was not necessary at all. Lin Muxue looked at Yi Yu with a smile on her face and inquired, how is it? I'm already very sincere? Yi Yu proposed, Captain, give it to me, then you kneel down and apologize to me. I can consider it. This made Lin Muxue directly break her defense and scolded. You think you're beautiful. I've compromised so many times in a row. You're really getting ahead of yourself. Do you really think you're somebody? I just want to rely on your dominant color hegemony. It's just a matter of cleaning up some of the minions in the big battle later on. Do you really think you're so important? In this world, it's the world of the strong. You're nothing with your ability to clean up after your minions. It's still a battle of the strongest, and it's still a battle of the strongest, and it's still a battle of the strongest. The number of strong people is the most important thing. Let you become a cadre is to lift you up. Still want to be a captain? You do not deserve. How many people want to get on my boat, but cannot get on? Now give you the opportunity you do not grasp. Later regret to go. As the words fell, Lin Muxue stopped inviting, knowing that it was impossible, and turned around to walk towards the pirate ship. Yi Yu sighed lightly. I'm the one who gave you the opportunity. You're not useful. This made Lin Muxue's footsteps lurch as she laughed scornfully. Really think you're a character? You didn't make it to the boat, and I'm at best slightly sorry in my heart, and then as time passes, in an hour at the most I'll have forgotten about it and have no more regrets. And you make it sound ridiculous as if I'm missing out on a very important battle. Yi Yu didn't say anything else and turned around to leave, while laughing in his heart. Hegemonic color hegemony. It only stuns the minions. It's tempting to laugh at this. They have no idea how terrifying the redhead's hegemonic color hegemony. The admirals can be stunned, not to mention that everything in their pack stacks, including the overlord colors. So, when later on, one's dominatrix coloring will surpass that of a redhead. It's even stronger than Joey Boy's bully color. Thinking of this, Yi Yu is looking forward to the day when, after the, how would Lin Mushue's expression be when her own hegemonic color hegemonic aura stunned a strong person with the strength of a Navy admiral, causing the admiral to break out in a cold sweat? Without further thought, Yi Yu walked towards Zheng Tianyi and smiled faintly. I'm fine. I worried you earlier. Let's go. Chapter 18, Shut up. Good. Zheng Tianyi was relieved. She almost thought that Yi Yu was going to have an accident just now. Yi Yu inquired. Zhang Sweet, you haven't joined the pirate group yet? No. Why? Your talent isn't bad. You're a genius now, and you're still obtaining the flower fruit. It should be awesome. Yi Yu naturally knew about it. Robin's fruit ability. Zhang Sweet was a bit lost. It seems, not very impressive. However, right now it was not awesome, but Yi Yu was very optimistic. Can't tell yet. Tell me about your fruit abilities. Sweet Zhang began to talk about what he knew so far. My fruit ability to make my opponent's body grow like a blossom with my arms and legs. The ability can be used to grow on them whenever they're within my line of sight, either by attacking, or in some other way. For example, defense. My ability is also very effective in sneak attacks. And, growing arms and legs would be a lot. The exact cap is unclear. Yi Yu sighed softly. So, there's still a lot of potential, and the less clear the wide range of. It just means that there is a lot of developability. So perhaps in the future you will all be able to be like the top transforming Buddhist true thousands of hands. This made Zhang Sweet surprised, unexpected, and very happy. For the true thousands of hands, it is natural to know. Yi Yu is also clear that Zhang Sweet understands, because this world does not have the king of thieves, but there is Naruto. So it is natural to know the top transformed Buddha. Zhang Sweet was excited. Really? Yi Yu nodded seriously. Well, it's possible. For example, if your flower fruit awakens. So be confident. Aha, I'll try to level up and work on my own development as well. Originally, she felt that the fruit she obtained was not very powerful, and she lost her heart. She was very strong to become strong. Thus, he could better protect Yi Yu and help him. And now that he knew that the potential of his fruit was actually not small, he was naturally happy. Zheng Tianyi was a bit embarrassed and said shyly, I don't intend to join any pirate group right now. Yi Yu, which one you join? I'll join you. Yi Yu nodded his head. Okay. One day before the real mutation, a friend of mine will come to me. It's one of the powerful pirate groups in Hang City, so you'll go there with me when the time comes. Good. Zhang Tianyi was very happy, just to be with Yi Yu. Yi Yu currently has no intention of creating a pirate group, and even if he were to do so, now everyone thinks they're wasted. Now, this is the time to grind and improve, create and manage a pirate group. It would also be a waste of energy and time, and the pirate group where Xiao Ling is from, is the strongest, and going over there by himself, just become a captain straight away. Just then, the message echoed again. During the first 3 days of the mutation, a secret trial realm will appear in each city. Group type of secret, 2 groups. The secret lasts for a day. Everyone can enter, but it is recommended that a strong combination of, because the stronger the battle power, the better the results achieved. The reward is naturally higher. This secret realm, designated as the secret realm before the mutation, there is only this one time. After this secret realm, the secret realms after that are random appearances, randomly appearing somewhere, of variable type. The secret worlds are available solo, in groups, large teams and other secret areas. How within the secret areas, there are also a variety of things, some of which require entry. There are things that descend within the secret realm, although there are many strange things, but there is only one thing for sure, and that is that their own strength is strong in the face of the secret book. There are only benefits. So, in the meantime, work hard to cultivate and improve, and after the real mutation, this world's sailing adventures are filled with all kinds of dangers, and the best and the worst. All of a sudden, the entire Dragon Kingdom, all those who became pirates, were fighting. Be sure to take advantage of this secret realm, because of the danger after a true mutation. This secret place that appears in every city, it's so that everyone's strength can be increased a bit so that after the real mutation, the strength is guaranteed a bit more. There will be quite a few secret realms afterward as well. Good. To enhance one's strength, not only can you gain experience by grinding yourself, killing sea beasts, etc., but there are also secret realms, so I believe that the enhancement will not be small. Facing the coming of the Navy in 3 years, there will be no need to worry about not having enough time to grow. Too bad this time it wasn't a large group secret, and I joined the awesome pirates. That way you get the light. Work your way up. At this point, many people were already looking for teammates, and Tianjio was naturally with Tianjio. All wanted to seize this opportunity to get a significant boost before the real mutation. Celestial pride. All want to be the strongest. If there is not much difference in talent, fruit ability, then the self-level is important. At this time, Litsong smiled sarcastically. Schwerer, when the time comes, let's team up? Lin Muxue hesitated slightly. Although Litsong was a force fruit ability, his strength wasn't bad, but certainly not as good as yourself. With the rattling thunder fruit himself, he was definitely a top-tier heavenly pride. Prefer to team up with someone who is not inferior to you so that you can achieve better results. But, at the moment, trying to find ones that are similar to myself. No other cities out of the question. No one would risk crossing the ocean to come to a city these days for fear of dying prematurely on the ocean. As for looking for this city, there are about a dozen of them, as gifted as himself at level 9, but they had also all set up pirate groups, and those heavenly prides, they must have teamed up with the heavenly prides of their pirate groups. So after thinking about it, I had to go with Li Kuran. It wasn't very satisfying, but there was nothing to be done about it. However, while preparing to agree, Lin Muxue had a bright idea and looked at Yi Yu. Lin Muxue ignored Li Song and shouted to Yi Yu in the distance. Yi Yu, do you want to team up with me? If you want to, you can. You can team up with me, but you'll have to come aboard my ship and make you a cadre, or even a co-captain. Yi Yu directly shook his head. I don't want to. You find someone else. You. Lin Muxue was about to collapse with anger. Being rejected again, before the deed was okay. Yi Yu had this qualification, but now he even rejected himself repeatedly. Lin Muxue scolded. Are you stupid and have a brain problem? You can really. However, in the next instant, Yi Yu suddenly glared fiercely and angrily towards Lin Muxue. Suddenly the aura once again became cold, domineering, imposing, as well as the demeanor, the eyes, extremely intimidating. With a low drink, shut up, hegemonic color hegemonic aura rushed out, instantly enveloping the Heaven's Pride pirates. Let the entire pirate group everyone shocked, fixed in place, face cold sweat, subconsciously do not dare to move. Even Lin Muxue was instantly shut up, incomparably obedient and shocked. Looking at Lin Muxue shutting up, Yi Yu coldly said, too lazy to take care of you guys, keep pushing and pushing there, giving you guys face? When the words fell, Yi Yu took Zhang Tiany's hand and left, leaving behind obediently shutting up the Heaven's Pride pirates who didn't dare to speak. Only when Yi Yu disappeared from their sight did they look at each other. Chapter 19, Ryazakura. The crew was stunned by this. I actually subconsciously didn't dare to move just now. The aura is too strong and intimidating. Is this the overlord color hegemony? Lin Muxue's face, on the other hand, was ugly, feeling humiliated that she, who possessed the rattling thunder fruit, just now, he even really shut up and didn't dare to say anything else, as if it would be a dangerous thing to continue to push Yi. But Lin Muxue felt that was impossible. Humph, shutting up just now doesn't mean I'm afraid of him. How could he be my opponent? It seems that this overlord color hegemony is really powerful, and it can make me even be slightly intimidated. However, in the face of absolute strength, you who possess the overlord color, there's no comparison to me at all, so I'll spare you this time, and you're not even worth my hand. It's too much of a drop. Li Song sneered. He's going to risk his life in this dangerous world. Sooner or later he'll be finished. Subsequently, the entire Dragon Kingdom, all the pirates, began to study hard to improve. Want to have more mastery of the seeing color and armed color hegemony by the time the first secret realm arrives, and at this time, Yi Yu said goodbye to Zhang Tiany and had already arrived at the seashore, and then he spun and leaped, jump into the ocean. It startled quite a few people in the distance. Someone jumped overboard. In this day and age, you wouldn't jump into the sea even if you committed suicide, would you? There would be no bones left in the body. It's the sea that has the most mutated creatures. Isn't jumping and looking for death? Which is why many powerful pirate groups, now afraid to recruit across cities, because it's not easy to navigate at the moment, and it's amazing that he jumped right into the ocean. I see it clearly. He's Yi Yu. What? Yi Yu? Does he really not want to live? It would seem so. After all, the strongest talent, yet contracted 7 incapacitated people. Soon, this matter reached Lin Muxue's ears. Li Song was surprised when he found out. Lin Muxue was equally puzzled. He jumped into the sea and swam far away? What does he want to do? Li Song said, it can only be that he doesn't want to live, even if he has the awesome overlord color hegemony, but at most, they will stun some minions, and when they encounter a powerful sea beast, they will inevitably become its food. In addition to this, Lin Muxue did not know how to explain, so she did not think about it and continued to start studying. On the sea more than 10 miles away from Donghai City, Yi Yu was swimming at an extremely fast speed, faster than a shark. This, too, serves to sharpen it up, having swum 18 kilometers. During this time, naturally, sea animals appeared, most often fish of all kinds, and electric eels, the mutated giant crabs, relative to Yi Yu hands, but a look over, the hegemonic color hegemony outbreak. They were all stunned. Those who were not stunned fled in a cold sweat. Just like that, Yi Yu was swimming smoothly and continuously. It wasn't until the evening that Yi Yu swam 100 kilometers and saw an uninhabited island that could be seen from afar. Above the small island, dark clouds cover the area. When we got to the island, the wind was howling. It was snowing heavily, the conditions were harsh, and the temperature was in the low 40s. Yi Yu felt that this was a good environment, and he began to grind here next. First, we took out the bag, which contained a couple of dense weight-bearing iron blocks, and strapped them directly to the limbs. On the back, 5 iron blocks with a total weight of 200 pounds. In the old days, it would have been difficult to carry 200 pounds, but now it moves under such weight that the daily life, even in the face of wild beasts, is weighted, in order to sharpen. Although his body was heavy, his movements were not much affected. After all, one had contracted 7 incapable powerhouses, and the inheritance overlay naturally included their physical bodies. Yi Yu first took out the big fish that he had just killed, then prepared firewood, lit it and started roasting the fish. No food was prepared so that it would be a real grind, and everything was taken from the ground. Soon the smell of fish was overflowing, but at the same time, there was a rustling sound coming from the grass. In the darkness of the night, Yi Yu looked over, only to see 10 pairs of eyes with an oily green glow emerging from the grass. Accompanied by the sound of the wolf breathing low. Brush. Suddenly, 10 mutated coyotes rushed out, each the size of a black bear, very fast and powerful. After the mutation, the battle power of the wolves have all been substantially increased. 2. The bite is also amazing, surpassing previous crocodiles. That's why no one sails adventures at the moment, for fear of an untimely death. Gotta grab this month to improve so as to cope with the creatures that will appear after the real mutation, when they will definitely be stronger. Get lost and don't interrupt my meal. Yi Yu an overbearing and icy look. The overlord color hegemony swept away. These wild wolves immediately shivered, their eyes filled with terror, and subconsciously backed up repeatedly. Some of the weaker wolves fell straight to the ground and fainted. By this time, the fish had lost too, sprinkled with seasoning, smelled like it, and started sizzling and eating. The fish had very few spines and was a pleasure to eat, but just then, a low bear's roar sounded like muffled thunder. At once, in the jungle, many birds and beasts flew away in panic, and as the ground vibrated louder and louder, even the ground beneath Yi Yu's feet shook with it. There was a loud boom, and a large tree in the rear was violently pushed into the, only to see a black bear with a body size of 10 meters tall emerge and meet with the wild wolves. The bear's paw flung out. The 3 wild wolves were directly slapped away and wailed miserably. Death directly upon landing. Yi Yu continued to eat the fish and turned his back to the black bear. The black bear looked down at Yi Yu in front of him and drooled, not realizing that after the mutation, someone who dares to come here alone, looking at delicious things as if they didn't exist, turning their back on themselves, and the black bear felt that delicious food was coming to him. The bear's paw slapped out directly, ready to grab the human in front of him the moment it touched. But when he was close to touching it, the figure in front of him flickered, and he grabbed the air. His 2 bear paws stretched out and grabbed out at the same time, and with a bang his palms merged as if he were swatting a fly, but it still didn't touch the substance. And once again the shot came up empty. The black bear was furious, too contemptuous, kept clawing out, but Yi Yu still had his back turned. Eating the grilled fish, while his body moved quickly, all bringing up a few lingering shadows, letting the black bears in the back catch as much as they wanted. It couldn't even touch the corner of Yi Yu's coat. The black rhinoceros was stunned and dodged all of them when his back was clearly turned. Someone who saw it would be absolutely shocked to be able to know that it was the seeing color hegemony. After eating his fill, Yi Yu turned around. The black bear blasted his palm and Yi Yu's fist blasted against it. Bang! A fist and a palm collision. The size of the fist and the bear's palm. The extreme contrast. Yi Yu in front of the black bear also appeared to be very small, but the collision moment, there was no stalemate. Yi Yu's right arm stretched straight out and with a miserable cry, the black bear was directly blasted out. The rumbling sound continued, smashing down 10 big trees before stopping. Anyone who saw that would be absolutely dumbfounded that without fruit powers, just their own strength. Just so strong. Is this the power one can have? To blow the black bear away with a single punch. The black bear roared angrily and lowly, leapt up, the ground trembled, and came over Yu. Both palms fiercely blasted down. Yu's right palm stretched out, facing it through the air, and before it touched, an impact force erupted and the black bear was directly blasted into the air, screaming even more dismally, spitting blood in his mouth, flying 50 meters high before crashing to the ground, directly dying. If anyone saw it, they wouldn't even know what it was, thinking it was an ability. But in fact, this is armed color exterior, and in the land of wabi-sabi, it is known as Ryusakura. Yu naturally will. This level of armed color hegemony. Undertaker Riley. Roger. Redhead such a strong person. Naturally all will be. One's own natural inheritance also have. Just not so strong power. After all, it was only level 10 now. However, it was still more than enough to deal with this kind of mutant creature. Chapter 20, Maximum Difficulty. After that, Yu spent the rest of his days on this island, running with weights, climbing mountains, or swimming in the ocean. Also encountered quite a few mutated beasts, undersea creatures, for the others, and even the Heaven's Pride. Facing them all alone was dangerous, but Yu's battle prowess was extremely strong, taking care of all the mutant creatures that appeared. During the period, there was a powerful one, which made Yu spend some time, a huge tiger, an elephant, mutated into a mammoth, as tall as a small mountain. Instead of drawing his sword, Yu used his physical skills to compete with the mammoth in terms of strength, limiting himself to, in order to play a role in honing, the more the other party is good at. Yu will also use the other party's good at fighting. Mutant tortoise, strong defense, Yu and he constantly collide, then both sides of the defense. For those who are fast, they use their seeing color hegemony, combined with their own speed, to constantly blink and gorilla. I must say, it's nice to have a deserted island like this, with all types of beasts and animals. It also led to Yu being able to fight on multiple fronts. Soon, there were 4 days to go before the real mutation. Yu's physique, which was much more robust, took off the weights and immediately felt that his whole body was light. From 200 pounds of dead weight in the beginning to 400 pounds of dead weight now. The first secret world starts tomorrow. Gotta get back. Yu jumped into the seawater and swam towards the East Sea City at a faster speed than before. The speed was as fast as a sports car barreling down the highway at top speed. When an hour passed, Yu came close and leapt up from the seawater to the shore. It can be so fast, partly because of its own strength and partly because of VH. Yu was glad that he had made the choice to not choose to obtain one of the strongest devil fruit. Instead, he contracted 7 incapacitated people, or else he was a dryad. After coming up, Yu went home to rest, adjusted his state to the peak state, and entered the secret realm. Get good grades and more rewards. And at this time, all the people in the East Sea, and even in the cities of the Dragon Kingdom, had stopped grinding and studying, too. All of them were adjusting their state, and the celestial pride of each city was full of fighting spirit and confidence. At that moment, the message echoed again. As soon as 12 o'clock comes tonight, the first secret will appear, lasting 24 hours. In addition, additional experience rewards are available for clearing the highest difficulty of this secret realm, and the team will be announced to the entire world. So teams can have names, no more than 15 characters, and only through the highest difficulty that. It's only then that the name of the team is announced 3 times around the world. Before entering the secret world, say the name of the team to be recorded. For a while, the cities caused a lot of turmoil, especially for the celestial pride. The whole world announced it. It's quite a card. Those of us with average talent, don't think about it. Think of a team name. It's all but impossible to pass the highest difficulty. Then it must be adding your own name. No, I think it's more about recruiting, as many people thought. At this point, the celestial pride were already thinking of team names. Bai Xiaohan is confident, nearly a month of hard work, not only to make myself stronger, it's also a great way to make a splash in the first mystic realm, or even become number 1, and it's even better now that you can create a team name. Hey Jia inquired, boss, what kind of name should we think of? Our strength. It's definitely possible to pass the highest difficulty. Bai Xiaohan quickly thought of it. The team will be called, the Strongest Pirates Recruiting, Welcome Tianjiao Jumping. Hey Jia agreed. It's fine. Since the world has announced it, it's only natural to recruit people. Great advertisement. And, it would be best if we were the only team to make it through the highest difficulty. It works better. Bai Xiaohan nodded. Indeed, the two were extremely confident even though they didn't know how hard the highest difficulty was. White Xiaohan, 10th level talent, shock fruit ability, created a pirate group called the Strongest Pirates, and Black Jie, 9th level talent, dark fruit ability, vice captain of the strongest pirate group. The two felt that if they teamed up, they must be the strongest team. At this time, most of the other cities' celestial pride also had the same team name as Bai Xiaohan's, all recruiting types. Hanging, Xia Ling naturally teamed up with Zhao Yener, and actually wanted to team up with Yi Yu in her heart, sighing inwardly. It's a shame we're not in the same city as Brother Feather right now, or else I'd team up with him and, thus, he can get a good result, so that he can get more rewards, but it's okay to miss it this time. There are still more chances after that. There's plenty of opportunity to cover him, so when this secret world is over, go pick him up and join us in the pirates. But it seems that Feather's brother has a good teammate who's also a devil fruit ability, or a fellow female student. Thinking of this, Xia Ling pouted, a little uncomfortable inside, to be precise, jealous. Gee, how could I have thought that? Xia Ling and Zhao Yener, and the team names are up for the trick. East Ocean City. Lin Muxue was supremely confident that she would be able to clear the highest difficulty, and during this time, he has already grasped some skin and hair on the smell color and armed color hegemony, and in terms of learning speed, he is faster than many heavenly prides. Lin Muxue inquired. Li Tsong, how much of the two types of hegemony have you mastered? Li Tsong was a bit embarrassed. It's still a bit unstable. Sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it fails. Lin Muxue despised. Humph, what a slow learner. Li Kara explains and pats himself on the back. That's Schwer, you're a celestial pride. I'm sure I can't compare to you. I'm sure there's a lot of celestial pride that it's not as fast as share you learned. Maybe share you now. The rattling thunder fruit plus the two types of hegemony. It's already the single strongest in this world. Lin Muxue is even more condescending, and feels that it is not impossible to not be talking about this, but to talk about the main topic. Stop with the ass kissing and say the name of the team. Li Tsong's eyes glanced at Lin Muxue's S-shaped curve perfect body, especially that big ass. Really want to really slap Limousine's ass, but know that it can only be thought about now. Li Karama briefly pondered. Naturally, it is also recruiting, and it should stand out as powerful. Lin Muxue nodded. Then it's called, the strongest rattling thunderfruit. Recruitment of the Heavens Pride Pirates. Li Tsong nodded. It's fine. Both with the recruiting information and emphasizing the rattling thunderfruit. Letting it be known that the captain of the Celestial Pride Pirates is strong and has a lot of potential. After the compliments, Li Kara scoffs. I'd like to know what kind of team name you would come up with. Lin Muxue despised. What's the point of starting? How can he pass the highest difficulty? And at this time, Zhang Sui came to Yi Yu's house and the two were discussing. Yi Yu, what's a good name for our team? For the most part, it's all about recruiting. Yi Yu said. We don't have a pirate group right now, so naturally we don't need to be like them. However, I've got it all figured out. Sweet Zhang was curious. What is it? Yi Yu hemmed and hawed. Just call. Lin Muxue and Li Tsong are stupid. Chapter 21, The First Secret Realm. Zhang Tianyi covered her mouth and laughed. This is indeed quite good. So let's call it that. Yi Yu inquired. How well have you mastered the seeing and arming colors? Got some skin in the game. Plus you've been very helpful in teaching me. Zhang Tianyi was very grateful and instructed her slightly before Yi Yu left. It benefited him greatly and he felt that Yi Yu had taught him well. Yi Yu's teaching, naturally, was very good. Better than those awakening knowledge of the. After all of the people in the pact were hegemony powerhouses, as well as the basic tutor, Undertaker Riley. Everyone then waited in adjustment. Soon, at 12 o'clock in the evening, the first secret realm appeared. Everyone has gathered in the streets. Just see, a blue vortex flow out over every city. Just watch the vortex flow, and enter with a thought. At once, all entered, and before doing so, they also meditated on the names of the teams that. Then the swirling streams of light spilled out, enveloped and disappeared. As for Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi, they had already entered the secret realm by now. The moment you enter, you know exactly what the secret world is about. It was a white space, and upon entering, Zhang Tianyi immediately felt his body sink. Zhang Sui was surprised. Gravity environment? Yi Yu, on the other hand, didn't feel anything at all, but he could also feel that the gravity was changing. Yi Yu said, this also tests itself. As an ability user, one cannot just think about relying on their abilities. This was something that Zhang Tianyi also kept in mind, and during this time, she would also hone herself, and at that point, the others that entered, realized, surprisingly, that it was a gravitational environment that, and it was only the first level, and it felt like carrying 100 pounds of gravity on your body, and the total number of levels, there are 10, and the higher you go, the higher the gravity must be. This caused the faces of many celestial pride to be grave. Knowing that this secret realm was not easy, it also realizes that one's own advancement has to be taken seriously as well, and one cannot rely too much on the fruits. Lin Mushui frowned slightly, feeling her body sinking slightly, and she naturally focused more on rattling thunder fruit development. Looks like we'll have to focus slightly on ourselves from now on, but we'll also have to develop the rattling thunder fruit more. How much can oneself be improved even if it consumes more than one's mind? At this moment, Zhang Tianyi and Yi Yu prepared to fight, only to see 100 vicious wolves appeared in front of them, with bloodshot eyes, extremely ferocious. Each one of them was not weak, and information about the strength of the dire wolves surfaced in everyone's minds. That is, each of the dire wolves, all have Navy ensign strength, and the division of naval strength and titles, starting with ensigns, and going up from there to lieutenants, great consolations, major, lieutenant colonel, senior colonel, brigadier general, rear admiral, lieutenant general, grand admiral, field marshal. Therefore, all of them felt that the evil wolf's strength wasn't high, but they didn't dare to be careless either. After all, 100 dire wolves, or in a gravity environment, and realized that gravity seems to be ineffective against dire wolves. At once, in every secret realm, the battle then began. At the end of the battle, you can choose to rest and adjust for up to an hour, or not at all, go straight to the next level, all thinking about making the most of the day. After all, it's only one day. The higher the tier you pass, the more experience it grants, and everyone knows that there was not much of a difference in levels now, especially between the Celestial Pride. During this period of time, Tianjiao basically spent a lot of time on learning hegemony, so the leveling up was not high. The highest batch was just 12 levels. As for Yi Yu's rank, it was also 12, although it was also the highest batch that. However, Yi Yu's difficulty in leveling up was too much higher than those Celestial Pride. After all, it is difficult to promote Yi Yu to the 12th level, and it is much stronger to cross the level of the battle. It's not something they can compare. Zhang Sweet inquired. Yi Yu, does your overlord color hegemony have any effect on these vicious wolves? Zhang Sweet thought. First let Yi Yu bully color influence. Yi Yu nodded. Of course. Zhang Sweet was happy. Good. Then you should first affect them with your hegemony. It's best if you can stun them, and then kill it without effort. Save your strength, and when your overlord color hegemony doesn't work, then I'll use the ability to. After all, using fruit abilities is physically exhausting. Okay. Seeing 100 vicious wolves charging ferociously, Yi Yu directly exploded his overlord color hegemony. Instantly this white space became dark red, raging with uncountable dark red arcs of electricity. The hegemonic aura rushed out, instantly covering 100 vicious wolves, and at once, all of them rolled their eyes and, fainting and falling to the ground. Zhang Sweet was incredibly shocked, having heard of Yi Yu's powerful overlord color hegemony, and having stunned the piranha before. However, this evil wolf was clearly more powerful, and even instantly stunned all of them, and most of them bled from all 7 orifices, and caused substantial damage. Zhang Sweet was stunned, so powerful. Afterwards, Zhang Tianyi took out her dagger and took care of all the vicious wolves. Yi Yu is not the least bit surprised. These are also minion level in the pirate world. It was normal to be stunned by one's own overlord color hegemony. Just like that, without any effort, Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi naturally did not choose to rest. Select to go to the second level. The scene shifted, and it was still white space, with a gravity of 200 pounds that, Zhang Tianyi felt the heaviness grow even greater, and, the temperature was lowered, as in the middle of winter, estimated at 10 degrees below zero. At this time, many Celestial Pride had also quickly resolved the vicious wolves of the first level, knowing that the second level adds a hostile environment that is low temperature. All of a sudden, it felt a little bad, and it was definitely harder back there. This time, it's still the bad wolves, but no longer 100, 200, and each one was a size larger, while the vicious wolves had the size of a black bear. Sweet Zhang prepared for battle, crossing his arms in front of him, ready to use his fruit ability. Yi Yu, you use your overlord color hegemony to affect them, even if you can't stun them, but it should give them a bit of vertigo, which would be excellent. Yi Yu's overlord color hegemonic aura erupted, and thumping sounds of falling to the ground continued as Zhang Tianyi prepared to fight. Under her horrified gaze, all 200 vicious wolves, in unison, fell down and fainted. Zhang Sweet exclaimed, "My God, so powerful, it can still stun." For the hegemonic color hegemony, Zhang Sweet had a change of heart, and also too strong, so powerful now. When we wait for level 100, how powerful can the overlord color hegemony be? It wouldn't even be able to affect strong people, right? If in a big group battle, it would be even more terrifying, even if the other side had 100,000 combatants. But a hegemonic color hegemony passed, and also instantly only a few strong people were left. It was too terrifying. Zhang Sweet instantly felt that Yi Yu was a group battle nemesis, and that the overlord color hegemony could make minions lose their battle power. Zhang Tianyi once again took out his dagger and quickly resolved the vicious wolves, still without any effort, and entered the third level. With the gravity reaching 300 pounds, Zhang Tianyi felt that it was quite difficult to move. But luckily, he had fruit abilities that he could perform even if he stood still. The temperature here, too, has dropped to -30 degrees. The bad wolves are naturally stronger. Each one has the strength of a navy captain. Each one is also just a little weaker than Zango from Pirates. Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemonic aura erupted, and although it didn't make them all faint, it was able to affect that. Just feel dizzy. Zhang Tianyi thought that this was also very good and powerful, making it impossible for them to fight at all. Then holding the dagger, with the ability to solve these vicious wolves continuously, Yi Yu also struck out, and with every punch that blasted out, large swaths of vicious wolves were tackled. Zhang Tianyi was surprised to find that Yi Yu's actions remained unaffected, and each punch is so strong. Chapter 22 Actually, I'm very strong, Zhang Sweet reminded. Yi Yu, you must be giving it all you've got, right? After all, each punch is so powerful. Give it to me first and you save some of your strength. However, for Yi Yu, it's actually all in a light punch, and it has such power that, against this level, where is the need for full power? At this time, Lin Muxue and Li Tsong came to the third level and sneered. Li Tsong guessed, Yi Yu definitely won't last past the third level. For him who has contracted an incapacitated person, there is no benefit at all from such a secret realm, as it is very restrictive to himself. Lin Muxue nodded. Indeed, gravity plus cold will only maximize the impact of one's own strength. Because there are no abilities, you can only move and fight with your fists and feet, whereas we can use our abilities even when we stand still. As the words fell, Lin Muxue released electric light from her hands, soaring forward and bombarding away, electrocuting a pack of vicious wolves to death. The hairs of sweat rise up, the body stiffens, and the bones in the body can be seen in the moment of being electrocuted. However, at this time, Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi had already entered the fourth level. Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi fought together and resolved it quickly. Then on the fifth level, Zhang Tianyi had begun to use his ability, and on one of the vicious wolves, large hands emerged and a number of vicious wolves fell as they were choked and clicked with a crunching sound. Subsequently, on the sixth level, Zhang Tianyi had consumed a great deal and was already struggling to move around. You can only stand still and use your abilities on the vicious wolves in your line of sight. Hakara no Hana, cramp. 8 hands emerged from the vicious wolf, neck, arms, and body, completely deformed by the great hands that collapsed in a mournful scream. But, realizing how many vicious wolves there are in the sight of Zhang Sweet's ability to need to spread out on all sides and attack from behind, under the gravity, it was very difficult for Zhang Tianyi to turn around, and it would take a few seconds for him to turn around completely. This is deadly, and Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony was no longer able to influence here. The gravity of this sixth level has reached 600 pounds, and the temperature is as low as 60 degrees below zero. Gravity combined with a body that was freezing fast made it naturally difficult to move. Zhang Tianyi gritted her teeth and went all out, with a vicious wolf pouncing behind her, right behind them in their own dead center position. The cloth laid down a large interwoven net to block the defense. I must get through this, even if I can only get so far. It'll give Yi Yu the ability to gain some more experience. Make sure to take him through the sixth level. Yi Yu did not make a move at this time, just watched. To pass this level, naturally simple, but it was hard for Zhang Tianan. The reason why he didn't do anything was because such a grueling battle would be good for Zhang Tianan. It can be very abrasive. For himself, it was just a smooth affair that didn't serve to sharpen his skills, so he let Zhang Tianyi fight first. In the end, Zhang Tianyi relied on herself and managed to pass, surprising Yi Yu. Very hard, very strong, great perseverance to break your own limits and do it. Zhang Tianyi sat down directly on the ground, panting and weak, apologizing. Yi Yu, I'm sorry, I may only be able to go so far, but there's still plenty of time. You can take an hour break and then go into level 7 and I'll see if I can solve more, because even if I don't get through it, it's also a reward that can be calculated, so I'll try to kill as many as I can before the 7th level is eliminated. Yi Yu exclaimed, you're so powerful, you're bound to become a strong person in the future, but there's no need to rest. Zhang Sweet froze and understood. Sorry, I can only take you as far as the 6th level. If it's Sister Xiaoling, it'll definitely take you through more. Yi Yu smiled faintly. I mean, no need to rest. Directly enter the next level. Zhang Tianyi's face changed. This will be dangerous. I can't protect you. It's okay, I'll take care of the rest. Just don't move. When we get to the 7th level, you can have all my clothes. In the next instant, Yi Yu moved his mind and entered the 7th level, gravity, to 700 pounds, but the temperature, instead of being cold, rose instantly, reaching 60 degrees of heat. It made Sweet Jiang want to undress. So hot. At this time, there were quite a few heavenly prides who had also arrived at the 7th level, including Lin Muxue and Li Tsong. Li Tsong was already pale and depleted, with not much stamina left, for the previous fight that, it's all hands on him and with no breaks, so it's getting close to the limit, and Lin Muxue is still at her peak, because not much has been done, just to get a grip, retain strength. Li Tsong is out of breath and struggling to move, struggling to throw punches. It's heavier. It feels like I can't breathe. I can't hold it much longer, and it's so hot. Li Tsong was sweating profusely, taking off his clothes in the heat. At the same time, he sneaked a look at Lin Muxue, thinking that she must be hot too. For a long time, Lin Muxue recognized herself as hot as well. Li Tsong inwardly laughed badly. Face said, "Swear, hot if the clothes off. Don't worry, I won't look." Lin Muxue frowned and shouted coldly, "You can go out now." "Ha? You're pretty much spent. You can't be of any use here. Get out of here and don't get in my way, lest I explode my rattling thunder fruit ability later and electrocute you as well." This makes Li Tsong afraid, jealous of the power of the ringing thunder fruit. The heart is not happy. Use up their own kick-off. A person can quit as long as the other person in the team is still in it. Li Tsong insisted, "I can rest for an hour if you solve this 7th level." "No, it's hard to recover much from an hour's rest, and there's not a lot of time to hurry. Don't be a drag on me. You're a force fruit, and you need your own attack. It's hard to swing with your fists, and talk about explosive power fruit power. Get out. I'm going to use my rattling thunder fruit ability." "Okay, I'm going out." Li Kara could only go out reluctantly. Afterwards, Lin Muxue's entire body raged with lightning and her hands stretched out. Discharge. Limit. 300,000 volts. A current of 300,000 strength was now the limit for her at level 12. In the next instant, miserable screams continued. At this moment, Jiang Tianan's eyes widened as vicious wolves appeared. 700 of them, and for each of them, all have the size of an elephant. Zhang Sweet reminded, "It's so much harder. It'll be dangerous. Yi Yu, let's quit." Yi Yu shook his head. "No, you just watch." However, Zhang Tiani knew that she had to make a move, even if she was very tired, but also to fight side by side with Yi Yu. Strong body to maintain the power of the battle. Want to make a move, was blocked by Yi Yu. Yi Yu stepped forward and protected Zhang Tianan behind him. At the same time, he pulled out the Black Blade Knight behind him, and in a flash, the aura was stronger and turned back with a smile. "Sweet Jiang, actually, I'm very strong." Chapter 23, Showing Strength. Shocked, Zhang Sweet was stunned by this. The difficulty of the 7th level was too great. Even if he was at his peak, it was also impossible to pass. And Yi Yu was actually going to fight alone now. But she didn't continue to be strong, but looked at Yi Yu's back at this moment, inwardly inexplicably filled with a sense of security, only to feel that this back, in this space, invincible general. But, again, there was some incredulity, illusion or, after all, 700 dire wolves that, each one is as large as an elephant. To speak of the strength of each of these vicious wolves, Yi Yu felt that has the general strength of the Axe Emperor Mongot and the King of Thieves, but no difficulty for himself. Holding the Black Knife Knight in his hand, a piece of vicious wolves pounced and bit over. Yi Yu's face was calm, holding the Black Knife Knight in his right hand. Lift and slash. Clang. With a clang, an emerald green chop erupted that, splitting one of the vicious wolves that lunged in front directly in half, and along with all of the vicious wolves in the rear, even as it chopped the sides of he was also injured and flew out backwards, screaming miserably. In an instant, patches of vicious wolves flew through the air, their limbs in pieces. This scene left Zhang Tiani dumbfounded, staring at this scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Good strong. This scene broke Zhang Tiani's cognition. Could one be this strong without relying on devil fruits? Just a single slash was so powerful, and it also erupted with emerald green light chopping. Facing the vicious wolves, Yi Yu casually waved his Black Blade Knight, and pieces of vicious wolves kept dying. Zhang Sweet was shocked while sensing that Yi Yu wasn't even fighting at full strength right now. Zhang Tiani didn't expect that Yi Yu was so strong. Originally, he felt that he was more powerful than Yi Yu and was going to lead Yi Yu to obtain more rewards, but now he realized that it was Yi Yu who was leading himself. Soon, all 700 vicious wolves were taken care of, and Yi Yu was unharmed. The clothes on your body are clean and dry. Without resting, Yi Yu prepared to enter the 8th level. Zhang Tiani, I'll enter the next level, so you can exit and leave the next to me. Zhang Sweet vibrated. not yet reacting, and nodded in shock at Yi Yu's words. I'm quitting now. But Yi Yu, why are you so strong? Yi Yu said. Who says that this world, the era of devil fruit, the strongest of the incapable, it's also very powerful, not to mention I contracted 7 of them. Zhang Tianyi somewhat understood. It seemed that everyone had thought wrong. However, Zhang Tianyi still felt inwardly that Yi Yu compared to those top devil fruit, there's still a gap. Reminder. Yi Yu, stop and quit when you reach your limit. Dying in here is really dying. There's a long road ahead and a lot of opportunities to gain access to opportunities, so it's not enough support to quit. Yi Yu inwardly warmed up, could deeply feel Zhang Tianyi's concern and worry, and nodded his head in assurance. Well, don't worry, I won't let myself die. Wait for me outside. Good. Zhang Sweet is also at her limit, and even if she rests, she feels it will be a waste of time, because to rest, the team then had to be in the rest space as well and quit. At this point, quite a few people had already withdrawn, leaving only a small number of Heaven's Pride still continuing. Yi Yu reached the 8th level, 800 pounds of gravity. Even he felt that his body was heavy, but it was still possible to move without much effect, at most slowing down Yi Yu by 20%. The number of vicious wolves reached 800, and each one of them was stronger than the 7th level as well. And the temperature here, it reaches 80 degrees of heat. Yi Yu held the black sword knight in his hand and rushed towards the evil wolf. An hour later, the battle was over, and even Yi Yu was a bit out of breath and sweating profusely. But, not having reached his limit, and not intending to rest, he went straight into the 9th level. 900 pounds of gravity, 900 vicious wolves, each. The strengths all have the general strength of a Navy Rear Admiral, equivalent to the battle power of Kirby's best friend, Baru Meb. Monolithically, in the world of the King of Thieves, it's weak, but after all, 900 in number. It was also no small challenge for Yi Yu, let alone in such a harsh environment. The dire wolves were larger and stronger, but not at all slower, and each, as if he knew the Navy's 6 styles of shaving, he rushed in with great speed. Yi Yu swung his sword while quickly dodging. His seeing color hegemony was exerted to the extreme. The armed color hegemony covered his entire body, while on the Knight of the Black Blade, he also wrapped armed color hegemony. The battle continues again, and at this time, powerful those heavenly pride, is still far from the 9th pass, even if the strong combination of, it didn't help that Yi Yu was so fast. When there were still 6 hours to go before the end of the secret realm, Yi Yu passed the 8th level, but already panting, face slightly pale, although not yet reached the limit, but physical strength, energy are consumed quite a lot. Instead of going straight to the final 10th level, take an hour break. Because of the lack of rest, Yi Yu didn't even have the confidence to pass the highest 10th level and couldn't help but marvel. The difficulty of this secret realm is much greater than imagined, but it's good. The difficulty, the risk is directly proportional to the reward, and since it's difficult for me to level up, it's all the more important to accomplish. After resting for an hour, Yi Yu got up and entered the 10th level. 1,000 pounds of gravity, 1,000 vicious wolves, each emanating an aura that is not weak. Equivalent to Navy midshipman strength. It can also be said that the battle power of each of them is similar to that of Pirate Crick, and the temperature, it reached 100 degrees hotter. Yi Yu was glad that contracting an incapacitated person made his physical body strong, as well as the time he had spent honing it, as well as the coverage of armed color hegemony. Otherwise it would be difficult to stay here for an hour in this heat. 5 hours until the end of the secret world. Gotta hurry, cause this battle, it's bound to be a constant battle. For others, it would be impossible to fight for so long because of the complete white space that, it's not a mountainous wooded area where guerrilla warfare is simply not possible. But, in the world of pirates, it's common for strong men to fight for 7 days and 7 nights. For example, Akane versus Green Pheasant. So, hold on for 5 hours. Yi Yu might make it. This battle, it is also by far the most challenging fight, and one that hones your own skills. The battle continued as Yi Yu fought soundly, feeling just how strong he was now, not having fought at full strength. It was unknown before, but now, with the fight, having a more accurate understanding of his 12th level self, and being more powerful than most of the midshipmen in the pirate, you could say it's at the elite lieutenant general level, and he himself is now only 12th grade, and every strong man of the pack that, the strength could be utilized at most 2%. So one could imagine how strong Yi Yu was when the 7 strongest strengths were all inherited. There's still an hour to go before the end of the secret realm, and those head celestials, before they enter the 10th level, already at the limit, consumed, clothes in tatters, the whole thing in a sorry state, even with injuries. But, entering the 10th level, they gave up. It was impossible to pass. Lin Muxue entered before firm, must pass, but after entering, looking at the still gravity, the temperature, the numbers, the increased strength, made her despair. That's too hard. Chapter 24, Passing the Barrier. The heavenly pride is all shocked. It was hard, but Lin Muxue didn't give up. There's an hour left, and even if it's impossible to get through, then we'll kill as many as we can. And if even I couldn't pass it, then surely the other celestials couldn't either. Even those with 10th level talent couldn't do it. Because their devil fruit is no stronger than my rattling thunder fruit. Even though she knew she couldn't pass, Lin Muxue wasn't very lost, thinking that no one would be able to pass that makes the heart feel better. It's like a schoolteacher who gets 99, 1 point short of a perfect score. But, really, because it's hard, instead of it being his problem, all the other schoolboys in his class are 99, and then there's no regrets that everyone. At this time, she couldn't move at all. After all, more of her mind was focused on developing the rattling thunder fruit. In fact, at the 8th level, it was difficult to move. The gravity was too strong, and the consumption was not small, and the reason why they had come so far, it's because of the rattling thunder fruit ability. Lin Muxue smiled confidently. I believe that the best score will be mine, simply because of my rattling thunder fruit. It's too good for this secret place. Even though I can't move, I can make myself all thunder and lightning, and these vicious wolves will pounce senselessly and just keep getting electrocuted. Electricity. Lin Muxue let out a low cry, her entire body raging with lightning, her entire body shining brightly with azure light. When the vicious wolves saw someone appear, they pounced on them, and soon the screams of misery rang out, but there was no immediate death. After all, none of the strength was bad, not to mention Lin Muxue now. The rattling thunder fruit power isn't that strong anymore either, as it's physically draining. That's one of the drawbacks of being an ability user. The more bursts of fruit ability the greater the physical exertion. In the end, after supporting herself here for half an hour, Lin Muxue couldn't do it anymore, and teleported out with a thought, owned up to the limit and was very happy with it. Li Karajoy inquired, Schwerer, how's it going? Past the 10th level yet? At this time, the crew of the Tianjiu pirates were also waiting, and they had all come out long before. Most are 4th off, full crew 5th, cadre 6th, and a few 7th off. Lin Muxue shook her head. It's impossible for anyone to pass the 10th level, even if the shock fruit ability by Xiaohan, fish fruit phantom beast species green dragon form king power master, animal phantom beast species immortal bird fruit wang su and other heavenly pride, also impossible to pass. Too difficult. I reached the 10th level, also barely able to tackle up to 30 dire wolves before it completely fails. But trust, I've got the best track record of all. It's better than all those 10th level heavenly prides. Lin Muxue was extremely confident, and even more so, she was confident in the rattling thunder fruit. Li Tsong didn't expect it to be so hard, but it's quite good that he's dipped his toe in the water. Lin Muxue, on the other hand, was somewhat contemptuous. Humph, it's all because you're too lame. If you were more powerful, and kill some more dire wolves in the 10th level. Li Tsong was embarrassed. It's me who's dragging my feet a bit. This secret realm, it's a bit restricting for me too. After all, I'm a force fruit, and when I'm suppressed by gravity, it's hard to move. But, Cher, you're so powerful, then I'm sure we'll get the best results. Even with 2 10th grade talents joining forces, it's impossible for any of them to match your score. After all, the rattling thunder fruit is too strong to attack or defend. Lin Muxue's face eased a little, and after thinking about it this way, it was indeed true. The crew, on the other hand, balked. Congratulations, Captain, on being the best. It won't be announced, but you don't have to announce it to know. Nor is it likely that the announcement will be heard throughout the Dragon Kingdom, for none of the captains will be able to pass the 10th level of. So does everyone else. At this time, the Celestial Pride also came out one after another. After coming out, they were all just as certain as Lin Muxue that it was impossible for anyone to pass the 10th level. Hainan City, Momo Fruit Ability Secret came out weak and satisfied. I'm at my limit, and I couldn't even pass the 10th level, so it's even more unlikely for others. He was incredibly certain that just because, with his Momo Fruit ability, he could, with the help of external objects, that would be a pistol or a grenade. For the others, it's useless. A hot weapon of that power, it wouldn't be able to do much in the secret realm. Only the weak with low talent would purchase some to take in with them. But he was different, simply because of the Momo Fruit's ability to take the speed, volume, of any object that touches the weight, power, etc., are magnified by multiples, and now at level 12, he can magnify the multiples by 8 times. And by the time he got to level 100, he knew that it could all be magnified 100-fold. That's why it's said that hot weapons are most useful to yourself, even if they're less powerful. In his hands, it can also be multiplied. So, he's confident that he must be doing well and that his teammates that possesses the devil fruit, is the animal system canine dog fruit phantom beast species nine-tailed fox form, is also awesome heavenly pride. At this time, Bai Xiaohan and He Jia came out, very wretched, pale and bruised, extremely weak. The two lay straight down, gasping for breath. Phew, it's too hard. Me with the shock fruit ability, plus you with the dark fruit, the two of us teaming up. None of them have passed the 10th level, and they're even a long way from clearing it. Yeah, 1,000 direwolves on the 10th level. We're at our limit. We're going all out. It's only solved a total of 100, and there's 900 to go, which is way off, but it's also safe to assume that no one will get through. Indeed, we are both so far from passing. Then it is impossible for anyone to pass this secret realm. It would be good if it appeared later. I'll be a few levels higher and the shock fruit power can be stronger, so I believe it's possible to pass. It didn't pass, but it wasn't hard on the heart, because it was known that all the heavenly pride would be like that. As for the team's name, Whitey, it's not lost on me that no one has managed to get through the no team can be announced by the world. At this time, some of the top heavenly prides also came out. The King Power Master was equally woeful, even if he was contracted to Kaido's devil fruit ability. His teammate, on the other hand, is the vice captain of the Green Dragon Pirates, Yang Ashes, who possesses the fruit of the ancient species of the dragon fruit, in the form of a toothless pterodactyl, the ability of Ashes, the first of the 3 plagues of the pirates. At this time, Wang Su's injuries could be better. After all, it was the immortal bird fruit. I was thinking that I could pass on my ability to withstand a fight, but I didn't have enough time, and his physical strength couldn't support the continued use of the undying bird fruit ability. His teammate, a celestial pride with the ability of the meatball fruit, a 9th level talent that, vice captain of the immortal pirates, Wang Xion. Their thoughts, which were the same as those of the other celestial pride, were not lost. Surely no one can pass the 10th level, and at this time, too, all felt that no one was already in the secret place, waiting until 12 o'clock at night exactly. The secret world disappears, and at that moment, Yi Yu is still fighting, going all out, even using the overwhelming color winding. Having the overlord color is a must for top powerhouses, and without it, it would also be impossible to master the hegemonic entanglement. With the battle, Yi Yu became even more clear that, indeed, the only way to override everything was to be domineering. The roar continued. Yi Yu was already holding the Black Blade Knight tightly in both hands, fighting with the evil wolves. Even if he was that, bloody cuts from the wolf's claws began to appear all over his body. Even if you are fast, see the smell color, and the armed color is powerful, but you still have to be injured. That is how difficult it is. But the good thing is, as the numbers decrease, it can get progressively easier, but not too much easier. Because the physical strength was also rapidly depleting, the injuries were aggravated and getting weaker and weaker. In the end, when there were still 3 minutes to go before the end of the secret realm, Yi Yu successfully passed through, kill the last of the bad wolves. With a thought, Yi Yu was teleported out and appeared in the place where he was before entering, your own home. And Zhang Sweet was already waiting. Seeing that Yi Yu was injured, his face was pale and weak. His face changed and he quickly held on. After coming out, without the gravity, the harsh environment, Yi Yu felt heavenly and comfortable, able to remain standing. Yi Yu, are you okay? I'll call a doctor for you. No, small wounds, just bandage and dress yourself. Not an ordinary person anymore. After all, a little treatment and it will heal quickly. Zhang Tianyi was slightly relieved, and at that moment, by 12 o'clock in the evening exactly, the secret realm disappeared and the message rang out. End of the first mystery realm. Reward given to all those who participated in the mystery realm, based on merit. At once, the sky, showering with uncountable beams of light, enveloped each and every one of them, bathing in them. The experience values were all rising, and Yi Yu, even more so, was gaining a lot of experience values. The beam of light dissipated. All people gained were rewarded. Yi Yu heart surprise, satisfaction, and 12 levels of himself, 3 levels straight up, 15 now. The other top celestials were similarly elevated 3 levels, but it is important to realize that the experience value Yi Yu needed to raise 3 levels was at least 3 times more than them. The celestial pride was satisfied, and originally felt that this was the end of it when the message rang out. Now, announcing that only one team, who successfully passed all the secret, passing all 10 levels, we will now begin announcing the names of the passing teams to the entire world. Suddenly, The entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked and fell into a brief silence. The ones who were most shocked were naturally those top heavenly prides, because only those who had entered the 10th level knew best how difficult it was, and how impossible it was to get through all of them. The celestial pride was stunned for a moment in disbelief. How is it possible? Surprisingly, someone passed the 10th level? Who is it? Chapter 25, Publication, Disgrace. The celestial pride were all shocked, for only they understood how difficult the 10th level was. If someone passed the 10th level, it meant that not only was it stronger than them, but it was stronger by more than a little. They would have been even more shocked if they knew that just one person, without teammates, had passed the 10th level. For a time, the pride of heaven inside, extremely lost, unbalanced, all did not pass okay. Instead, one appeared, and it hit them hard. Bai Xiaohan frowned. Damn it, how did that happen? Shock fruits my, confident that I'm the strongest in terms of attacking power, and that no one can surpass me in destructive power. Teaming up with you of the dark fruit, I think it's the strongest team. We can't even get through it, much less anyone. How can there be a team? Black Jia was also shaken. I can't believe that means someone is better than us? Bai Xiaohan frowned. That's impossible. What could be stronger than the shock fruit? Is it hard to believe that it's the rattling thunder fruit? It's the only fruit that I feel might be comparable to me in terms of destructive power. Black Jia shook his head. The possibility is not high. After all, talent level 9. Not to mention his teammates. It's a gifted 8. But we'll find out who it is soon enough. Because it's time to announce the team names. They weren't thinking about it, and their faces were hard as they waited for the announcement. The other celestial pride, with Bai Xiaohan's thoughts, discussed in the same way. In this era, everyone wanted to be number 1, to be the strongest, especially the top heavenly prides. After all, they all started at the same time, so it's kind of a pretty equal start. But someone who passes then gets quite a bit more experience than they do. At this point, the King's Power Division shook with firmness. Know who it is, and make sure you invite him to join our Green Dragon Pirates. Make him even a vice-captain to create the first pirate group. And at this time, there were many captains of powerful pirate groups who wanted to recruit, but also felt that the odds of there being no pirates are low right now. Hanging. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener were also in a sorry state, consuming a lot and clear about the difficulty of the 10th level. Zhao Yener marveled. So powerful. The two of us forming a team. It's all far from being able to pass the 10th level. Xia Ling nodded. Yeah, having clearly seen the difficulty of the 10th level. So it's nice to know that someone came through and thought it was awesome. I wonder if they'd joined the pirates. It would be nice if they hadn't. Be sure to make every effort to invite him to join. And when you have no choice, Flamer, you can use your beauty. This caused Zhao Yener to roll her eyes and glare at Xiaoling. I didn't have the good sense to say, why don't you use beauty? In terms of looks and figure, you are not worse than me. Even in terms of figure, your pair of long legs, but it's longer than mine, and you have a total model body. Xiaoling pouted. I don't need to. I'll save my beauty for brother you. Humph. I knew you liked him, and you always said you were a neighbor and a good friend. I see it as a childhood friend. But really with you, your feathered brother will be under a lot of pressure. Summerling was puzzled. Stressed? Why? You've got big boobs. You're so good. A freeze fruit powerhouse. Good looking and powerful. In our pirate group alone, there are quite a few people who have a crush on you. So if it's known that you two are together, can he not be under a lot of pressure? It will feel unworthy of you and feel like a soft touch. Xia Ling said unhappily. Who dares to mock Brother Fei, even if it's from a pirate group? I'm going to make him an ice sculpture too. However, most of our pirates are good people, so we won't be too shady. Not discussing it, they quieted down and waited for the announcement. Lin Muxue frowned at this moment. His heart was unbalanced. Someone had surpassed him. Who was it? At the same time, somewhat unwillingly, dark thoughts came to mind. If only this person had teamed up with me, I would have gotten through the 10th level. It's a pity not to know him. Then one must know him. Get close to him, now that he's above me. Li Xang prayed in his heart. It has to be a woman, but not a man. He could already feel that Lin Muxue's eyes were burning a few points, eager to get acquainted. At this moment, Zhang Tianyi was surprised, staring wide-eyed, feeling the great increase in her strength at this moment. Leveling up, even more, the original level 9 himself, directly scuttled to level 15. It's a straight jump of 6 levels, which gives too much. This also means that Yi Yu passes through a high number of layers, and even, all may be. Zhang Suite was incredulous and looked at Yi Yu in shock. Originally, he felt that even if Yi Yu exceeded his expectations and was much stronger than he had imagined, it was felt that Yi Yu, alone, could at most clear the 8th level, but the 8th level, it was impossible to give so much. Sweet Zhang was surprised, excited, and inquisitive. Yi Yu, Could it be that the only one who passed the 10th level was you? Yi Yu smiled faintly. Soon you will know. Listen, this team. At once, Sweet Zheng quieted down. The entire Dragon Kingdom, all of them instantly became quiet. Lin Muxue secretly thought, I hope it's a guy. If it is, I must know him, befriend him, even. And such a male as that would be a good match for me. Thinking about it, she looked confident, thinking that it could totally work out. She was so good looking, so powerful, and, with which man in love will not say yes? Surely yes. No man in the face of their own pursuit will not answer. Thinking of this, Lin Muxue gave a beat. One person accepted, causing his brow to furrow in disdain. Humph, it's only that Yi Yu. He's reluctant when I'm chasing him, but it's fine. It doesn't matter if he's willing or not. I don't see him, and he's not the one who's going to pass the 10th hurdle. It must be someone I don't know. So as long as there's no grudge, it's good to say that the hope of becoming a couple with him is. The thought of this, however, crunched her thoughts, momentarily, as the message voice began to announce that it resounded throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The only team to have all cleared the first secret level is called Lin Muxue and Li Tsong are stupid. Lin Muxue and Li Tsong are stupid. Lin Muxue and Li Tsong are stupid. Lin Muxue? Li Kara? In an instant, the entire Dragon Kingdom was dumbfounded, especially Lin Muxue and Li Tsong, who directly stayed in place. A question mark on his face. Instantly, the Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Not a recruiting type of team. That way you don't know who it is. Lin Muxue, Li Tsong? Is that the captain of the East Sea City Heaven's Pride Pirates? Yes, it's been on the hot search. It's ringing thunder fruit ability. Top female Tianjiao Lin Muxue, captain of the Tianjiao Pirates, and vice captain. Force fruit ability. Li Tsong. It's not a recruiting message, but it's a message that can be known by the name of a. That would be Li Tsong and Lin Muxue, who definitely know the passerby and are on bad terms. The team name is cursing these two, so the relationship must be bad. These two are very embarrassed and humiliated at this time, aren't they? Ringing throughout the Dragon Kingdom, 3 times in a row. Ha ha, it's so humiliating. At this moment, Lin Muxue and Li Tsong, who were indeed very humiliated, had a face that was hard to see. Lin Muxue roared low in anger. Who the hell is it? Dare to scold me like this? Chapter 26, It Can't Be Yi Yu? Li Tsong also had an ugly face and frowned. Damn it, how dare you call us stupid? Who are we inviting? The members of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, on the other hand, were stunned, and at the same time, their hearts were a little heavy. This represented that the one who passed the 10th level, with Lin Muxue and Li Tsong, was feuding, and the feud was not small. The team name isn't for recruiting, it's just for scolding Lin Muxue and Li Tsong. And as a member of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, they were naturally heavy, and didn't want to be hostile to a strong man. Lin Muxue also noticed the crew's worry. Exasperation. Don't let me know, or I'll make sure you know what I'm capable of. Through the 10th level, doesn't mean it's possible to defeat me. It's not just strength that got him through the 10th level, but it sure as hell includes durability. And if I go all out for a quick battle, there's no way he can withstand my onslaught. Besides, even if he's stronger than me now, the rattling thunder fruit must be the strongest. I'll surpass him sooner or later. When Lin Muxue said this, the crew relaxed slightly. After all, the rattling thunder fruit was indeed powerful. The crew wondered, Captain, do you know who it is? Li Tsong and Lin Muxue's brows were furrowed, completely unaware and without a clue. Lin Muxue frowned at Li Tsong and inquired unhappily, could it be that you're constantly in trouble with your enemies? Li Tsong was arrogant and had a bad heart. She knew that. Li Tsong hurriedly explained, no, even if there are those who have a grudge against me, there is no heavenly pride and cursed along with you, then there's a big chance that there's a grudge against you and me. Speaking of which, the two were struck with a thought. Lin Muxue shook her head decisively. It can't be him. Li Tsong nodded. Looks like we're thinking of the same thing. It really can't be Yi Yu. He who contracted 7 incapacitated people, even if he's a bit more powerful than we thought, can't possibly pass the 10th level, and that's even you, as well as a lot of top talent cannot pass. And Yi Yu doesn't have a very strong teammate to take the flyer. It's teamed up with flower fruit ability. Zhang Sweet. It's impossible to pass the 10th level. So this team name, it's not him. Lin Muxue gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. So, who could it be? At this moment, Zhang Sweet was horrified. Only she knew that it was really Yi Yu. It was too powerful. Yi Yu, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Zhang Tianyi was also a bit embarrassed. Originally, I thought of helping you and taking you to get more rewards, but it's me who's being taken instead. Don't be sorry, you've been a big contributor too, and without you up front tackling those dire wolves, I'm also having trouble getting through. Zheng Tianyi was a bit worried. Lin Muxue and the others. Will they guess it's us? If so, there could be trouble. It's okay, they won't guess. You don't know what I'm really capable of. Can I think of the indentured incapacitated me that strong? Zhang Sweet shook her head. I can't believe that in the devil fruit era, it was assumed that devil fruit was the preferred choice. The incapable can only become stronger by training themselves, while the capable, who can also train to improve themselves, can also develop fruits? So thinking that it was much stronger than the incapacitated, but it seems, was wrong thinking. Yi Yu affirmed. Well, they wouldn't expect it. At this point, Summerling is pretty cool. Ha, that's a good name for a relief. Originally, knowing that Yi Yu had a conflict with Lin Muxue, he thought of going to Donghai City and teaching Lin Muxue a lesson. Now, naturally, I'm happy to see that I'm being scolded, but, also curious. Who is it? Zhao Yener inquired. I heard that your younger brother, Fei, has a conflict with Lin Muxue. Well, before that, he was my feathered brother's lickspittle, but knowing that my feathered brother contracted an incapacitor, just a big shift, all kinds of mockery. So your feathered brother, and very powerful and strong friend, thus giving him a hard time? Summerling thought about it, but couldn't think of anything. I'm not sure about that. After all, I don't spend much time with him on a regular basis, especially since I went to college and he was still in high school in Tokai and didn't know all his friends. I don't think so, though. There are friends, and they're all in the East Sea, and those are the only strong ones in East Ocean City. Although there are 3 big pirate groups that, it's not inferior to the Heaven's Pride pirates, but those 3 pirate captains, their strength isn't any stronger than Lin Muxue, so it shouldn't be. Zhao Yener nodded. Then it has nothing to do with Yi Yu. It can't be Yi Yu. It's not Yi Yu's friend either. So it would have to be someone else Lin Muxue's who's not on good terms. Xiaoling rubbed his fists. This time, a lot of promotion, rest and healing quickly recovered well. Let's fight with all our might again and see who's the captain. Zhao Yener looked forward. Good. Let's see if my fire is more powerful or your ice is more powerful. At this point, people all over the world want to know who it is. At once, Lin Muxue and Li Cong's social platform, too many messages, are asking that. Who exactly are your enemies? And they are still the top celestial pride. Quickly say it, so that everyone will know who it is. Among them, there were also quite a few heavenly pride messages. I, the king's right master, tell me at once who it is that all passes through. Surely you know. I, Li Feng Tian, the Momo fruit ability. Spill it. Everyone wants to know. Who is that man? And since he cursed you, you must know him. I, Lin Ming, thread fruit ability. Tell me who he is. Lin Muxue naturally saw it. Her face was ugly, and she replied directly. I don't know. Leave me alone. Facing these heavenly prides, she was not the least bit weak. They were all heavenly prides. Why should she be afraid? She also felt that your own potential is the highest. And at that moment, in East Ocean City, the captains of the other 3 big pirate groups, all came with a clear purpose. Lin Muxue, come on, tell me who it is. Having been scolded like this, why don't you face the entire Dragon Kingdom and tell who the other party is? That is, a great shame for you all, not to go to him? If you don't dare, tell everyone his name. Lin Muxue was getting more and more annoyed. She was already upset, and there were quite a few people coming to ask about herself. Drink directly and nonchalantly. I don't know. All leave me alone. At this time, many people were live streaming, facing the entire Dragon Kingdom, and many people were watching that. See if you can be asked. The 3 pirate captains were unforgiving. How could you not know? People would love to know. If you don't, we'll beat you to it when you recover from your physical injuries. Don't toast it. Lin Muxue was not the least bit afraid. The electric current crackling on her body, just now coming out and, having regained a bit of stamina, the whole thing is also notoriously intimidating, mostly from the rattling thunder fruit. You guys can come all you want then. I'll electrocute you all. This made the 3 captains frown. Did they really not know? Or was it? It was clear that they were trying to know about this person and then recruited them vigorously. So they didn't say anything? That's why so many celestial pride want to know. Mainly to recruit. Since the team's name wasn't recruitment, there was a high probability that it hadn't joined the pirates yet. Such a strong person. Recruited in. A big boost for the pirate group. However, no matter how you ask, you don't know. The celestial pride also knew that there was one person who fit the bill, who might have scolded Lin Muxue and Li Cong. That's the name no one doesn't know. Yi Yu. Soon, the celestial pride, like Lin Muxue and Li Cong, found it impossible to. None of them had passed the 10th level, let alone Yi Yu, who hadn't obtained the powerful devil fruit ability. Chapter 27, 2 months later, Yi Yu vs Lin Mushui. Lin Mushui and Li Tsong could do nothing but eat their words, but won't give up on getting this team out. I'm going to work harder to improve. Having this such an enemy in the shadows is a threat to me. Li Tsong guessed. Could it be Yi Yu's friend? Who told the other party to do this? Doesn't he have a close female friend? A heavenly pride in Hang City who possesses the frozen fruit? Lin Mushui shook her head, thinking it was impossible. 2 level 9 talents. Freeze plus burning fruit, and it's impossible to pass the 10th level. Well, that's strange. It's not even a thought. Never mind. Right now boosting strength is most important. After this mystery, all of them began to heal quickly. To rest, too. After all, the real mutation was still a day away. Yi Yu's body was covered with medicine. The wound was rapidly healing, and didn't even need to be wrapped in straps. Because of that, many strong people, the life force and recovery force is naturally stacked. Everyone else, on the other hand, had to be wrapped in straps because no one was uninjured. After sleeping all night, Yi Yu got up at 7 in the morning and felt refreshed and exhausted. Feeling his strength, the boost was huge. After all, he was now level 15. More inherited battle powers of the pact. At this time, the phone rang. It was Xia Ling calling. Brother Feather, I'll be picking you up about this afternoon, and it'll be our entire pirate crew. Yi Yu said. This is a bit bad, isn't it? For the sake of coming to pick up one of me, the whole pirate group has come over. Why don't Zhang Tianyi and I go over there ourselves? Xia Ling was adamant. No, it's too dangerous. Even though it hasn't really mutated yet, there are a lot of mutated creatures in the sea. Just wait. Besides, if we go to the East China Sea City, we can recruit people see if there is anyone to join. After all, there are still quite a few casual cultivators out there. Okay, then I'll meet you at the beach this afternoon. Good. Stay away from the beach when you get there. The beach is dangerous too. Good. Xia Ling was confident. Then I went to spar with Flame. And when I won, I was the captain. I'll have to cover you from now on. And naturally I'll be able to better position you as a captain as well. Yi Yu said. This will upset your crew, right? You can't cover me too much. It's just like going to work in the old days. A company that comes in with a connected person can be a secret turnoff for the hardworking employees. What's so upsetting about it? You're the most important person to me, and so are they for a change. Understandable. Well, I'm hanging up. Hanging up the phone, Xia Ling headed to a gym to spar with Zhao Yener. Just now, on the phone, did not ask Yi Yu and Zhang Sui how many levels they passed, for fear of hitting Yi Yu. After all, if he picks a powerful devil fruit, Yi Yu will definitely be able to pass the 9th level, kill some more on the 10th level, and right now, 6 or 7 levels at most. Although Zhang Sui was powerful, he wasn't too powerful of a heavenly pride, and at most, he could bring Yi Yu to the 7th level. Xia Ling also didn't share her pass number, not wanting to bring up the topic. Mindful of Yi Yu's feelings, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener were 10 meters apart, facing each other, their battle intent rising. Xia Ling was confident. This time I'm going to defeat you and pick up Yi Yu as the captain. Know what you're thinking, but you'll still be the co-captain. That's not necessarily true. Fire and ice, too, can be mutually exclusive, and besides, I think that the world of the pirate, a freeze fruit powerhouse is stronger than your burning fruit powerhouse, and as I level up, I feel like the freeze fruit is even stronger. Zhao Yener was excited. Come on then. Flames rose from his fists, and then he blasted his fist through the air towards Xia Ling with a low cry. Fire fist. A ball of flame erupted, and because of the 15 levels, the scale, the destructive power, the temperature, nowhere near as powerful as Ace's fire fist, but in this world, it's still an extremely powerful battle. Xia Ling's right arm raised, pointing forward, cold air rising, a small ice bird converging. Lifelike, ice, popped the pheasant's beak. Lifelike ice birds flew out, colliding with the flames, erupting, flames and ice, high and low temperatures. In a stalemate that caused this space in the gymnasium to be half cold and half scorching hot, the wall of fire collided with the wall of ice, stalemated, and gradually, the wall of ice drove the flames back, little by little. To Zhao Yener's surprise, Xia Ling's frozen fruits power, the enhancement was indeed stronger than she had imagined, but Zhao Yener had her own self-confidence. Even though in the pirate world, freeze fruit powerhouses are stronger than burning fruit powerhouses, but I'm going to keep developing it myself, so at the same level, your fruit ability isn't necessarily stronger than mine. Xia Ling smiled with conviction. Flame, can it be that I won't develop it? With a roar the flames and ice exploded. Zhao Yener took 3 steps back and Xia Ling took 2 steps back. Immediately, Xia Ling grabbed a prepared handful of grass from his pocket, and the moment he threw it out, the cold air filled out and enveloped the blades of grass, and in an instant an ice blade formed. Zhao Yenner's eyes lit up. Not a bad idea. Zhao Yenner's double fists flamed over, and at the same time, she also exerted a slight mastery of her armed color hegemony. Both naturally use armed colors. They are both natural after all. Then the intense cutting continued. At this moment, Yi Yu was feeling his elevation. His whole body weighted with 1,500 pounds of weight, then bouncing in place, throwing punches, and sitting in push-ups is not difficult. Zhang Sweet looked surprised. 1,000 pounds of himself would be instantly on the ground, unable to move. Yi Yu, however, seemed to have no weight on his body, as if he was too terrifying on his own. Soon, it was afternoon. The phone rang. From Summerling. Brother Feather, I won. I'm the captain now. But the name of the pirate group hasn't been decided yet. It was determined at the time of the real mutation. After all, a strong man was the captain of the ship. The position of the captain was uncertain before, but afterward it could be determined that it's me, and it won't be easy for Flame to surpass me even if she wants to. Yi Yu smiled. Congratulations, that's awesome. That's right. After all, I'll have to cover you from now on. I'm leaving right now. Let our pirate group and set sail for East Ocean City, and our ships are built by top shipwrights. Even after the mutation, all sorts of high-tech disappeared and couldn't reappear, but our ship, no less than a warship, is expected to be in Donghai City in 3 hours. Okay, I'll be there early in 3 hours. At the moment, many people were terrified and many people were yearning. For, as soon as 12 o'clock in the evening passed, the real mutiny came, and too many pirate bands. Then the sailing adventures began, when the sea, inevitably, was in turmoil, scrambling, and friction, and the age of the great voyage came. The celestial pride looked at the 2 stone monuments that towered over the clouds and stood between heaven and earth with confidence. The bounty list, the pirate list, must be number 1. Even if there's a mysterious and powerful guy who passes the 10th level, it won't stop me, by Xiao Han, from becoming number 1. The other celestial pride, all thought so. 2 months until participation in the bounty list, and 5 months for the pirate group list. Just then, the message echoed. After the end of the first secret realm, after the real mutation, all types of secret realms will, from time to time, random locations appear. But, there will also be fixed times, fixed locations, secret places that, after 2 months the second fixed secret opens, and the type of secret can now be announced, as a singles ring, 1v1 singles, only one time. That means that half of the pirates will be rewarded, and the stronger the opponent, the higher the reward for defeating them. The weaker the opponent, the reward for defeating it won't be much. Now randomly assign your opponents, and the message voice will tell you when the assignments are over. In the next instant, random assignment begins. Lin Muxue thought, assign me a strong person. Li Tsong sneered, share Yi Yu with me. Soon, the distribution was over. The message voice echoed in Lin Muxue's head. Lin Muxue, solo in the ring secret realm. Opponent, contracted 7 incapacitated people. Yi Yu. As for Yi Yu, the sound of information echoed in his mind. Yi Yu, singling out the secret realm of the ring. Opponent, ringing thunder fruit ability. Lin Muxue. Chapter 28, A Soft Touch? Lin Muxue was a little unsure whether she should be sad or laugh after knowing her opponent. Li Tsong, on the other hand, had a slightly heavy face and was under some pressure. Li Tsong curiously inquired, Schwerer, who is your opponent? Lin Muxue sighed. I wanted to match a strong person, but instead, I matched this loser. In the eyes of the weak, he's not a waste, but in my eyes, he is. Li Tsong's eyes lit up. Yi Yu? Lin Muxue nodded. Well, it's him. If it were any other weakling, I'd regret that. After all, you can't get high rewards, but since it's him, it's good to teach him a good lesson, when the time comes, and hopefully he'll become a bit more powerful by then, with a more powerful overlord color hegemony, so that the higher his overall strength is, the more rewards I can get. Although the singles ring mystery hadn't started yet, Lin Muxue already felt that she was bound to win. Ringing Thunder Fruit's own, Pi to Yi Yu, one is bound to not lose. Li Tsong was pleased in his heart and scoffed. Yi Yu must have known his opponent by now. 2. Must be panicking now. Lin Muxue sneered. Inevitably. What about you? Look at your face. The match is a heavenly pride? Li Tsong nodded. Well, my opponent is a freeze fruit ability. Xia Ling, talent level 9. Lin Muxue didn't care about this reminder. You have to win. Don't disgrace our Tianjiu pirates. You won't be able to get the secret rewards, and you'll fall behind in rank. As a vice-captain of the Heaven's Pride Pirates, don't drag your feet. If you're too weak, I'll get a better one than you later. Li Tsong assured. Schwerer, don't worry. So what if the frozen fruit, Seeing as how it was burst by my force fruit. It's just ice. How hard can it be? Surely no match for my power. At this point, some people are happy and some are sad. Those who are worried are some of the celestial pride, and the match is also weak. Even if they win, can't get much of a reward either. There are also the weak ones, matched to the great ones, who are also fuming. But, for the most part, the matches are reciprocal, and the weaker ones face similar strengths. There's still hope, and there's also Heaven's Pride versus Heaven's Pride, which is very messy and completely random. The sound of the message echoed. It starts in 2 months, and at that time, there is an option not to enter the conceded. This way the opponent is awarded a direct victory and receives a reward. There will be no casualties in the sparring match, as once seriously injured and unable to fight, or when you are about to die, you will be teleported out and you will fall. This caused many people to breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to have too many casualties in this secret realm. Lin Muxue, on the other hand, frowned. Can we just admit defeat? Then this kid, Yi Yu, definitely concede. Li Song nodded his head. Definitely. After all, Schwerer, you're a top celestial pride. Even if his own strength isn't bad, he's not even close to you. And the hegemonic color hegemony can deal with minions, but it's unlikely to affect you. At this time, Yi Yu knew that his opponent was Lin Muxue, but he was satisfied inside. A narrow road between enemies. It's nice to match her. Yi Yu inquired of Zhang Tianyi. Who is your opponent? My opponent is indentured to an incapacitated person named Lin Zhu, talent level 6. Who are the incapacitated? Call Virgo. When Yi Yu heard this, he thought of, in The King of Thieves, the men of Doflamingo. The undercover identity into the navy, became a vice admiral. The whole body can be covered with armed color hegemony. Fighting with Luo was dismantled in large pieces. The strength is still good, and the weapon is a bamboo stick. Yi Yu reminded, although the talent level is not as high as yours, but when the time comes, you should be careful and go all out. Well, I know. In the past, Zhang Tianyi would not care. After all, she was an incapacitated person. But now through Yi Yu, it has been learned that the incapacitated are not to be taken lightly. At that moment, Summerling called, and when she answered, she could hear the sound of waves and was apparently already sailing. Brother Feather, I'm on my way here. Who is your opponent? My opponent is a person who has a conflict with you, called Li Song. When the time comes, watch me teach him a hard lesson and take it out on you. Yi Yu reassured some. Li Song, that you who possesses the frozen fruit, totally hang on to him. As for my opponent, and the one I'm in conflict with, a rattling thunder fruit ability, Lin Muxue. This caused Xia Ling's face to change. What? Lin Muxue? This matching mechanism is too messed up. Arranging Lin Muxue for you, that's too big of a gap. When the time comes, you'll just admit defeat and don't go in. Yi Yu said. Sister Ling, you think too poorly of me. This caused Xia Ling's heart to sink. What you mean by that is that you won't admit defeat when the time comes? Of course I won't admit defeat. I'm naturally going in. Xia Ling stared, reminding, you know very well how strong she is, how much potential she has. Even when I faced her 2 months later, I couldn't even say I could win 100%. How can you not admit defeat? She's got a grudge against you. When the time comes, they'll definitely target you on purpose and hit you hard. And even though you'll be teleported out, I don't want to see you bruised all over. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. And besides, after you enter, if you want to raise that, just meditate on the exit. Don't worry about it. Well, you can go to the beach. It's almost here. Good. Hanging up the phone, Yi Yu and Zhang Tianyi headed to the beach. Some other pirate group saw it and tried to pull it together. Sweet Zhang, join us. The talent isn't bad, and up to now you're still a casual cultivator. Our pirate group is also a powerful pirate group. You get on board and we'll give you a cadre as a cadre. Zhang Sweet refused. No need. I already have a pirate group coming. A powerful pirate group from Hang City? The captain is a freeze fruit ability. Summerling, they are aware of it. After all, the mighty pirates action are in the limelight. There's already a buzz about it. They knew that Summerling's pirate group was sailing over. On the internet, everyone also understands that it's mainly because of Yi Yu, because Xia Ling and Yi Yu knew each other. At once, many people commented that Yi Yu was a soft eater. At this moment, the 4 strongest pirate groups in East Sea City were each gathered at the beach. The Tianjiao pirates were there, naturally, and their ship was docked at the beach. The boat that had a hole cut in it by Yi Yu was also repaired. When Lin Muxue saw Yi Yu, she directly walked over and despised. What a surprise! Singling out the ring, matched with you. In order to get more rewards, you can try to get stronger. Yi Yu said blandly, you should also try to become stronger. This caused Lin Muxue to freeze. not expecting Yiyu to say the same lines as herself. Oh, pretending to be calm. You'll only be worse off when I get stronger, Yiyu said with conviction. That's not necessarily true, Li Tsong corrected. Indeed not necessarily. Share, after all, he'll surely admit defeat when the time comes to. If you don't choose to enter, you can't hurt him. Look at him, he's calm now, but he's actually scared to death. It's impossible to get into a one-on-one fight with you when the time comes. Lin Muxue agreed. You're right, after all, he and I are no longer on the same level. Chapter 29. Lin Muxue scorned. Seeing as how you're not scared at all right now, I know you will not enter when the time comes and will choose to admit defeat. Yiyu sighed softly. I have to say, that team that was the only one to pass had the right name. Let the whole Dragon Kingdom know. These words made Lin Muxue and Li Tsong instantly furious and humiliated. But, didn't make a move either, knowing that Yiyu's best friend, who was a freeze fruit ability person, and it's almost there at the moment. If it was done, Summerling would surely have done it to them. And now, at this period of time, easily no battles between pirate groups can happen. Regardless of whether or not we can win the fight, there's bound to be casualties, and with the other 3 pirate crews in, it would be even worse if they took the opportunity to poach someone. Yiyu and Zhang Tianyi walked towards the beach, and from a distance, they could already see Xia Ling's pirate ship. The ship, too, was a figure provided by Yiyu, and according to the King of Thieves, the red-haired pirate group's ship was manufactured, so seeing it from afar, Yiyu knew that Xia Ling had come, and at that moment, on the pirates, some of the crew whispered, sailing directly to East Sea City, the captain is here to pick up Yiyu. Although I said I was seeing if I could recruit talent, I mainly came to pick up Yiyu. If the devil fruit is the choice, then we, the pirates, go out to get him. It's very necessary. But now that Yiyu is no longer considered a heavenly pride, it's a bit unworthy to raise such a fuss. Keep your voice down so the captain doesn't hear you. Anyway, when Yiyu joins, he should be a low-level crew member, and wants to become a full crew member. You have to pass a test to do that, and you can't just become a full crew member. And as far as becoming a combat crew member, or even a cadre, it would be even more impossible to go through the back door like that just because you're good friends with the captain. Yes, necessarily not. And as much as we respect the captain, we'll have to protest when the time comes. Let's see if we can recruit a powerful crew this time. Otherwise it's too worthless to take only one Yiyu. At this moment, Xia Ling walked out and coughed lightly, and at that moment, the crew hurriedly quieted down. Zhao Yener came out along with her, and there were 8 other cadres, all of whom were also devil fruit ability users. Summerling looked out over the shore and could see a figure, albeit a vague, tiny bit, but it was certain that it was Yiyu. I'm glad to see you. It's been a long time. We can sail adventures together in this dangerous world in the future. Zhao Yener reminded. Xia Ling, remember to promise me that you can directly become a low-level crew member, but if you want to become a full crew member, you can't do it through the back door. You have to take the test. No. However, just as the pirate ship was 1,000 meters from the shore, suddenly, above the ship, a white swirling stream emerges. It made everyone blush. On the pirate ship, everyone looked up and their faces changed. It's the secret world. What type of secret realm that randomly appears? This kind of secret realm, anyone can participate in it. It's opportunity for us. Let's see what type first. On the shore, the 4 pirate groups, too, saw it. Lin Muxue's eyes lit up. Random secret realms appear. Li Tsong took out his cell phone and said, secret hotspots are popping up in multiple places. The same white swirling streams of the same secret realm appeared in a total of 10, and the remaining 9 were in other cities, basically in urban areas. At this point, in other cities, civilians are panicking. But soon, the pirates moved, converging quickly. After all this could be experience. Must scramble. And there are relatives and friends in the city's civilian population, so it's natural to step in. Soon, a large swath of pitch black buzzed out of the black swirling stream, and everyone looked up and, see clearly, is a dense black mosquitoes, each body size, have the general size of a soccer ball. The gen of the mosquito's nose is extremely sharp and bright red. It made the civilians on the ground rush back to their rooms, lock the doors and windows, and if 2 or 3 stung them, I'm afraid the blood will be drained from my body in an instant. In the white swirling stream, the mosquito came out, and instead of acting immediately, flew in the air and, because in the vortex, there were still mosquitoes pouring out, apparently waiting to gather. After gathering, it came down in a single surge, black and pressurized, like a large black cloud. At once, the pirates gathered on the ground began to attack, basically multiple pirate groups fighting over it, and at this time, the seashore of Donghai City, seeing in this scene, the four pirate groups do not intend to do anything. Li Song said, "The white swirling stream is the lowest level of the secret realm, and I had thought that even if it was the lowest level, but it's a lot of experience to be able to solve, but it's a quantity type of thing, so solving a mosquito that experience basically doesn't go up unless you solve a few hundred to get a little increase. Still, any less is meat, and a little goes a long way. The lower the level of the secret area, which represents the lower the difficulty, can be distinguished by color, from low to high, white, yellow, purple, blue, green, black, red, gold. Right now, early on, there will be no high-level secrets, because that would be a disaster." Li Song tries to make a move, but Lin Muxue blocks it. "Idiot, don't do it." Why? We have to hurry. After all, unlike the other secret realms, all of them appeared over the city. This one before us appeared over the sea. The target of the attack must be to attack them over the sea first. We need to get over there as soon as possible before it's all taken care of by them. Lin Muxue ordered. None of you should make a move. The crew were much disconcerted, and noticed that the other three pirate captains that all also ordered not to do anything. Lin Muxue laughed coldly. "Let them deal with it first. What's the point of giving it to them? The lowest level of the secret realm. It won't give a lot of experience. Not to mention that it's impossible to solve all of them alone, and that would give more experience. But inevitably everyone attacks and spreads out how much experience can be gained. And, to do that, it's about letting them have quite a few casualties and thus fishing for them." Li Song was puzzled. "Fishers of men? They'll take care of all the mosquitoes, right? Idiots. Let them consume and panic so they can throw out the olive branch and dig in. Don't you get it? There must be someone who doesn't want to die." Li Song snapped. "Got it. Just leave it to them to face, even if they can wipe out all the mosquitoes." But there were bound to be a number of casualties, for there were so many mosquitoes that then the ship's lowly crew, which might have died out of even the regular crew, they're in danger. Lin Muxue clasped her hands to her chest, feeling wise, and nodded. "That's it. The secret world appears in an urban area, and we stand idly by and upset the civilians, but now that it's at sea, there would be no need for us to do anything right away. And the other pirate groups think the same way, all thinking to take advantage of the opportunity to dig in. Captain, the horn is for you." One of the crew rushed to bring a loudspeaker. Lin Muxue complimented. "It's still smart. Then take the horn and get ready to pull." And at this moment, Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, and the cadres, their faces were heavy. Chapter 30 Hedonist Color Hegemony to the Rescue. The cadre looked at the shore with a heavy tone. "Captain, it's not good. They don't intend to make a move. Intending to just give up on this randomly appearing secret realm. They do it on purpose. Don't do it and then dig in later." Xia Ling wasn't worried about that. "They're poaching people all they want. We're not worried about our cohesion. It will surprise them." Zhao Yenner nodded. "Indeed, what we're worried about now is mainly the casualties. There were bound to be casualties, because of the sheer numbers and the fact that there was no direct charge down the. Instead, we wait for all of them to come out and then come in a flurry, which would be troublesome, even with my and Summerling's ability to have a means of wide-range attack. But the mosquitoes are bound to spread out and come from all directions, and we cannot get rid of all of them quickly." Summerling stared. "Yeah, so all the crew, by necessity, will have to deal with these mosquitoes that, the stronger ones are fine, the lower crews, they're dangerous. This low-level secret realm, it's not considered much of a challenge for us, but even if all of them are taken care of, there are bound to be casualties. Besides, we're on a ship, not on land. It's hard to spread out, but it's not like you can't do nothing. In the sky mosquitoes are still gathering." Xia Ling jumped off the finger-cold air filled touching the sea surface. There was a clacking and icing sound as the water froze around the ship and a piece of ice with a circumference of 100 meters surfaced. That's the limit of Xia Ling now. Can't freeze the range too much. Trying to get the lower crews to take advantage of the opportunity to escape the shore. But the water is far from freezing to the shore. And just when it couldn't continue to freeze, for the sky was black with mosquitoes that had all sprung up, and in an instant buzzed toward the bottom, and spread out and, it was shrouded in a pot shape towards their pirate group. In this way, even if Xia Ling and Zhao Yenner went all out with their wide-range attacks, nor can you get rid of all the mosquitoes fast enough. Summerling shouted. "Lower crew to the center of the ship. Full crew on the perimeter. Combat crew. The cadres are on the outermost perimeter. You deal with the ones around. Flame and I will deal with the ones above. It's the only way to do it. Try to protect the weaker, lower-ranking crews and minimize casualties. But know that it is impossible to do it without a single casualty and can only try to minimize it." The lower crews also panicked, bound to be outmatched if faced with too many mosquitoes. But, also knowing that, it's got to be all hands on deck. On the shore, Lin Muxue was surprised. Surprisingly, no one has fled. Their cohesion is not bad, but I just don't believe there's anyone who isn't afraid to die. Raising the loudspeaker, Lin Muxue shouted, if someone is willing to join my Tianjiao pirates, I, Lin Muxue, will step in and help. The rattling thunder fruits I can attack from a distance. So choose quickly. Just raise your hand and shout that you want to join and I'll keep an eye on you and protect you. As she said that, electricity raged throughout Lin Muxue's body. And at that moment, the other pirate groups, too, were holding loudspeakers. Fighting lowly crews will only result in meaningless casualties. Flee, join us. There are mosquitoes chasing you and we will do it. You're bound to have a lot of casualties when you face it as a pirate group, and the deaths will basically be of lowly crew members. It's not worth it. There may be casualties among the regular crew as well. Flee and join us. Li Tsang also took the opportunity to provoke. Your captain is really selfish. In order to come and pick up you, lead you to, and thus face the sudden appearance of the secret world on the sea, and put you in danger. And think of this. It's not worth it. You must be upset, right? Don't follow such a captain. Join my Tianjiao pirates. Lin Muxue agreed. Right. Putting you all in danger for the sake of a Yu. It says it's here to recruit casual cultivators, but you all know in your hearts that it's mainly here to pick up Yu to join. So, it was your captain and Yu who did you in. Hearing these words, Xia Ling was furious and chided. Shut up you guys, Lin Muxue sneered. Isn't that the right thing to say? Hurry up and quit. Join us. You can be guaranteed not to die. At this point, here, it's also being streamed live. And it's being seen all over the Dragon Kingdom, either by taking a cell phone to see, either TV watching. The other cities, even if they appear, are in little danger, with few casualties, because on land, it can be spread out and there won't be a pirate group that won't do anything about it. All the other cities, all the pirate gangs are fighting to solve the mosquitoes. Only the city of East China Sea, appearing in the sea 1,000 meters away from the shore puts a limit on the 4 pirate groups that don't make a move and try to fish for their own profit. There is obviously more value in recruiting some people than in solving mosquitoes. Watching the live stream, the talk went on and on. There's definitely going to be a lot of dropouts. Yeah, if I were you I would definitely want to live and would choose to join the pirate group on the shore and run for my life. Instead, the result will inevitably be that Summerling's pirate group will, this time, lose quite a few of their crew. A great loss. Even if Yu joins in, it won't be able to make up for it at all because Yu doesn't have much strength. Soon, to everyone's surprise, because none of Summerling's crew had faltered. Instead, he looked determined. Stop yelling, it's annoying, there's no way we're quitting. Don't underestimate our cohesion and bonding. We're partners. This made Lin Muxue and the others surprised. Unexpected, how could it be? Provoking was useless. The pirate group is now all set up for a month, and it was thought that there was little cohesion and affection. But Xiaoling's pirate group, the cohesion is so high. This made their faces ugly, and their intentions were defeated. But, they still didn't make a move. Humph, if you don't join, then there will be no small casualties. You don't get experience, but you don't get much experience, either. It's better to have casualties and a reduced battle force for your pirate group. Came to recruit, but it was attrition. Ha ha. Li Tsang looked at Yu, who was not far away, and said sarcastically, Yu, are you ashamed? Because of you, your friend's crew is going to have a lot of people killed by you. Lin Muxue also felt that Yu was definitely not a taste inside at this time, and was also sarcastic. Yeah, regret? There will surely be a lot of casualties. You'll thank me with your death later. Ha ha. And at this time, Xia Ling, with a heavy heart, condensed several ice prongs and rushed down towards the mosquito high in the sky, knowing that there will be casualties. And even more so, Yu must be very guilty in his heart at this time, fearing that Yu will do something stupid because of his guilt. But, at this moment, Yu's face was bland. Zhao Yenner's burning fruit ability explodes as she prepares to keep throwing fire punches, and the rest of the crew, all are also standing by, ready to attack the mosquitoes. Even if there will be casualties, they are not to be feared and cannot be shaken or there will be more casualties. However, right at this moment, Yu, who was on the shore, moved. The Celestial Pride Pirates. Sifu is worried. Captain, Yu but he knows hegemony color hegemony. Lin Muxue wasn't worried, I know. But, at such a distance, 1,000 meters, what's the point? Besides, these mosquitoes are not comparable to those piranhas from before. This was a creature that came out of the secret realm, and even though there were many of them, causing each one to be less powerful, they were still a bit more powerful than the piranhas from before. Still so far away, what can his hegemonic color hegemony have? However, suddenly, Lin Mushue's words rattled to a halt. On the shore, Yi Yu moved, pacing towards the harbor, facing the sea, and opened his mouth in a domineering and awe-inspiring voice. They, too, will all be my crew and companions, and to harm them in my presence, I won't allow it. The words fell, and just as Xia Ling, as well as the crew, were standing by, their faces fixed in concentration, they suddenly changed their faces in surprise. All of them looked towards the shore, their eyes focused on Yi Yu, only to see that Yi Yu's face instantly became cold and domineering, and his eyes were filled with mighty, glaring angrily into the 1,000-meter sea ahead. Boom! Terrifying aura itself erupted. Dark red hegemonic color hegemonic aura rushed out. It instantly spread to the sea that was 1,000 meters away, making this heaven and earth, all of which instantly became dark red and filled with dark red arcs of electricity everywhere, thousands of meters away from each other. Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony, directly covered from a distance. The mosquitoes rushing down from the sky were instantly fainted in large swathes, and the bodies of the mosquitoes in flight stagnated and fixed in midair. It spiraled down with a crash. This scene was seen by everyone around them, and even everyone watching the live stream. All of them were dumbstruck. Chapter 31. They all beg Yi Yu to get on board. Those watching the broadcast rubbed their eyes in disbelief. My God, I'm not blind, am I? Is this overlord color hegemony? Overlord color hegemony can be so terrifying? It stunned those mosquitoes, and from such a distance. Isn't the hegemonic color hegemonic power the equivalent of a fan? For the overlord color hegemony, the entire Dragon Kingdom was aware of it because it had been on the hot search. Aside from Psyches, who possesses the overlord's color hegemony, there's another person, a contracted incapacitor, who, it also has a dominant color hegemony. This person's name was Zhao Lin, his talent was at level 8, and the contracted incapacitated person's name was Mitsuki Goten. So, a lot is known about the bully color. Couldn't cultivate to get it, but didn't feel bad about it because thought the dominant color was ribald. But now, the scene in front of them was unbelievable. Zhao Lin was shaken by this at this time. He was gifted at level 8, and naturally chose the devil fruit first before that. But the contract is all a failure. The 8th level he, at that time, chose to contract the shock fruit, the immortal bird fruit. These, all failed. The last 2 chances left. Thinking about contracting the unimpressive sounding rubber fruit, I guess, and still failing. So, he panicked and had to use his last chance to indenture an incapacitated person with. Handpick one that looks awesome and call it Mitsuki Goten. He naturally knew the overlord color, but found that it was, indeed, quite ribald, even for a low talent. None of them could be affected, at most making the other person dizzy for a bit, but not to the point of fainting. And to see it now, so terrifying when he's sure it's a hegemonic color hegemony. It was not at all comparable to one's own overlord color hegemony. At this time, the beach, Xingfeng shook. His overlord color hegemony is even stronger than before. Lin Mushue's face was ugly, knowing that Yi Yu's dominating color hegemony was powerful, but not putting it on her mind. Thinking that such a long distance, it must be useless. Thinking that in the future, Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony won't be too useful. After all, everyone is getting stronger too. But now, to her horror, she realized that even if the target wasn't their crew, but already a number of the lower crews had fainted. Li Tsun, horrified and jealous, shouted, "Everyone stay away from him." Those close to him fainted and stay away from him for 500 meters. No, 1,000. It's not their target, but it's keeping a lot of people away. Fast, because as long as one was too close to Yi Yu, who was bursting out with overlord color hegemony at this time, one would be shivering, sweating coldly, and even fainting. The other 3 pirate groups, shaken by it, also did not expect that the hegemonic color hegemony could be so strong. At that moment, the gazes that looked at Yi Yu were extremely burning, and Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, extremely shocked at this time. Everyone on the ship realized that they don't need to do anything, for the mosquitoes that roamed the sky are falling with a crash. It had been expected that a number of the lower crews would be sacrificed, but now that the crisis had been directly neutralized, don't even need them to make a move. The mosquitoes all crashed into the sea and quickly drowned. Yi Yu felt that the experience boosted quite a bit. Although it didn't escalate, it was still pretty good. When all the mosquitoes were stunned and fell into the sea, Yi Yu collected his chi and the world returned to normal. Zhao Yenner was shocked. Xia Ling, why didn't you tell me that your friend would have a hegemonic color hegemony, and he has such a strong overlord color hegemony? Xia Ling was also stunned. I only just realized it. The cadres, too, were all shocked, and just like that, it was solved. It's because of Yi Yu. He didn't fight. He just exploded his hegemonic color hegemony and took care of all the mosquitoes. I was just thinking in my mind that for the sake of picking him up, we're making such a big deal out of coming to. Very unnecessary, but now, I think, coming in a bit abruptly, there should have been a banner on the boat. Put up lights and colors, prepare fireworks salutes, and warmly celebrate the welcome when Yiyu comes on board. I was as upset as you were before, and a little sour in my heart. To come and pick up this connection mat, now I want to slap myself. This is bigotry. Even if our own strength is not as good as ours, this overlord color hegemony alone is very useful. At this point, the official, lowly crew, even more embarrassed, gets punched in the face. I'm at fault. Just now, I whispered that Yiyu was a relation, and that it wasn't worth it to pick him up. Now realize I was wrong. I was thinking that I had put us in danger for coming to fetch him, and now that I see he's so good, all I'm saying is, even if this is Neptune-like waters, come on, Yiyu must be on board. Captain Nyobi, it's great to have a friend like Yiyu. It's an honor for the captain. It's more of an honor. For a moment, everyone on the boat wanted to slap themselves. Some people were even already slapping their own faces, feeling that they had just offended Yiyu and shouldn't have said those words. Zhao Yener was also a bit embarrassed. Before it was nothing on the surface, but in his heart, he also felt that Xia Ling had some love brain. But now, he only felt that Xia Ling was so good, pulling such a powerful one for them. Zhao Yener reminded, urging, don't all freeze, quickly continue sailing and pick up Yiyu on board. Cadre, crew get busy fast. Right, go pick up Yiyu, don't keep Big Brother waiting. I have to thank Big Brother Yiyu properly, otherwise the lowly crew member me would have been seriously injured just now without dying. The other pirate groups on the beach could see their captain's eyes burning with extreme intensity. It's also definitely staring at Yiyu, so let's quickly go pick up the big man on the boat. At this point, it did, and the pirate group on the beach moved quickly. Originally thought Yiyu was wasted. No one wanted to invite Yiyu to join. The strongest talent that, but the contract 7 incapable people. But now, not to see Yiyu's strength, alone this horrible hegemonic color hegemony, it is very important that it's a killer in big group battles. Yiyu, get on my boat. Cadre for you, don't get on his ship, get on mine and I can give you a co-captain. Get on mine. Our pirate group has many girls, and our strength is not inferior to theirs. You'll be the vice captain, and pick whichever girl you like. For a time, they invited, and even scrambled. Lin Mushue was all shaken up at this point, and inwardly regretted a little, cursing his overlord color hegemony. How did it improve so much? Now even some of my official crew members might be stunned when they face his overlord color. Xingfeng guessed, it seems that the 7 people he contracted may all know the overlord's color. That's why it led to his overlord color being so strong, because it could be stacked, perhaps, in the future, even at a later stage, his overlord color hegemony that, not only would it only stun the minions, but perhaps some of the regular crew would be affected, if not fainted, then dizzy. Sudden dizziness in the middle of a battlefield can be fatal. The Heaven's Pride Pirates crew, at once, also very much wanted Yiyu on board. Captain, why don't you go apologize? Originally Yiyu would have been our pirate group, just when the Captain, while face is important, the might of the pirates is more important, and the sailing adventure has just begun. Having Yiyu can make the future a lot easier for us. At once, many cadres began to persuade. Li Tsong's heart sank with anger. Where is your backbone? Yiyu isn't so bad that we're begging him to come aboard. So what if the hegemonic color hegemony is powerful? This is a world where the strongest are the most respected, and as long as they can't affect the strongest, Yiyu is still useless. Shut up! Lin Mushue chortled and walked towards Yiyu after a brief hesitation. The regret in his heart was to be more than the time the piranhas showed up. Although he was the one who kicked Yiyu off the boat and promised that it would be impossible to beg Yiyu to join him, he wanted to try now, and although it was important to save face, but the future and prospects are more important. Lin Mushue looked in the mirror, made up her shape, smoothed her hair and then approached with a smile. Speak softly, brother you. I didn't expect your overlord color hegemony to become even stronger than before. The real change is about to begin. Let's start the adventure. The pirates are ours. You cannot join other pirate group. Come back. You as a vice captain. In the future the ringing thunder fruit of me to protect you. The strongest to me. I'll leave the minions to you, and we'll work together to dominate the sea. However, Yiyu directly ignored it, waving towards the boat sailing ahead, smiling and saw Summerling on the bow of the boat and said hello, Sister Ling. Being ignored, Lin Mushue made herself continue to keep smiling and started to apologize in a petulant manner. Brother you, I know I'm wrong. Forgive me. As compensation, I'll meet you at your house tonight, and I'll, this time, not only let you have a kiss, I'll allow you a scratch. As the words fell, Lin Mushui looked down at her high mountain. Yi Yu frowned and spoke indifferently. Even if you let me sleep, I won't agree to you. This made Lin Mushui's face ugly. Yi Yu sarcastically said, you're the one who kicked me off the boat, and now you're asking me to go back? Who says you won't beg me later and regret it? Then, Brother Feather, tell me how. First you get down on your knees and beg me, then you apologize, and the captain's chair has to be mine. That way I can consider it. This caused Lin Mushui to blush hard and no longer continue to smile, once again being high and mean. Humph, really give you face. I've been like that, and you're still getting the better of me. Do you really think I have to let you on board? If it wasn't for your awesome overlord color hegemony, I wouldn't have done what I did just now. Have to admit, your hegemonic color hegemony is useful, but not so much that I'm going to get down on my knees, apologize, and give you the captain. That's not going to happen. Come as you like. This is definitely the last time I'll give you back your face, and there's no way I'll be able to pull you aboard again. Yi Yu smiled. Really? Then what if you back out again? Or even kneel down and beg me later? Lin Mushui laughed, feeling that she had heard a huge joke. Ha ha, that really amuses me. Really think you're worth a lot? I'm just going to use you to clean up a few stragglers later. Do you really think you're important in a pirate group? In terms of the most important part of a pirate crew, it's the mighty warrior. It can't be you. So I'll kneel down and beg you to join me later? No way. Who are you? What is my identity? The overlord color hegemony powerful some of you. Not at all worthy of ringing thunder fruit ability. Have to I kneel down to beg you? Absolutely not. Chapter 32, all parties pulling together. Threats. Lin Mushui felt that this must be the last time, and that she would definitely not let Yi Yu join her in the future. Even if the hegemonic color hegemony became stronger, it would be impossible. At that moment, the other captains were furious and cursed towards Lin Mushui. What to say about Yi Yu? Even if he's not strong in his own right, relying solely on his overlord color hegemony, the status of having one is definitely extremely high. You don't want to belittle Yi Yu. Yi Yu, we won't belittle you. Really, can't you get on our boat? It's okay if you can't. Make a friend. Lin Mushui saw that these people were still bulking and being sarcastic. Humph, his overlord color hegemony is awesome, but in this world, the best is better than the worst. And at the back of the weak ones will definitely be getting fewer and fewer. So what's the use of his hegemonic color hegemony at that point? Weak strength can't make it to the end. Even if his overlord color hegemony would boost, it would be useless in the later stages, unable to have an effect on the slightly more powerful ones. So don't you guys flatter him so much. Lin Mushui said this, also comforting herself, and instantly felt better. But the others continued to be polite to Yi Yu. After all, the powerful thermal weapons had all disappeared. It was hard to build, but Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony was the equivalent of a powerful thermal weapon. Even though many pirate ships are equipped with cannonballs, and many of their crews are armed with guns, they are not very powerful. And Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony is equivalent to a wide-range lethal weapon, and in a group battle, it can instantly make the place drastically reduced in number. That's what they look for. At this time, throughout the Dragon Kingdom, many pirate groups were shaken by it. Bai Xiaohan was surprised. What a powerful overlord color hegemony. Is this the benefit of contracting an incapacitated person? Black Jia didn't care. In my place, even if I knew that the overlord color hegemony was strong after stacking, but I still choose the mighty devil fruit. The rest of the crew agreed. Yeah, devil fruit is king. Battle winners and losers. It still depends on the battle between the strong. And, in future group battles, Yi Yu will be easily targeted and will definitely all want to take the lead in solving him. That's right, even though there will be protection, when the battle is evenly matched, it's also hard to protect over. Bai Xiaohan stared. Even so, it's still necessary to try to draw him in and throw him an olive branch. But it seems that he's going to join the pirate group of the freeze fruit ability, and he seems to be a good friend. As long as there is hope, we must try. And what's more, our pirate crew, it must be stronger and more promising than their pirate group. And if Yi Yu doesn't want to join, he'll pull in their entire pirate group. Boss has a point. At this time, the Green Dragon Pirates, Wang Quanshi is also extremely valued. This Yi Yu, it seems that he hasn't become a complete invalid. Hegemonic color hegemony. It's still useful. Gotta find a way to pull him in. Captain, his overlord color hegemony. It doesn't affect us, the Green Dragon Pirates, much, does it? After all, we're very demanding. The crew has to be artificial devil fruit capable to begin with. That's why we're also known as the Pirates of the Beasts, because most of us are animalistic. And his Buster color Buster Aura, which stuns minions at best. Trying to stun our crew won't do it. I'm afraid. The King's Power Master was still eager. Even so, he must be allowed to join. For the other pirate bands, but it's not going to be like us. Also, Captain, so what if he doesn't join? Wang Quan sure was bland. It's fine if we don't join. We, the Green Dragon Pirates, won't be restrained. Anyway, it's the other pirate groups, on the contrary, who will have to worry. At this time, the hot searches were constantly dominated by Yiyu, all because of Yiyu's powerful overlord color hegemony. And then a lot of hot searches down there, all of which were major pirate groups extending invitations to Yiyu. Let Yiyu join their pirate groups. There's the strongest pirate group, the Green Dragon Pirate Group, the Juggernaut Pirate Group, and the Destruction Pirate Group, Flying Pirates, etc. All powerful pirate groups with captains gifted at level 10 and possessing powerful devil fruit abilities, all wanted Yiyu to join. At this time, Xiao Ling and Zhao Yener knew that Yiyu had become very sought after and knew, after looking at the hot search, that there were also powerful pirate groups that warned them not to solicit Yiyu to join them or they would surely retaliate. The crew members, too, all instantly realized Yiyu's snatch. Zhao Yener said in a condensed voice, Xiao Ling, too many powerful pirate groups now want Yiyu. Some of them may be stronger than us. Do you think Yiyu will hesitate? Xiao Ling believed, I support whatever Yiyu chooses, but I know that he will definitely choose to join and be in a pirate group with me. Even if those powerful pirate groups pull him in, he won't go over there. Zhao Yener was relieved. It was happy. It would be great if Yiyu could get on the boat. Though, Zhao Yener worried. There are two pirate groups, with threatening words that, let's not let Yiyu on board. The two pirate groups are, respectively, the Soul Fruit ability, the Juggernaut Pirate Group created by Song Ling, the Golden Demon of the Puffy Fruit, who created the Flying Pirates. Put the word out on the hot seat that as long as we dared to let Yiyu on board, it would just be rude to us. Xiao Ling was naturally furious upon hearing this and inquired, are you afraid? Zhao Yener smiled fearlessly, of course I'm not afraid. Summerling then looked to the cadres, the crew, and inquired, is everyone scared? At once, the crew spoke in unison, with great vigor, no fear, good, worthy of our crew of pirates, threats we are not afraid of, and besides, how to choose, it's up to Yiyu. At that moment, Summerling's boat docked, and Happy jumped out of the boat, in the air, and, can see a bounce. Yiyu secretly sighed, it's been a long time, Xiao Ling has grown up again. Xiao Ling jumped down and directly pounced on Yiyu in excitement. Brother Feather, it's been a long time, I've missed you. I've been wanting to come and see you for a long time now, but it's not safe on the ocean either, so we'll just have to come now. Xiao Ling directly jumped onto Yiyu, her arms wrapped around Yiyu's neck and her legs coiled around Yiyu's waist. Yiyu smoothly wrapped his hands around Xiao Ling's waist and reminded, so many people are watching, and it's live everywhere, for the whole Dragon Kingdom, so pay attention. Xiao Ling also realized that she had lost her temper and was too excited, and hurriedly came down, feeling happy for Yiyu. Great, your overlord color hegemony is so powerful. The reason why I'm happy is not because of the usefulness of being on board, but the fact that Yiyu can have a skill. Good, that'll make Yiyu feel better. Xiao Ling then looked around, as well as the live broadcast not far away, and looked towards Yiyu. The face got serious, and at that moment, the surrounding pirate groups, all quieted down, including the entire Dragon Kingdom. Too many people were staring at the live feed, their eyes focused on Yiyu, because, all know that Yiyu is bound to know those hot searches as well, and everyone wants to know that. Yiyu is pressured to not choose to join Xiao Ling's pirate group first, or just join. What exactly will be the choice? At that moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom quieted down and looked at Yiyu, waiting for a response. Chapter 33, a domineering response. While waiting, many people had their own speculations. Do you think Yiyu will join straight away? I don't think so, because of having too powerful hegemonic color hegemony. Yiyu is very much in demand. If you join, then you'll be hostile to the other pirate groups. Yeah, even if Yiyu wants to join, a pirate group wouldn't dare to take in easily. Unable to recruit Yiyu, then it's bound to be no small threat. Although it's important to say that a strong person, but it has to be mid to late stage. And now that it's just starting, Yiyu's overlord color hegemony is extremely important. I feel sure Yiyu would say that he won't join any of the pirate groups. For now. First, that way no one is offended. And then say that only the strongest will be chosen, leaving the conflict to be fought over by the powerful pirate groups. Makes sense. At this time, many powerful pirate groups were hopeful, especially the Green Dragon Pirates. The strongest pirate group, the dominant pirate group. These. Song Ling grunted coldly, he definitely won't join, and will announce that he's joining us, because if we don't, we'll be hostile, and I'll even go to him myself. let him know the power of the soul fruit, and when I face him, I can decide whether he lives or dies just by asking. She was confident, feeling that not many people would be unafraid to face an inquiry from Soul Spell. And as soon as there is the slightest fear, it all drains the soul from itself. The flying pirates, the puffy fruit ability, and the golden demon are also confident. It's hard to say which pirate group you'll choose to join, but definitely won't join the pirate group of the freeze fruit ability person now. That would be not taking us, the powerful pirate group, as a matter of fact, especially since the flying pirates, put the word out that I take action against him in a very short time once I dared to join, so it's even more unlikely that I'll join. A lot of people, that's what they think. Lin Mushue's heart was cooler at this time. Sarcastically, admit your weakness and hurry up to announce that you won't be joining. However, in the next instant, Yi Yu opened his mouth to make an announcement, and the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Yi Yu spoke with a straight face, there's no need to invite the other pirate groups, I won't be joining. When the words fell, Yi Yu didn't say anything else, but said to Xia Ling, let's get on the boat. Summerling was happy. I knew it. Zhao Yener as well as the crew were happy. Yi Yu still wanted to join them. It was good that this was no small boost for their pirate group. For a while, the pirate group on the shore had some ugly faces. Lin Mushue frowned even more, not expecting Yi Yu to choose to join without hesitation. Li Tsong laughed coldly. Yi Yu, you know the hot search now, right? Basically asking you to join. Some of them even threatened you, and you acted as if they didn't exist. You didn't give a damn about them, as if they think they're just high-mouthed and can't really do anything to you? While saying this, Li Tsong was naturally arching fire. Yi Yu's right hand was raised and ready to reach for the black blade knight behind his back, when Xia Ling suddenly moved and, it's fast. Shut up. The cold air swept in quickly, directly freezing Li Tsong's mouth. It made Li Tsong speechless at all. Xia Ling said in a deep voice, I've wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Now remember that. Yi Yu is not only my most important person, but also my partner. Lin Mushue's face was unsightly, which made some lose face. So naturally, she couldn't just look at it like that. As the saying goes, even when you beat a dog, you have to look at the master. With a discharge, electricity arcs towards Summerling, but it's crushed by a shot of ice prongs, and the lightning disintegrates. The ice shattered. Zhao Yener's right hand flames churned as she said in a deep voice, what? Want to fight? At once, the crew behind them, too, were ready to strike. Lin Mushue wouldn't wimp out and offered. The remaining 3 pirate groups, should we join forces? The remaining 3, however, had no such idea, not to mention the fact that there were rules against easy mutilation. Even if we did, there would certainly be a significant number of casualties, and it simply wouldn't be worth it. There would be no benefit. Yi Yu a bully color, too many of them will faint, and Zhao Yener, the strength of Xia Ling, all strong too, along with the rest of the cadre. Therefore, not very serious friction. Disputes of interests will not easily rise to the level of a major war. It's not worth it. The other pirate captains arch fire. Lin Mushue, you're a rattling thunder fruit ability. I believe you're strong enough to deal with them. You guys are enough. Lin Mushue frowned as the lightning on her body disappeared, not intending to make a move. She will not be stupid to let the Tianjiao pirates, and the other side of the war, cannot win is not easy to say. After all, Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony could reduce their battle power by too much. Lin Mushue looked for a reason. It must also be in accordance with the rules, so we can't kill each other so easily. After all, the navy would descend in 3 years, and it would take a fierce and great regimental war, unless it was a scramble for great treasure, opportunity, and, apparently, Yi Yu is not worth relying only on the overlord color hegemony, so there's no need. Lin Mushue didn't want a big fight to break out right now, because the adventure was just about to start. The real mutiny is coming in a few more hours, and it would be bad form to have the pirates take casualties before then. It will just be a favor to someone else. At this time, the other pirate groups watched the live broadcast with ugly faces. Master Wang Quan frowned. Surprisingly, he chose to join directly. It's as if we, the pirate group that's on the hot seat, don't exist. Captain, what to do? Should we go and strangle him? Wang Quan sure shook his head. There's no need. We, the Green Dragon pirates, aren't afraid of his overlord color hegemony. Leave it to the other pirates. At this moment, by Xiaohan's side, it's a pity that he chose to join. Black Jie said grimly, settle him? Avoid his hegemonic color hegemony being stronger. Not yet. Haven't some of the pirate groups already put out the word, seeing as they're scaring? Or do you really intend to do it? At once, many people in the Dragon Kingdom, with their attention focused on Song Ling's juggernaut pirates, Golden Demon's flying pirates. After all, these are the only 2 that are clearly putting out harsh words. That made the top few hot topics. That was that Yiyu would definitely find trouble with Yiyu if he dared to join directly. Sharing dared to take it, and would also find trouble with Sharing as well as the entire pirate group. As a result, Yiyu dared to join and Xiaoling dared to accept. At once, many people swung up to eat. The golden demon's face was ice cold. Humph. What a contempt for me. Without the slightest hesitation or fear, the crew was exasperated. Indeed, he did not take us seriously, and he must have known about our warning. Is it certain that the mutation has just begun and we dare not make war on them? If we go to war, it's going to be a fierce battle and there will be a lot of casualties. The golden demon also knew that it could be thought of at this time, and Song Ling must be in a similar mood as himself. Contact immediately. Song Ling knew that the golden demon was looking for him, and could probably guess, so he contacted. Golden demon. What is it? Song Ling, Yi Yu, as well as Xia Ling and the others, they don't seem to take us seriously, thinking we wouldn't dare. You must be as angry as I am. Indeed, I am also angry, as if I were not afraid of us. So, let the word go first. Good. Soon, the number one hot search was dominated by the fact that Song Ling, the golden demon, had issued a joint warning. Tell Yiyu to just quit and not join. Tell Xiaoling not to take Yiyu. You can pretend that nothing happened, but if you still don't listen, then the Flying Pirates and the Juggernaut Pirates will join forces. With the purpose of dealing with Yiyu, he traveled to Hang City shortly, and declared that it was not a scare, but that something would definitely be done. When these words came out, at once, they caused a shock, and felt that this state of affairs, more and more tense. The Munchers are getting more and more concerned. Everyone's eyes, once again, focused on the live broadcast screen, wanting to see Yiyu and Xiaoling. Will it be conceded? Lin Muxue also looked on gloatingly, reminding, I advise you to quit. Admit your weakness. Even you can't be afraid, right? The two pirate groups, Juggernaut and Feitian, but it's likely going to be a top 5 on the pirate group list soon, and it's a 4 Emperor pirate group favorite, so you don't want to be targeted by 2 future 4 Emperor pirate groups, do you? There's no one who isn't afraid, is there? Even she, Lin Muxue, didn't dare to easily mess with 2 pirate groups with the potential of the 4 emperors at the same time. At this time, Xiaoling was furious. These 2 pirate groups really bully people too much, but inside, it's also heavy. Zhao Yener similarly, 1 pirate group could fight if they went to war with them, but 2 teamed up and it would be very bad for them. But, even so, they were rising in battle intent rather than not allowing Yiyu to join them. Xiaoling looked at Yiyu and said with a straight face, Yiyu, make your choice. I'll listen to you on all of it. Whatever the choice, even if you don't join, I understand. Zhao Yener and the others also nodded and would show their understanding. For a while, silence fell as everyone looked at Yiyu. Yiyu at this time looked at the hot search on the cell phone. The face turned off blandly, facing one of the live cameras not far away. His eyes became cold, domineering and fearless, as if his gaze pierced through the camera. It landed on the golden demon. Song Ling, who was watching, unable to help it. Golden Demon and Song Ling both frowned slightly. This look made them uncomfortable. Yiyu smiled disdainfully and spoke in an awe-inspiring voice. 2 pirate groups with the potential to be 4 emperors? Oh, even if it's 2 4 emperors, so what? After a pause, Yiyu's voice became high-pitched. We, the pirates, but an existence that will become a king in the future. How could you be afraid of just 2 4th emperors? Once again, Yiyu's eyes and voice became cold to the extreme. If you dare to come, I don't mind making the pirate rankings after that a little less competitive. Let the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates not be able to make the list. Chapter 34, Big Trouble Coming? After Yiyu responded, the entire world became silent and too many people were dumbstruck. Silence passed. Shock. Disbelief. I didn't expect Yiyu to dare to respond like this. So dominant, not only in his aura, his eyes, but also in what he says. But that would be a pain in the ass, wouldn't it? At this time, the big pirate group, on the other hand, was shaken, not expecting Yiyu to be so bold. The ones who were the most furious were naturally Gene Demon and Song Ling. The Golden Demon became furious. How dare you? How dare you speak such words? Do you really think we're just talking? Song Ling's face became icy cold, and she smiled instead of being angry. Well, you have guts. Then, it has to be done to you, or where will we put our faces? If Yiyu hadn't released these harsh words, they would have hesitated. After all, thinking that the real mutation had just begun. Obviously all of them have to avoid the friction of a great war, and have to focus on adventures, searching for treasures or encountering secret realms, and constantly improving. But now, they were also racked up. Yiyu had said so. If they did nothing, it would be too disgraceful. The Golden Demon was furious and inquired over the phone. Song Ling, you heard it all, right? So, do you dare? If you don't dare, the Flying Pirates, will go after him shortly. Make him regret it. Song Ling didn't hesitate. Naturally, I'm going to show him the ropes. 2. You don't give a damn about us. You really think we don't have the guts to do it? Let's do it together sometime. Even if there were strong men in their pirate group, and even if his overlord color hegemony could make a lot of battle power faint, when the time came, can't we just lay it out? Low-level combatants, sitting on a secondary ship in a distant location, waiting to bring down Yu. He can't use his hegemonic color hegemony, and the lower combatants rush over again. Golden Demon nodded. Nice arrangement. That's it then. When there are more sub-ships, it's when we make our move. The Golden Demon inquired. Shipbuilder, how many ships does it take to fill the lower warbands? Captain, we, the Green Dragon Pirates, have a large crew. After all, too many artificial devil fruit abilities have joined, and many more are being recruited all over the Dragon Kingdom, all waiting for us to recruit them. It is estimated that the total number of our Green Dragon Pirates in the early stages is at 30,000, and if we want to all travel by ship, then we need 10 large subships, and it is expected to take 20 or so days. The Golden Demon frowned, his tone unquestioning. That's too long. I'll give you 15 days. In 15 days, I'm going to make my move and go and touch base with them. When the time comes to turn on the live broadcast, let Yu kneel down and apologize and admit his weakness in front of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yes, Captain. I'll do my best to build it. At this point, the ship's wise man reminded. Captain, it would be best to focus on finding the treasure first, on finding the secret realm, and in doing so, it's a place that many powerful pirate groups would love to see. We can't let our impulses get the best of us. Our target is the One King Pirates. The Golden Demon's voice was low. It's useless for anyone to say that I'm together with the Juggernaut Pirates. Would you think that the pirate battle with Yu in half a month would be fiercely dangerous? Nah, it will only be a lopsided situation. We won't have much to lose. No repercussions, plus both can crush them at the same time. Conduct the intake, and if you don't want to join, die. Okay. The wise man was no longer dissuaded, and Song Ling was of the same mind. And if they a pirate group, then to hesitate to, thinking about whether it was worth it or not. But with two powerful pirate groups joining forces, they felt it was fine. Yu's pirate group, currently powerful. It's also just the freezing fruit Xiaoling and the burning fruit Zhao Yener. If they fight them one-on-one, it's definitely their Juggernaut Pirates that are stronger. Not to mention having to join forces with the Green Dragon Pirates. At once, the statements of the two major pirate groups were released, occupying the first place in the hot search. The Green Dragon Pirates and the Juggernaut Pirates confirmed that they would join forces and make a move on Yu soon after. If Xiaoling's pirate group didn't want to get into trouble, they shouldn't let Yu on board. This caused many powerful pirate groups to gloat. No need for us to make a move. Yu is unwilling to join, so such an existence will die young. There'll be a good show when the time comes. Come on, now place your bets on which side will win. Is there any need to think? It must be that the Green Dragon and the Juggernaut Pirates won a big victory and didn't do anything right away. Rather, shortly thereafter, it is stated that there are tactics for the lower crews to wait and wear first at a distance when the time comes. Indeed, in our place, the pirates would have done the same. Then they are bound to be miserable. It's hard to say if Xiaoling and the others are miserable or not, because as long as they don't let Yu join them, they'll be fine. But Yu must be miserable. If he is not allowed to join, then what will Yu do when he faces these two big pirate groups? Using a hegemonic color hegemony? Oh, the only thing he relies on is not useful at all against the strong. They came to the conclusion that no matter what the choice was, Yu was bound to be miserable. At this point, Xiaoling knew about the message sent by the Juggernaut and the Green Dragon Pirates, and was not afraid in the slightest. Rin spoke. Don't think I'm going to throw up Yu with a threat like that. No way. Yu's going to join our pirate group is begging for it. We won't keep Yu off the ship. After responding, the Golden Demon's face was icy cold. Well, you're really not afraid to die. Then when the time comes, let you all regret it. Just let me. The Golden Demon will freeze and burn the fruit. Songling similarly felt that Xiaoling was very stupid, as stupid as Yu, and was completely doing deaf. At this point, after Summerling responded, the crew, not at all timid, would not, because of such a threat, just be afraid. The whole world is watching. If they're afraid, then where's their face? Welcome aboard, Big Brother Yu. So what if the two major pirate groups are united? We're not afraid. More admiration for honoring Captain and Yu. Not a wimp at all. At this point, Li Tsong gloated. Surprisingly, I'm not afraid to remind you that it's not too late to quit and join our pirate group. The other pirate groups also rushed to seize the opportunity. Yeah, quit. You pirates next. How dangerous. Big trouble. Quit quickly and we will admit you. Although there's a bully-colored powerhouse like EU, he's not a real powerhouse. It's just that the Overlord colors are awesome and, when the time comes, the Overlord colors will certainly have no use for them. The result of a certain doom. So don't hold out. Hurry up and quit and join us. However, no one disembarked, which surprised them that the cohesion was so strong. Summerling was satisfied and proud. Lin Muxue looked at Yiyu and said sarcastically, "What a big mouth. Still wanting to become a one-king pirate? Do you think highly of your partner? Or do you think highly of yourself? If you think highly of your partner, you do think highly of, the frozen fruit. Burning the fruit, as powerful as it is, can't be done yet. As for thinking highly of yourself, that's even higher." Li Tsong agreed, and uttering the words of the four kings of the district. It's not even easy to say if your pirate group can become the four emperor pirate group, and you're still saying such big words. Yi Yu coldly smiled, looked at the surrounding pirates and coldly opened his mouth. Do you want your crew to get some sleep? As soon as these words came out, Lin Muxue, Li Tsong hurriedly shut up, because Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony exploded and their lowly crews are going to swoon. The other three pirate groups also hurriedly shut up, not daring to taunt, and at such a distance, definitely affected. In an instant, the surroundings quieted down, not daring to say another word about BB. Yi Yu didn't make a move because right now, except for Zhang Tianyi, everyone still thought that indentured incapacitated people were weak, and that they were going to capitalize on this opportunity for Summerling to follow up by focusing on recruiting unseen incapacitated people. One knows which incapacitated people are strong, so take advantage of that, and utilize that. It can give the pirates a considerable boost to their overall strength. It's important to improve your own strength, but it's also important to improve the overall strength of the pirate group. This was why Yi Yu didn't make a direct move. The surrounding pirate groups all quieted down as Yi Yu opened his mouth. We'll stay until 12 o'clock at night, the moment of true mutiny, and for 5 hours that. Anyone who wants to join us is always welcome. Also, not only in East Ocean City, but all over the Dragon Kingdom. Who want to join us? All can sign up. This caused the other pirate captains to furrow their brows, surprisingly taking advantage of the current national spotlight to start recruiting. Chapter 35, Pirate Warriors. At this time, the mighty pirates weren't worried, especially the Juggernaut pirates and the Green Dragon pirates. The Golden Demon thought it was ridiculous, and he recruited someone. It's ridiculous. Your pirate group will face disaster soon. Who will join? The captain's right. They're really stupid. This you wouldn't think that just because he is unique in his hegemonic color hegemony, there would be people who would want to join, right? At this moment, Songling also found it ridiculous to think that he didn't dare anyone to join him, and had united with the Golden Demon to put out the word that, once again, it's taking over the hot seat. Every major pirate group also has a press and publicity department that is responsible for public opinion. Soon, the first few items on the hot search were, who dares to join now, and make a move on Yi Yu when the time comes. It's not going to be soft. Summerling was furious and unafraid when she found out. Golden Demon, Song Ling, come as you may when the time comes, and let the two of you turn into ice sculptures. Zhao Yenner was also furious. I'll burn them to charcoal. It was, and the cadres came forward. Lu Sun, an 8th level talent, one of the 7 cadres, a retarded fruit ability. Your speed will be slowed down in the face of my ability. Hearing this shook a lot of people. The retardation fruit, a very powerful ability. Speed is also important in battle. Once you slow down, you're not a living target. This Lu Sun, he truly possesses good abilities. At this point, all the other cadres stepped forward to show how powerful their pirate group was. It was important to let more people know that their pirate group was not only Xiao Ling and Zhao Yenner who were great, they weren't bad either. At the same time, it was equivalent to being introduced to Yi Yu. Lin Chuan, level 7 talent, one of the 7 cadres, scissor fruit ability. Cold Snow, a 7th level talent, one of the 7 cadres, a nature-based snow fruit ability. Grade 8 talent, one of the 7 cadres, nature-based swamp fruit ability. Grade 8 talent, one of the 7 cadres, animal turtle fruit ability. Grade 8 talent, one of the 7 cadres, yum fruit ability. Xiao Linger, 9th level talent, head of the 7 cadre part-time ship's doctor, healing fruit ability. In a moment, all 7 cadres stepped forward, all with their own pride and not the least bit of fear. For a time, the entire Dragon Kingdom caused no small amount of shock. Envious, they're all so gifted and are all devil fruit capable. I didn't realize that they, the pirates, were so crouching and hiding. When compared like this, I'm afraid it's not inferior to the Juggernaut, or the Green Dragon pirates at all. They, the pirates, are indeed formidable. And the big pirate groups, naturally, are surprises, with a lot of abilities and all of them highly gifted. The cohesion was also strong, and it felt, at once, not good to be messed with. The Golden Demon was also briefly surprised, but not the least bit afraid. So what if it's a little more powerful than expected? It's useless, Captain. This head of the 7 cadres. Awesome. Healing fruit. Apparently a milkmaid. That's important in a team. 2. Captain. A man of such powers. Rare. Even if we had a ship's doctor on board, but at most, they are doctors who used to be good at healing. So naturally, they can't be compared to the capable ones. A team that can fight, resist, nurse, and have a large range of destructive power. Then it does get tricky. Golden Demon didn't care. This ability is great. It's still a 9th level talent. No battle power, though, but it does seem heavenly. So scoop her up when it's time to take on them. At this moment, Songling was also surprised, but could not discount the idea of acting after 15 days. Even if it was stronger than expected, it couldn't be stronger than them joining forces. At this time, Yi Yu was surprised by it, not expecting his partners, who were all so good, especially Chao Linger, 9th level talent, healing fruit, believe in late stage healing ability. It's bound to surpass the villainous princess from the King of Thieves. Jolene's importance, big, a team, if a lot of people get hurt, even life-threatening, but Chao Linger is in charge of healing, then it will affect the battlefield. After being healed, again, you can get into the fight quickly. So when you think about it that way, Jolene is important. And the retardation fruit, Yi Yu had to say, is also a powerful ability that, it's just that Foxy in the King of Thieves is too much of a dish. This fruit ability, it's still pretty strong, and Lu Xun is still an 8th level talent. It's bound to be way more powerful than Foxy in the future. And if the fruit awakens, with its wide range of retardation, it's also a very powerful control character. Lin Mushue's face was slightly ugly at this time, also did not expect the other side of the pirate group war power so powerful. To say that the crew configuration, they, the Heaven's Pride pirates, were now incomparable. Xia Ling said, Brother Yu, there would be no need for me to introduce you. Yi Yu sighed softly, everyone is amazing. Natsu Ling proudly, that's right, our pirate group, is also a powerful pirate group that, now I dare not say it's the strongest, but the cohesion is bound to be the highest. Our examination, character-wise, is very strict. It cannot be too much for quantity, because in case of a crisis, it will be a scattered mess. And this, on the battlefield, the cohesion is important. So what if the Juggernaut and the Green Dragon pirates will join forces against us? Dare to come, let them pay the price, or even leave in disgrace. It's not possible to pay a great price to exterminate us, is it? So what do they do after that? Get swallowed up by other big pirate groups while they're at it? Many people faltered at that statement. The Golden Demon's brow furrowed as he listened, able to observe that quite a few people from the Green Dragon pirates that, somewhat torn, weaker is fine, but so powerful and cohesive. You can't just start a war with this kind of pirate group. After all, it's quite unnecessary to take the effort, and the other party doesn't possess a lot of treasure. In such a dangerous world again, it's unwise to lose your own battle before risking your life. The Golden Demon was happy instead. That's impressive. That's good. After 15 days, I'm sure they can accumulate some treasure on their ship and collect it on the way. As for the big price that will be paid, don't underestimate me. Breaking you up won't cost much and won't damage our vitality. Song Ling, likewise, could not change her mind about doing it, but at this point, a lot of casuals in East Ocean City, and even all over the world, who haven't joined the pirates yet, are still thinking about that. Those who chose to do so were a bit shaken up, many of whom were afraid to join before. At this glance, they're pretty good, with a wide-range overlord color like Yi Yu, and the strongest nurse, and quite a few powerful abilities. The crew is also cohesive, and it's really quite a perfect group of pirates. Just because I haven't joined yet doesn't mean I'm less talented, but I'm trying to pick a favorite that, good potential, I just haven't met it yet. Right now, I'm in East Ocean City. I think I'm just waiting for a pirate group like that. I'm going to join. I'm going to sign up too, even if the Green Dragon and the Juggernaut pirates make a move. But when the time comes, surely they won't fight to the death. And once they realize that it will be costly to try to defeat, they must be awesome. Yes, destroying a pirate group like this, and having your own energy. It's not cutesy to let other powerful pirate groups reap the benefits. Behavior? They're not on the pirate list anymore? So, it won't be a dead heat when the time comes. In that case, I'll sign up. At once. Many people quickly headed to the shore, ready to quickly sign up for the examination. From there, you just get on the boat and go. Summerling knew at the moment that a number of people wanted to join in. Sue knew, we have an official website. Those who are not in Donghai City can enroll now on the official website at 3 big slippery spots, kanbanshutaduzwizui.com. For a while, Xiaoling looked at the backstage of her cell phone and found that many people were signing up, and in the blink of an eye, it was 100,000. Summerling was happy. A lot of people signed up. Yi Yu looked towards Lin Muxue and the others and thanked them. Thank you for calling people to turn on the live stream and giving us such a great opportunity to recruit. Chapter 36, Substantial Damage Overlord Color. Lin Mushue's face was ugly. Originally thinking that Yi Yu had made a fool of himself in front of the entire Dragon Nation, it turned out to be so dominant that it joined and recruited quite a few people. Lin Muxue also took the opportunity to hurriedly say, I'm a 9th level talent, a rattling thunder fruit ability. Even if it's not a 10th level talent, my strength, no less than a 10th level talent. The potential of the rattling thunder fruit, it's even higher than those with 10th level talent. So those who want to join my Heaven's Pride Pirates, hurry up and sign up as well. Wait until the later stages. I may no longer be human, but will become a god, the god of thunder. This surprised a lot of people, and the other pirate captains rushed to say the same thing, though, but not very attractive. After all, Lin Muxue was going to be more powerful and have more potential than these captains. Rattling thunder fruit. Thunder? That sounds awesome. Becoming a god of thunder later in life might actually be possible. She does have strong potential. Following her, she can definitely be covered. Consider it. Lin Muxue looks at public opinion and is quickly able to detect that it is very smug. Looks like quite a few want to join. That's what I've got. Li Tsang patted his horse's ass. That's of course. Swear you are not inferior to Bai Xiaohan at all. Wang Quan sure. Golden Demon even among the 10th level talent, there are a number of abilities are not as good as you. Swear you later. It will definitely become the number 1 on the bounty list and become the strongest pirate. Lin Muxue drifted in and out of hearing this, feeling that it was inevitable. As for the Golden Devil, Bai Xiaohan and the others, they were a little jealous in their hearts, and if they hadn't gone in, the Rattling Thunder Fruit had already been contracted away, and they would definitely contract the Rattling Thunder Fruit first. There was some regret about this. Some of the 10th grade talent, Bai Xiaohan, Wang Quanshi will not regret, because it feels that his ability, not inferior to the Ringing Thunder Fruit, even more powerful than the Rattling Thunder Fruit. Lin Muxue looked at Yi Yu, full of gratitude, and her tone was full of sarcasm. Yi Yu, you have to be thanked for such a bright performance that has brought the attention of the entire Dragon Nation. From there, it also gives me a great opportunity to advertise. So thanks for that. Yi Yu shook his head. No need to thank you. You're really nice. Lin Muxue was surprised. How could Yi Yu say that? It must be derogatory. Frowning and inquiring. What do you mean? I mean you're nice. Now advertise and recruit more people, thereby allowing them to rest more in the future. Lin Muxue was puzzled. More rest? Many people also wondered what it meant. Yi Yu smiled coldly. After all, you and I have a big grudge. I can't avoid more friction in the future. Once I release my dominant color hegemony, your crew, don't you just faint? Isn't it just beautiful to fall into a deep sleep? If you kill them, you can also die without pain. So you're really nice to them. This made Lin Mushue's face hard to see, and when this came out, it would have a great impact on their recruitment. It made him extremely angry. Don't you talk nonsense. Even so, you can't possibly stun. The Heaven's Pride Pirates. Wouldn't take one with too little talent, and the start would have to be decent. And with your overlord color hegemony, it would be hard to influence. Also, we, the pirates, also have a hegemony color hegemony possessor. It surprised a lot of people. Did the Celestial Pride Pirates have one as well? So what is known so far? There are 3. One is the one who contracted Mitsuki Goten. One is Yi Yu, and the other, of the Tenjiao Pirates. Lin Muxue said, hegemonic color hegemony. It is possible to fight against each other. When the time comes for Qingfeng to fully explode the overlord color, even if it can't be resisted, it can be counteracted a little bit. Then my elite crew, for sure, won't faint. So don't panic if you want to join. At this point, originally there were indeed some people who wanted to join in, thinking that Lin Muxue was indeed powerful, but when Yi Yu said so, they were afraid and shaken. Now the overlord color hegemony is so strong. In the future it will definitely be even stronger. As for their strength rising as well, inwardly, I feel that the rate of enhancement that couldn't catch up with Yi Yu's dominant color. They don't want to faint instantly and sparingly and then be lifeless. Yi Yu was disdainful and inquired, are you sure it's really going to be like this? As the words fell, Yi Yu suddenly erupted his overlord color hegemony and surged towards the Heaven's Pride pirates. This caused Lin Mushue's face to change and she hurriedly shouted, "Xingfeng, explode the hegemony color with all your might." Xingfeng quickly erupted, but his aura instantly collapsed before the eruption on his own could even begin to fill the air. In the face of Yi Yu's overlord color, it easily collapsed and did not play the slightest role in influencing it. And on the Tianjiao pirates' ship, the sound of bumping and falling to the ground continued, and a large part of the crew rolled their eyes and fainted. There are even some weak ones that are bleeding from all 7 corners. The live broadcast put on this scene, causing people to shake and once again see the terror of Yi Yu's hegemony color hegemony. What a terrifying hegemonic color hegemony. Not only fainting, but also causing substantial damage. Some of the weak ones are bleeding from all 7 orifices. My god, even the hull, it shook slightly. In the future, Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony will not be so strong that it has been released. The opponent's pirate ship simply disintegrated and sank into the sea? It's possible. After all, pirate strength can increase with rank, but ships don't. That person's overlord color is too weak against Yi Yu's. It's better if I don't join the Tianjiao pirates, and if I get on the ship, definitely can't carry Yi Yu's overlord color either. Me too. Instead, I want to join Yi Yu's pirate group as well. Mighty pirate groups, basically all of them are Abelites, so Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony, it's more useful than we thought. And later on, the overlord color destroys the pirate ship, so even more powerful abilities, once they fall into the sea, it is also instantly incapable of fighting. I want to be in a pirate group with Yi Yu. Me too. For a while, more people wanted to be in the same pirate group as Yi Yu, and wanted to join the Heaven's Pride pirate group. Very little. Yi Yu thanked Lin Mushue. Thank you, once again, through you all. It shows off the advantages of my dominant color hegemony, and more people want to join. Summerling added. Indeed, more people signed up instantly. At this moment, Lin Mushue was about to explode with anger, her entire body raging with lightning, wanting to make a move and roar lowly. You're a bully. Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, also exploded their abilities, and the crew of the ship, all prepared to fight, not afraid in the slightest. Li Tsong hurriedly reminded. Schwerer, calm down. Now is not the time to fight with them yet. Don't let the anger get the best of you. Although Lin Mushue was very angry, she could only be impotent and furious, and once she made a move, it was really not good that there are bound to be a fair number of casualties. Humph. Yi Yu, I'll let you be happy now, and when we have the single challenge ring in 2 months, I'll teach you a hard lesson if you dare to enter. Kiyoshi gloated. Captain, there is one good thing about it. What? These sudden words caused Lin Mushue to be puzzled, and also caused everyone to be puzzled and look over curiously. Xingfeng explained. He might choose to enter the secret realm of the ring to face you, because of the overlord's color hegemony. Depends on the temperament. If he hadn't entered and just conceded, it means he's afraid. Then the prana would definitely be affected as well, and the overlord color hegemony would naturally be affected and weakened. So, without entering, the prana will be lowered. Enter, and be thrashed by you, captain, and then whatever choice is made will be to his detriment. Chapter 37, To be a Captain. These words made Lin Mushue dawned on her, and she was in a very good mood, quipping, You're right, it is indeed good. This matter, too, was naturally heard all around, as well as by those watching the live broadcast. Indeed, no matter what the choice was, Yi Yu would be bad. Xia Ling, on the other hand, was frowning, wondering if he should settle Lin Mushue now, even if it would be against the rules. Even if they don't resolve it now, after the real mutation, find a chance to deal with Lin Mushue. However, it was also clear in his heart that it was very difficult to solve Lin Mushue. Lin Mushue looked at Yi Yu and sneered. Yi Yu, so what will you choose? Yi Yu said with a bland face. Of course I will choose to enter the secret realm. Li Tsong smiled gloatingly. It's not possible to choose any way, but it's good to choose like this. Lin Mushue despised. To choose like this, it's really stupid, but it's understandable. Compared to fighting me one-on-one, you naturally don't want to lose some of your aura. After all, what you're most outstanding at is the overlord color hegemony. If the overlord color hegemony is lowered to the same level as Qingfeng's, then you'll be completely useless. But in 2 months, fight me. Even though you'll be teleported out in the face of a death crisis, I'll let you go out seriously injured, unable to move. A couple months in bed. Yi Yu ignored it and said to Xia Ling, start preparing to test the people who are going to be on the ship. In addition, one last announcement. Looking towards the live camera, Yi Yu seriously said, for those who are highly gifted, but indentured to the incapacitated, we, the pirates, will be willing to recruit, and it won't be given the status of a lowly crew member. It will be based on an assessment, and with good grades, becoming a cadre is a possibility. At once, it caused quite a stir, and many people were shocked. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener was also stunned, as were the crew members, whispering in whispers. Contracted incapacitated people with high talent may become cadres of our pirate group? Does this have what it takes? Big brother Yi Yu is painting a cake? Apparently it can't be that strong. Although Xia Ling was puzzled, she didn't use to say anything and obeyed Yi Yu. A lot of people, they are puzzled and can't figure it out. Why did Yi Yu do that? To recruit more crew? After all, the gifted ones, but if the indentured incompetent, are also basically of low crew status? And these highly gifted ones have not yet cognized that they are not celestial prides anymore. That's why all of them are very reluctant to become the bottom of a pirate group. And that's why it's resulted in them now, for the most part, not joining the pirate group yet. Indeed, so Yi Yu seized this windfall and tried to recruit them? Recruiting it doesn't do much, does it? At most it makes the number of battle forces a bit higher. And the hegemonic color hegemony is so rare that only 3 are known to possess it, and Yi Yu can be so sought after. It's also because the hegemony color hegemony is strong, and other highly gifted people who have contracted an incapacitated person don't have the hegemony color. Not much value then, is it? After all, in 15 days, the Juggernaut and the Green Dragon pirates are going to make their move against them. So think about recruiting some more people. Even if they're not great, they're not to be underestimated when they're outnumbered. They thought of it this way, and felt it could only be so. Lin Muxue was extremely disdainful when she heard it. Humph. Recruiting a bunch of cats and dogs, and giving back high positions, then after you pirate group, doomed to not be on the list of the strongest pirate group, not to mention a king, the 4 emperors cannot be you. Unlike our pirates, the cadres, it can only be a heavenly pride. The battle crew, too, must be geniuses. That's why it's called the Heavenly Pride Pirates, going the elite route. Now that we know about your overlord color hegemony, we're going to take the elite route even more, so that you'll face us in the future. With your overlord color being useless, you can't stun a single one of our ship's elite. After the sarcasm, Limousine is confident. I'm bound to become the strongest pirate. Join our pirate group. The bottom line is to become a crew member of the 4 Kings Pirates, and the highest goal is to become a king. So feel free to sign up. And our website for the Tenju Pirates is the 3 great unreserved points. Washisabi points Kunmi. The Heaven's Pride pirate group had people signing up all of a sudden, but naturally, it was impossible for there to be as many as Yi Yu's pirate group. Lin Muxue led the pirate group to leave, and all the other pirate groups left as well. And Xia Ling just let the pirate ship stop here first, and wait to recruit some East Sea city willing to join. Just start sailing. At this point, many people speculated. What do you guys think? How is Yi Yu's own strength? After all, he hasn't demonstrated it yet. It's all about bursting out with hegemonic color hegemony. I also want to know. After all, Yi Yu is very dominant. Did not release the dominant color of the. It's also very handsome, carrying that pulling crossblade and looking very forced. What do you guys say? Yi Yu's swordsmanship, isn't it going to be more powerful as well? What are you guys thinking? The packs are incapacitated. Even if they are 7, how powerful can they be? Yeah, the reason the overlord color hegemony is strong is because the overlord color can't be cultivated. It's born awakened. According to the prana. As to other aspects of strength, it is possible to cultivate and improve them. While the incapacitated, it's not destined to be strong. Just because he carries a sword doesn't mean he's good with it. And if you're given a sword that, how good do you think you can be when you're made to practice hard day and night? Can you beat the devil fruit? It does compare. However, Yi Yu's own strength won't be too weak. After all, a 10th level talent, contracted 7. I'd say it's comparable to a level 4, or 5 talent with devil fruit. That's not much of a powerhouse. At best above most ordinary pirates and below genius pirates. So, in order to preserve the prana and not let the hegemonic color hegemony decrease, when Yi Yu fights Lin Muxue at that time, he will definitely come out seriously injured. Don't even have to wait for that time, to first face the Juggernaut and the Green Dragon pirates in half a month. Still have to pay attention when the time comes. I'm so excited to see what goes through. Don't worry, we ordinary people can see it too, and it will definitely be turned on live. At this time, Yi Yu got on the boat, and Xia Ling was puzzled. Brother Feather, why do you place such importance on the incapacitated? This will be kept secret for now, and you'll know more about it later. But be aware that the prerequisite is that the talent must be high, at 5 or more levels. Good, I'll pay attention. Yi Yu arranged. When the time comes, give me the list. Add the names of the incapacitated people they are contracted to as well, and I will read them and judge them and give them positions. Summerling nodded. Good. Subsequently, Summerling couldn't have been happier. Brother Feather, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, to have such a strong hegemonic color hegemony. The world is unique. It's great. Originally, when you became a full crew member, it was difficult. You had to be tested. But now, you can become a cadre directly without taking the test. Zhao Yener nodded. Just like Xiao Linger, who has little battle power of her own, but it can be the head of the cadre because of the 9th level talent, the powerful healing fruit. However, Yi Yu shook his head. I don't want to be a cadre. This caused Xia Ling to be stunned and advised, Brother Fei, don't feel embarrassed. Don't think it's because of me that no one will object to you becoming a cadre. Zhao Yener nodded. Indeed, if it's a case of not knowing about your overlord color hegemony, Summerling, in his capacity as captain, opened the back door for you to become a cadre, and I would have stopped it. But for now, you're perfectly capable of being a cadre. You guys are thinking wrong. Yi Yu corrected. Incomparably serious. I want to be a captain. Chapter 38, Defeat Xia Ling and you can become the captain of the ship. This left Xia Ling and Zhao Yener collectively stunned, having thought that they felt embarrassed to become cadres. I'm afraid I don't have the qualifications, but Yi Yu is, to be the captain? Even Xia Ling, who was in a difficult position, hastily explained. Brother Feather, this can't be done. Our pirate group is the strongest. Let you be a cadre. People won't have a problem with it because even if you're not strong enough, the hegemony color hegemony is definitely something that can make you a cadre. So, at best, it's a cadre, and maybe later on, when the overlord color hegemony is strong enough to break our perceptions once again, it's possible to become the capital of the cadre. As for the captain, Brother Feather, it's better not to think about it, even if I were the captain. But you can't just give you the captaincy. I'd love to. It's just that a lot of people would disagree and it would break the rules and upset the crew. Zhao Yener agreed. You just joined. You don't know the rules yet. The strongest will be honored. I was the captain before, but Summerling just beat me, so he's it. And to be the captain, you have to defeat the cadres who have the power to fight in order, and then choose one to fight from me and Natsu Ling. And if you win, you'll become the captain of the ship. After all, the two of us can be said to be evenly matched. Yi Yu shook his head. I'm meant to be a captain. In the beginning, I don't create a pirate group. It was the idea that I could just take over from you guys. This made Zhao Yener a little embarrassed. Too embarrassed to say it explicitly, and looked at Xia Ling. In fact, the heart is a little upset. From the arrangement of Yi Yu just now, it is a little upset in the heart. To recruit the contracted incapacitated person, Yi Yu just put the word out to arrange for a direct. Should have to ask her and Xia Ling's opinion first. After all, Yi Yu didn't have much say yet, but now it was clear that Yi Yu had made himself the captain of the ship. After all, they weren't very familiar yet, and the bad words, Zhao Yener couldn't say them to her face. Summerling knew that it had to speak for itself. Brother Feather, this really can't be helped, and I can't because I'm on good terms with you. Just backdoor you to the point of making you captain. So many people will complain, and many will even opt out. Even though we're cohesive, we have to be fair and equitable. Yi Yu said, of course there is a way out. Just now you guys did not say it, right? Wouldn't it be fine to defeat the cadres with fighting ability in turn, and then one of you? This caused Xia Ling and Zhao Yener to be stunned and then nodded their heads. Well, it is, but there's no way you can do it. Yes, Brother Feather, your overlord color hegemony, but it can't affect the cadres. Fighting words, you're definitely no match for them either. They've all been introduced just now, and they're all highly talented and capable as well. Yi Yu inquired, will you go back to Hangzhou first later? Well, while it's not quite our territory yet, but 1/3 of it is now ours, the remaining 2/3, occupied by 2 other powerful pirate groups, but it also has our base there, with crews left behind. Going back not only to get them on board before sailing, it's also to see if there's anyone in Hang that's willing to join, and through this, there certainly is. By enrolling, you can see that 10,000 people have also signed up in Hangzhou. Yi Yu nodded his head. Good, then I'll conduct the assessment when I arrive at Hang City. That way it's fair and square. Despite this, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener felt that it was a bit redundant, but did not refuse. Xia Ling curiously inquired, Brother Feather, the ability users you contracted, apparently there are those who specialize in swordplay. I can tell by this great sword you're carrying. Yi Yu nodded. Well, I'm good at it. Xia Ling expects. It seems that Brother Fei's own strength. It shouldn't be as bad as we thought. So when we get back, you'll start the test, and if you can beat us, you'll naturally become the captain of the ship, but not if you fail. Zhao Yener reminded. At that time, you can't go back on your words and force it again. Yi Yu smiled faintly and nodded. Don't worry, if I didn't pass, I naturally won't force myself. That's it then. Now that the name of the pirate group, is still undecided, and when we return to Hang City, the gathering of personnel is over. Then the name of the pirate group will be determined, and then the voyage will be made. Also, in case of failure, Brother Feather, you remain a cadre. Xiao Ling and Zhao Yenner felt that Yi Yu couldn't even get past the cadres. It is impossible to fight them, even if Yi Yu would be a bit more powerful than they thought. But in terms of battle power, definitely no match for a cadre of men with a war chest. Therefore, they could already imagine that Yi Yu would fail the examination very quickly, when the time came, and then become a cadre, so that it is also willing, and you will not be embarrassed by the matter. At this time, a lot of people came to sign up for the harbor, and there were 9 long lines of people coming. 9 tables were set up and the cadres sat in their chairs and began to take charge of registering inquiries. Naturally, the first thing to do was to rank the talent level and whether or not it was an ability. Talented and capable. You can join after passing the character test. Talent is good, not ability, and the list is given directly to Yi Yu, who decides what kind of positions are given. This is something that a lot of people are wondering about. Let Yi Yu give the position directly, without even having to conduct an examination? It's a bit of a misnomer. Even if you're an ability, you still have to be tested. But the captain promised both. That's it. I'd made Yi Yu a cadre, but after all, Yi Yu is so sought after. It's perfectly fine to give Yi Yu such a privilege. Soon, inside the ship, in a separate and cozy room, Yi Yu sat in front of a table and, look at the list that keeps being handed around. No more, no less. After all, they all require talent level 5 or above. Looking at it this way, Yi Yu realized that the talent was good, and failed to contract the devil fruit of there's quite a few of them. After all, there aren't a lot of choices, and there are quite a few devil fruits with unimpressive sounding names but it's actually pretty powerful. So the pact fails and can only be used for one last chance to choose an incapacitated person. As for why they didn't go with artificial devil fruit, surely the contract would work. It's because at that time the fastest artificial devil fruit was contracted, could only recognize their own bad luck and choose to be in the incapacitated. Seriously searching for that. Pick a pact that looks awesome. Looking at the list, Yi Yu could see quite a few familiar incapable people. Zhang Er, 5th level talent, contracted incapacitated person named Sig. Yi Yu knew that it was the mountain bandit Sig, who was also flirted with as the king of mountain thieves for throwing wine at the redhead. Yi Yu sighed. It's a pity. A 5th level talent, which isn't low, but contracted as Sig. Then it's only a lowly crew member in such a pirate group. Yi Yu put a check mark in the column of lowly crew members behind his name, and then continued to look at it. This man's 5th level of talent, contracted to the rising star of the giant nation of pirates, Haldon. Rather than waste that talent, give him a combat crew status. Each pirate group, crew status from low to high, low class, regular, combat, cadre, lieutenant, captain. So combat crew, second only to the cadre, is pretty good. Upright cloud, male, indentured incompetent. Usopp, we've met the straw hats. Let's give a battle crew first. After all, we're not at a high level yet. And Usopp, in the early stages, is weak, so there's no need to give cadre status just yet. When the rank is higher, give a cadre after much inheritance of Usopp's strength. Wang Jin, 5th level talent, contracted incapacitated person named Jin, also available. Give a combat crew status. Rinku, 5th level talent, contracted incapacitor named Haku. This one rings a bell with me. That fishman from the Revolutionary Army, who specializes in fishman karate, is also given a combat crew status. Yi Yu kept looking. There were quite a few good ones. That's the benefit of not having shown your strength to many people yet. And you can take the opportunity to recruit the incapable that others don't see first. Although the test could be dispensed with, the character test, naturally, had to be conducted. After all, in the future, as a crew member, if you are a real partner and friend, don't be false. When it was almost over, Yi Yu looked at the last list, one of which, it made Yi Yu's eyes light up. It's him. Chapter 39, Sanji Contractor. This makes Yi Yu for one of the joy. The king of thieves and the incapable person, is also very powerful. It is also well known. Star of the week, 8th level talent, contracted incapacitated person named Sanji. That's why Yi Yu was happy to meet another straw hat group and it's also one of the 3 major war powers. Sanji. Yi Yu looked at the information and gave the arrangement, though now at level 13, making him not very strong. But he can be made a cadre straight away. After reading it, Yi Yu looked at the incapacitated people who had been recruited this time, and there were 300 of them. The characters are all good too. This kind of combat power, in the eyes of many powerful pirate groups, is not even seen. but in the eyes of Yi Yu, all of them have good potential, especially Chosing, who inherited Sanji's battle prowess after all. Everyone thinks the incapacitated are weak, not only because they don't know the Pirate King, but also because, well, right now, pre-compacted incapacitated ones really aren't that strong. At the same level, the devil fruit is utilized with a bit more power, and the power of an incapacitated. On the other hand, it is much less to be played out. This is why, as of yet, there are no incapacitated strongmen. Even if there are a few who are confident and can become strong, they are not favored because it depends on the strength. Yi Yu called for Zhou Xing at this time, and he quickly came. Big brother Yi Yu, you're looking for me. For Yi Yu, he also worshipped and envied, feeling that he was a fellow traveler. After all, they were all highly gifted, contracted incapacitated, but Yi Yu was different from him, possessing a powerful overlord color hegemony. Yi Yu inquired, are you confident in yourself? Do you think can you become strong? Zhou Xing scratched his head and said, I'm somewhat confident that, but when I said that I might become strong in the future, that the person I contracted with was not weak, no one believed me, thought it was a joke, or maybe it was just me, because when I was sparring with someone less talented than me, who had the devil fruit, I lost quickly. Yi Yu encouraged, don't be discouraged. Who says that incapable people are necessarily inferior to capable people? You can't generalize. Zhou Xing was a little confused. Such a statement, even if he wanted to believe, he could not believe it. The reality is, after all, that it really isn't as good as the ability. Yi Yu said seriously, I think highly of you. Work hard to level up. Your strength, when you inherit most of Sanji's battle power, should be very good. You join this pirate group and I'll give you cadre status. It was incredibly flattering to Star Chow. Cadre? I'm not qualified for that, am I? The officers of our pirate organization, talent is not inferior to mine, and the contracted ones are all powerful devil fruits. How am I qualified to be a cadre? Forget it, just give me a combat crew. No, a full crew. I want to join one of the other big pirate crews. They only made me a lowly crew member, and I couldn't accept that, although some pirate groups were willing to make me a full crew member, or even a combat crew member, but they are also small pirate groups. I'm happy enough to join our pirate group. Making me a cadre is too much of a compliment. Yi Yu shook his head. It's not a lift. You should be able to slightly feel that you're not very bad, right? Zhou Xing nodded his head. Yes, I feel that my footwork is very strong, even exploding into full power at times. It can flash some sparks. The kicks get a little stronger, realizing that maybe I'm not that bad. So all this time, I've also been grinding hard, learning about dominance, and I've been able to increase my strength to be more powerful than I thought I could be. I had the confidence, but when I sparred again with someone who had sparred before, I still couldn't beat them. Speaking of which, Zhou Xing became discouraged. Yi Yu comforted, it's okay, now the level is low, just started, and you're 13 levels. It doesn't mean that it's possible to utilize 13% of Sanji's combat power, nowhere near that much, but it's possible to utilize it more once you're higher in rank. Maybe there will be a miracle. Zhou Xing's eyes lit up. Big brother Yi Yu, you are also indentured as an incapacitated person. Could it be that you're not bad in your own right, so you won't belittle us? Yi Yu said, I'm also in a somewhat different situation than you guys. After all, I contracted 7. It can be stacked, but I can tell you unequivocally that incapacitated people are not necessarily worse than some devil fruit. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, and I'll work hard on the voyage afterward. Thanks to Big Brother Yi Yu's appreciation. Yi Yu nodded his head and inquired, by the way, looking at your information, before you mutated, a star hotel chef too? Yes, my cooking is still pretty good. Then you could also serve as the ship's cook. And while there are some cooks out there, so many crew members that it's naturally better to have more cooks. Okay, cooking is my hobby too, and I like to cook. After chatting, by now, the people who had passed through had boarded the ship, making the pirate ship look slightly crowded. In the King of Thieves, the redhead ship wasn't that big, but with the drawings provided by Yi Yu, it's expanded by 5 times. So this ship, which was similar to the red-haired pirates, was going to be bigger, or else it wouldn't be able to fit so many people right now. Yi Yu quickly learned that this time, the capable plus the incapable, a total of 500 people had been recruited. Of these, incapacitated persons are overrepresented. Now put on, the total number of crew members, could be 3,005. The number is not large, but it is also on the route of elite crews, and those who are too weak to come up. Xia Ling was in a good mood. Originally felt that, this time to come to East China Sea City, mainly to pick up Yi Yu on board. Recruiting is also an excuse to make the crew feel better inside. even if they do recruit. Think a couple dozen at most. But now, 500. And all of them of good quality. This was then all thanks to Yiyu's call for a hegemonic color hegemony performance that made many people want to join. The crews were also happy and the overall strength was naturally improved. But many were puzzled, including Xia Ling and Zhao Yener. As the crew talked, this time, the incapacitated are soliciting more. Yeah, and, for the most part, they've been given good positions. Was a bit surprised, thought most of it was lowly crew, but it's full crew. We're actually pretty good at being a lowly crew member of a powerful pirate group. After all, some of the combat crews of the medium pirate crews, when they come to our ship, are only lowly crew members, but this time, most of the incapacitated crew, but it became a full crew. Even an incapacitated crew member who went so far as to become a cadre straight out of the gate, named Star Chow. The man in the contract is named Sanji, and he moonlights as our ship's cook, though it is an 8th level talent, and the talent is high. The indentured incapacitated, who become cadre, it's a bit of a departure. It was arranged by Yiyu. It's not good to complain. Could it be something special? At this moment, Xia Ling, Zhao Yener also felt the displeasure within many people. After all, quite a few of those who are capable, are unable to become cadres, and an incapacitated person that just came in as a cadre. If Yiyu became a cadre, they wouldn't be upset. After all, the overlord color hegemony was very useful. But Zhou Xing, what's so special about it? Xia Ling inquired in disbelief. Brother Fei, I didn't think you'd let an incapable person become a cadre. Although it is said that this time for the incapable person's solicitation, as well as the position arrangement, all listen to your arrangement. But this arrangement, Zhao Yener said, there is something wrong. Yiyu also naturally could feel the doubts and dissatisfaction in the hearts of many people, and came out and, looking at the whispering crew on deck, he spoke aloud. I know that a lot of people have doubts, but it's important not to take the incapacitated too lightly, especially the gifted ones, even if they're not strong now, but being the same incapacitated person, I'm sure that the rank up, they are no less powerful, if not more powerful than most of you. At these words, more people were shocked and looked at each other. Big brother Yiyu, this is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? It's not like they have bully colors. Even if the strength isn't bad, it can't be stronger than the devil fruit. Yiyu said with a straight face. That's because the level is low and it's still hard to play it out. And in Naruto, there are also hard-working geniuses who don't know ninjutsu but have become powerful. Isn't that what Mithraea and Lee Jr. are? So, while the two are not the same, one could use this as an analogy for the incapacitated, who are not necessarily worse than some of those who are. If highly gifted and contracted to the strongest of the incapacitated, there is potential there as well. At that moment, one of the combat crew stepped forward and offered, I'm the awesome one of the combat crew. 6th level talent, now 12th level. Devil fruit is the animal system Canis lupus fruit Huel form. If the incapable person Zhou Xing can beat me in the cut, then become a cadre. We'll be convinced. The rest of the crew nodded in agreement. Yiyu nodded. Good, then you are allowed to spar. Zhou Xing, come out. Chapter 40, can't win? Zhou Xing stood out, a little apprehensive, and looked at Yiyu, afraid of disappointing him. Yiyu encouraged, believe in yourself, give it your all, and you'll realize that you're not actually particularly bad. Okay, I'll do my best. Zhou Xing's eyes firm up, must win, because so many people are watching. If he lost, then not only did he apologize to Yiyu, but he also made Yiyu lose face in front of so many crew members. After all, it was Yiyu who was so supportive of becoming a cadre. Hello, my name is Hu Tian. My talents and abilities have just been introduced, so beware of. I will not show you mercy just because you are incapacitated. Zhou Xing's wariness rose. Of course I'm going to give it my all. Just come on, there's no need to let go of the water. Good. Hooten used his ability straight away, and soon, the face turned into that of a wolf. The wolf's hair, which was also growing some fur on his body, then moved instantly. With great speed, he quickly swept to Zhou Xing's right side, his wolf claws ready to swing out. To Zhou Xing's surprise, he was able to react. I've sparred with a pretty good genius before, always losing, trying to learn about dominance, and cutting a deal before entering the secret realm and still losing, but participating after all. After leveling up, there had been no cuts, and now, Zhou Xing realized that, got a little stronger myself, facing Hu Tian's attack, seeing color hegemony was exerted, narrowly dodging it, and quickly retreating to pull away from it. At the same time there was a low drink, demon wind kick, with a poof, Zhou Xing's right foot rose up in flames. It shook everyone to their core. What's going on? His feet, Why are they on fire? A ballist? Obviously not a power user. Why can it produce flames? At this moment, Zhao Yener was most shaken by the fact that the burning fruit's own self could make flames that. But why was it that Zhou Xing's right foot, too, could raise flames? And wouldn't that be embarrassing for burning fruits her? With the release of the demon wind kick, Zhou Xing's entire body spun at high speed, and the flames of his right foot became more and more raging. Someone looked out. Not an ability. He's spinning at a high speed, thus creating a high temperature in his right foot that turns it crimson. Even floating flames. That's the point. But it's still startling. An incapacitated person who can do this? Zhou Xing directly just went all out and used demon wind kick, not daring to be careless in the face of an ability. Self-speed is boosted and mental focus is achieved. Hadian was surprised by this and moved more quickly around Zhou Xing. To the back of the wolf's claws slashed out. For his part, Zhou Xing quickly turned around, and then Burning Fire's right foot quickly connected with a kick that, so fast that they all brought up a trail of residual shadows, as if there were several fire-burning feet kicking and striking Hu Tian. Hu Tian's face changed, reacting so quickly and attacking so quickly. All of a sudden, both claws were constantly waving in unison, extremely sharp, but, clashing with Zhou Xing's feet, he actually felt overwhelmed, in being constantly forced back. The claws burned with pain and the arms literally ached from the powerful force. Seeing Hu Tian quickly fall into a disadvantage, the crew members were stunned. The incapacitated, on the other hand, had glowing eyes. While knowing that Star Chow must also be a special case among the incapacitated, it also proves that the incapacitated, not so weak. After successive kicks, he kicked back Hadian, then moved quickly and circled around behind Hadian. Hadian quickly turned around, and even if he reacted, it was too late to dodge. Devil's Windfoot, Lamb Shot, focusing his power on his right foot was much more powerful, and Hadian, even with his full defense, but still, they were kicked out, painfully, to avoid any damage to the boathouse, and a number of people had to go to help that, but both were shaken back several steps before stopping. For a moment, more people shook. Hadian was convinced. You're better than me. Very good. Yi Yu inquired. So, is there any opinion on him being a cadre? All the crew members shook their heads at once. No, it can be this powerful without a devil fruit. Definitely a minority. And there's a reason why they get to be cadres. Those of us on the official crew who are incapacitated, we'd better not think about it. Yi Yu said. Although it's a minority, you guys shouldn't be discouraged. He has been training hard to improve his seeing color and armed color hegemonic aura, and has been doing intense workouts to hone himself and strengthen his strength, speed, and defense. Your strength, too, can be improved in no small measure, as long as one is willing to work hard. It won't be inferior to those artificial devil fruit power users. This made a lot of people were believing. After all, it was Yi Yu who said it. Big brother Yi Yu. Then what exactly should we do? Yi Yu arranged. There is an equipment room on the ship. Choose a dumbbell that can adapt to these. You have to find it difficult. Then lift weights, or swing, whatever. Practice until you reach your limit. Then stop. You have to be willing to suffer. Then its own strength, it will be enhanced. What Yi Yu was talking about was naturally a high-intensity workout like Sauron in The King of Thieves. Okay, we know. We'll work on it. Yi Yu reminded. Don't say anything about the points of knowledge you have gained today. Understood. Since efforts to hone oneself can be a nice boost, then naturally, they won't talk about it. Nowadays, a lot of people, who are focusing on fruit development and incapacitated people, have also just given up on it. Just think about leveling up as quickly as possible so you can inherit, not knowing to improve yourself. Work hard to get stronger. You can't just think about leveling up, but you also have to keep doing all kinds of high-intensity workouts. At this moment, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener somewhat understood why Yi Yu wanted to be the captain. It made them, too, a little more impressed with the incapacitated. It doesn't seem to be as bad as I thought it would be. There are some that are still good, especially the highly gifted ones with awesome indentured incapacitants. Xia Ling said, Brother Fei, it seems that your strength is a bit stronger than I thought. Chao Xing Du has such power above the combat crew, even if it's not quite as good as the cadre, but it's so powerful without relying on ability. One can also become a cadre. Then, Brother Feather, your own strength. You must be stronger than Zhou Xing, right? Yi Yu nodded non-committally. Well, yes, no wonder. It seems that not only is the Overlord color hegemony powerful, but his own strength isn't bad either. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener understood, but, nevertheless, reminded, Brother Feather, while that is true, let's just say that contracted incapacitated people aren't that weak. But there's no way it's comparable to a fruit ability like ours, is there? You should be able to be on par with one of the cadre. but trying to beat me alive flame. Or don't think about it. You haven't seen what we can do. You don't know how powerful we are. You don't want to fight you. I'm afraid you'll be shocked, after all. You're quite confident now, and that's what I want for you. Though, when it comes to fighting, I'd like to let go of the water. But concerning the captain's position, I can't let go of the water either. So just fight with the cadres when the time comes. You and I have a gap. It's not small. Just like the cadres, the difference in strength with us is not small. You'll be safe in the knowledge that you'll be covered by my sister. Sister, I'm awesome. Even knowing that incapacitated people are a little more powerful than one might think. Surely, not as powerful as a devil fruit powerhouse. It also felt that even if he contracted 7 of them, he would definitely be no match for them. After all, they were extremely talented and capable. And when looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, all of them were the top batch. Yu defeating himself? Obviously impossible. Yu smiled faintly and said, I will spar with you guys when the time comes. Well then, go for it. You have to beat the cadres first in order and it is to defeat the cadres in one day, with no long breaks in between. Yu nodded. Well, I know. Chapter 41, No More Hiding. Yu suddenly thought of something and inquired, Sister Ling, is there a highly gifted, indentured incapacitated person in Hang? I think his name is Sun Long? Xia Ling nodded her head. Sun Long? I have an impression of this person. He was in Hang City and was on the hot search. Zhao Yenner also had an impression. I also know that this person is as unlucky as you. Gifted. Ahem. Xia Ling glared at Zhao Yenner and interrupted her. Zhao Yenner apologized as she realized and hurriedly shut up, saying the wrong thing. Yu. Sorry, it's okay. You really want to talk? No, I'm out of luck. Although it was true, Zhao Yenner wouldn't say it for fear that Yu would be sad. Xia Ling continued. This Sun Long, gifted at level 8, contracted an incapacitated person, called Roranoa Solon. Yu nodded his head, indicating that he knew the talent level 8, and could only contract 1. Level 9, could be 2. At level 10, you can have 3, and only the most highly gifted of yourselves can have 7. Although he himself was a 10th level talent, it was because the highest talent level was a 10th level. Yu inquired, Sister Ling, see if there's this person Sun Long in the enrollment of Hang City. Okay, let's see. Summerling looked while inquiring. You also want to recruit him and give a cadre likewise? Yu nodded. Well, after all, if the 8th level talent, the contracted incapacitated person is powerful, it won't be inferior to Star of the Week, or even a bit more powerful. This made Xia Ling and Zhao Yenner's eyes light up. In that case it was indeed a talent. There's some more information I know about this man. To join the mighty pirates, wanting to be a cadre, for being high-minded, thinking he wasn't bad, and having dreams of being the best with a sword in the future. But it all felt like cuties, at most a full crew, but he still won't do it. Yu was not surprised. After all, the person in the contract was Saurana. Summerling Joy found it, he signed up. There's contact information, right? Contact it directly. Good. Summerling dialed the phone. And at this time, in Hang City, in a wooded area, Sun Lung was doing a very human grind that a gifted ability would be horrified at the sight of it. For, with his right and left hands, each holding up a boulder, he kept sitting and squatting and it would also stand up straight, arms constantly raised, practicing arm strength, arm muscles bulging with perfect contour lines. Then, grabbing a very heavy, mid-500-pound looking dumbbell, and clenching it in both hands. It was hard to swing, but every time he swung, it was extremely powerful, and the strong wind whistled. Sun Long firmly believes, although I, with my 8th level talent, was unlucky enough to contract the incapable, but as I leveled up, I realized that it wasn't as weak as I thought it would be, and it made me incredibly obsessed with swordsmanship. Sauron's sword moves are also strong, so many of them, that it makes me wonder if he's a naming fruit powerhouse, so good at naming his moves. I think that Sauron must be very powerful, no worse than some abilities. When I level up high enough, it will be clear how strong Sauron really is. While leveling up, I'm going to try to level up myself and learn about dominance at the same time. One's own sharpening cannot be ignored. The stronger the power, then the power of the sword swan will naturally increase. Under a large tree on one side lay 3 knives, which were evidently Sun Lung's, and the deed of there is an option to acquire the opponent's weapon. The 3 swords are the Wado Ikamanji, the 3rd generation of Anatora, and Yama. After practicing, Sun Lung lay down, panting and sweating with some anticipation. Yu will be back soon, I think. Want to spar with him? From the fact that he's carrying a crucified black blade, it can be seen that among the people he contracted, There must be people with great sword skills, so his sword skills shouldn't be bad. Trying to cut a deal with him. Besides, it's already signed up, and since Yu said he wanted to recruit more incapacitated people, then maybe it could pass, depending on what kind of position I'm offered. If it's lowly, or full crew, don't want to be. Think it has to be a combat crew at least. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to join. Just as he was resting his thoughts, his cell phone rang. You come from Dandong. Change me all snowy white. Want to eat Cantonese food. Sunlong answered the phone and realized that the display was the pirate group built by Xiaoling was calling, and directly connected. Yi Yu's voice rang out. Sunlong, right? I'm Yi Yu. You should know me. Sunlong's eyes lit up. Naturally I know. I knew before, and after today's incident, I know even more. Yi Yu said seriously. As long as you pass the character test, you'll be able to join our pirate group directly. We just left Donghai City not long ago, and we expect to arrive in Donghai City in a little over 2 hours, so you can just come then. Good. Sun Long inquired. If it passes, what kind of position will it be? You don't make light of the incapacitated, which makes me feel good, but it would have to be a combat crew for me to be willing to join. Yi Yu said bluntly. If you pass, I'll directly make you a cadre and at the head of the cadres. These words caused Xiaoling and Zhao Yener, too, to be shaken. Sun Long was also stunned, not expecting it at all. Incredulous. Make me a cadre? Or the head of cadres? Really? Yi Yu nodded. Of course it's true. Okay, I'll be there early. Hanging up the phone, Sun Long was very happy. He always said that his potential was not small, even if you're not that good now, and you've lost when you've sparred with some of the more powerful abilities, but as you level up, Sun Long clearly felt that more inherited Sauron's strength, and then he could feel that the strength increase was not small. Xiaoling and Zhao Yener both frowned slightly, and Zhao Yener gave Xiaoling a wink and signal to talk. Xiaoling was worried. Brother Fei, this arrangement of yours, if you give him cadres, it's okay, but the head of the direct cadre? That's not good, is it? Zhao Yener nodded. Yes, it's not good. After all, we are now the head of the cadres, but the 9th level talent Xiaolinger, with her powerful healing fruits, I'm afraid she's the strongest milkmaid in this world. Yi Yu nodded. Well, Xiaolinger is very good and important, but this Sun Long, I don't think it's any worse than Star of the Week. This, Yi Yu said, just let him show his strength when the time comes, and fight a cadre directly. Let him be if he wins, and if he doesn't, then cad. This made Xiaoling and Zhao Yener feel that it was okay, and inwardly felt that, even if Sun Long was powerful, but it certainly doesn't compare to a cadre of capable people. Xiaoling looked at Yi Yu and kept staring, and so did Zhao Yener, as if she wanted to see through Yi Yu. Yi Yu was a bit uncomfortable and said, being stared at by two big beauties all the time, I'm weirdly embarrassed. Why do you keep staring at me? Xiaoling pondered with her hand on her chin. Brother Fei, you even dared to let Sun Long be the head of the cadres. Then you must feel that this Sun Dragon is quite powerful. But a 10th level talent, contracted 7, then you obviously feel that you, even more powerful. So, I'm curious about your own strength, how strong it is. Zhao Yener nodded. I'm curious too. Yi Yu smiled and said, you'll all know soon enough. After all, I'll be fighting you for the captaincy. Won't I? Zhao Yener skimmed her lips and said confidently, whether or not she can pass the cadres hurdle, it's not even easy to say yet. In one day, defeating several of them is a bit difficult for me. So, even if you are better than Zhou Xing, Sun Long is awesome and difficult. Xiaoling was agreeable, but noticing that Yi Yu remained bland, he inquired, Brother Yu, have you ever really fought with Lin Mushui? Ever felt how powerful she is? Yi Yu shook his head. Without having fought, I haven't felt his power. Summerling drifted off. Then I know that. Again. You just can't feel how good we really are either. So you're blindly confident. Forget it. When the time comes, I hope you can get past the cadres, and then I'll show you how powerful I am with the frozen fruit. Yi Yu laughed. Okay, I'll try my best. When the time came to fight, Yi Yu naturally wouldn't hide it. While the incapacitated haven't been recruited by many cities, even if they were known by Summerling and the crew, they wouldn't have gotten out first. As long as they keep it a secret when the time comes, naturally they won't tell. Otherwise, the incapacitated, the other big pirate groups, would have taken it seriously. The ship was sailing on the ocean, an hour and a half away from Donghai City. Just then, Xiaoling's cell phone rang, and when it was connected, an anxious and grave voice came. Captain, it's no good. What happened? Summerling had a bad feeling about this. Chapter 42, Going to War. Captain, our territory has been taken over by the Sandstorm Pirates and the Nightfork Pirates. What? This caused Xiaoling's face to change. not expecting the other party to dare to do this. Yi Yu knew that these two pirate groups, in Hangzhou City, the strength is on par with the previous Xiaoling's pirate group, the captain of the Sandstorm Pirates, Shara, a sand fruit ability, captain of the Nightcrawler Pirates, Yi Ming, thread fruit ability, are both highly gifted, too, and, although they were all rank 8, not as high as Xiaoling and Zhao Yener, and their abilities were not as strong as the two, they had recruited more people. After all, summer age recruiting, character assessment is valued, which makes many people want to join. Can't join either, whereas the bar for the Nightstalkers and Sandstorm Pirates is, well, low. These two buccaneers know that if they want to match up, they need to get the numerical advantage of the two pirate groups each had over 10,000 crew members. Summerling was originally not worried because no one would want to have a conflict in this period of time, but while they were gone, they actually took their territory. Summerling frowned and inquired, when did this happen? Shortly after your departure, after the occupation, which cut us off from the outside world. It just came out a few moments ago and I told you right away. Xiaoling was exasperated. They really have a lot of guts. You guys wait, we'll be right there. Yes, Captain. Hanging up the phone, Xiaoling was furious. Zhao Yener's battle spirit also rose. We must make them regret it. Xiaoling nodded. Before then, we would have chosen to hesitate to make a move, for the sake of the turf. But now there is a younger brother of Feather in the number of hegemonic color hegemony Tinker, and this time, he also recruited so many war powers, and his strength has increased a lot. Zhao Yener nodded. Yes, we're already stronger than their single pirate group, although their pirate group, too, has strong men. They can't compare to us. At this time, the city of Hang, Sandstorm Pirates Shara, Face Heavy, the second in command, named Lookies, has the power of the cat and pussycat fruit, panther form. It's also the fruit of Lucci and the King of Thieves, an 8th level talent. Lucci inquired, Captain, what should we do? Originally, I was thinking of going with the Night Fork Pirates, occupying and dividing up their territory together, thus expelling them from Hangzhou City and finding another place to use as a base, even though they knew that nor would they dare to venture against us, since it was our two pirate groups that occupied it. But, now that they've gained quite a bit of strength, especially that Yi Yu, the hegemonic color hegemony is very strong, and we have the advantage, mostly in numbers. Shara nodded. I know, but don't worry, they won't dare to do anything about it. Even with Yi Yu, so what? Just have the lower crews be farther away when the time comes. If 1,000 meters doesn't work, then 10,000 meters. I don't believe his bully colors can go that far. Lucci reminded. Captain, why don't we contact Yi Ming, the final alliance, gather together first, so they will surely not dare to make a move. Shara frowned. Is that necessary? There's been a lot of recruiting, but most of them are incapacitated. There's something to be afraid of. Captain, taking on one of our two pirate groups in turn, alone, is a pain in the ass. Casualties will definitely be high, even if they won't let themselves get too many casualties before the mutation. Just in case. Okay. Shara then contacted Yamin. As for why the land grab, it makes sense, because after the real mutation, a lot of places that, all of them will randomly appear treasure. So naturally for the powerful pirate group, the more territory the better. Treasure is wanted. After all, treasure can be used to exchange for experience. That's why the occupation of the Hangtown turf. At this time, Yi Ming was also a little worried, and the cadres all proposed an alliance. Answering the phone, Yi Ming said, I can roughly guess your intentions. Shara inquired. So, the alliance? We can make an alliance. Let's announce it to the public. An alliance between our two powerful pirate groups. They could only endure it, not daring to come back at all. And even if they did, they would at most take the dozens of people he had left behind. Don't dare make a move on us. Yes, they're no match at all. And what's more, in 15 days, the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates will join forces against them. And they're even less likely to have friction with us now that the Great War has been attenuated. And in 15 days, they're even more screwed. Yes, two pirate groups, not afraid at all. Soon after, the League announcement was released and hit the hot seat. The territory of Hang City, the pirate group built by Xiaoling, is occupied by the Sandstorm and Nightcrawler pirate groups, respectively. Sandstorm is allied with the Nightcrawler pirates. A lot of the foodies instantly got it. That's pretty provocative behavior. Even if it's a shame for a pirate group to have their chassis occupied. This time, Xiaoling and the others, surely they wouldn't dare to make a move. Yeah, Sandstorm and Nightcrawler are allied. And what's more, in half a month, still have to face the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates. Cootie, only then will we do it. It's just going to have to be as if it didn't happen. It's just going to have to be deflated. Everyone thought that Xia Ling's pirate group would not make a move, and at this time, Xia Ling, Zhao Yan Air, naturally knew, extremely angry, fists clenched. Damn, Zhao Yan'er was heavy. It's hard to make a move like this, dealing with one alone and is to our advantage, but their alliance, even if we have Yi Yu, can target their lower combatants, but they're allied and have a stronger combined strength than we do. So, although she didn't want to, Zhao Yan'er already had a choice within her heart. Xia Ling sighed and nodded. Hey, one can only endure. At this point, the crew, the cadre, naturally knew, and were just as upset and eager to fight. Taking back the territory, but knowing, it's not realistic. The atmosphere is a bit heavy and suffocating. Another update from the crew in Hangtown. Captain, not only are the two buccaneers allied, but their lowly crews, which are divided into groups of 100, separately arranged in various places in Hang City. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Summerling knew better than to make a move. Zhao Yan'er said, this is done in order to spread out the lower crews, thus allowing Yi Yu's dominating color to. It has a reduced impact on them. Xia Ling nodded. Well, even though Yu's brother's dominion color is very powerful and far away, but spread out and dispersed throughout the entire Hang City, the Feather Brothers' overlord color hegemony will also be difficult to play to affect them. This battle, indeed, you can't fight it. Right at this moment, Yi Yu opened his mouth with a stern tone. I think, to do it. This caused Xia Ling and Zhao Yan'er to shake. To make a move? The crew had heard it too, and though their eyes lit up, and they wanted to fight and save face, they knew that the captain won't allow it. Summerling inquired. Why? Yi Yu said with a straight face. This will be an opportunity to establish a battle of prestige. Let the world know how good we are. Summerling nodded. That being said, the premise would have to be one. Though choosing not to fight, it'll be laughed at by many, but it'll reduce casualties. It's better to lie in wait. Bear with me this time. 15 days later, go all out against the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates and pick a good sea terrain when the time comes. Yi Yu shook his head. This time, our combined strength has increased quite a bit, so we can fight, even if they allied. So what? Our overall strength is quite a bit higher than they think. They despise the incapacitated, but we have, this time, some great ones among the incapacitated. At this point, the crew that wants to fight more than anything else is the incapacitated, trying to prove that they're not so bad. If they tolerate it this time, it will make people think that they are good at bullying, and in the future, they will surely gain an inch, so it must be established. Even though they understood this, Xia Ling and Zhao Yan'er still had heavy faces. Even though many of the crew looked over eagerly, they were ready to shake their heads no. Captain, battle, even if I have to sacrifice, I will fight them, knowing that we are not to be bullied. It's stifling. It's pissing me off that the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates, in 15 days, are going to come and mess with us, now that the Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirates, who also robbed our territory, have eaten us up for not daring to make a move. We'll move to show them. Captain, make war with them. Xia Ling sighed and shook her head. It still counts. At this time, Yi Yu confidently voiced out, interrupting Xia Ling's words with an awe-inspiring voice that resounded through the entire pirate group. What if I said that my dominant color, at the moment, has a range that can cover the entire city of Hang? Chapter 43, Drawing the Sword. Shocking Xia Ling and Zhao Yan'er. These words shocked everyone beyond measure. Covering the entire Hang City? That's too terrifying, isn't it? What a horrible range. Strong, too strong. The crew was overwhelmed with vibrations of adoration. Charing vibrated and inquired, will it affect civilians? No. I can control it with precision. Unless on my side, that would be stunned by my emanation of the Overlord color. Because with the outbreak of the Overlord color, a piece of my circumference is completely covered with the Overlord color. And at long range, it's possible to spread out and pinpoint. This made everyone understand and feel too strong, and the crew couldn't be happier. In this way, it's useless for them to be scattered throughout Hang City. Big Brother Yi Yu can completely restrain their numbers, then it is possible to fight. Captain. At that moment, all eyes looked towards Xia Ling. Xia Ling decided, then fight. It must be established. The crew was extremely excited, cheering, no longer holding back the fight inside. Soon, the statement hit the hot seat, leaving everyone shaking and surprised. Look at the hot search. Summerling's response. I'll be damned. To choose to go to war? Didn't expect that at all. Why? That's too just, but it would cost a small fortune. After this battle, there will definitely be casualties and a reduction in battle power. So how can we face the Juggernaut and the Flying Sky afterward? Want to make a statement? And thus recruit better, even if there are casualties in this battle. but take the territory and save face. There will be people who want to join. Quite a few sign up, if they don't fight and concede, and wouldn't think of joining because it's a pirate group that anyone can bully. It was reckless, though. At this time, Sandstorm and the Nightfort pirates were surprised when they found out. Yi Ming sneered. Humph, since you chose to fight, then come on, just fight your way out of fleeing. Shara nodded, confident. We're in an alliance. There's no way there'll be a match. All hands on deck. These two pirate groups, with a great deal of vigor, were not worried in the least. At this time, East Ocean City. Lin Mushui gloated and laughed when she found out. Ha, it's stupid to choose to go to war, Li Tsong sarcastically said. Ha ha, who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru or Yi Yu? Scattered throughout Hang City, his overlord color hegemony can't affect many people on the other side. Lin Mushui looked forward to. Hurry up and start. I want to hear about Yi Yu getting brutally beaten up, because the priority to deal with is definitely Yi Yu. After beating Yi Yu down, the lower crew can do it. Take them in an encircling position. Li Tsong nodded. Yes, Hang City is their territory now. It's definitely being laid out and prepared now. And tactics are important. And they'd be sheep in a tiger's den if they went now. But with decisions like theirs, we are happy to see it. Lin Mushui realized that there were already quite a few live feeds, directed at Hangzhou. Too many people across the country are watching, because the only big conflict happening right now is here. Even though all of the multiple locations also have conflicts, they are minor ones with small pirate groups. Natsu Ling was introducing Sandstorm and the Nightfort Pirates' high-end battle power at this point. The captain of the Sandstorm Pirates, Sasha Fruit, and the co-captain, Cat Fruit Leopard form, are both heavenly. The cadre are also capable, with the Quick Chop Fruit, the Blast Fruit, the Light and Heavy Fruit, the Ripe Fruit, the Animal Lineage Canine Fruit Tibetan Mastiff form, Animal Lineage Snake Fruit Black Mamba form, Captain of the Nightjar Pirates, Fruit of the Thread, Vice Captain, Leaf Boy, his brother, Child's Play Fruit. The cadres are all powerful. 2. Sticky Fruit, Bakugan Fruit, Spinning Fruit, Tons and Tons of Fruit, Stone Fruit, Gas Fruit, Spring Fruit. The high-end battle power of the Nightfort Pirates is stronger than that of the Sandstorm Pirates. This gave many of the newer crew members an understanding, but not at all afraid, of the rising battle cry of, "It's good to be challenging." Just then, the message echoed. The real mutation has begun. All sorts of random secret places, treasures, have appeared all over the world. All kinds of ferocious beasts and powerful sea beasts have also appeared in various seas and islands. And the real adventure has begun. It shook everyone to their core. It was finally here. The real voyage was about to begin. The sea, full of opportunity, descends, and the age of the great voyage opens. Many pirate groups, starting to sail, are looking forward to the future, and all want to make a name for themselves. Hanging City, Sandstorm and the Nightcrawler pirates naturally didn't sail, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. At this time, Xiaoling's pirate ship was sailing on the sea. The sea suddenly surged and became less calm and windy. That makes it exciting for more people. The environment all became instantly hostile. That's why it's important to have a navigator. 2. The unknown dangers also make it exciting. Look, the sky. At once, everyone looked up into the sky. Yi Yu likewise looked over to find that a swirling stream was surfacing and was, well, yellow. This represented a secret realm that was one level higher and more difficult than the previous white vortex. It's a random location secret. We were lucky to run into the mutation just as it started. I wonder what type it is and if the entire pirate group can participate. It's molded. Just gaze into the swirling stream and you'll know the information. The yellow swirling streams took shape in the air, and then information flooded into the mind. The secret realm of the three. Only 3 people can enter, and when they successfully pass, they share the secret experience equally. The crew was lost, having thought about fighting a bit. Xiaoling said, 3 people is good. After all, there is still a big battle waiting for us. Everyone wait outside of me. Yes, Captain. The crew is curious which one will be picked to go in. Xiaoling, Zhao Yenner, the natural one to go in. Then pick another one. Xiaoling looked at Yi Yu. In her heart, she wanted Yi Yu to gain experience, proposing, the third person, choose Yi Yu to come with us. After all, if within the secret area, there are too many battle power numbers, then Yi Yu's hegemonic color hegemony can work. The crew nodded. Agreed. Summerling nodded. That's it then. Let's the 3 of us go in. Yi Yu responded. Good. In the next instant, the 3 looked to the swirling stream and chose to participate. Light poured down, enveloped and disappeared, entering the secret realm. When we came in, it was a plain area and no enemies appeared. But, soon, a wooden door appeared ahead and the message was known. A single person chooses to enter, enters, fights a single target, and if they are defeated within 60 seconds, straight through. If you can't defeat it within 60 seconds, the target in the wooden door will come out and double its battle power. When it comes out, participants can fight it. Pass before you come out, normal experience bonus. After you come out, 5x experience. When you face a death crisis during a battle, you will be automatically teleported out and fail the mission. It made sense to the three. Summerling eyes. When you come out, you get extra experience. Zhao Yener nodded. Although that's true, it's a yellow secret realm after all. It's still best to keep him from having double the battle power added. Well, it's best if I can go all out inside and make quick work of him. Xiaoling said, feather brother, not multiple quantity type. Then you lie down. Sister, I take you to fly. Zhao Yener smiled faintly. Yes, the two of us will take you to lie down and win. Yi Yu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He really thought he was a soft eater. Xiaoling directly chose to enter. Flame, I'll go first. Okay, go for it. Well, I'll try to solve the target in 60 seconds. Summerling then entered the wooden door. Zhao Yener, already in a fighting stance, because since it's a yellow vortex, then the difficulty must not be bad. The opponent must not be weak. 60 seconds to defeat is difficult, unless the difference in battle power is large. So, think there's a good chance that the target will come out. Time by the second fruit. Yi Yu is not worried about Xiaoling will be in trouble. Now the yellow secret realm. It wasn't exactly a secret realm of despair, especially for the strong. If the color yellow could make a top heavenly pride like Xiaoling feel despair, then the purple secret realm appeared. No one will enter. The yellow secret realm, although difficult, wasn't too dangerous. Summerling certainly wasn't at too much of a disadvantage even if he couldn't beat it in 60 seconds. When 60 seconds were almost up and it wasn't over, it was clear that the fight was still going on. By the 60-second mark, the wooden door opens and Summerling pops out and it landed steadily beside Zhao Yener and Yi Yu. In the next second, a figure scurried out, and looking over, it was a tiger-shaped man. It came out with bulging muscles and a stronger aura. Xiaoling stared. The strength has indeed doubled. Zhao Yener inquired, how is it? How is the strength? A level 20 Fey Tiger Man, strong in battle, but a little weaker than me when it comes to fighting. Coming out now, even if it's doubled in boost, is not something I can defeat alone, but luckily you're there. Zhao Yener understood that it meant that the chances of winning were high, and that joining forces was very likely to overcome. Zhao Yener's whole body flamed over. Then let's join forces. Summerling nodded. Well, go all out, and beware, he'll be seeing color and armed color buster, and be more masterful than we are. Okay, got it. At that moment, the two men's gazes stared, coldly staring at the tiger man in front of them. At this time, Yi Yu noticed Xiaoling's right arm and his face changed. The right arm shirt was ruptured, and another bloody gash could be seen inside. Through the split in the, it's bleeding. There was a ticking sound, and blood dripped down his fingertips and onto the floor. Yi Yu inquired with concern, Sister Ling, you're injured. Xiaoling just now let herself act alright, not letting her expression show the color of pain, to avoid letting Yi Yu worry. Now seen. Summerling shook her head and smiled. It's fine. A small injury. Let spirit heal it when you get out. It will heal quickly. None of it will leave a scar. Zhao Yener also noticed that the wound was not small. Although it was not a serious injury, it was not a light one either. Battle spirit rises. Team up and get it over with as soon as possible. You can't afford to lose too much blood. At this point, blood was still dripping down his fingertips to the ground. Although he was not seriously injured, Yi Yu's heart was instantly icy cold, and his gaze towards the Tiger Man was cold and stern, icy cold and very intimidating. The Tiger King actually subconsciously trembled inwardly after looking at each other. As Xiaoling and Zhao Yener prepared to make their move, Yi Yu took the lead and stepped out, quickly rushing towards the Tiger Man. At the same time, his right hand reached behind his back and drew the Black Blade Knight. Yi Yu suddenly made a move, or rushed over alone, causing Zhao Yener's face to change in shock. Xiaoling was even more florid, instantly filled with worry, anxiety, and exclaimed in unison with Zhao Yener, Yi Yu, come back quickly, you're no match for him. Chapter 44 Yi Yu's Strength. Shocking Xiaoling. Xiaoling and Zhao Yener never expected that Yi Yu would dare to rush up. What I just said already shows the Tiger Man's power, and Xiaoling is fighting alone by himself. Enough time to defeat the Tiger Man, but now that he's out and doubled his battle power, then in single combat, Xiaoling felt that not being able to defeat this Tiger Man meant that the current Tiger Man was a bit stronger than himself in battle. So, if you want to join forces with Zhao Yener, you'll be able to take care of this Tiger Man. But Yi Yu surprisingly rushed up directly by himself after seeing that he was injured. Obviously what he said expresses how awesome the Tiger Man is. But Yi Yu still rushed up alone, angry and losing his mind because he was injured? Too late to think more and be shocked. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener quickly rushed up, wanting to help Yi Yu in a hurry. Even if Yi Yu was a bit more powerful than they thought, he was certainly no match for the Tiger Man, and there was a huge difference in battle power. After all, Xia Ling or Zhao Yener, no matter who it was, couldn't defeat the Tiger Man in single combat. While rushing over, Zhao Yener continued to exclaim, Yi Yu will stop. Don't fight with him. You're no match for him. Xia Ling was even more anxious and worried, fearing that something would happen to Yi Yu. Brother Yu, come back quickly. He's not something you can deal with. Just leave it to Flame and I. However, in the next instant, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener instantly stared in disbelief. The scene that happened in front of their eyes shocked them so much that they instantly stopped charging forward and, stunned in place at what was happening in front of him, only to see, after Yi Yu pulled out the black blade knife behind his back, he held the blade in his right hand and slashed out without any fancy. A piercing emerald green chop burst out. The Tiger Man's face changed in shock, sensing the terrifying power of the chopping attack. In an instant, it tore a gully in the ground. The Tiger Man's sharp claws catapulted out, just like a blade, and viciously slashed out, chopping out 5 white fronts. However, when they clashed with the chopping attack issued by Yi Yu, the 5 fronts directly collapsed. The Tiger Man's eyes widened and his pupils constricted as he watched the emerald green chopping blow zoom in and out of sight, quickly crossed his arms to block, while his arms became pitch black and covered with a layer of armed color bay. Clank! With a clang, the Tiger Man blocked with both arms, but was quickly shaken back, exiting 20 meters away in the blink of an eye. A mark was made on the ground, and his arms, with their armed color hegemony torn, let out a rising scream. With a snort, the Tiger Man's arms, each directly cut in half of the arm along with the palm of it fell to the ground, blood gushing out from the cut. The Tiger Man was in excruciating pain, and his mind was horrified at how he could be so strong, now at this period of time. It's that good. Yi Yu's tone was ice cold, leaving a wound on my elder sister's arm. Then cut off your arms first. At this time, in the back, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener were still stunned in place, dumbfounded as they watched the scene. This is too strong. Just one slash, cut off both arms of the Tiger Man. In their place, there's no way it can be done. Yi Yu turned back at this time, smiled faintly and showed his cards. Actually, you guys are no match for me. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener shook and were a bit embarrassed at the same time. After all, they had just exclaimed for Yi Yu to stop, saying that Yi Yu was no match for the Tiger Man. It now seemed that they were wrong. Xia Ling shook, incredulous. Brother Fei, how did you get so strong? Zhao Yener was also stunned. That blade just now, it was so powerful. Even if I had struck the fire fist, I'm afraid I can't resist at all either. Yi Yu was helpless. Didn't I say it? I'm quite powerful, and the reason why quite captain. It's because I'm stronger than you guys. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener were still a bit confused that Yi Yu, who contracted 7 incapacitated people, was stronger than them. Yi Yu said, we'll talk about the specifics later. I'll settle this Tiger Man first. At this moment, the Tiger Man roared angrily, opening his tiger's mouth, hissing, and in his mouth he was condensing a white light mass. Whoosh! In the next instant, more than a dozen small clusters of light were spat out rapidly, faster than bullets. Different angles were shot at Yi Yu, while the Tiger King was also moving quickly, and for a while, around Yi Yu, there were all balls of light constantly and rapidly shooting up. Xia Ling hastily reminded. Xia Ling still chose to change her words because Yi Yu was too strong. Feather, his light ball is very powerful. Don't get hit. Just now, inside the wooden door, nature had faced, and had it not been for the rapid body elementalization into ice, the injury will be aggravated. However, in the next second, they were once again shaken by it, only to see Yi Yu's body flashing rapidly, all bringing up a piece of residual shadow, dodging all the light clusters. Even when the ball of light came from behind, he dodged it without turning his head. Zhao Yener shook. What a fast speed. And the smell color hegemony is also powerful. Xia Ling, your feathered brother, completely did not become ordinary because of the contract incapable person. Too strong. Then we are quite a bit stronger. Xia Ling shook, happy, at the same time recalled before, some embarrassment, but also said to cover Yi Yu it. But now take a look, which needs to be covered by himself. It's clearly Yi Yu covering himself. While quickly dodging, Yi Yu quickly closed in on the Tiger King and chopped out with a sword. Even though the Tiger King dodged at full speed, he was still affected by the waves, and a deep and long bloody gash surfaced on his body. The Tiger King was getting more and more alarmed. His injuries were getting worse and worse. And this sword art was too terrifying. The power of each blade was too terrifying. Obviously there's no move name. Nothing is shouted. It's just a no-frills chop that. But the chopping blows that erupted from each blade were too strong. And it's not just the swordplay. This armed color, the seeing color, its own speed, its reflexes, it's also horrible. When the Tiger King got close and kicked his right foot out viciously, Yi Yu's body rotated to slash behind him. The Tiger King is a little more relieved because this time it didn't explode into a chopping attack. Then the power is boom. Ah! The sharp-edged claw that poked out from his right foot collided with the black blade and was directly cut off. And with a terrifying force coming from it, the Tiger King flew out backwards. Whoosh! With a flash, Yi Yu quickly rushed towards the Tiger King and came behind the Tiger King who was flying backwards. Holding the black blade knight in his right hand, he raised it high and chopped it down. Clank! The emerald green light chop burst out, and with a poof, cut the Tiger King's body into two halves, collapsed and died in a mournful scream. The sound of the message echoed. The secret realm has passed, and teleportation back to the location before entry has begun. Xiaoling and Zhao Yener had already looked bewildered. It was over so quickly. If they had joined forces instead, it would take some effort and time to resolve the Tiger King, but it was quickly resolved by Yi Yu in a few strokes. The transmission went out to the joy and amazement of the crew. So quick to pass. Awesome. Worthy of a captain and co-captain. After all, the talent is high and the fruit ability is powerful. If it's a quantity type, Yi Yu can also reduce the number quickly. Xiaoling and Zhao Yener were inwardly horrified, looking at each other and marveling in unison. Passing the yellow secret realm so quickly has nothing to do with us. It was Yi Yu who passed it alone. Now, I have an announcement to make. Chapter 45 Yi Yu becomes captain. Hearing Xiaoling's words, everyone was incredulous and didn't react. Captain of the ship, what did you say? Yi Yu passed alone? Summerling nodded. Yes, it has nothing to do with Flame and I. This caused the crew to be horrified and stare at Zhao Yener with wide eyes. Zhao Yener nodded. Indeed, the crew believed it and were shaken by it. Holy, the captain wasn't kidding. Awesome. This is a yellow secret realm. Yi Yu cleared it alone. Could it be the quantity type? Yi Yu relied on the overlord color and solved it. Most likely. There must be more mosquitoes than before, just to be restrained by Yi Yu. Otherwise, the captain and vice captain are both so strong that they naturally won't be taken by Yi Yu to lie down and win. At once, they all felt it was so. Summerling said aloud, continue what I just said. At once, the ship fell silent, wondering what Summerling was going to announce. Zhao Yener had guessed it, and even then, was fully supportive. Summerling announced, from now on, I am not the captain of the pirates. This stunned the crew once again. Why? Could it be that the mate has outdone the captain again? So now it's the mate who's captaining the ship again. After all, in our pirate group, the strongest are the most honored. So it is. Summerling laughed and shook her head. You're thinking wrong. Zhao Yener nodded her head. Indeed, I thought wrongly. I'm not able to defeat Xiaoling. With my current strength, her current freeze fruit is still a bit more powerful than my burn fruit. The crew was straight up confused. That's not it. Then why? There can't be any better than the captain and mate on board. Xiaoling looked at Yi Yu and declared with a straight face. From now on, Yi Yu becomes the captain of our pirate group. At these words, there was a brief silence and a pin drop. There was silence for 3 seconds and everyone clammed up. What? Making Yi Yu the captain of the ship. This? Although Big Brother Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony is strong. His own strength. Surely you can't beat the captain and mate. Yeah, if the contract is with the powerful devil fruit, the most strongly gifted Yi Yu, it's definitely more powerful than the captain. But right now, Yi Yu's power is only in the overlord color. It's obvious that the strongest are honored. Why is it like this? Did they change the rules? One crew member pouted, a little upset. Is it because of the captain's relationship with Yi Yu? Knowing that the two are very good friends, but giving the captain to Yi Yu as captain, that won't do. Yeah, well, it must have been because Yi Yu wanted to be, so the captain let. The captain is definitely not an ordinary friend with Yi Yu. I see that the captain likes Yi Yu. Captain, we're not convinced. We can't do this. The rules can't be changed. Yeah, this will be laughed at by the other pirate groups too. Xiaoling said in a solemn voice. Quiet, everyone. Of course the rules haven't changed. It's still the strongest that will be honored. That's why Yi Yu was made captain. Because Yi Yu is better than Flame and I. The shock of the crew had been a wave stronger than a wave. Yi Yu was stronger than the captain and the vice captain. How is this possible? Xiaoling said. Just now, in the yellow secret realm, it wasn't a quantity type, but only one enemy. So you should be able to guess roughly the intensity of this enemy's strength. Even if it's me, it's hard to defeat the other party in single combat. It was necessary to team up with Flamechild to solve him. However, Yi stepped in and quickly solved the opponent alone. And Flame and I could see that Yi didn't even use his full strength against the Tiger Man, so it can be said that he was hanging on. Zhao Yan'er nodded. That's right. He then looked at Yi to confirm the inquiry. Yi, just now, you didn't use your full strength, did you? Yi shook his head. No. This made Xiaoling and Zhao Yan'er curious. So, exactly how much strength was used, can you tell us? They could see that Yi solved the Tiger Man easily, without using his full strength. However, it was not clear exactly how much Yi had left. Yi thought about it and said, let's say he used 3 points of force. This made Xiaoling and Zhao Yan'er instantly extremely shaken, having thought that even if they didn't use their full strength, but it should be a little more than half of that. But I didn't expect it to be that much. They were convinced, recalling that Yi had all swung his sword with one hand. If one held the sword with both hands, then the power was not as simple as doubling it. For example, if you hit someone with a stick in one hand, it hurts, but if you hit them with a stick in both hands at full force, the pain is not as simple as doubling up. So, they do believe it, as outrageous as it is. Zhao Yan'er marveled. I didn't expect that not only was it stronger than me, but it was also stronger than just a little bit. After being shocked, Xiaoling was happy. Fei, I didn't expect you to be so strong, remembering that I said I would cover you before. Now that I think about it, it's ridiculous. At this point, the crew was listening to some cloudy, cognitively shattering information that, in their minds, it was constantly being digested. Yi single-handedly defeated the Yellow Secret Realm enemy, an enemy that even the captain couldn't defeat. Yi solved it without using his full strength. As much as I'd like to believe it, it's unthinkable that, even coming from the captain and the mate, I find it hard to believe because it's so outrageous. Yeah, it couldn't have been made up to make Yi the captain, could it? Xiaoling and Zhao Yan'er weren't surprised. After all, they were incredulous when they saw it at the time. It's normal for the crew to be skeptical. Who would have thought that contracting 7 incapacitated people could be so strong? Xiaoling said seriously, it's true, there's no need to lie to you guys, just now I realized that. An incapacitated person. No worse than a devil fruit, to be precise, the strongest of the incapacitated. Zhao Yan'er nodded her head. That's why Yi was so powerful. He didn't choose the devil fruit, not because he was unlucky enough not to pick it, but because he had a clear goal in mind from the start. Isn't that right? Yi nodded. Well, a good guess. For wanting to recruit more incapable people. That's why they didn't let it be known. So this time around, everyone will keep it quiet for now. And when the incapacitated have been recruited pretty much, show the world again. Now people just know I'm strong. Yi's words caused the eyes of the contracted incapacitated to light up, though it was hard to believe that, but it could be true. Otherwise, why would Yi purposely recruit highly talented incapacitated people on behalf of their potential? It's no less than an ability of the same talent. Many people were still in disbelief and stood in place somewhat dazed, half convinced. Indenture 7 incapacitated people who can outlast the mighty captain and co-captain. By so much? That's a powerful freeze fruit and burning fruit. All the crew looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. Summerling said, I know it's hard for people to believe, but that's just how it is. As for now still some do not believe. You will soon believe. After all, a pirate group, but also soon be able to see the power of Yi. The crew thought there was a point to be made. The fake couldn't stay fake and go undetected. There will definitely be opportunities to participate in the secret world together afterward. Xiaoling announced. So, from now on, the captain is no longer me, but Yi. The crew cheered and applauded. Congratulations to Big Brother Yi for becoming the captain. From now on, we won't call Yi Big Brother, we'll just call him captain. Can an incapacitated person really be this strong? I'm more confident after contracting Sanji. Xiaoling looked at Yi and suggested. Now think of a pirate group name. You think of A. After all, you're the captain, and the real mutation has begun. And you never settled on a name before, but now you can. Chapter 46, the only thing that overrides everything is dominance. Yi nodded. Okay, then I'll think of one. At once, the ship fell silent, the crew anticipating, excited that the pirate group name was going to be available. After a brief moment of thought, Yi announced, the name of our pirate group is, the Bajiu Pirate Group. It makes everyone think it's okay. Baja Feather. Baja is the color of dominance, and Feather stands for captain. It's very much our specialty. Very well, just the Bearing Feather Pirates. The crew loved it. Yi corrected. Hegemony doesn't just stand for the hegemonic color, but on a larger scale, hegemony. Remember, you guys, the only thing that overrides everything is dominance. It shook all the people, muttering the 8 words, and the more they recited them, the more they felt that the words that, It's very bossy. It seems that dominance is important. Captain, we'll work harder to cultivate our armed color and seeing color hegemony. It's great to be on this ship and meet the captain. It's great to know a lot. The crew then celebrated and cheered. Xia Ling said, go back and take our territory. Then celebrate. Zhao Yener nodded. Yes, the pirate group was truly formed. Identified the captain of the, as well as the name of the pirate order, the flag of the pirate order. And when we return, draw one, by the captain. The cadre's wariness rose. We must take back our territory. Let everyone know that we are not to be bullied. Even if they are strong and choose to join forces, we are not afraid. The captain's overlord color hegemony, affecting their low combat power and reducing them significantly. Then we face these two pirate groups that we can fight against. Let the snow fruit of me have a painful fight. The incapacitated, at this point, are the most excited. If it is true that the captain is stronger than both mates, then the representative, incapacitated. Not bad indeed. The mate wouldn't lie to us. I was sorry that I was contracted to an incapacitated person because I was so gifted. But now, I'm glad that incapacitated people aren't worse than devil fruit. I'm convinced too. The captain must be pretty good. The mate wasn't exaggerating. Most of the crew is convinced. Soon, about the establishment of the Beijiu pirate group and Yi Yu becoming the captain. It was on the hot search. Because it was Yi Yu, it directly occupied the first and second of the hot searches. Too many people, naturally, saw it first, which caused a furor. Frozen fruit Summerling gave the captaincy to Yi Yu? Why? Although Yi Yu's Bajuan color hegemony is powerful, but their pirate group, isn't it the strongest who are respected? The rules changed? It can only be that the rules have been changed, or else how could Yi Yu have become the captain of the? It's impossible for Yi Yu to beat Xia Ling. Yi Yu is not qualified at all. Right. It's hard to become a captain with the world's strongest hegemonic color hegemony alone. Right? That's unclear. Xia Ling relationship is not very good with Yi Yu. I see that it is relying on the relationship to be the captain. It's possible. At this time, the Heavens Pride pirates. Lin Muxue naturally knew about it quickly. Full of contempt. Sarcasm. It's a joke that he became a captain, and changed his name to the Baju Pirates. Even more of a joke. Yi Yu, who isn't a strong man, is the captain, making the name of this pirate group seem not at all impressive. Lee Karama nodded. Yeah, if he gets the strongest devil fruit, then naming this, yes, there's bigs, but right now he's just the strongest in terms of overlord color hegemony, and stun some minions. I think it should be called the soft rice pirates. Contracting those guys, sure enough, it's because they're handsome, and they're really letting him have a soft meal. Made Xia Ling give him the captaincy. Perhaps, seduced Zhao Yener as well, or else it wouldn't be enough if only Xia Ling agreed. Lin Muxue grew more and more contemptuous. What a soft rice man, wanting to be the captain of my Tianjiao pirate group, trying to eat my soft food. I wouldn't let him, but I let him succeed with Xia Ling. At this time, the Sandstorm pirates and the Nightfork pirates, naturally, both knew about it and found it laughable. The Bearing Feather pirates? They don't have that chance, much less the strength. Yi Ming was sarcastic, scornful. Yi Yu as a captain. That's hilarious. It's a shame that the pirate group is so lowly. Also, if they were to come and take back their territory, they would only be defeated by our combined forces and flee the city in a sorry state. Shara nodded. That's right. If they dare to come, let them be even more humiliated. It's not called the Bearing Feather Pirates. It should be called the Throw City Pirates. The City of Cities. The captain gave them pithy names. The crew laughed for a moment. These two bands of pirates, which have gathered together and are now here in the starters are all full crew. The lower crews, which have added up to 60,000, are spread out over every part of this city, to avoid being affected by the overlord's color hegemony. Having gathered together, they were extremely confident that the Bearing Feather Pirates could not possibly win, and it will lose badly. On their own, they may not be a match for the Baja Pirates, but an alliance definitely can be beaten by a large margin. At this time, the Baja Feather Pirates were close to arriving. One of the crewmen binoculars looked and then reported, 10 minutes more, Captain, and there are no men on the other side of the shore. Yi Yu nodded. Got it. It seems that it just wants us to enter the city and thus surround us. Xia Ling was confident. Bashful. With you, Feather, their crew distribution is useless. Zhao Yener expects. I'm a little incredulous to be able to cover an entire city but if the captain says so, it must be true, and I'm looking forward to it, and I'll be able to see something like that soon. It's also been prepared by our publicity and distribution department. Yi Yu said. Actually, there's no need to prepare. They'll be ready for us. There must be quite a few people prepared to broadcast live from afar at that time, highlighting the might of their alliance for the entire Dragon Kingdom to see. At this time, as Yi Yu thought, indeed, the live broadcast has been arranged. They didn't think it would be like before when Yi Yu exploded his overlord color hegemonic aura, advertised to the Baju pirates, confident that it will be a picture of their alliance in power and the Baju pirates fleeing in defeat. At this time, the bar feather pirates had docked at the beach, and the crew had come ashore, with Yi Yu at the head of the. Walking in front, on the left and right were Xiaoling, Zhao Yener, and to the rear, the cadre, the combat crew, the full crew, the lower crew. With such a formation, Yi Yu, as the captain of the ship walking in the forefront of the sea seat, perfectly fits in. Hawkeye's wearing and carrying a black sword knight, plus Yi Yu's height and stature, but also in Hawkeye is almost the same, so let Yi Yu's handsome and forceful, extremely high, even because also contracted Riley, red hair, Roger, so that Yi Yu's handsome and forced, the stronger than Hawkeye my hawk, even Blue Dye, who was the strongest pushover in the anime world, was somewhat inferior when facing Yi Yu. Xiaoling looked at Yi Yu's back and only felt that it was too cool. In his heart, he secretly said, Brother Feather is really getting more and more handsome, and not only is he handsome, but this aura, cool and domineering, is also charming. Even Zhao Yener was mesmerized. It was indeed too cool, making her heart beat a little faster. Hurriedly withdrawing her gaze, she secretly said, Xiaoling likes Yi Yu. I can't be charmed by Yi Yu. I'm a good sister with Xiaoling. The crew behind them, too, thought the captain was so handsome, and they were proud to have such a captain. It's very dignified. At this point, the nation was suddenly concerned about what would happen next. Chapter 47, Full Outburst of Overlord Color. For a time, many people throughout the kingdom, once again, were concerned. I can't believe I actually dared to come. Unwise. Although face is important, the future is more important. It's impossible to take back the territory against the Sandstorm and Nightcrawler Pirates Alliance. It's a sure loss. There will also be casualties, and thus a decrease in the overall strength of the pirates. Then what about facing the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates 15 days later? It's even more screwed up. Even this time, perhaps the Bearing Feather Pirates are about to be disbanded by the beating. No one was optimistic about the Baja Feather Pirates, thinking that they would lose their fortune. It's also known that the two major alliance pirate groups, with their crews spread out, then Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony was also hard to affect. Other big pirate groups, some bloating, just created and about to face a blow. It would be best if we could finish off Yi Yu, with such a terrifying overlord color hegemony in place. It's bad, and we'll leave most of our crew as posers. Yeah, with Yi Yu around, it's going to be tricky for Yi Yu to compete for the strongest pirate group list in the future. The power, the range will definitely be stronger then. Some people bloat and others think about helping. Among them are the surgical pirates. The captain's name is Luo Jin, a surgical fruit ability. Captain, should we help the Bearing Feather Pirates and thus make a good impression on them? There should be no harm in befriending Yi Yu. Luo Jin sighed. It's a good idea, but it's too late. The distance, the past has to be a day, and when it arrives, the battle is near its end, if not over. Some pirate groups wanted to take the opportunity to give Yi Yu a good feeling, but they were too late and gave up. At this moment, Yi Yu and the others went straight ahead and entered the city, making more people sigh and feel brainless. It was obvious that you were being let in, and it's amazing that you didn't choose to fight on the beach. That would totally get shut down. Yeah, they're even more screwed. When Yi Yu is dealt with first, then the lower crews will gather and surround them, and the number of combatants will be vastly different. There is no way back. Soon, Yi Yu and the others came to the stadium area. Originally, the city, 1/3 of the area. It's Xiaoling's, and the stadium is the center of their pirate group's territory. Now, it's occupied, but the people from the opposing pirate group aren't here. Apparently, there's still a desire to get them deeper. Outside the gym, the crew that stayed behind came over. Guilty. Sorry, Captain, we didn't hold. Summerling said. It's fine, how could you possibly hold it? Besides, now that I'm not the captain of the ship, you guys should have seen the hot search. The new captain is Yi Yu. Okay. The 100 or so people who stayed behind faced Yi Yu, though they were puzzled as to why they had become captains of the. In my heart, I think it's relying on connections, but the overlord color hegemony is awesome, so it's okay to be the captain of the ship, right? The crew reminded. Captain, let's leave. This battle is a sure loss. Yeah, we're not afraid to die, but it doesn't make sense. Although face is important, there's no point in fighting this kind of losing battle that has no chance of being won. Lying in wait. Keep getting stronger. There's still a lot of ground to collect, and when you're strong enough, you can grab it back. Yi Yu said. Your proposal is also good. However, it is not necessary. It stunned them. Xia Ling said. Yes, there's no need. It's not certain who will win or lose. There's no way we're going to give up ground and leave. These crew members also stopped saying anything, and at once their wariness rose. In that case, let's fight. And at that moment, a teenage boy with dyed green hair walked up, well-built and muscular, and, satcheling 3 knives, he came running quickly and wiped the sweat off his face. Phew, almost missed it, obviously had to be here over 2 hours ago, but got lost a couple times. Seeing this person, Yi Yu guessed something. The teenager walks up and introduces himself. My name is Sun Lung, and the contracted incapacitated person is called Roranoa Solon. Xia Ling was surprised. Why are you here? Come here? Sun Lung grinned. I'll naturally come. Haven't I already signed up? As long as I pass the character test, I'll be a cadre of your pirate group, or the head of the cadres. That's really looking down on me. Speaking of this, Sun Lung turned towards Yi Yu, smiled gratefully, and at the same time, his heart shook, thinking that Yi Yu looked so domineering, especially noticing the cross-blade Yi Yu was carrying. He was instantly curious. Are there any sword masters among the incapacitated people you contracted? Yi Yu nodded. Well, it seems that the Sauron you contracted is also good at swordplay, and it's still a 3-dagger stream. Yes, let's spar sometime. Yi Yu inquired. Even if we know we're going to have a big war, even though a lot of people think we're inferior, you've come to fight with us? Solon's battle spirit rose, and of course, I'll show them what happens when they despise me. Make them regret that they went to sign up before and made all sorts of mockery of me. Made me very upset. Yi Yu nodded his head, appreciating. At this time, you still dare to come and join your character test. There's no need to carry on. Just join the Baja Feather Pirates and you'll be the head of the cadre according to what I've said. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener also admired Sun Long. Being able to come at this time of the day was indeed not a bad character. Sun Long was happy. Joining such a powerful pirate group, or the head of the cadre. It's too much to look down on me. I won't let you all down when we fight later. I'll give it my all. As the words fell, Sun Long's battle intent rose, and he couldn't wait. At this time, a man walked out of the gym, laughing mockingly. What an idiot. To join them at this time, it's really too much. The man who came out had an untamed, unruly, ferocious face, with a scar that, a head of yellow hair. The crew member from earlier said, he's one of the cadres of the Night Fork Pirates, a spring fruit ability. Behamy. In that case, Yi Yu felt that this guy, with Bellamy, the spring fruit of the pirates, there were also a few similarities, and, to look more arrogant and beat up, Summerling wondered. It's just him. Behamy nodded. It is indeed just me, my equivalent of a negotiator. The Baju pirates. The cadres frowned, feeling too much contempt and exasperation for them. Lu Sun of the retarded fruit frowned, daring to come alone. How bold too. You really don't take us seriously. You really think we're so easy to bully and don't dare to do anything to you? Behamy was unafraid and blandly said. Indeed, I think you don't dare to do anything to me now. The reason I'm here is to give you a chance to leave immediately. As our captain has said, we're not going to war with you. How's that? You've been given a chance. Take it. Nightcrawler and the Storm Pirates, while confident they can win, feel it's best if they don't go to war, because even if they have a big advantage and can overcome, there will definitely be some casualties. They were more interested in taking the city and didn't want to lose a single soldier, so they didn't go straight for it. Let's start by having the Bohemian equivalent of a negotiator come here. Yi Yu spoke faintly, not answering, but asking the crew behind him. Everyone answer him for me. At once, all of them, in one voice, were furious. It is impossible to leave. Battle. Take back our land. Yi Yu smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Worthy of being a crew member of the Bearing Feather Pirates. Behamy frowned and grunted coldly. What a stupid decision to toast the world. You've been given a chance, and you don't even cherish it. Where do you get off? You think you can rely on Yi Yu? Can weaken our battle power significantly? Ha ha. Bellamy laughed and looked towards Yi Yu, clasping his hands on his chest in an arrogant gesture. Here, now you hurry up and try it with the Overlord color and see how much of our crew you can disable. The corner of Yi Yu's mouth hooked into a smile. Oh, let me hurry up and release my hegemonic color hegemony now? Bellamy nodded. Of course, release it. Yi Yu coldly smiled. Such a stupid request. This is the first time I've heard of it. So, fulfill you. In the next instant, Yi Yu, for the first time, fully erupted the Overlord color hegemony. Chapter 48. The lemony colors cover the entire city. All panicked. Bellamy is emboldened by the fact that the lower crews are all spread out across the city. It was hard to believe that Yi Yu's Overlord color hegemony could have a range so large that it could cover the entire city. This was impossible. all who watched thought so too. On the Tianjiao pirate ship, Lin Muxue was cozy, gloating, in the ship's service, leaning on a couch that, getting high on melon seeds while watching the livestream, waiting for Yi Yu to be targeted soon. Li Tsong sarcastically said, his bully colors are useless. People have laid out their plans in advance. Since stupidity chose to go to war, the other side would prioritize him, and then the lower crews would regroup and the Baja Feather pirates can't play at all. Lin Muxue sneered. That's right, and at this point, there is live streaming, very sweet, from a drone high in the sky, overlooking the entire city. So, all of a sudden, all eyes, looking at this screen live. Wanted to see what the exact range of Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony was and how much it could affect. In the next instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Rumble. Yi Yu fully erupted his overlord color hegemonic aura. Dark red horror aura swept. In an instant, the entire city, this part of heaven and earth, was covered in dark red. From Yi Yu's body, a red lightning bolt erupted, spread in all directions, sweeping rapidly through every part of the city, and the red lightning that is, the area where the Overlord Color Buster aura went to happened to be where the lowly crew members of both pirate groups were. Storm, the Night Fort pirates, naturally, were all watching, and all of a sudden, their eyes widened in shock and dismay. Many of the live feeds, also aimed at the crew in their area, were originally intended to make it known that their crew, who will be fine, are now smart enough to all be broadcast out, only to see that the lowly crew members in each area were instantly first physically shaken and fixed in place. Unable to move, his heart was horrified, his body trembled, his face broke out in cold sweat, and then his white eyes rolled over and he fell to the ground with a bang. The crew in each area, in a flash, all fainted and fell to the ground. Even those on the edge of the city all fainted. Instantly, the entire Dragon Kingdom fell into silence. Everyone, stunned in place. The people of the Baju pirates were similarly shocked. Looking at this heaven and earth, it was simply too terrifying. My God, is this the full power of the captain's hegemony color hegemony? Cover the whole city. It's scary. Even standing at the very back of the captain, I can't carry it off a bit. Yeah, well, if with the mate, the cadre and them, being so close to the captain, I'm sure I'm dizzy from the lower crews as well. More and more I adore the captain. Even if the captain didn't become a captain by strength, totally qualified to make an exception for captain. 2. Xia Ling and Zhao Yener were also extremely shocked. Such a scene was simply astounding. And now it's just the early stage, or even just the beginning, of Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony. Just so horrible. Although just now passing through the yellow secret realm had raised all the levels by 1 level, Yi Yu was now at level 16. But it's only level 16. It's so terrifying. Wait until the later stages. This overlord color hegemony. How terrifying will it be? Is it hard to believe that the ground will shake or even the sky will split open? It's entirely possible. At this moment, Behamy, staring in horror and disbelief, was completely slapped in the face. Because there is a special device screen in his hand, you can see many areas of dense red dots, all extinguished, which means they lost consciousness. All fainted. How is that possible? Behamy subconsciously backed away, too emboldened to laugh at the arrogance of a moment ago was completely gone. Yi Yu, who had erupted in overlord color, smiled sarcastically. Why are you panicking? Wasn't it you who told me to unleash my full power and see? Satisfied? Behamy's face grew more and more ugly as he was slapped in the face and kept backing away. If that's the case, then carry out. Whether or not it's possible to advantageously defeat the Baju pirates, or not, it would be hard to say. At this moment, Yi Ming and Shiara were horrified and stared at the extreme. Bang bang, even, all around them, there was a constant sound of falling to the ground, and surprisingly, even a few of the regular crew, couldn't even carry it and fainted. At once, their eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Ming frowned and heaved. How is it possible that his hegemonic color hegemony is so strong? The lower crews all fainted when they were that far away, and even the few full crews we had couldn't carry them. Shara was in a cold sweat. Heavy, what's going to happen now? The battle power is instantly reduced by 90%, right? It is important to realize that a pirate group, overwhelmingly, still has the largest number of low-level crew members. Now that we've lost our numerical advantage, can we sacrifice little with the elite and head strength of our 2 pirate groups? Defeat them? There's no point in defeating them if the sacrifice is great, because after all, it's just a third of the city. It's just not worth it. Yi Ming's face was ugly, and although it would be humiliating, he immediately contacted Behamy through the wireless headset. Behamy, talk to them. You can give them their territory, thus avoiding this war. That was a shameful thing to say, but it was all Shara could do. Some of the cadres felt that they could fight. Captain, the whole world is watching now, and we're like this. It's embarrassing. Yes, we can't give up our territory. Even so, we have a chance of winning. Captain, fight them. Show them the power of my stone fruit. Watch me get huge. Then their lowly crew. I can take care of a lot of that with a kick in the pants. 2. Yi Ming chortled. Shut up, all of you. Am I the captain or are you guys? At once, they hurriedly shut up. Shara said, even if you can win, you have to consider whether it's worth it. And right now, it's clearly not. Soon after, Behani received the message and his face became complimentary. Gentlemen of the Baja Feather Pirates, you may have your territory given over to you. How about this battlefield is better avoided not happening? For everyone's sake? However, Yi Yu used practical actions to give a reply. Summerling, I'm gonna get a little closer to them now. From there, they can stun some more of their regular crew, thus lowering their battle numbers again. Xiaoling's eyes lit up and she nodded. Good. The crew was also excited, and the battle spirit rose. Oh, war. They regret it now. It's too late. Really think you can fight if you want to, but not if you don't? No way. Captain Mighty, it's such an honor to join the Baju Pirates. At this point, too many people across the country are shocked and have ugly faces. This was another advertisement for the Bearing Feather Pirates, and made more people, especially the incapacitated ones who were being watched by Yi Yu. More. All the more reason to sign up and join. At this time, Lin Mushua's melon seeds in her hand. Not fragrant. Simply cannot knock down. Her face is very ugly. How can it be so horrible? Horrified, he glared angrily at Qingfeng who was on the side. Why is his bully color so horrible and yours so crap? Let me create no small illusion. Qingfeng was embarrassed. It was indeed too much worse. However, the red-haired Shanks' dominant color alone was so terrifying that it shook down LT Gen. It even made the great General Greenox unable to move, and his fruit ability was disabled, so it was terrifying to see. Not to mention, there was more than just the redhead as the possessor of the hegemony in Yi Yu's contract. So, stacked, even though it's only level 16 right now, it's enough to stun these lowly crew members that the range is also large enough with a powerful seeing color bay, and it can also be precisely locked. Chapter 49, If we can't talk, let's go to war. Behani's face was ugly, never expecting his opponent to still choose to fight, obviously gave them all the ground. After quickly reporting back to Yi Ming through his headset, Yi Ming's face was unsightly. Surprisingly, he chose to fight. Shara's face was also hard when she found out. Were they overcome with rage? Obviously all can give up their turf to them. Sandstorm Pirates Vice Captain Luigi's body changes and his face becomes a leopard's head. The body is much more robust and the battle spirit rises. Captain, since they want to fight, let's fight. I think they're really drifting. Buck of the quick chop fruit was equally exasperated. Yeah, Captain, we compromised that. They got an inch. Even though Yi Yu's overbearing color, beyond our imagination, made all of us lowly crews swoon. Even a few of the official crew members have fallen, leaving our two pirate groups outnumbered even if we allied. But we have more high-end war power, mid-range war power, than they do, and that part of the war power it's what matters in the Great War. The explosive fruit powerhouse? Reese agrees. Indeed, a few of our awesome warriors would be able to stand up to all of their lowly crews. Then the other battle forces fighting with the Bearing Feather Pirates still have a numerical advantage, and are definitely stronger than them in terms of battle power. So, let's fight. I deal with lowly crews, and my ability, as you've seen, to pick a booger is a powerful bomb. The cadres on the Nightfork Pirates side were all thinking the same thing. They all wanted to fight. Shara murmured, quiet. You mean likewise, quiet, though the lower crews all fainted. And for us not too much of an effect, and my ability to manipulate the other side's lower crews and kill each other. But, even if we still have the advantage isn't as great. The casualties will increase, and the real mutiny has just begun. It's not allowed, and it's simply not worth it for a third of the city. Shara thought likewise, and was not overcome with anger, and was naturally furious that but no, to be sensible. Yi Ming contacted Behani and said, ask them what they want. Obviously not satisfied with such terms, ask how before you are willing to make a truce. Behani instantly and quickly inquired, what do you want? Yi Yu is close to the main camp of the two major pirate groups at this time, and his proximity caused more of the official crew to faint. As for negotiating terms, leave it to Summerling to decide. After a brief moment of thought, Xia Ling said, unless you two pirate groups quit the city is entirely ours. This caused Behani's face to change. Exasperated. You guys don't get too far ahead of yourselves. It's in all our interests not to fight. There's no need to have such a small territory for this so that there will be no casualties. Just so you're clear, even if the Overlord color stuns our lowly crew, it stunned dozens of full crew members. But with our alliance, our combined battle power, we are still more powerful than you, and when we move, you will suffer the most casualties. So, we've done you a favor by giving up your turf. I can't believe you want us to just quit and give you the territory. Xia Ling was impatient. Since it doesn't work, let's cut the crap and just go to war. Behani's face hardened, his body half-squatting, his calves squeezing downward in a circle. Like a spring, there's only one person who shows up, being a negotiator, who feels that the other side won't go to war. But it was different from what was thought. But, even if there's a war, he's confident he'll be able to get out of it, and nothing will happen to him. And it kept a distance of 100 meters away from the Bearing Feather Pirates. Spring Fruit himself, able to quickly catapult start away from that, so now prepared to be ready to stay away, knowing that telling the captain about the offer would surely be a no-go and would surely be an option to fight it out. Still, Behani inquired first. Captain, they want us to just quit the city and have all the territory. All of a sudden, the higher-ups of the Night Stalkers and the Sandstorm Pirates all heard it. Lucci was furious, simply delusional. Li Si was exasperated. If we really do this, where will we put our face? The whole world is watching through the live broadcast. If we really quit, in the future, on the sea, won't we be laughed at by other pirate groups? Captain, it's impossible to promise. At this time, Yi Ming and Sha La, both of them were furious. Their faces were gloomy, and they looked at each other. There was a decision, and the eyes were icy cold. Since they've gotten so carried away, let them regret it. Since they're so wild, then even if it's going to be worthless this time, fight them. At once the cadre was excited and the crews were on the warpath. I'll make them regret it. Without the League, perhaps we would have quit and chosen to lie in wait. But since the League, then they can't be better than us. We have more capable people, definitely, than they do. And while they are outnumbered, quite a few of them are incapacitated. It's just crap. Show them what we're made of. At once, their two major pirate groups moved and came out of their main camp. In total, the war effort could add up to 800 people. Although the number of fighters is much less than the Basho pirates, they are confident that all of them are interrupted. High-end warfare. At this time, Yi Yu was a little closer to their base camp, standing on a high building, looking into the distance. This is it. It'll stun some of the regular crew, even if it gets any closer. The hegemonic color hegemony can't affect much more than that. The Overlord color hegemonic aura erupted, and heaven and earth once again went dark red, with red arcs of electricity raging. Nightcrawler, Shara, and the others looked up at the sky as their hearts sank within them. Yi Yu has broken out the Overlord color again. Already shook up the crew and broke out the bully colors? What's the point? Bang bang. However, their bodies shook as the sound of falling to the ground resumed. And looking around them, many of the official pirate crew members fainted after staggering. They were horrified, incredulous. How is that possible? Overlord color hegemony that stunned a total of 200 of our official crew. It's the weakest of the official crew, but that's just sick. They arguably don't even count as minions anymore. Luigi was furious and kicked the fainting crew member. Get up. It's too much to carry. Stand up. Shame on you? Then, no response at all. Complete unconsciousness. Yi Ming's face was ugly and vibrating. Yi Yu's dominating color was really beyond imagination. Shara inquired, "What do you say?" Yi Ming's wariness rose. It is natural to fight, even if by Yi Yu alone. Weakening our battle power quite a bit. We have to fight as well. It's impossible to give them the territory. When we fight later, we'll prioritize dealing with Yi Yu, even if he will be protected. Target him, defeat him, wait for the crew to wake up, and then lay siege to the. We still have a big advantage. Shara nodded. Well, from the level of fainting, it doesn't feel like I'll be waking up anytime soon, but this big fight it is also destined to last for an unbroken period of time. So prioritize targeting Yi Yu. Give them a good face. They don't want it, then let them regret it. At this point, Behani prepares to eject away, sneering, "You guys, I'll see you later. You'll regret choosing a big fight." At once, the entire Dragon Country concerned people perked up. Still to fight. To start. Chapter 50, Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates are here? Lin Mushu has celebrated. Luckily they didn't compromise. But they are quite mad. Where did they get the confidence? From Yi Yu? Even if the Overlord color is beyond imagination strong, so that the number of Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirate Group war power is greatly reduced. But the mid-range and high-end playmakers are there. And that's what matters. Li Song nodded. Right, so there's a good show to watch. And Yi Yu will definitely be prioritized for targeting. Lin Mushui naturally could think of that, and continued to lean back on the sofa to get high on melon seeds and watch the live broadcast. At this time, the Nightcrawler pirates and the Sandstorm pirates were approaching the area, but suddenly, an intelligence crewman came quickly. Captain, good news. This caused both Yi Ming and Shara to be stunned. What is it, Captain? This news will definitely cause the Baja Feather pirates to panic, if not outright leave the. Don't even dare to ask for a bit of ground. Oh, Yi Ming and Shara were both surprised. After all, now, giving the original territory to the Baja Feather pirates, who all said no, to fight, and this news, could make the Baja Feather pirates, just leave? This naturally moved them, because at heart, there was no desire for war. Yi Ming inquired, quickly, what news? The news is that the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates secretly moved long ago. On their way to this, there were quite a few cities, islands where people saw the Flying and Juggernaut pirates, sailing routes that were close to this city. So sure enough, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with Yu. And then when the Bajiju pirates were about to lose, dig in while you can. Yi Ming drifted off. So it's like this. If so, then it's very good indeed, Shara said. They came quietly, apparently, not only wanting to dig up the Baja Feather pirates, and definitely want to poach our people. By now, they must know that Yiyu's overlord color hegemony stunned many of us. Then they think that we're going to have a lot of casualties this time, and when they come, they'll be sure to dig us up, too. After all, they were originally stronger than we are now, and are very powerful pirate groups. Yi Ming Joy, this news is good to know. Very timely. Immediately let the Publicity and Development Department publicize it. Captain, it's been on a few hot buttons, but it's been taken down pretty quick. It's obviously being manipulated by the Flying and Juggernaut pirates. They definitely manipulated it and rushed to publicize it vigorously. Soon, about the matter of Flying and the Juggernaut pirates, on their way to sneak in. Can't hide it. The hot search appeared, with the Flying and Juggernaut pirates on their way to each, looking to fish for a winner. This came as a surprise to many. That's a good opportunity to take. I had thought it would be 15 days later, but now it's known. The Bearing Feather pirates definitely won't choose to fight. This is something that spreads instantly. At this time, on the ocean, the main ship of the Juggernaut pirates was sailing, only this one, on board. All high-end, elite combatants too, other warlike keepers of the house, and with the secondary ship still under construction, a primary ship that, it's also impossible to get everyone on it. The original decision of 15 days to deal with the Baju pirates was made because when some secondary ships were constructed, all hands on deck to crush the Baja Feather pirates. It can definitely be crushed, after all, with the Flying Pirates League alliance. But now, there's an opportunity for the Baja Feather pirates to go to war with the Night Stalkers, the Sandstorm pirates. They then felt that they didn't need 15 days later, and that they could fish now to pick up the slack. After the battle, both sides are sure to lose. Then that's when it's best to recruit and dig in. Song Ling was originally very happy, because Yiyu's dominating color hegemony had made too many warriors faint. Then once the war starts, Sandstorm, the casualties of the Night Fort pirates, will also increase, and also better able to dig in. But it didn't take long to be happy. The face was ugly, cranky Song Ling, and her eyes were red. It left the crew trembling and shaking with fear. The captain is fuming. Song Ling's face was unsightly. Damn it, in this case, they're bound to not fight, especially the Baja Feather pirates. At that moment, one of the cadres of the Juggernaut pirates, Zhao Ku, had a heavy face and, he is one of the 4 warlords of the Juggernaut pirates and a cookie fruit ability. The Baja Feather pirates must have known that they wouldn't have chosen to fight each other. No, we're on our way. The rest of the crew knew this was the case and sighed inwardly. A wasted trip when the old 6 plan failed. That's why Song Ling was angry, but ordered, keep sailing, and stay tuned to the livestream to see exactly how the Baja Feather pirates choose to. They both don't fight, then they leave. Despite this statement, everyone inwardly felt that the fight wouldn't happen, that the Baja Feather pirates will concede the point. At this moment, the reaction of the Flying Pirates was the same as that of the Juggernaut pirates. The captain of the Flying Pirates, Gold Demon, the puffy fruit ability, gritted his teeth. Damn, it's been discovered. Captain, it looks like the fishing plan is going to fail. They could only continue to follow the live stream as well. And at this point, Lin Muxue naturally knew about it, although she didn't participate in it. But she was going to be even more pissed off than Song Ling and the Golden Demon. Damn, these 2 pirate groups, how stupid, to be discovered, so that the Bearing Feather pirate group, it's unlikely that they've started a war with the Night Stalkers and Sandstorm pirates and will just leave. Li San also felt pity inside. Hey, as long as it's not a little cutie, don't want to seek death, then both will choose not to fight and leave. It's impossible to fight a losing battle and let the flying and juggernaut pirates who will arrive later take advantage of the situation. It's a good idea to be sure, but it's also a good idea to keep a close eye on the live feed. At this moment, Behamy originally wanted to eject and leave, but Yi Ming's voice rang in his earpiece. Behamy knew the heat at once, relaxed, and wasn't going to leave the. Instead, he became incredibly arrogant once again. Captain, I got it. Y'all don't have to come. Just leave it to me. They'll all leave deflated. Behamy looked to Summerling and the others, emboldened. You guys should know, right? If you don't know, check out the hot search. At this moment, Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner's face was heavy and she naturally knew. The cadre, all of the crew, sank inwardly, knowing that this battle would be difficult to happen. Sun Long frowned. Originally, I wanted to make a big show of it, but surprisingly, there are these two pirate groups trying to stage a sneak attack. Zhou Xing sighed. Even if we can defeat the Nightfork and Sandstorm pirates and take the city, but after that, it will also consume a lot. Facing the Juggernaut and the flying pirates, even if it's not the full force of the war that's coming, but there's no way we'll be able to beat it at all, either. Soon the situation became clear to them. Behamy laughed. It seems that you are all well aware of this, so this battle it's not going to happen. Xiaoling said in a deep voice, you don't want it to happen either. So, originally, our territory was given to us. Let's just pretend this never happened and let's put it to rest. Behamy laughed at once. Ha ha, you guys think so? Chapter 51 Yiyu Strikes. Shocking the world. Behamy was incredibly arrogant, and although he was by himself, he wasn't worried about his opponent striking out. Holding his hands to his chest and, Jia Artie, just now I told you to compromise, not to fight us, and that your turf would be given to you, but it's out of your hands now. We won't give it, and you won't dare to continue to fight us because of your turf. Because the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates are on their way here. If you leave and do not choose to fight us, then the Flying Dutchman and the Juggernaut pirates, and you will give up on dealing with you. And if you want to keep fighting us, well, you're screwed. Of course, the latter is completely and utterly stupid, and it should be clear to you how to choose. This made Xia Ling, as well as the rest of the crew, blush, and although they wanted to do it, they couldn't. Without Flying and the Juggernaut pirates, it would have been a long time ago to just do it. But now it had to be sensible. Summerling reminded, you give us our land, and the war won't happen. If we don't give it, and a war happens, not only will we have trouble facing the Flying and Juggernaut pirates, even you guys are the same, aren't you? So, give us the turf, or else, even knowing that the Flying and Juggernaut pirates are in we're going to try it with you guys too. These words made the eyes of Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates light up. Yeah, better fight. Don't be a wimp. Fight. Don't get too happy. It should just be a scare. There's no way it's going to start a war. One of the cadres voiced an idea, and the Golden Demon didn't say anything, figuring it was just a scare. The probability of a fight is low, and even if it does, it certainly won't result in major casualties. No one would be that stupid. Behamy was not the least bit afraid and laughed. Think I'm intimidated? I don't believe you're going to make a move, and here I am. Why don't you guys come and beat me up? Ha ha, you can only be very angry and stare at me, not daring to make a move on me. That would be a conflict with us. And, even if we fight, we won't fight head-on, but we'll spread out and roam around tactically. We'll delay until the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates arrive, and by then, we won't have many casualties, but you'll definitely have some, even if it's not much. It will also be cleaned up by the Flying and Juggernaut pirates, so don't think about getting your land back. You fight. It's completely self-defeating. This caused Xia Ling and the others to blush, and it seemed that they hadn't intimidated the other party, eaten up on the fact that they won't be able to do it easily now. Although many of the crew were tempted to make a move, but knew that they could not be impulsive, and that once they did, then it will be the 4 pirate groups that will be facing it. Even though they were confident that the pirate group was strong, they knew that it was really dangerous to look like this. Xiaoling's face was heavy, without the idea of making a move, although he knew that Yi Yu was very strong. Even with Yi Yu around, he might not be able to cope with this crisis. So, one cannot allow such a crisis to arise. One cannot fight. As long as there is no fighting, then the Flying and Juggernaut pirates will withdraw. After all, not all of them came. Then facing all of them, the Baja Feather pirates, the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates, would not do it easily, because once they did, they would inevitably pay a big price as well. Must have opted to pull out and wait for the secondary ship to get enough. 15 days later gather the entire war effort of the 2 pirate groups again and strike at them. Summerling had the right idea. Flying and the Juggernaut pirates. Indeed, if there's no fight, it's a straight-up evacuation. Lin Mushue's face was ugly and she stopped continuing to get high, knowing that it was impossible to fight. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom also knew that this time, live, there would be no great war. By Xiaohan sighed lightly, even if we replace the Beijiu pirates with our strongest pirate group, we wouldn't choose to fight either. That would indeed be creating a crisis for ourselves. My shock fruit is strong, though, but it's also physically demanding. All the other big pirate groups, too, thought the same thing, that the Duding Baju pirates wouldn't go to war, because the combined strength of the Bearing Feather pirate group is not even necessarily stronger than these top pirate groups of theirs. At this time, Yi Ming and Shara, who had already returned to the camp base, watched the live broadcast and were in a good mood. Ha ha, it's a great mood to watch their ugly faces. Must have regretted in their hearts that they had just proposed that their land should be given to them, and that now the same would not go to war, but it won't give them ground. It does get very angry. Lu Qi sighed. There is a slight regret in my heart. Originally I wanted to fight a lot. Live broadcast all over the world. Too many people watching, wanting to show off, to let the world know how powerful we are. The Sandstorm Pirates know what I, Lu Qi, am capable of. Shijian of the Stone Fruit similarly regretted. Yeah, it's good that the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates didn't show up. Really wanted to go through with fighting the Bearing Feather Pirates. Let them know the power of our Night Fork Pirates and the power of my Stone Fruit. Leaf Boy was confident, and thereby letting the world know that the bug level ability of my child's fruit. It'll also make our captain famous. Thread Fruit. It doesn't sound awesome, but our captain is actually pretty awesome. Reese sighed. Too bad. Was hoping to take care of more of their lowly crew with the explosive fruit. Also let Yi Yu taste the power of my explosive fruit. There's no chance now. They were all loaded up. All of them very sorry, and looking like they would have loved to cross paths. At this time, Behani directly sat not far away. The original Baja Feather Pirate Group's base. There's a throne-like chair that sits right down. Many of the crew members of the Bearing Feather Pirates were furious. Some of them stepped forward. They couldn't help but want to make a move. But it was blocked by an aside. Calm down. The crew was glad to be stopped and nearly lost their minds. Xia Ling's brows furrowed. This was originally her own seat. Behani reclined back in his chair and crossed his legs, growing more and more arrogant and unafraid. Ha ha, it's so cool to see you guys want to beat me up so bad, but you can't, especially since it's just me and there are so many of you. Zhao Yener was furious. Do you really think we don't dare to make a move? Don't be too arrogant. Behani laughed maniacally. I'll be arrogant. What can you do to me? If you want to make a move, just think, Flying and the Juggernaut Pirates, on their way here, and once the fight is over, and we're dragging our feet, guerrilla fighting. Even if we both have to fight, you're the one who's going to have to fight more. Then Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates, facing the three of us with no casualties, will only take action against you, because you have a grudge that was caused by your captain, Yi Yu, messing with the Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates. And these two pirate groups, they're not going to fight us, against all three of us, at the same time. They can't take it, so it's all just going to be you guys in danger. So think about this when you want to hit me. This way, you will be able to endure it. Behani finished, exclaiming, this chair feels so good to sit in, so comfortable. We'll go pee at your base later, and from now on, your base will be where we go to the bathroom. Ha ha. Xia Ling, as well as the crew, each with clenched fists, angry and unable to move. Behani provoked, raising his right hand and hooking a finger towards the Baja Feather Pirates. Come and beat me. Ha ha, do you dare? You wouldn't dare. You'd just have to put up with it. Ha ha. Behani got up, ready to go to the side of the base and call it a day. I'm going to piss on your base right now. What can you do about it? You'll just have to put up with it. Had to hold my tongue and leave the city. With his hands behind his back, Behani tilted his head, nostrils up, and strutted towards the base to take a leak. And all of this is being watched by too many people in the world. Quite a few people looked angry. I'm all pissed off. Too arrogant. It can't be helped. It's certain that the Bearing Feather Pirates don't dare to go to war. You can't do it. You can only endure it. Behani reached the base entrance and lamented. Cool, gonna pee on your base. It's more than just taking the piss, and you'll just have to put up with it. Ha ha, keep on putting up with it. When I'm done peeing, you'll have to put up with it, too. Watch me leave and go back to our Nightbringer Pirates base camp. At this moment, at the base camp, Nightcrawler and the Storm Pirates looked at the image. Shijian was regretful. I should have known I'd go and let Behani pretend in front of them like this. And nothing happened. That's cool. Reese nodded in agreement. I'm sorry too. I should have known this. Should have known that no matter what, they don't even dare to fart. And I'm going to be arrogant in front of them while they have to put up with it. Lucci sighed softly. We have to thank the two old sixes, Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates. Without them, we can't really be this arrogant. Yi Ming and Shara, too, had their mouths curled into a smile, but, suddenly, their faces changed in shock. A figure appeared on the screen. At this time, Xia Ling and the others were ready to leave when, suddenly, a figure that, extremely fast speed rushed towards Behamy. It was fast, but could barely make it out, mostly because of a little bit of weaponry. It was the Knight of the Black Dagger. Storming towards Behamy was the returning Yu. Behamy was just about to enter the base to pee when his face changed in surprise and he looked over to Yu's figure, already in his line of sight, quickly zoomed in. It approached in the blink of an eye, at a fast speed. That face, unruffled, with cold eyes and a low, domineering look of, it made his subconscious body tremble. Behamy hurriedly squatted his legs down, and squeezed his calves downward in a circle like a spring. Prepare to eject while signaling yourself not to panic. Yu must be because he doesn't know, and if he does know, definitely put up with it too. Yu, didn't you see the hot search? Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates, on their way here. If you fight us first and then face them afterward, you will surely be finished. So, even if you are angry, you can only endure it. However, Behamy's eyes widened as Yu's figure did not stop. Whoosh! Behamy's spring-loaded leg instantly catapulted, soaring out like an arrow off the string, and, after colliding with a wall not far away, the head also, like a spring, bounced back, and as it kept colliding and bouncing off the surrounding buildings, the speed was increasing, then the trajectory was controlled, ready to catapult towards their base. Behamy's heart relaxed a lot. Such a self, the speed will be fast. Fast to the things in front of the eyes are blurred down. Think just Overlord Color Hegemony strongest leaf feather. Strength on the. It is impossible to attack the high-speed moving self. However, in the next instant, his thoughts crunched to a halt. Yu instantly floated above the rapidly ejecting Behamy. His right hand clenched into a fist that became pitch black and, covering the armed Color Hegemony, he blasted down hard at Behamy's head. Bang! Boom! Behamy was directly blasted and smashed to stop moving at high speed, falling down vertically at high speed with a roar that, it smashed into the ground and smashed out a deep pit. Rubble flew and dust flew. Even though the body springs to life, the force is too strong. Not strong enough for a spring to bounce off, but strong enough, even for a spring. All of them can be squashed into a pile. In the deep pit, Behamy's head was broken and blood stained his whole face red. Even his entire body was in excruciating pain and he was spitting out blood. Yu landed on the ground and stomped his right foot hard on Behamy's head, sending him into the ground and, after a few mouthfuls of dirt, his teeth chipped several times and he screamed in pain. When the dust cleared, everyone in the Beiju pirates looked at the scene not far away. Nightcrawler, the Storm pirates, and the flying, Juggernaut pirates of the Great Sea, and everyone else around the world watching the live stream. The next scene was clearly seen through the live feed. Yu stepped on Behamy with his feet and looked down, his gaze cold and icy, with a furious curse. Think that will make me tolerate it? I'll put up with you, horse. Chapter 52, Lin Mushua doesn't have any regrets? This scene was seen by everyone, and all of them instantly stared in disbelief. The first to be shaken and in an uproar were the crew. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener was not that shocked. After all, in the secret realm, saw Yu's strength. The crew, on the other hand, although they had heard from Xia Ling that Yu was actually very powerful, but inside, it's all very hard to believe that the incapacitated, even if indentured to 7, can it be stronger than Xia Ling and Zhao Yener? Now, they believed a lot. Yu was the captain by strength. Captain, what a bully. Ha ha, good scolding. Relief, let him be arrogant. Now he's been beaten up and doesn't even recognize his mother. It's so much more soothing, and I really admire the captain more and more. Captain, forgive me for doubting you before. You are fully qualified to be our captain. The entire Dragon Kingdom fell into a brief silence, and in the next instant, it was directly clamored. Oh my god, it's so handsome, so dominant, cool, so good. Just now, when I saw how arrogant that Behamy was, even I looked so angry and wanted to beat him up. And now, he got punched straight down and hurt pretty bad. Didn't even think that it would be a scene like this. It was only then that I could see that this rapidly rushing figure was actually Yu. Everyone only felt that it was too handsome and overbearing, but they were soon shocked to realize that it was Yu. It left them incredibly stunned. Lin Mushue, who was originally leaning on the sofa, got up violently at this moment, incredulous and wide-eyed. How could it be him? How can he be so fast and so powerful? Li Song was also incredulous. Although the other party is not considered a heavenly pride, but it's also one of the cadres of the Nightfork pirates now, or the Spring Fruit, but his punch, straight away, made his opponent unable to bounce back up. It would require a very strong power. It would be understandable if it was the rest of the Baja Feather Pirates, but how could it be Yu? His own strength? That powerful? After being shocked, Lin Mushue's face was ugly and her brows furrowed. I didn't realize that his own strength, which isn't bad, to be able to defeat a fast-moving spring fruit ability person with one blow. His strength. Not only is it not bad as simple as that, but perhaps his overall strength is not inferior to yours. Li Tsong was confident. My speed may not be as fast as his, but his strength, it's definitely not as strong as mine. If I were you, I'm sure I could beat this spring fruit powerhouse with his springs. It's of no use at all in front of my force fruit. Lin Mushue understood a little. No wonder I said before that I would regret it if I didn't let him get on the ship. His own strength, it seems, is something. It's pretty fast. It seems that inside the pact, there are flying races. After all, there are many races in the Pirate King world. As for the power being so strong, within the people of the pact, there must be giants. Li Tsong nodded. That explains why he's so fast and powerful. The ability person he contracted with also knew the seeing color and armed color hegemony, so he was able to attack Behamy. However, even if he's better than he thinks, he's certainly no match for you, Captain. He's genius level, at best. There's still a gap compared to the top heavenly pride that ate the top devil fruit. Lin Mushue nodded her head proudly. Yes, I have the rattling thunder fruit. In terms of attacking power, it is impossible for him to match me. In terms of speed, there's no way he can beat me, either. And just now, the smell color and the armed color hegemony, because of the inheritance of the incapacitated, would be a little more powerful than me, but he's certainly not as strong as me, and the destructive power of thunder and lightning, it's not comparable to the power raised by human cultivation alone. Even if it's powerful, it's still only a human after all, and how can human power be compared to my thunderbolt? Li Tsong nodded. It's like this. I reckon you must be thinking in his heart right now. Thought you must be pounding your chest in regret when you saw that, but not really, he's overthinking it. Lin Mushue nodded. Indeed, I regretted kicking him off the ship before I even got to see the scene, and, instead, I'm happy now, and thankfully he's a little stronger than we thought, too. Then again, I'll be able to defeat him in the singles ring afterward and gain a lot of experience rewards. Li Tsong nodded. Yes, from what he said before you can hear that. He won't admit defeat and not come in when the time comes. He'll choose to come in and fight you one-on-one. Then he'll be able to beat him up again and get a high amount of experience for defeating him. The best of both worlds. Lin Mushue was in a happy mood. Yes, before I thought that at most I would violently beat him up. The experience gained will be minimal, but for now I'm glad that he's thankfully more awesome. I'm very glad that it wasn't awesome. I can't get a high reward and I can't beat him up. He'll be afraid to come in. Li Tsong sneered. And, now, there's something else to be very happy about that. Perhaps it was hard to say whether or not he would be encountered in the ring battle when the time came. Now that he's made his move, it's surprising that he didn't hold back, but chose to fight instead. It's so stupid, knowing that the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates are approaching, and he's choosing to do it. It's so delightful to me. Lin Mushue laughed out loud. Ha ha, yes, that's the most pleasing thing. How silly. As the saying goes, a little bit goes a long way. And I'm looking forward to what's coming next more and more. And can't wait to see Speedy and the Juggernaut Pirates clean up after them. At this time, the Night Fork, Sandstorm Pirates everyone, shocked and then face ugly. Surprisingly, he chose to do it. Damn, doesn't he want to live? Yiming immediately externalized his earpiece voice to speak and remind. You can still be forgiven if you let my men go now. We will not choose to go to war with you. If we don't release you, we will certainly go to war with you, and we will choose the guerrilla way of warfare. Stall for time. And when the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates arrive, you will surely be finished. However, in the face of such a threat, Yu gave an answer with practical actions. Pulling out the black blade knife behind him, he chopped and slashed, and with a poof, accompanied by a miserable cry, Behamy's head was chopped off and rolled to the side. This scene was naturally seen by Yiming and the others through the live broadcast screen, and they were instantly incomparably angry. Damn it! What nerve! I've already reminded you, but you still made a move. You really don't put us in your eyes. Humph. A moment of impulse to pretend to be better than a moment of pleasure. Soon, you will regret that. I'll trade one of my men's lives for the disappearance of your pirates from this world. Then, go to war. I'll make you all regret it. Baju pirates, it's useless for you to hold back for half a day, because your captain is going to cause you a great deal of trouble. As the words fell, Nightcrawler, the Sandstorm Pirates sprang into action, and were quickly dispersed. Pulled back towards the back of the city. Then spread out in an encircling circle and begin to play gorilla. And at that moment, the ocean, golden demon, the puffy fruit ability, laughed. Good. thanks to Yiyu's impulsiveness and stupidity. Now, let's sail. Songling was equally happy. Originally thought it was impossible to fish for a winner, but I didn't expect that this Yiyu, so intolerable. Ha, very good. Prepare to fish for the win. Chapter 53, Yiyu, come as you may, fight. They were very happy. After all, they had all but given up hope, and felt bound to return to the ship, but never expected Yiyu to choose to make a move. Hands off. Even if the war could have been avoided by releasing the Hami, but to think that they would just cut and kill. This made them happy and verbally began to encourage. And Hot Topic soon had this entry. Sandstorm and Nightcrawler pirates. Wander off and fight with all your might. We won't do anything to you when the time comes. We'll only move against the Baju pirates who have something to wear out. And while we're roaming around, we'll inflict some wear and tear on the Baju pirates so that we can close the show. Otherwise we'd have to pay some price for facing the Baju pirates without casualties. But it's okay if it doesn't cause much depletion. When the time comes, the four of us pirate groups can join forces together. After all, we all have a conflict with the Bearing Feather Pirates. When this hot search came out, everyone sighed and thought that the Baja Feather Pirates must be finished. Lin Mushu sighed. It seems that it's hard to meet him in a single fight in the ring. He probably won't survive. But it's okay, by the time my opponent doesn't show up, I'll still be the winner and will be rewarded. Which means that, even if he dies, I get the reward. Lead Song determined. It's impossible to be alive. In the place of our Tianjiao pirates, are very able to survive that's four powerful pirate groups. Lin Mushue corrected. In Yiyu's place, it wouldn't have survived. Even if it's frozen fruit Xiao Ling and burning fruit Zhao Yener, but in exchange I can live. Li Song nodded his head repeatedly and complimented. Yes, share, your rattling thunder fruit, after all, is just invincible, able to fight and resist in fast. And you're a quick learner of seeing colors, so you can attack remotely even if your opponent is far away. At this point, the Nightfork and Sandstorm pirates became more and more relieved. Yi Ming sneered. See the hot search. Yiyu. It's too late for regrets. The battle begins. At this time, the Beijiu pirate group. The atmosphere is not heavy, and there is no use of a little bit of complaining about Yiyu's meaning. Instead, the battle spirit rises. Even though he knew that this battle would be tough, in his heart, he was happy that Yiyu chose to fight. Xiao Ling's battle spirit rose. Then let's fight, and let them know how powerful our Bearing Feather pirates are. Ow! Yiyu arranged in an awe-inspiring voice. In this battle, I'll refrain from making a move for now, retaining my physical strength. Against the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates. And against the Nightstalkers and the Sandstorm Pirates. You're more than enough. Our pirate group is stronger than they think. Especially the incapacitated. It's time for you to show yourselves. Captain, don't worry, just leave it to us for now. It is true that some strength should be retained. Even if it's treacherous, we must go all out to seek survival. Mate, you guys watch it too. Leave it to us enough. Xia Ling said. I don't want everyone to have casualties, so Flame and I will make a move. Sha Fruit Salad, Thread Fruit Yi Ming, are also powerful characters. Yi Yu said. All of you can go and fight. I'll just keep it to myself. Give me a hard fight. Make them regret it. Lower crews, hugging in groups of 300 each, so that when they meet each other's full and fighting crews, it also prevents casualties. Cadres, just get their cadres. Understood. Captain, leave it to us. You killed one of the other cadres. The Overlord color hegemony stuns all the lower crew members of the other side, and some of the full crew members, and it's already done too much. We'll also retain our stamina to fight Flying and the Juggernaut pirates afterward. The most battle-scarred, naturally, are the incapacitated, and the nation is watching the live broadcast of the. This is the time to prove that they are not weak. Sun Lung, Star of the Week, was the most excited. After all, the contract was between Sauron and Sanji. They are second only to Yiyu among the incapacitated members of the Baja Feather Pirates, as well as the cadre of the. There's also a greater need to perform and play lights out. At once, the crew spread out and began to move. Yiyu, on the other hand, jumped to the highest building in the city center. Hands clasped his chest. Will be when the top of the world in general. Overlooking the surroundings, the seeing color base spreads out to see the whole picture. Meanwhile, skimming the ocean in the distance, Flying and the Juggernaut pirates were still nowhere to be seen. It's going to take a while to come. Yiyu, however, had an ice-cold heart and cold eyes. Originally, this great battle was not intended to be fought at full strength. A slight outburst would be enough to deal with the Nightcrawler and Sandstorm pirates. But if you come, then avoiding my Baja Feather pirates without casualties, then it's time to get serious about you guys. I was thinking that I'd show my true strength when I was almost done recruiting incapacitated people. But since you're coming, so what if you show up even in the entire Dragon Kingdom? At this time, no one knew what was going on inside Yi Yu's mind. Surprisingly, he had the idea of taking on Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates single-handedly. Lin Muxue snorted at this time. Oh, to think that you still want to live. Li Tsong laughed. Is there any point in still retaining strength? Speaking as if you're an ace combatant, you're simply useless even if you keep it. And once the Flying Sky and Juggernaut pirates are here, the difference in strength is so great that I think he wants to be able to see the situation when the time comes, and thus have the physical strength to leave his crew behind and run away, and then looking for a powerful pirate group to join. After all, he has a horrible overlord color hegemony and good strength. Surely he will come back in a mess, begging Sheryu to let him join. In that case, Cher, will you let him join? Lin Muxue nodded in brief contemplation. It can be considered. After all, his overlord color hegemony. It's too tempting, not to mention knowing that he has some strength of his own. Hearing this, Li Tsong's heart sank within him. His heart was naturally unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. At this point Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates were completely relieved. Golden Demon was excited. Great, the nail in the coffin. As for retaining strength, what's the point Yi Yu? Song Ling contacted at this time. Golden Demon, don't kill him when the time comes. I want soul-shocking fear of him. Make him submit to my feet. The Golden Demon nodded. Yes, however, if you accept Yi Yu, then I'm going to dig up more people from the Baja Feather Pirates to join us. Their cohesion is strong, and I don't believe that the mutation has only just begun. They don't want to live, and once they collapse, they can definitely dig them. Song Ling nodded. Yes, even if it's only for me to get Yi Yu, I'd love to have a child with him. With a child, his child's strength, it wouldn't be so bad, would it? After all, he's a powerhouse of his own strength, so if it's inherited, the child will surely inherit it, as well as his overlord-colored hegemony, and surely you can be born with it. This caused Golden Demon's eyes to light up, and he thought that Song Ling's idea could work. That's quite a peculiar idea you've got there. Song Ling licked the corner of her mouth. If I can, I'm going to force him to have more children with me, growing my Juggernaut pirates. With such a voluptuous figure and big hips, I'm sure to be good for breeding. At this point, the fighting had already begun to happen. Sun Lung and some of the crew came to an area. At that moment, Shurjian of the Stone Fruit stepped out of the box and sneered. From the Baja Feather Pirates, make your name known. See if you're worthy of being my opponent. I am one of the cadres of the Night Fork Pirates. Ish Kin, Stone Fruit ability. Sun Lung came to his senses. Cadre? It looks good. I hope it'll be a painful fight for me. Don't be lame. I, Sun Lung, am incapacitated. Chapter 54 Yi Yu strikes again. Cool. Hearing that it was an incapacitated person, Shurjian immediately lost interest and looked scornful. Humph. Incapacitated. No fun. What about the others? Other combat crews reminded. Don't underestimate our cadre. He is the head of the cadre. Hearing this, Shurjian first froze, then laughed out loud. Ha ha. Funny? Cadre even. Or the head of the cadre. The incapable? Originally, I thought that the Bajime Pirates were a powerful pirate group, but now even an incapacitated person can be the head of the cadres? Is it possible that he's also a related person? Are you related to Yi Yu? I remember that among your cadres, there are some good ability people. Let them come and, there's no point in fighting you guys, or calling your captain Yi Yu over. Sun Long's battle spirit rose, and he was used to being belittled. I'm often belittled, but in this battle, I'm going to show people how good I am. Not by ability. You can become a powerhouse on the Great Sea even with just your sword skills. Shurjian wasn't interested. Mighty me. I'm not interested in fighting you. I'll go find someone powerful to fight me. It's just not possible. After a pause, Shurjian looked at Yi Yu, who was high up in the distance, and came to be interested. Looking at Sun Long with contempt, Shurjian was disdainful. You don't deserve to be my opponent. His words, on the other hand, are fine. Not only is the overlord color hegemony powerful, being able to tackle Behimi, it seems he's stronger than he thought and hasn't completely played himself out. So, you hurry aside. I think fighting him is the only way to have some fun. Shurjian's battle spirit rose. Even if Behimi was seconded by Yi Yu, he was not afraid at all. Rather, I find it interesting. At the same time, reach out and touch a tall building aside. In the next instant, Shurjian changed. As long as there are stones, they are favorable to me. And the stone fruit of the ability to assimilate the rocks that I come into contact with and become a part of myself, as well as the appearance, hardness, and other properties of the stones, become my own power, and then take on the form of a rock giant. And even though I'm level 14 now, where there's rock, my current extreme height can be as big as a 10-story building. Wait until later. I could be so huge as to be like an island. As said while Shurjian quickly turned into a rocky miniature giant that, it was indeed as tall as a 10-story building and 30 meters tall in total. At this moment, the first place where the encounter and battle was about to take place was here. So many people were watching. What's going on with this bar feather pirates? An incapable person as the head of the cadre. Although Yi Yu's strength surprised us, incapacitated people shouldn't be that bad, but after all, Yi Yu contracted the pact. This Sun Long, even if the contracted incapacitated person isn't bad, it's certainly not as terrifying as Yi Yu. Yes, and this Shurjian, who is an ability. This Shurshur fruit, looks really powerful, worthy of being a cadre of a powerful pirate group. This Sun Long is definitely no match. At this time, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener split up and didn't stop even when they encountered some enemies. All they had to do was find each other's captains. Zhao Yener had to deal with Shera of the Sasha fruit, and Xia Ling had to deal with Yi Ming of the thread fruit. Because, in a pirate battle like this, if you can take care of the opposing captain first, naturally, it's best to catch the thief first, as the saying goes. And some of the Nightcrawler and Sandstorm pirates, even though they encountered it, did not make a move to, knowing that facing these two powerful abilities, going up would be a waste. At this time, Yi Ming and Shera split up, naturally avoiding a fight. Didn't want to go fast against Xia Ling and Zhao Yener, wanted to retain more stamina. If they're very depleted, or even injured, there's no guarantee that Speedy and the Juggernaut pirates won't make a move against them. So, having to keep moving, though being watched by a lot of people through the live feeds, and dodging around like this, but no shame, think it's tactical. Yi Yu stood on a high building, on the one hand, retaining his strength, waiting for Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates. On the one hand, it's also a way for the pirates to show their power. He's strong, but he's not so strong that he can exterminate all the pirate groups in the world by himself. Having a strong pirate crew, strong companions, is also needed, not only to become the strongest yourself, your own pirate crew. It has to be the strongest pirate group too. This battle allowed the Beijiu pirates to establish their authority, thus recruiting better. At this moment, after turning into a rock mini-giant, Shurjian grew more and more confident. It's so much more powerful. My ability. It's so strong, so massive, and the defense is strong. Being a rock giant, and of terrifying strength, and with my own body within the rock, which you cannot identify. So even if someone could destroy my fists, arms, or legs, it wouldn't work. Touching the rock would still converge again. So, you know my terror well, don't you? So much so that the crew did find it tricky. Their faces staring and their wariness rising. Let's do it together, Sun Long said in a stern voice. Just leave it to one of me. It took the crew by surprise. Is that okay? Sun Long smiled wrinklishly. Of course, I'm the head of the cadres. Okay, we trust you. They backed off, not intending to get involved. After all, the Flying and Juggernaut pirates would be coming up behind them. Not only do they want the skipper to retain his strength, but they have to do their best to do so as well, so that they don't put all the pressure on the skipper when the time comes. Sun Long drew his sword, holding the Wado Ikemoka text in his left hand and the third-generation Ghost Cure in his right hand as his battle intent erupted. Come on, big guy. However, the transformed Shurjian, who was very swollen at this point, didn't bother to look at Sun Long. Looking up at Yi Yu on the highest floor, his battle intent rose. I feel so strong. I'm not interested in you. When Behamy was arrogant in front of you guys before, I would love to be myself instead. Even if Yi Yu showed up and killed Behamy, I also still wish that I was there at that time. Simply because, unlike Behamy, I'm naturally not afraid of Yi Yu. At that time, if it was me who taunted you guys, Yi Yu must not be able to pretend and be helpless against me. However, in the next instant, Shurjian's words crunched to a halt. The original head-up gaze had been looking at the domineering Yi Yu on the high floor, but suddenly the huge eyes widened. His pupils contracted violently, and in his line of sight, Yi Yu suddenly appeared, storming in, but clearly, Yi Yu's figure was still on the high floor. But in the next instant, the figures on the heights dispersed, and that was because the speed of the residual shadow left in place. Yi Yu stormed in, swept to the top of the giant Shurjian's head, his right hand clenched his fist, armed color hegemony covering it blasted down hard against his head. Boom! Ka-ching! With one blow, the giant's rocky head crumbled right into pieces, and every part of his body, instantly strewn with wide cracks. With a rumble, the 30-meter-tall rock giant directly crumbled and collapsed. The rock in the rock is solid, smashed into the ground, and be buried by the collapsing rock ruins. Yi Yu stood at the top of the ruins, his head bowed in contempt. Just a cadre of the Night Fork pirates. Are you pretending to be you here? Chapter 55, all stunned. It was a scene that once again shook the world to its core. My god, every time he strikes, how come he's so handsome? This sure Jian. 1 second he was talking about wanting to fight Yu, but the next second he was seconded. Is Yu that strong? Pay attention. The ruins are moving. Jian doesn't seem to be dead. Jian climbed out, his body blending into the rock, overwhelmed and scared. I don't dare fight you. Yu said. Sun Long, he's all yours. With a flash, Yu once again returned to the top of the tall building. That punch just now, naturally it wasn't full strength, to preserve the stamina of that's why that punch didn't even use up stamina, saving it for a fight with Flying and the Juggernaut pirates themselves. If one fought now, then by then even if one could win, the pirate group would have casualties, but if one is at full strength and faces the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates, then one is confident that there will be no deaths in the Bearing Feather pirates. The reason why I just struck out was that I couldn't stand to watch it. It was too much of an act. Sun Lung as well as the crew marveled. Not bad for a captain. That's awesome. It's so handsome and relieving. Yi Ming breathed a sigh of relief and celebrated. It's a good thing it didn't continue, or Jian might have died. Jian is also a very important combatant in our pirate group. We can't have too many casualties in this war. Especially the cadres. Can't die again. There's already one dead Behemi. Cadres. It's the backbone of a pirate crew. It's easy to recruit lowly, regular crew members, but it's hard to recruit cadres. The world lacks genius. Shara was also thankful. It's a good thing he's going to reserve his strength to deal with the later arriving Flying and Juggernaut pirates. Otherwise our casualties might be really high. At this moment, Lin Mushui was high on melon seeds again. That punch just now. It should have been full strength. That fast. A single punch to break the rock giant. It's definitely a full power punch. But he also knows that he can't fight at full power all the time. Well, my strength against him. I've got a rough idea of what's going on. And I can't compare it to me at all. If I were you, I'd take a serious hit just now. It will be able to blast this Jian with lightning to the point of direct serious injury or even death. Li Song nodded. It's not as good as you, Yuki. At this point, Jian didn't dare to pretend, and wanted to get away from here. Simply because Yi Yu was not far away in the sky. Fighting here, he was afraid that Yi Yu would give himself another punch. It was too dangerous. But, when he tried to escape, he was stopped by Sun Long. Don't run, big guy. I'll cut you. Jian's face was hard to see, and he once again activated his fruit ability, fusing with the surrounding stones, and it quickly turned into a rock giant of the size it was a moment ago once again. But the stamina was also quite depleted, having transformed into a rock giant twice in a row. It was very exhausting. He thought darkly, can't break anymore, or it'll be hard to turn into a rock giant again. But as long as that Yi Yu doesn't make another move against me, I'm not afraid. First, finish these guys off and then escape. Jian's huge rocky fist blasted down. Sun Long was so excited that he didn't dodge in the face of this huge rocky fist. The faces of the battle crew on the sidelines changed in shock. Sun Long, watch out. Sun Long blandly, don't worry, you guys just watch, no need to do anything. This my debut, can't let anyone help. Facing the rocky fists that blasted down, Sun Long tightened his grip on the Wado Ichiban text and the third generation Onyakan. The two knives crossed in front of his body and blocked. This made everyone's face change in shock and those watching the livestream in disbelief. No way. You have to fend it off by your own power? The weapon will instantly disintegrate. And there's no way he can carry it. It's a rock giant. How does he block with no ability? Jian also laughed coldly, thinking that Sun Long was going to be finished. Boom! As the rocky fist fell, the ground around Sun Long sunk and crumbled, and debris flew. But Jian was horrified to find that tried to go down, but his fist was blocked. As the dust cleared, the surrounding crew stared in disbelief, only to see that Sun Long had actually blocked the punch, just slightly rowing backward a meter. The muscles of his arms bulged and filled with a sense of power. Jian was shocked. Surprisingly, he blocked it, and his weapon didn't shatter. His sword, it turned black. Armed color hegemony. No wonder. But, the power is too strong to block my rock giant fist. Futatsuki Ryu, eagle wave. Cross-shaped green chopping strikes erupted, cutting a deep X-shaped mark into Jian's right fist. Both bodies took a step back because of the force coming from them. This made Jian vibrate while realizing that the other party wasn't that simple. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems that there is some strength in becoming the head of the cadre, but really not a devil fruit power user. Sun Long proudly, if it's a devil fruit, who would claim to be incapacitated? The name of the incapacitated person I contracted is Roranoa Saran. Jian also thought it made sense that no devil fruit power user would claim to be powerless. At this point, too many people are shaken. Are watching. Yi Yu does not make a move. and now their eyes that just focus on Sun Long. Want to see why Wen became the head of the cadres? Now look, indeed powerful, an incapacitated person. So powerful? Could it be that, all this time, it's been misunderstood? Incapacitated people aren't trash. Let's just say that powerful incapacitated people, not junk, are even more powerful than artificial devil fruits. But I don't think this Sun Long can beat Shi Jian. He said he only contracted one. If it's more than one, maybe he can be as good as Yi Yu. But one would definitely not be strong enough for the stone fruit. Sun Long at this moment bit the Wadoichi character in his right hand in his mouth and then pulled out the Yama. Suddenly, to the bewilderment of all, a knife in each hand, right and left, and one in his mouth. It's rare. 3-blade flow? For a moment, more people watched curiously. Yi Yu, who was on the high floor, also watched with interest, even if he could know the outcome of the. But it was nice to see Sauron's moves in person. Sun Long's eyes were bitter, and in a flash, his aura was raised. I've got to make this quick. It can't be too long. It'll just take more than enough exertion to finish you off, and then go on to help others. Shi Jian was shocked. This is just about to start getting serious. Ha, but there's no way you can defeat me. Die. Sun Lung. Shi Jian blasted down with both hands at the same time, and even on both of Rock's fists. A little bit of armed color hegemony covered them. Even if it wasn't superb, it boosted defense and power a bit. Sun Long still didn't dodge, but instead held his sword with both hands, biting a handful in his mouth as he stormed forward. It was a scene that made too many people look on, with the crew on the sidelines staring intently at the. Too many people watched through the live feed and couldn't take their eyes off it. As Sun Long rushed over, a biting sound rang out. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and if you gather 1,000 worlds, you become a small 1,000 worlds. This world multiplies by 3. There is no I who keeps on going. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Long stomped on the ground. The ground shattered under his feet, and he leapt up and stormed upwards. It was like an arrow out of a string. Sun Long, who was rapidly approaching the rock giant in the air, had his arms bulging with muscles, clutching the Wado Ikemanji with both hands and the 3rd generation Onakiri. He spun the 2 swords around quickly in front of him, like a windmill whistling and humming. A circle of white air waves then spread out, while the Rinnegan sound resounded once again. 3-blade stream Upanishad, 1,000 worlds, clang, as the biting words fell, accompanied by an ear-piercing clang. Sun Long flickered away in front of the rock giant. The next instant had surfaced behind the rock giant. There was a click. The waist of the rock giant was cut horizontally. The upper body was separated from the lower body. The incision is as flat as a mirror. With one slash, the massive rock giant was chopped in half. The visual impact, extremely strong. In an instant, the surrounding crew members, all of them, eyes wide and mouths open, were stunned in place. Too many people watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded as well. Yi Yu smiled slightly inside in admiration. Worthy of being the head of the cadres of my bearing feather pirates. Chapter 56 Establishment of Authority. Sun Long shook the entire world, and many people's eyes widened in shock. Eyes were dropping out and jaws were dropping in shock. If it was an ability person who caused such a scene, they would be surprised, let alone an incapable person. How can incapacitated people be so strong? This so handsome, so strong, a rock giant of that size, just cut right in half up and down, and it's only the early part of the process now. It's just so awesome and unimaginable late in the game. I'm also incapacitated, so why am I not as good? You also have to be gifted and talented to be able to contract awesome incapacitated people. In shock, all understood and knew why Yi Yu wanted to recruit the incapable, because the incapacitated are not weak. Even the powerful incapacitated ones may be no less powerful than the more powerful devil fruits. You can tell from this battle. Don't jump to premature conclusions just yet. It's safe to assume that the awesome incompetent, stronger than artificial devil fruit, but trying to be stronger than a genius level ability. There is a difficulty. It depends on Sun Long and Shi Jian. Who is the winner? The crew on the sidelines were horrified and adoring. Sun Long, you are so strong. We were wrong before. You are fully qualified to be the head of the cadre. The captain's vision can't be wrong. Sun Long knew that Shi Jian wasn't dead, and realized that the upper half of the rock giant, with its eyes still open, was representing the body. In the upper part of the body, quickly waving the knives in both hands, Sun Long drank low. Futatsu Ryu, 72 troublesome winds. The green blade slashed out, chopping off a piece of Shi Jian's rocky arm falling off, and Sun Long was going to do that. It's just keep chopping until you find Shi Jian's body. Shi Jian's face was ugly. His other hand was going to grab Sun Long, but even though it was strong, it was slow. Sun Long landed on the ground and then slashed another 72 troublesome winds, looking down the other arm as well. This was followed by constant green chopping. At once, the rock giant was in several pieces, and Shurjian emerged from one of the fallen rocks and the face was heavy. Sun Long sneered. Out. Shurjian couldn't rally the rock giants anymore, but as soon as they landed and touched the ground, then you can escape by ducking into the rocks on the ground. However, Sun Long slashed, the rocks shattered, and he came out completely. Sun Long was murderous. First solve you, then go and solve the other cadres. As Shurjian descended, he crossed his arms to block, covering his armed color buster aura, thus defending that. However, when the chopping attack split, both arms directly soared in blood and flew out backwards in a miserable scream. When he was about to land, Shurjian grunted coldly, I'll be safe after I land on the ground. It's a shame that I'm no match for an incapacitated person. So shameful, but it doesn't mean I can't defeat you in the future. However, Sun Long spoke coldly, you don't have this chance. Sun Long retrieved the Yama and Wadoichi texts, and inserted the third-generation Oni torch into its sheath as well. Holding the sheath of the Sandai Gekigitsu in his left hand, the hilt of the blade in his right hand, and both hands covered in armed color bay. At the same time, the body of the third-generation ghost chewing sword became slightly darker. Immediately, Sun Long assumed a drawing stance. Ichiban Ryu, Izumi, Black Dagger, Death Lion Goggle. With the moment he drew his sword, Sun Lung's speed increased even more, and with a flash it had already surfaced behind Shurjian, and the sword was already in its sheath, and Shurjian had frozen in place. When the knife was completely unsheathed and Shurjian threw back his head and let out a miserable scream. Ah! Put! Blood soared out of his chest, directly chopping out an extremely long blood gash, bleeding a staggering amount of blood, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The cadres of the Night Fork Pirates. Another one dead. At this moment, many of the people watching the live broadcast were looking at each other in dismay. Sun Long, the incapacitated, so powerful. That's why you recruited the incapable. And, as luck would have it, not all incapacitated people are so good. After all, most of them are weak, and any incapacitated person who can join the Baja Feather Pirates is certainly not bad. Originally, I thought that the Bering Feather Pirates had taken in a lot of incapacitated people, and that their overall strength hadn't increased much, but now realize that the combined strength of the Bering Feather Pirates is quite a bit stronger than we thought. Perhaps even if you take on the Night Stalkers and Sandstorm Pirates alone, you won't necessarily lose. At this point, Shara also realized, with a heavy but grateful face, that no one from his own cadre has died yet, but, suddenly blushing, as another live feed showed his own cadre, against the cadres of the Baja Feather Pirates, still incapacitated. This has attracted a lot of attention. There are two incapacitated cadres of the Bering Feather Pirates, and this man is the other one. Star of the Week meets Exploding Fruits Reese. Shara warned at once, don't be careless, Shurjian of the Night Fork Pirates. It was taken care of by another incapable cadre of the Baja Feather Pirates. This surprised Li Si, because it was clear that Shurjian's strength, even he, was a bit helpless. He did not dare to be careless. Are you as good as that Sun Lung? Zhou Xing shook his head. I don't know about this. Never fought. However, since the captain has made Sun Long the head of the cadre, it means that Sun Long is now better than me. This made Zhou Xing sigh in relief. The Night Fork Pirates are a disgrace. Two of our cadres are dead, and we, the Sandstorm Pirates, can't afford to have one die. Chao Xing said. There is now. It's you. Arrogant. Zhou Xing pulled out a booger, flexed his fingers and flicked it, and it suddenly exploded when it was almost in front of Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing glared with his right foot and quickly dodged to avoid the explosion range. Whoosh! At the same time, he quickly rushed towards Reese, and when he got behind him, he leapt up. This makes Zhou Xing scoff, even though it's too late to get a booger, but turns around and kicks out. It would be foolish to fight me in close quarters, too, and with my fruit powers, it also attaches explosions to the feet. Foot explosion. However, Zhou Xing was not afraid in the slightest, and in the rapid rotation of his body, his right foot became crimson, and with a plopping sound, the flame rises on the right foot. It shook too many people. Flame? It's an ability? It's the high-speed spinning, the air friction, the right foot generating high temperatures naturally. That's even possible? Even so, won't the right foot burn? It doesn't seem to have an effect. What is it? Is it not a human foot? It's surprisingly resistant to flames. Devil's Windfoot, Lamb Shot, Bang, Boom. The 2 feet collided in the air, accompanied by an explosive sound. But Zhou Xing was not blown back. The right foot of the burning flame was unharmed and covered with the incipient armed color hegemony as well. And the power of the Devil's Wind kick was completely above that of the foot explosion. Reese takes a direct kick and flies backwards. Chao Xing took the opportunity to pursue and raised his foot to kick out. Li Si opened his mouth wide and laughed coldly. Don't think that I can't counterattack when I'm flying backwards. I can attach explosions to my mouth as well. Try my trick. Zhou Xing's face changed. Not in worry, but in reprimand to stop it. Shut up. The explosion attached to your right foot is a foot explosion, and the explosion attached to your mouth. It's not just. I don't want to try your trick. Before Zhou Xing could even get close, the fire-burning right foot quickly kicked in quick succession, kicking out 1 foot shadow with fire. First, he kicked Reese in the mouth, shutting him right up and blasting him out, and he was kicked in the chest many times, flying 20 meters away and smashing to the ground. Li Si spat out blood from his mouth, his injuries severe and his face pale. It was a shock to watch. There's a big difference between this explosive fruit ability person and this incapable person. Cognition is broken. An incapacitated person is stronger than a devil fruit? No way. I can only say that it must be in the King of Thieves. These two power users are too hot. It's not developed much. Makes sense. Randomly, Star Chow tackles Reese. Shara's face hardened as one of his cadre died as well. At this moment, Yiming's face was unsightly and furious, his forehead veins writhing. It was thought that with guerrilla attacks, we wouldn't have any casualties, but right off the bat, 2 cadres died. The loss is not small. I will also kill a cadre of the Baja Feather Pirates to save face. A lot of people, gazes looking over, because of the threadbare fruits of Yamin. He had already been fighting with one of the cadres of the Baju Pirates for a while. It's Lin Chuan, the scissor fruit ability. Lin Chuan originally thought that his ability would restrain Yiming, who was a fruit of this thread, but found that this fellow, being very powerful, was at first able to cut his threads, but with more powerful strokes it would be impossible to cut. Worthy of being the captain of the Night Fort Pirates, it seems I was the one who was gullible. At this time Yiming pressed Lin Chuan to the ground, his left hand locked his throat, and his right hand was raised, with an extremely strong cutting power attached to it. Extremely tough line to cut down Lin Chuan's head. At this time, on the high floor, Yi Yu seeing color hegemony naturally also covered here. Knowing that Lin Chuan is facing a crisis, it's no surprise that it's not an opponent. Threadbare fruit. After all, it is the fruit of Doflamingo and the King of Thieves. But, Yi Yu had no intention of making a move. There was no need. Just as Yi Ming was about to strike, he suddenly froze in his movements and jerked back to look behind him. A figure walked away, his entire body filled with a cold aura, and as he walked, the ground under his feet continued to freeze. Yi Ming's brows stared up, vice-captain of the Beiju Pirates. Freeze fruit ability, Xia Ling. Chapter 57, Bug's childish fruit? Xia Ling spoke coldly. It's me. I won't allow you to hurt my partner. Let go of yourself or should I help you? Yi Ming's face was unsightly. His heart was shaken. From Xia Ling, there was a sense of oppression that came from him. Let him all be cautious for it. But, with 2 of his own cadres, already dead, he was bound to do something about it. The raised right hand fell quickly, and the 5-colored thread in his hand cut towards Lin Chuan. Click. However, when the hand was almost at the neck, Yi Ming instantly froze his entire body. Cold air swept under Xia Ling's feet, and some of the surrounding Night Fort Pirates crew members hurriedly jumped in place, dodged a bullet. Some came too late. Their feet froze, then quickly spread all over the body, became ice sculptures. It fell to the ground with a thud and went straight to pieces. Lin Chuan quickly got up and backed up next to Xia Ling, apologizing. Lieutenant, I'm sorry for making you step in and save me. It's fine. After all, you're facing the Night Fort Pirate Captain. Let Spirit heal you first. Xiao Linger came along with Xia Ling and quickly activated her healing fruit ability to heal Lu Chuan. Under the astonished gaze of many people, the many wounds on Lu Chuan's body that were cut by threads of the healing was visible to the naked eye, and even if it didn't reach full recovery, the injury was much better. It was the envy of many pirate groups. This milkmaid, it's awesome. I'm afraid it's the only milkmaid. This battle so far has shown us how powerful the Bearing Feather Pirates are. It's only been a short while since we started fighting, and we feel that the Baja Feather Pirates are stronger than we thought. Click. At this moment, the ice on Yi Ming's body shattered open and broke free, but his whole body was still chilled. The face was stony. Xia Ling's battle spirit rose. Come on, let me meet you. However, Yi Ming had no thoughts of fighting. I don't want to fight you, at least not right now. It makes a lot of people sarcastic. Wimped out. Frozen fruit Summerling looks awesome. Yi Ming shouldn't be an opponent. Yi Ming explained, in this battle, we had thought of not fighting you to the death, so it's pointless for us to fight to the death. And you want to preserve your strength to help Yi Yu more when Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates come, right? Otherwise, with only Yi Yu retaining it, how can you guys behind you possibly be able to defeat it? It made Summerling frown slightly. It made sense, but it had to be tackled. defeat you first, and your morale will be lowered, even routed. Yiming's face was ugly, and although it was humiliating, he still opened his mouth. How about this? How about this city? It's yours, and we leave? Like this, you'll have nothing to consume, and then the flying and juggernaut pirates won't necessarily come. It made Summerling's heart flutter, and naturally, Jean Demon and Song Ling watched the live broadcast and their faces changed drastically. Say what? Don't want to fight? Aren't you ashamed? Call me. We'll be there in another hour. If you don't call now, the bashful feather pirates don't have much to expend at all, and it would be hard for us to fight if we went over there. That's why the face is hard. Not all of the battle force came, just the 2 main ships, one for each of the 2 pirate groups. Thinking that the Bajiu pirate group would first fight the Nightfork and Sandstorm pirate group, there was bound to be a great deal of exertion, and then the fishermen would take advantage of the situation. But to concede defeat after a short fight? That won't do. Summerling frowned. Who knows if you'll quit or wait for them to come together? Yiming said, we can sail away in the opposite direction, so we don't have to worry about them coming. We join forces with them. Xiaoling shook her head. What about when they come and surround this place and then you return? This made Yiming helpless. We won't. Humph. It's not like we'll believe you just because you say so. Cut the crap. Summerling went straight for it. Yiming quickly retreated, while swinging out the 5 colored threads to cut out and shatter the incoming ice prisms. Yiming was really a bit reluctant to fight on, because it had only just begun, and 2 cadres had died. This was already no small loss. He didn't want to use the sacrifice of his own pirate group, thus allowing Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates to take advantage. Summerling had to consume them more, even if she knew he thought so, keeping the flying and Juggernaut pirates out of the way when they arrive. At this point, Zhao Yenner went toe-to-toe with Salad, Burning Fruit, against Sha Fruit. Meanwhile, fighting has been taking place in several places, and even though guerrilla tactics have been used, some battles have started one after another. Soon, the sound of Summerling's headset rang out, and came the voice of the crew in a gravely, somewhat panicked tone. Captain, in our area, things are a little bad. What's the situation? Our combat crew group, 100 or so, but at the moment, a good chunk of that, all turned into toys, incapable of fighting. This made Xiaoling's face sink, thinking of the vice-captain of the Nightblood Pirates, Yi Tong, not very strong, but with some buggy abilities, child's play fruit ability. Captain, we're almost all toys. At this point, you spoke, through the headset. Xiaoling, you don't need to be distracted, just fight Yiming, I'll be watching. Summerling was reassured. Good. At this time, Yi Yu naturally noticed it long ago, did not do anything, because it just turned into a toy. It's not life-threatening yet, but felt that he had to make a move, just to shock and frighten him into fainting. Then the fruit ability will be lifted. At this moment, many people had seen Yi Tong's ability. Awesome. Very buggy indeed. Right now, he can't turn people too much stronger than him into toys, but it's pretty sick. There's not much power left in trying to fight after turning into a toy. I've even heard that any higher in rank, and he can make toys lose their memories. It's perverted. Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony has caused many low-end warriors to faint, but it won't take long to wake up. But the ability, which is permanent, to turn into a toy, and then to lose the memory of it, at a later stage, then it's a total waste. Because if you don't lose your memory, you'll try to get it back, but if you don't have it, you don't know anything. Feeling like they were meant to be toys. For a while, many people felt that this Yi Tong ability was indeed bug. At this point, Yi Tong was very self-satisfied. Feeling as big as he was, the ability is seen by too many people. I'm not as strong as my brother, but I have perverted abilities. Yi Tong was much shorter than Yiming, but in fact, he was not a man, but a sister, dressed as a man. Disguise yourself superficially to be more powerful, or else you'll look too weak on the outside like a 5'5" lowly. Besides, her own strength was not very impressive, and with the other cadre present just now, it would be difficult for him to turn all those people into toys. At this time, Yu Tingyun was on his own and came to the mobile abandoned building. There are no enemies, they are really able to hide. I'm a little tired from walking, I'll rest for a while. Yudnan entered the abandoned building and sat down at the stairs. Originally, Yi Yu was ready to make a move, but realized that Yi Tong was approaching Wu Tingyun. Then he didn't make a direct move to see if this person who had contracted Usopp could handle it. Yi Tong quietly approached, jumped to the second floor first. His footsteps were so light that he wasn't noticed. Then quietly taking one step down the stairs, he approached Yulin Yun, who was sitting on the stairway steps, and Urim Yun's cell phone rang, opened it and opened the group chat. It was a video of a beautiful woman dancing, where very little. Yu Tingyun's eyes lit up open, began to watch. The sound is small, put to the maximum. Can hear clearly. The danced well and sang well, all the while bending downward and instantly displaying her career line. Yurimyun stared intently, all close together, but the next instant the picture shifted and a horrible ghostly face popped up, an extremely scary ghostly face that could scare people to death, and let out a stern howl. I'm going. Tingyun was so startled that he dropped his cell phone, and Leaf Boy happened to have his hand almost touching upright cloud at that moment, and was ready to use his ability, turning the upright cloud into a toy. But Yi-tung also looked dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the ghost, and even more timid and unscared. Instantly pale with fear, screaming out, eyes wide and tuned out in terror. White, passed out. Tingyun was startled and turned around to hurriedly back away. Who is this and why is he behind me? And at that moment, the 100 crew members who had been turned into toys also recovered instantly, all relieved, and at the same time immensely worshipful. Did anyone tackle that childish fruit powerhouse? Captain? The captain is still on the high floor. Not the captain. That guy's ability is so sick. This guy is so powerful. Who is it? On our ship, there is still such a powerful character? Yu couldn't help but smile when he sensed it and sighed softly. Worthy of being the one who contracted Usopp. It also has bully-colored luck. Chapter 58, Natural Disaster? Wu Tingyun was very confused at this moment, when suddenly, a figure quickly swept in, very fast, and it startled Yudenin. The man was tall, had a bamboo stick in his hand, and was covered in armed color hegemony. The bamboo sticks are slightly darker. Yulinyun's face changed, remembering that this was a cadre of the Night Fork pirates called Lin Zhu. The indentured incompetent is named Virgo. Before, I wouldn't have been too scared, but when I got on the Baja Feather Pirates, knowing that incapacitated people aren't bad, and that this Lin Zhu can become a cadre of the Night Fork pirates shows that his own strength isn't bad. Yurimyun instantly panicked a bit and quickly retreated, pulling away, and then took out a beaten slingshot bat. This is the weapon obtained when contracting Usopp. Wolingyun panicked. Unlucky, am I so unlucky? The combat crew of my bumped into the other side's cadre, and I think I'm all a bit unworthy of this combat crew status. I'm a full crew member, at best. It's over. I'm going to be in danger. Lin Shu saw Yi-tung fainted. His face changed. He quickly checked, and there was still breathing. The relief, at the same time immensely heartbroken, when it was known that the toymakers were all lifted. It shook him beyond measure that surprisingly, someone was so quick to defeat Leaf Boy, thus removing the ability and changing all the toys back. And he thought, who was it? The mighty cadre of the Bearing Feather Pirates? It's certain that Yu didn't make a move and is still on the high floor. But this person in front of me, it was a bit strange to make Lin Zhu, and there didn't seem to be any in the cadre. Lin Zhu was cautious and instantly covered his entire body with armed color hegemony. This startled Upright Cloud once again, and his entire body was able to be covered in armed color hegemony. It wasn't as dark, but it was still pretty impressive, and it was definitely in the forefront of today's armed color masters. Tingyun was flustered and kept himself calm on the surface, secretly saying, calm down, can't panic. It would have been impossible to fight, and even more dangerous once you lost your cool. With a whoosh, Lin Zhu moved, but instead of attacking, he hugged Yi-tung and ran away. Wu Tingyun was stunned, not taking action against himself, though he couldn't think straight. He sat straight down on the floor and sighed in relief. That guy just now. The sense of oppression is very strong. I'm definitely not his opponent in a fight. Lin Zhu was gruff at this time. Can't fight him. Looks like a deep hideout. This Bayou pirate group. It's really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, even the cadre, wanting to disable Yi-tung's ability so quickly to save those turned into toys. It all takes effort. And this guy, who did it so quickly, doesn't look awesome, pretending to be a pig in a poke? You can't do it easily. Yi-tung is important. He can't die. He must be taken away at the first opportunity. At this time, this scene was seen by many people. What just happened in the building? There's no live feed from the building. That Leaf Boy with the somewhat insurmountable fruit ability, Yi Ming's younger brother, is actually unconscious? And this powerful-looking man, fleeing with Yi-tung in his arms, inside the building. What is it? Wu Tingyun came out, looked around. There was indeed no one, and was instantly relieved. It showed a lot of people who he is. Not a cadre of the Baja Feather Pirates. Did he do it? It's awesome. Beating the Leaf Children, saving the ones turned into toys. The one that seemed to have good strength just went in not long ago and ran off with Yi-tung. The Baju Pirates. What a Crouching Tiger and Hidden Dragon. At this moment, Yi Ming also knew that Yi-tung had been defeated, and his face was heavy. And, facing Xiaoling, he dealt with a bit of a struggle, with strength above his own. Multiple times they have been frozen, and although they have been cut open with threads, each time they have also continually frostbitten their bodies. This frozen fruit, it's too cold. If it freezes a little longer, it feels like the blood is going to freeze. Xia Ling leapt up and condensed 6 ice spears in front of him, shooting down and attacking from multiple directions. Yiming activated his ability, and a spider web interwoven with threads emerged above him, blocking the ice prawns, but it was quickly frozen, and as another ice prism struck, the frozen cobwebs crumbled and the ice prisms came flying in. Yiming quickly dodged, while swinging out the 5-colored line cutting, knowing that he couldn't consume more than that. Yiming flew into the air. Xia Ling was astonished, and the ability to fly? No, it's stepping on silk threads. The filaments are hard to spot with the naked eye, so they give the impression that they can fly in the sky. Summerling had some trouble getting her hands dirty, ironically. What? Scared? Yiming said. This is a strategy. It's impossible to fight and consume with you. At that moment, the headset sounded. Captain, it's bad. Too many of the regular crew are dying. Yiming frowned. Isn't it guerrilla tactics? Trying to go guerrilla. But the other side is a slow fruit powerhouse with quite a few official crew members. It slowed our crew down and made it hard to run when we wanted to. Yiming's face was heavy. Their crew was dying fast. This was something he couldn't accept. Because the purpose of going to war with the Baja Feather Pirates was to spread out, guerrilla, and wait for the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates to come. But now, without consuming the Baja Feather Pirates, their casualties are mounting. This won't do. In that case, their great sacrifice in exchange for Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates to reap the benefits? But you can't do that. You can't work for someone. Just when Yiming wanted to compromise again and propose what the other party would do to stop, suddenly, a tornado sandstorm surfaced at the back of the city. This caused Yiming's eyes to light up. He started. So let's see this move of his. At this time, Zhao Yener Tishala, Shara, like Yiming, was struggling a bit in the fight, realizing that her opponent was stronger than she was, and had been injured. His clothes were also burned and rotted by his mother-in-law, and he had multiple blue marks on his body. But, Shira has her own cards. I didn't realize that you guys were so strong, and that our 2 pirate alliances were at a disadvantage. But, after this move, you won't dare to continue fighting with us, and you're bound to suffer a lot of casualties. Then with high casualties, in fighting us, you guys just don't want to live, and there's no way you can deal with Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates. Zhao Yener frowned slightly as she looked at the tornado sandstorm in front of her, which was rapidly growing larger as it moved. From just a moment ago, coalescing a small tornado storm in Shara's hands, to now, already 50 meters high. Gradually, it seemed to connect heaven and earth. Shara sneered. This move is called Shirashi. I can control the direction at first, where I am. It's because by having the crew on either side or behind me, this allows the release to control the direction forward first, then you pirates will have to face it. As the tornado sweeps through, it's going to get bigger and bigger, to the point where I can't even control it, and it's going to turn into an even more horrific natural disaster. And by now, Nightcrawler and our crew of pirates are all circling behind me, and you pirates, it's too late to escape this tornado sandstorm. In the end, a tornado sandstorm, all of which could destroy half the city, couldn't do that with my strength. But this tornado sandstorm, which is getting stronger and stronger by the time, is equivalent to turning into a horrible natural disaster with the help of natural forces. I believe that no one can stop this natural disaster at the beginning of the mutation. Chapter 59, under the attention of 10,000 people, drawing the Black Dagger Knight, Shara was supremely confident, feeling that over time, the tornado sandstorms, it doesn't match your strength, it will be stronger than your strength. That's the horrible art of this move. Zhao Yener's face was heavy. She couldn't let this tornado sandstorm reach the crew, trying to get closer and, however, once it gets close, it has a strong absorption and can only be attacked from a distance. Fire Fist, a ball of flame burst out, then touched the tornado sandstorm and collapsed directly. Shara sneered. It's no use. It's not based on my strength. It's gotten to the point where I can't even control it. There's no stopping it, and you're already one of the strongest of the Baju pirates, right? The other strongest is Nat Su Ling, with her frozen fruit, and she's surely unstoppable, too. I don't think she has the freezing ability right now. That froze such a massive tornado sandstorm. Zhao Yener's face was grave. Oh no, it can't be crushed. Just now it was just molded. It can still be fixed, but it was blocked by him desperately, so that's why he fought so hard. At this moment, the Sandstorm Pirates and the Nightfork Pirates were relieved. The promised tactics are finally here. I didn't expect the bottom card to be used so soon. The original idea was to win by this tactic. Greater advantage, fewer casualties. but I didn't realize it was now being used to reduce casualties. Before the fight started, we're very confident that they had the advantage, but now realize that it's simply the Baja Feather Pirates' advantage. The captain was no match for the opposing co-captain, and in all other fights, was at a disadvantage. And most of the opposing incapacitated people are no less powerful than the combat crews. Every one of them at least starts as a full crew. Even though they were allied, they realized that, in terms of combined battle power, they couldn't even compare to the Bearing Feather Pirates. On the one hand, the lowly crew members, many of the regular crew members, were stunned, and on the other hand, also, this recruitment by the Baja Feather Pirates, the battle power has increased a lot, and the reason for a lot of the boost is because of the number of incapacitated people that have been recruited. It's also shown the world that it's got to take some of the incapacitated seriously. A powerful incapacitated person is no worse than some of those who are capable. By Xiaohan arranged, when recruiting crew, we must also look at the incapacitated, and only if the talent level is not low. Understood, Captain. Bai Xiaohan sighed softly, always thought that the strongest incapacitated person that contracted would be similar to an artificial devil fruit powerhouse at best, and now it seems like a mistake to think otherwise. Captain, there are unlucky people in our city, with no small amount of talent, indentured to the incapacitated, but sometimes it can't even beat an incapacitated person with less talent than him, so maybe it can't be absolutely based on talent either. Bai Xiaohan nodded. I know, representing the highly gifted, indentured incapables that, it's also unlucky to choose the weak ones, but, with low talent, there is absolutely no chance of an awesome incapacitated person, and with high talent, then there are probabilities. Okay, I'll make quick arrangements. At this point, a number of pirate groups have done the same and are starting to focus. The Celestial Pride Pirates, Lin Muxue disdained. Quite a few pirate groups, because of Yi Yu's performance, focusing on recruiting the incapacitated. But, not me. In my eyes, the incapacitated have a low ceiling. They're just awesome right now. It's impossible to match the potential of an ability user. Devil fruits have a high ceiling and can be awakened. How can an incapacitated person compare? So, it's just a little bit more scenic right now, and there's no way I'm going to focus on recruiting. Li Song nodded. Yeah, after all, we kicked Yi Yu off the boat. Lin Muxue gloated. This tornado sandstorm, it's really getting huge. Then this battle is going to be the end of the Bearing Feather Pirates, and they're going to suffer a lot of casualties after the tornado sandstorm sweeps through the entire city. Originally, they were a bit worried that they were not consuming much to defeat the Nightcrawler and Sandstorm Pirates, but now it seems that there is no need to worry. Li Kara agreed. Yeah, if it's not too consuming, then the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates, then it won't do it 100%, but if you are consumed, then you will definitely do it. At this time, Golden Demon and Songling were also happy. That's a good move. Looks like they weren't too wasted. Consume them more, then we'll wrap it up. At this moment, Yi Ming sneered. Better go deal with the tornado sandstorm. Burning Fruit Zhao Yan'er can't stop it by herself. You should also have sensed that most of our battle force, already behind Shara, and that you, mostly ahead of the tornado, targeting you. Even if there were also some of us in the war effort, but basically full crew. There are a few cadres, but they can get away with it because they don't have to take care of their partners. Whereas you, on the other hand, must. Xiao Ling stared. Did find out. Knew he couldn't fight with Yi Ming. Continued on and, the sandstorms will get bigger and bigger, and the destructive power will increase dramatically. At this time, where the tornado sandstorm passed through, many large trees, houses, boulders, rose up from the ground and, be sucked into it. Looking at the ever so huge tornado sandstorm, even Shara was surprised and extremely proud. Ha, I didn't expect my move to be so powerful. I'll be able to make a name for myself in this battle. Enhance the deterrent power of my sandstorm pirates. At this point, Sun Lung tackles some of the official crew and looks over at the tornado sandstorm, close to his own. It's coming. Sun Long, let's retreat. Sun Long shook his head. It's too late to retreat to the sea. It's fast. I'll try. Sun Dragonstorm rushes towards the tornado sandstorm and uses triple blade stream again. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world. And if you gather 1,000 worlds, you become a small 1,000 worlds. This world multiplies by 3. The selfless constant one. The 3-blade Ryu Upanishad. 1,000 worlds. Clank. With a slash, Sun Long had swept to the back of the sandstorm, but without a wound on his body. The tornado sandstorm was tearing strong, and as it grew more and more massive and powerful, the slash of his own, although it cut the sandstorm in half horizontally, it did not collapse and quickly coalesced again. Sun Long stared. It's useless. The power isn't enough. At this time, the lowly, Official crew of the Baja Feather Pirates are running in the direction of both sides of the city. Trying to get some distance away from the tornado sandstorm. Xia Ling arranged through her earpiece. We'll have to work together to block it. Cadre, with Flame and me, destroy this tornado sandstorm together. Other cadres who were fighting and knew they had to get past although the Night Stalkers and Sandstorm Pirates would take advantage of the opportunity to escape, the casualties would not be small if they were not blocked. Yi Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This way, the casualties could stop, and feel that you have to retreat to the sea first, depending on the casualties later, the other side casualties, then return, casualties not so much. Just wait on the ocean for the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates to arrive and crush the Bearing Feather Pirates together. The reason why they were routed, not overthrown, is because they also wanted to replenish their blood and recruit people to join them. Because, for any fight, it has to be worthwhile and profitable. However, when Zhao Yener, Xia Ling, and the cadres were ready to go over to the Yi Yu's voice rang out. On the high building, Yi Yu looked towards the huge tornado sandstorm that connected heaven and earth not far away with a bland expression. Everyone keep fighting. This tornado sandstorm, leave it to me. As the words fell, Yi Yu leapt up and rushed towards the sandstorm, under the attention of billions of pairs of eyes, drawing the Black Blade Knight behind his back. Chapter 60, a one-shot, awesome blast to the world. This caused Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, and the others to be astonished, because it was felt that this tornado sandstorm was, indeed, powerful. Xia Ling suggested, attack together. The move that, it has completely exceeded Shera's own battle power, and keeps getting bigger and bigger, with the help of the weather, the power of nature, which has been a great disaster. Zhao Yener nodded her head. Yeah, just now I've attacked with all my might, and I couldn't even break down the Xia Ling, and I know best that you're better than us, but I'm afraid that even you will have a hard time solving the current storm. It has connected heaven and earth on a massive scale. Sun Long stared. That strike I just made was far from being able to resolve this tornado sandstorm. Captain, if we don't attack together, surely we can crush it, otherwise it will be difficult to solve it if it continues. However, Yi Yu Shinran, just leave it to me. You guys keep fighting. You can't let them get away with this. Trying to use this sandstorm to escape can't be an easy relief for them like this. Although it was a bit hard to believe, Xia Ling and the others chose to believe it. Okay, let's keep fighting. Summerling catalyzed his fruit ability and could only attack remotely with ice prawns. Yi Yu also realized that after that, he had to call to teach the Xia Ling girls to learn the 6 styles of the Navy, and the rest can be unlearned. The moonwalk has to be learned. Yi Ming originally wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but surprisingly, he didn't leave. Still not going to stop the sandstorm? I'm aiming for you. Yi Ming coldly grunted. To be at the cost of the huge casualties of the Bearing Feather Pirates? None of it is worth it. Huge casualties? Not necessarily. At this point, the other battles, the Nightcrawler and the Sandstorm Pirates panicked, and not only did they not bother with Sandstorm, instead, they took advantage of the opportunity to come rushing to the fight even more. Quite a few of them, who were already running behind Shera, were already at a disadvantage, not to mention that now, even more powerless. Shera quickly realized that the casualties were continuing, and more rapidly. Damn, I can't believe it didn't go over. Zhao Yener fought with all her heart and soul, her hands like pistols. Bang bang soared out a flaming bullet, densely shooting at Shera. Shera quickly dodged. Casting that move had consumed him so much that he was now having a hard time pushing his abilities any further. Letting the body sandify. Shera contacted, those behind me, come to support. The crew, not expecting that this would be the case, came quickly to support, without bothering with the sandstorm. It remains behind the tornado sandstorm anyway, and won't be affected. At this point, the people watching the live broadcast were stunned. I can't believe you don't care? More than one battle force combined can be crushed, right? It's not too late to join forces. Later, it'll all be unstoppable. It'll keep snowballing. A greater disaster is in the making. Looks like it's ready to lose both. There's still the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates later. It's no use crushing Sandstorm. There will be depletion and fewer casualties among the Sandstorm and Nightcrawler Pirates as a result. Later on, they'll join forces with the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates. So they're thinking that they'll fight a losing battle now and then escape while they have the chance? At this point, the Golden Demon became more and more pleased. Not used to tornado sandstorms. Good. Then more casualties for you guys. Song Ling couldn't wait and inquired. How long until we get there? Captain, 20 nautical miles to go, and with the speed of our pirate ship, another 15 minutes. It'll be there. Very well, 15 minutes. If the Baja Feather Pirates want to escape, it will be too late. Accelerate. Prepare to defeat the Bully Feather Pirates and tie Yi Yu to the ship. shocked and drained of their souls, controlled by me, become a reproductive tool for my old lady. Lin Mushui was gloating at this time, cozily leaning back on the sofa, scornful. It seems that none of them were able to crush this tornado sandstorm, and all of them had the idea of joining forces to solve the sandstorm just now, but no action was taken. So it seems that Yi Yu gave the word. Li Tsung guessed. Yi Yu should know that it's hard to solve the problem even if it's joint. It'll just be a waste of physical strength. So it was arranged to continue the spell. Lin Mushui nodded. That's right. However, in the next instant, the face changed in shock. All the people watching the live broadcast also had their faces changed in shock. Within the city, those who were fighting also stopped subconsciously. Their eyes, all looked to the tornado sandstorm that is ravaging and destroying this city. Only a figure was seen, storming towards the tornado sandstorm. Bang bang! It was some distance from the sandstorm, but the figure, which was flying in the sky, to be precise, it's the constant stomping of the air. The scene was shocking. My god! I can't believe I'm stepping in the sky. Not an ability, but a quick stomp on the air that creates a counter-thrust that, from there, you can move through the air. This is how it's done. I have to say, that move, so cool. Could it be that the reason for not letting the crew team up to stop it is because, well, Yi Yu is going to do it? They were stunned and puzzled. Yi Ning snapped. So that's how it is. But, it's good to be like this. Then Yi Yu, facing this tornado sandstorm, was seriously injured and even died. Right. And surprisingly chose to fight against the tornado sandstorm all by himself. Shara similarly sneered. Facing a natural disaster and fighting it alone? It's like trying to shake a tree. Not self-serving. The Night Fork and Sandstorm pirates were all gloating, thinking that Yi Yu was going to suffer. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener and the others looked up at the distant sky. Their hearts were a little worried. But choose to believe. Song Ling looked at the live feed and was a little worried. Don't let anything happen to you. I'm going to have kids with you. I can get you. The strength of our juggernaut pirates will increase greatly. Lin Mushui was equally gloating. I don't think you became captain because you're stronger than Summerling. You're not bad, but it's certainly not strong enough to rival the mighty abilities of the Celestial Pride. And you're definitely able to become a captain because of not bad strength coupled with a hegemonic color hegemony. Xia Ling or Zhao Yener, they can't solve this sandstorm. And it's even hard to join forces, let alone you. However, in the next instant, Lin Mushui's eyes widened. Stepping on the moon steps, accompanied by the sound of air bursts that intensively trampled the air, Yi Yu approached the tornado sandstorm. One man faced a raging and whistling tornado sandstorm, and for a split second, countless gazes stared intently at the inwardly shocked. Obviously one person seems small against the tornado sandstorm that connects heaven and earth, but why? But it gives the impression that it's too rippled to be shaken by a tornado sandstorm. An illusion? But, the next instant gave the answer. Clang! The Black Dagger Knight was drawn. Yi Yu's right hand held the Black Dagger Knight in a single grip. The muscles of his right arm bulging, the Black Dagger Knight lifted and, the tip of the blade pointed to the sky, and as the tornado sandstorm came before it at a speed of 100 meters per second, the Black Blade Knight in his hand chopped down vertically. Suddenly, huge emerald green chopping strikes, bursting out, without any fancy chopping strikes. Yet it was simple and rough. A full-force chopping attack from Yi Yu's one-handed state. An emerald green chop that cuts the tornado sandstorm right down the center, top to bottom. With that, emerald green chopping light erupted. Radiant, green chopping light exploded. And within the tornado sandstorm, there were thousands of emerald green rays of light blooming out. Bang! After Yi Yu chopped out a sword, and then landed on the ground, the Black Blade Knight in his right hand had been carried behind his back. With that, he turned his back on the tornado sandstorm, put his hands in his pockets, and stepped away. Just after taking 5 steps, the tornado sandstorm behind him suddenly exploded. Boom! Accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar, the tornado sandstorm was destroyed and exploded by this terrifying chop. Collapse! And Yi Yu didn't turn around, as if everything was expected. He continued to step forward. The standing collar robes he wore were fluttering backward in hunting as the tornado sandstorm exploded behind him, blown by the strong wind. Behind Yi Yu, the sand in the sky clattered and fell as if it was raining sand plumes. There are still too many houses with broken rocks and tree limbs falling with them. Throughout all of this, Yi Yu didn't even look back. For a moment, the whole city, silent. The entire Dragon Kingdom, dead silent. All the people watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. 3 words welled up inside. Awesome. Chapter 61, not a high ceiling? After a brief silence in the Dragon Kingdom, there was an instant outcry. Oh my god, this is too handsome. It's so pretentious, so forced. It's so handsome. I wish this person was me and was being watched by the entire Dragon Kingdom. After the outcry, everyone was then shocked because, with a single slash, Yi Yu crushed the tornado sandstorm. Many Heaven's Pride powerhouses wondered if they could do it in their place. Many felt that it was hard to do, and Yi Yu did it. Or a slash. How could it be? It was solved with a single slash. Incapacitated people. How can they be so strong, even if the pact is 7? But this is outrageous. Is a powerful incapacitated person no worse than a powerful devil fruit? The 7 men in the pact, are they all master swordsmen? An incapacitated person is certainly no match for an empowered person. He's good now, but the potential is certainly not as high as those top celestial pride. After all, the devil fruit can be awakened, and the later stage is even more powerful. He can only be powerful in the early stage, the upper limit of an individual's strength. How can it compare to a devil fruit? At this moment, Sun Long was also extremely shocked. So strong. Sun Long was appalled and at the same time a little embarrassed because of his own stance, reciting a poem for half a day. All sorts of cool maneuvers that turned out to be less powerful than Yi Yu's casual slash, just like a flat A. Knowing that the captain is also an expert swordsman. Being a swordsman, it was perfectly obvious, but I didn't realize that the gap with the captain, not small. I was thinking of sparring with the captain, thinking that even if I couldn't win, I should be able to get a 40-60th split. But right now it seems like it's going to be difficult for all 3 or 7. After being horrified, Sun Long worshipped, yearned, and fought. So strong. I want to become the world's #1 great swordsman. It seems so difficult now, but that only makes it more exciting for me, and it's fun when it's difficult. At this point, the crew of the Bearing Feather Pirates, there is no longer the slightest doubt about Yi Yu's strength. A few people thought it was because of the relationship, but now it seemed that Yi Yu had become the captain completely by virtue of his strength. Captain mighty, overbearing, so handsome. It's an honor to join the bashful feather pirates. The captain is a big shocker every time he strikes. Xia Ling, Zhao Yener, were also shocked, knowing that Yi Yu was stronger than them, but not expecting that. That takes care of the tornado sandstorm. Summerling marveled. Amazing. Zhao Yener, I used to think that I've come to a relationship, but now it seems to me that the Yi Yu are all thighs. I must hold this thigh. Shara, on the other hand, was shocked and her face was extremely ugly. How is it possible? His sword art, how is it so powerful? Is this something an incapacitated person can do? It was too late to be shocked because Zhao Yener had already attacked again. Salad tries to escape but stops quickly. Inflammation on the program. Zhao Yener activated her burning fruit ability, laying down a large area of flames in the surrounding area. It was like a wall of fire, making it difficult for him to get out. Zhao Yener grunted coldly. Don't try to run away. Dare to take our territory while we're gone. Just prepare to regret it. Shara reminded in a deep voice. Do you really want to die and go down? Do you not want to live? Pulling us as backing on the brink of death? Obviously there's no need for that. We'll admit defeat and give you the turf. It's too cheap. So, what do you say? At this moment, Yi Ming also had a heavy face. The tornado sandstorm, surprisingly, was crushed, not expecting it at all. Bang bang. The sound of an airburst stepping on the air rang out. Yi Ming's face changed in shock, his eyes widened and his pupils contracted, because in the line of sight, Yi Yu was rapidly stepping into the air. Soon, it arrived above Yi Ming, looking down, go down, or in the sky, and fight me. Yi Ming directly wimped out and hurriedly landed on the ground. Compared to fighting with Xia Ling, he wouldn't fight with Yi Yu. That slash just now was too powerful. Afterwards, Yi Yu returned to the high building and looked down on the surroundings, watching the situation. The Night Stalkers at the rear of the city, the Sandstorm Pirates, turned back once more, for not to return. Their captains are in danger. At this moment, the Golden Demon frowned slightly. Originally thought that he was powerful in terms of his overlord color hegemony, but I didn't expect that his own strength was also strong. Golden Demon somewhat regretted agreeing to Song Ling. After all, after defeating the Bearing Feather Pirates later on, he recruited others except for Yi Yu. Captain, the Night Stalkers and Sandstorm Pirates didn't cause much of a drain on the Baju Pirates. The Baja Feather Pirates are currently not even casualties, and although Yi Yu has struck 2 or 3 times, it seems that didn't consume much. I'm afraid if we go up against them in this state, the Golden Demon was also realizing that it would be hard to make a move if there was nothing to consume. Hot off the press immediately. Understood. Soon, both the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates made quick statements to take over the hot seat. Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates will be here soon. Nightcrawler and Sandstorm can hold out for another 15 minutes. 15 minutes from now, that's when the Baja Feather Pirates will fall. And as compensation, you are allowed to dig some people over there when the time comes. However, it didn't help. Because, in 15 minutes, they'll have more casualties if the situation continues like this. Shara inquired. How's that for an offer? Zhao Yener briefly mused and inquired. What did Ji Ming say? He indicated it could be like me too. Okay, I'll ask the captain. Soon, Yi Yu learned that the other party wanted to compromise and not only quit the city completely. Both of these pirate groups gave up one of their secondary ships. Now, these two pirate groups, both with one main ship and one secondary ship, add up to 4 ships. Yi Yu knew that it was about time. In anticipation, with these two pirate groups that Ben had no intention of fighting to the death, as it would only give Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates an advantage. After destroying these two pirate groups, and then facing the Fei Tian and Juggernaut pirate groups, Yi Yu was confident that the one could still defeat it by fighting with all one's might. Equivalently, the Bearing Feather pirates, against 4 powerful pirate groups, were able to defeat them all, but there were bound to be casualties, even not insignificant ones, and it wasn't wanted. So, it's time, Yi Yu suggested. That's not enough, leave them only one secondary ship. Zhao Yener nodded. Okay, I know. Looking toward Shara, Zhao Yener said. The captain said it was okay, but that you can only take one secondary ship. It made Shara blush and look hard. The main ship was important, bigger, accommodating many, and built with better materials. The secondary ships, all for the lower crews, were smaller, and the quality, the facilities are equipped, naturally, not as good as the main ship. Shara frowned. I'll take a step back each and give you a primary ship and a secondary ship. Zhao Yener shook her head. Our captain said that if we don't agree, we'll keep fighting. This caused Shara to grit her teeth and remonstrate in a deep voice. You guys are too greedy, aren't you? To keep fighting and, even if you win, what happens afterward? That doesn't concern you. You just have to answer. May I? Shara struggled hard with her frown. I'll ask Yi Ming. Yi Ming's face was also extremely ugly when he found out. Continuing to fight, taking heavy casualties, and dying the best of the best. Since the lower crews had fainted, it would be costly to give up 2 of the main ships and 1 of the secondary ships. Yi Yu was impatient. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. After that, there's no need to talk anymore. Yi Ming was furious when he found out and frowned as he inquired. Leaving us only a small secondary ship. We're an alliance of 2 pirate groups. How are we supposed to sit on this? We'd like to give you more, but a small sub-ship, it's simply not enough. Yi Yu said. After the mutation, the map changed and the world was left with only the Dragon Kingdom. But before the mutation, all the other countries are in. There's one called Agri. They have a van that fits 50 people. A motorcycle that it can seat a dozen people. Can't you learn? Don't tell me you can't fit on one boat. Figure it out yourselves. You can refer to San. After this reached the ears of Yemin, Shara, it made them look ugly. Like San. Jenga? Chapter 62 Arrival of Fatian and the Juggernaut Pirates. Yi Ming felt that it was too humiliating and reminded in a deep voice. The Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates will be here soon, and you won't be able to destroy us in such a short period of time. At most, we'll take more casualties, but in the meantime, we'll fight to the death with all our might, so that you'll have more than enough to consume, and casualties will occur as well. Then when the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates come, you're all doomed too. So don't give an inch. Here's 2 secondary ships for you. You have gained a great deal by having the territory of this city given to you. Xiaoling's wariness rose. If you don't agree, keep fighting. Through the headset, Summerling ordered. Everyone continue to go all out to make them regret it even more. All of a sudden, the morale of the Bearing Feather pirates was high. Nightcrawler and Sandstorm pirates, morale is down. Never expecting that. 2 powerful pirate groups united, facing the Beijiu pirate group, are at a disadvantage, and Yi Yu did not even make much of a move. At this time, Donghai City, Donghai No. 1 Middle School, the school where Yi Yu was before. Normal life, naturally, continues, not becoming a pirate, continuing to live the way it used to be. At this point, they discuss. I didn't expect Yi Yu to be so powerful without playing himself into oblivion. Do you guys think Lin Muxue will regret it? Definitely regret it. Originally they would have been a pirate group. Awesome if they were. Terror Buster color, and so strong in its own right. And Lin Muxue is a rattling thunderfruit. Such a combination of. It will make the Tianjiao pirates very strong, but she who kicked Yi Yu off the ship surely regrets it. At this moment, Lin Muxue let out a loud laugh after being briefly surprised. Well, I really didn't expect that Yi Yu was quite a bit more powerful than expected. Li Tsong inquired. Schwerer, that tornado sandstorm just now. In your place, could you destroy it? For Lin Muxue's full power. Li Tsong had also never seen it and did not understand it. Lin Muxue was confident. Of course I can. The rattling thunder fruits me is an even more terrifying natural disaster. How can a mere tornado sandstorm be a match for thunder might? I've developed a lot of moves with my rattling thunder fruit. There's no shortage of wide-range attacks. And there's a move that gives you a name to listen to called Divine Sanction. And that's not even the most powerful move. This caused Li Tsong's eyes to light up and he exclaimed, "Schwer is awesome." Lin Muxue was arrogant. "I'm not arrogant when I always say that I'm the strongest potential. The strongest in the future. It's hard to imagine how powerful I'll be in the later stages, and how powerful I'll be when the rattling thunder fruit is awakened. Inevitably the strongest. Even after seeing Yi Yu's current strength. But, even now, it's impossible to defeat me. On the contrary, I'm very happy that he's so powerful that, then I'll be able to gain too much experience in the ring one-on-one soon. The stronger Yi Yu is the happier I'll be, and I won't regret it. It's no stronger than I am. I'm already strong, so when the time comes to beat him and gain a lot more experience, more pulling him behind, and I'll be first in rank, then Yi Yu, and the shock fruit, the phantom beast species immortal bird, the green dragon forms these, how can they compare to me? Much less, Li Tsong sarcastically said. Yi Yu must have thought in his heart, after he struck, that you would regret it when you saw it, yet he doesn't know that you're only happy. Lin Muxue coldly grunted. When she asked me if I would regret it, it was sort of clear that, it turned out to be pretty well hidden, but, it simply wasn't enough. I said I wouldn't regret it, and I definitely won't regret it again, much less beg him to come aboard. I can't wait for the ring one-on-one to come soon and show him that the incapacitated are even stronger. It's also a human being, and the ceiling won't be too high, whereas with me, the ceiling isn't the limit of a human being, it's a god, the god of thunder. At this time, the battle was still going on, but 5 minutes passed, and Yi Ming and Shiera, their faces became heavier and heavier, for there are more wounded, and as it continues, there will be deaths of cadres, official crews, more will die. It can't go on like this. Yi Ming let out a sigh and chose, "Well, we agree to your terms." Summerling stopped and then ordered, "Everybody stop fighting." At once, every battlefield stopped. Xia Ling reminded, "Be quick, but don't delay. Leave as soon as possible. Away from here. If returning, then even if we're at a disadvantage against you guys, we'll definitely target you more." Yi Ming knew that it was like a person being beaten up by a group, but that person, only hitting one of them hard. "We will not return." It was clear to both Yi Ming and Shera that the Bearing Feather Pirates had no casualties, even if some people are injured, but not many. It can be said that the Baja Feather Pirates, fighting until now, none of it is much of a drain, a little drain at most. They were furious in their hearts, and the main reason for this was because of Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony, keeps their numbers down too much. The middle end of the Baja Feather Pirates, the high end of the battlefield, not inferior to them, and a large numerical advantage, leads to that. No one has died yet, not even the lowly crew, because the lowly crew of the Baja Feather Pirates, all hundreds of them together, there will also be full crew in it. Yi Ming announced, "Retreat, give up our territory, we'll only take one of the secondary ships." This was said to the consternation of the crew, but there was nothing that could be said, disgraceful as it was, too, but it does cost a lot to continue. Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates looked ugly when they found out. The city could already be seen, out on the ocean, and the Golden Demon came right up to the bow of the ship and, take a bullhorn and shout, "Keep fighting, we're almost there." However, Sandstorm and the Nightcrawler Pirates, ignoring, all run for the shore at the back of the city, then got on a submarine. Soon it was so crowded that it was almost impossible to stand, and it had to carry quite a few lower crews, full crews. Those who fainted were made to lie down on what amounted to a carpet, layer after layer, of, thinking that as a pirate, not an ordinary person anymore, being stepped on for a while and crushed for a while wouldn't be life-threatening. At once, many people saw such a scene, that is, a little submarine, full of people, fainting layer after layer, and then the top was filled with men, the regular crew standing, and then the combat crew, straddling the shoulders of the regular crew, and then the cadre, the captain, one layer on top of the other, really as stacked as sands. Yi Ming, Shera felt ashamed and wanted to turn off the live broadcast, but Yi Yu said that the live broadcast had to be on, against them, knowing that this scene, seen by the entire world, was beyond humiliating. So funny, deep in the essence of San. I didn't realize a small subship could hold so many people, the stacks are taller than the sails. Looking shaky. At this moment, Golden Demon's face was ugly as the Nightfork and Sandstorm Pirates completely ignored them. Sun Ling called and inquired, "I saw your pirate ship, off the city shore." It's only 5 minutes left, and you can already see the city, but I'm surprised they're not fighting. What do you say? The Golden Demon's wariness rose. We're all here. Wouldn't it be disgraceful to retreat? Of course we're going to move on and fight. Song Ling smiled appreciatively. Golden Demon, count yourself a man. Old me. Even if the Baja Feather Pirates don't have much to consume, so what? Even if you didn't do much and kept his strength to wait for us, so what? It's useless. Let's join forces and defeat them. Chapter 63, If you dare to fight, show your full strength. Neither Song Ling nor the Golden Demon had any thoughts of retreating. After all, the whole world was watching. They were powerful pirate groups. The Sandstorm and Nightfork pirate groups were a notch below them. Song Ling and Golden Demon, both 10th level gifted, contracted devil fruits, all top devil fruits too, soul fruit and puffy fruit, the crew's combat power, and the number of them, are also far above that of the Sandstorm and Nightcrawler pirates. Although all the battle forces couldn't come over because there weren't many ships, the two of them had allied themselves, and if they faced the Baja Feather Pirates, it's too humiliating to choose to leave now. So, even though the Nightstalkers and Sandstorm Pirates didn't consume the Bearing Feather Pirates much, also remain close. At that moment, the leader of the 4 warlords of the Juggernaut Pirates, the Gnome Fruit ability Kaku reminded, Captain, even if we could defeat them, it would come at a significant cost in casualties. Song Ling said in a deep voice, taking down Yiyu is all worth it too. Having said that, we have a better chance of waiting for the ship to build more. The warriors can all come out and act together, and at that time, even if the Baja Feather Pirates are in full strength, we can also reduce casualties and accomplish what we want. If we fight now, the casualties might be a lot higher than we thought. At this time another one of the 4 great warriors, the Squeeze Fruit ability, Rinky also reminded that, yes Captain, you only struck out 3 times. It can be said that there was no consumption at all. He's stronger than we thought. In addition, the Baja Feather Pirates, there's not much to consume. Our victory over them is inevitable, but it does cost a lot of casualties, and it's not worth it. It would be better to wait 14 days, when all the secondary ships have been built and all the battle forces are together with the Juggernaut Pirates, who will also be the full force of the war when the time comes, and who will be able to reduce casualties at that time, and take them. Song Ling's brows furrowed. Indeed, this was the best, but face was also important. You guys stop. It's all here. You must fight or be laughed at by the world. Scared off before you even fight? No way. Most of the crew were helpless, knowing there was no way to change it. Likewise, the crew of the Golden Devil, for the most part, proposed to do the same, but for the sake of face, still have to move forward too. Golden Demon was confident. Don't worry, I won't let us have too many casualties. It will show them the power of my puffy fruit. At the same time, the Golden Devil cell phone contacted Yi Ming with contact information. At this time, Yi Yu began to let Xia Ling check the number of casualties, sharing reports. Not a single death, but over 300 crew members have been injured. As for overall consumption, the battle just now didn't cost us much. Yi Yu nodded his head and looked coldly in the direction of the sea. Then go to the sea, and if they dare to come, then I will make you, and the world, look at my true full strength. This made Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, and the crew's eyes light up in anticipation. Summerling arranges, convergence, to the shore, and the wounded crew, in the rear. There's no need to engage in battle later on. Let spirit heal you first. At this point, Nightcrawler and the Sandstorm Pirates are, quite comically, all aboard a small sidecar that, the stack stood and staggered. At this time, the cell phone rings. No one here is calling you, old man, because they all call you a schoolboy. I'd like to ask what kind of strength you have that he can top your ID for the rest of your life. You say you're Henry the Boar without those little eyes. Up half the night, coming to the matchmaking room. Throat clip smoke my little girl. At this time, Yi Ming stacked up and stood at the very top, as high as the sail, annoyed. Who's calling at this hour? Yi Ming very much do not want to pick up. More laborious. Then because of this battle and disgrace, annoyed that, now someone is calling at this time. Golden Demon frowned. Why are you so slow? Pick it up. Yi Ming was about to go pull out his cell phone when suddenly the boat hit something with a thud. Everyone in the stack was about to topple over, and Yi Ming almost fell off, cursing angrily. How do you steer the ship? There are quite a few Abelites on board. Steer it steady for me. The one driving the boat hastily explained. Captain, hit a reef. I'll be careful next. All the while mentally complaining about the underestimation. Who told you to get a ringtone like that, Captain? Don't you know it's exclusive BGM for car accidents? Yi Ming stabilized his body and then struggled to connect. Exasperated, who's calling for me at this time? Don't you know I'm annoyed right now? Golden Demon said in a deep voice. It's me, Captain of the Flying Pirates, Golden Demon. Yi Ming's face eased slightly. but his tone was still bad. If Thay Tian and the Juggernaut pirates hadn't come, he would have conceded long ago, and would not have sacrificed a lot of his battle power. What is it that you want from me now? The Golden Demon suggested. You haven't sailed much farther away, have you? And when we get close enough to, you will return and tackle the Baju pirates together. The Golden Demon is also aware that by only allying with the Juggernaut pirates and defeating the Bearing Feather pirates, it's true that they have to pay a lot of casualties. The real mutation has just begun. There are still too many powerful pirate groups that are not inferior to them, so not wanting to attrition too much either, I made the call. Yi Ming frowned and refused. We won't participate in this battle. Golden Demon despised. You're afraid of this? Are you really going to leave? Don't you feel ashamed? Disgraceful? What's disgrace if it reduces casualties? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Being constantly strong was the way to go. There was no need to pay such a big price just for a city. The adventures that followed, the encounters with the secret realm, the competition for treasures, facing sea beasts and ferocious beasts, etc. all require strength. And the stronger the strength, the more victorious the gaining experience. That's what's most important. I'm not fighting them, Golden Demon assured. Here's the deal. Defeat them and allow you and the Sandstorm Pirates to dig up a portion of the. How's it going? It hasn't been long since the mutiny. I don't think all of them want to die. That's impossible. Yi Ming directly refused. Not participating. There's no need to persuade me. Even if we unite to defeat the Bearing Feather Pirates, but they're sure to take one pirate group with them before they fail. And that's bound to be us. The Nightblood Pirates and the Sandstorm Pirates. In the end it will still be you who gain and us who lose even more. So without further ado, hang up. Yi Ming directly hung up the phone. The Golden Demon's face was ugly and exasperated. Goon. That's what you're afraid of. At this point, Songling also contacted Shara. The Golden Demon inquired. How was it? He doesn't agree. Songling was also furious. And Shara's thoughts were the same as Yi Ming's. Golden Demon grunted coldly. Looks like we don't need to count on them. So let's have an alliance between our two pirate groups. It's enough. Songling nodded. Of course, it's 2,000 meters from the shore. Closer. Golden Demon's battle spirit rose as he shouted. Prepare for battle. Finish off the Bearing Feather Pirates. All of a sudden, the whole world, more people were paying attention, knowing that now was the main event. The two pirate ships, Juggernaut and Flying Sky, had met and approached together, side by side. Everyone was glued to the live feed. Coming. There's nothing too consuming for the Bearing Feather Pirates. They chose to come anyway. It's going to be more humiliating than the Night Stalkers and Sandstorm Pirates if you don't come. If they hadn't been discovered, they wouldn't have come, but they were discovered. And it's been so close, presented in the live feed. It's really too humiliating to go now. What's next? What's going to happen? Everyone was getting more and more excited to find out right away. Chapter 64, Do you use divine avoidance? At this time, Yi Yu was still walking in the front seat position. Behind him was the entire pirate group, watching people stare intently, speculating. Do you think they will leave by boat? It would be better to leave by ship to avoid this battle, or to fight it at sea. After all, the contrast between the. Apparently there are fewer capable people in the Baja Feather Pirates, and it might be an advantage to fight on the sea. Not moving? A look of waiting for the other side to come. Everyone was surprised to find that the bashful Feather Pirates were waiting in general when they arrived at the shore. Summerling could already see the Juggernaut and the Flying Pirates ship. All of a sudden, everyone's wariness rose, knowing that next, the real battle was to come. At this moment, Golden Demon, Song Ling, each standing at the bow of their own ship, also saw it. The Golden Demon sneered. To choose to wait for us? How unselfish. Song Ling scorned. They have overestimated themselves and underestimated us. So that the. Let's both give them a shot first and give them a head start? The Golden Demon grinned. Yes. As the words fell, the two men standing at the bow of the ship each exploded their abilities. The Golden Demon had a head of blonde hair raised like a lion's, and with the catalyzing of the puffy fruit ability, the clothes, the hair is floating. Then, looking down to the waters below, he controlled his ability and swept into them. Suddenly, the sea surged, large swaths of it rushing and floating. Song Ling skimmed her eyes and had a flash of inspiration. You want to control seawater? Then I'll use thunder and lightning, just to match. Could be. Song Ling looked forward to. So this next move, what kind of power will it be? I'm kind of looking forward to it. After all, it's a combination of our moves. And you and I are both top-tier celestials with horrible devil fruit abilities. The Golden Demon was equally expectant. It's bound to be strong. Strong enough to give the Bearing Feather Pirates a run for their money. It's so strong that no matter who of them faces it alone, it's impossible to block it. and it's inevitable that multiple strong men from the Baja Feather Pirates will have to face it in order to fight it off. Song Ling activated her soul fruit ability and a black dark cloud with long eyes and nose appeared, directly grabbing the black dark cloud with his right hand, while crackling sounds continued. In the dark cloud, in raging purple lightning. At this moment, Lin Muxue naturally remained looking again, her brows slightly furrowed. Raiden. Li Song was shocked. How can she also control lightning? Lin Muxue quickly read it. It's different from me. It looks like it's giving the Thundercloud a soul. From there, he can manipulate and have lightning moves. Oh, in my eyes, it's nothing. His lightning moves. It can't be compared to me who possesses the rattling thunder fruit. My Thunderbolt, which is the purest Thunderbolt. Li Song bloated. Yi Yu and his crew, they're going to be miserable. They're going to lose this battle. Even if we, the Heaven's Pride Pirates, face these two alliances, it will be difficult to defeat them. Lin Muxue was confident. Not necessarily. With me, we face not necessarily lose. After all, this isn't their full battle count. And with my lightning, I can kill quite a few of them quickly. And with my wide area attacks, it's not comparable to Yi Yu's Overlord color hegemony. As for facing Song Ling and Golden Demon, I can fight them alone. Li Song patted his horse's ass. Indeed, your rattling thunder fruit, Yuki, is invincible. Wow, the sea keeps lifting up, like a tsunami. Soon the seawater coalesced into a lifelike, massive lion's head that was 30 meters tall. It shook the people watching the live stream. How can a puffy fruit ability person control seawater? It seems to be a move that is activated by making the seawater float. I've contracted this puffy fruit. I'm a 7th level talent, and I failed to contract it, and now it seems that it's a very powerful devil fruit. The ability to make anything float and converge is indeed terrifying. I'm afraid that in the later stages, you can make an island float and then smash it down. The power of that can be imagined. It's worthy of being a top heavenly pride plus a top devil fruit. What do you guys say? In the face of Song Ling and the Golden Demons Union, how many of them will come against this move? If you don't want to lose face, then naturally, two people must also combine their efforts to counterattack against this next move. And if there are more people, then it is also true that there is no face to be given by the other side. At this moment, Xiao Ling looked at Yi Yu and inquired, Captain, Flame and I team up to counter against their next move? Yi Yu shook his head. No, you guys just watch, don't even move, just leave it to me. This stunned the crew, but chose to comply. Yi Yu had brought them shock, more than once. At this moment, the Golden Demon looked towards the shore and smiled coldly. Eat this downer, lion's might. See scroll. Song Ling similarly shouted lowly. Thunder! The sea coalesced into a huge lifelike lion's head, hissing and rushing out, opening its mouth wide. To engulf the entire Baju pirates in general. At the same time, as Song Ling leapt up, the thunder cloud in her hand slapped at that seawater lion head. A bucket-thick purple piercing thunderbolt shot out at once, not entering the seawater lion's head. The seawater merged with the lightning, and in an instant, it turned into a seawater lion's head that was raging with purple lightning. Water plus electricity, the combination of the two makes it even more powerful. For a moment, many eyes narrowed and, because the purple thunderbolt sea lion head hissed and rushed towards the Baja Feather Pirates, becoming more and more dazzling. On the shore, quite a few people from the Bearing Feather Pirates were shocked, but instead of dodging, they just stood motionless and, complete trust in Yi Yu. All of them, immensely shaken. Why haven't they done anything yet? This move looks terrifying. The strongest among them, don't hurry up and do it? Xiao Ling doesn't have an icy cold aura all over her body, and Zhao Yenner didn't burst into flames, so she didn't even make a move? Why is that? Too many people were shocked and puzzled. Lin Muxue was also surprised. If she were to face it, she would have to immediately activate her rattling thunder fruit ability. Li Song was puzzled. What's going on? Giving up? At this moment, the Golden Demon and Song Ling, who had struck a powerful joint attack, were also surprised. Song Ling said sarcastically, Why don't you move? Are you scared? The Golden Demon exclaimed. I must say, this joint strike between the two of us is quite perfect. It's entirely possible to combine them together to give the power a boost. Then how destructive this move would be. I'm kind of looking forward to it. You know, how many people will die when faced with this move? Baju pirates? Song Ling smiled with conviction. Starting with more than 500 people, the crew of the Juggernaut and the flying pirates ship also had glowing, adoring eyes. At this time, the purple thunder sea lion was already less than 100 meters away from the shore. Just then, everyone was shocked. The Baja Feather Pirates didn't go unopposed. Someone moved. There was only one person, and that was Yi Yu. Yi Yu was wondering if he should use the Black Dagger Knight and cut out the Divine Avoidance. Darkly shaking his head, Song Ling plus Golden Demon's two top Heavenly Pride's combined moves were just that. Not needed. Under the countless gazes, Yi Yu leapt up and pulled out the Black Blade Knight behind him. With his right hand in a single grip, the Black Blade Knight lifted up and chopped down. Clank! The emerald green light chop burst out, slashing at the incoming purple thunder sea lion. Chapter 65 Leaf Feather Chopper vs. Wagwa. Everyone's gazes were focused, wanting to see who would give who a downward spiral in this initial collision. The Golden Demon grunted coldly. To go so far as to strike out alone against the joint strike of Song Ling and I. You don't know what you're doing. Song Ling was confident. Inevitably, he has given them a hard time. His swordsmanship is formidable, but it's not powerful enough to break our combined attack. Although he just broke the storm, how can that salad compare to ours? Not even close to us. So that sandstorm proves nothing. The Golden Demon nodded. Yes, the result will only be the collapse of his decimation. Our attack came to the shore and blew up, leaving a number of their crew dead. Boom! However, in the next instant, the words came to a crashing halt, and the chopping attack collided with the purple thunder sea lion in a brief stalemate that, a boom! Green and purple rays of light each blossomed, but it was clear that the green chopping light was more dazzling. It seemed to be accompanied by a sea lion's screaming wail, and with a poof, the decapitation directly split the lion's head open. It kept going deeper and deeper, splitting in half in the blink of an eye, and with a loud explosion, the sea lion directly exploded and collapsed. Seeing that the chopping attack unexpectedly did not dissipate and came towards them, Golden Demon and Song Ling could not be shocked in time, quickly joined forces to counterattack, but after thinking about it, it would be too humiliating to join forces and fight back. Song Ling snorted coldly. I'll do it. The Golden Demon also kept his hands to himself and stood and watched. Song Ling leaped up, his right hand gripping the black thundercloud Zeus, and blasted out with a punch that purple lightning soared out like a laser cannon. Jinyu Thunder! A pillar of purple lightning light suddenly erupted, colliding with the newly arrived Chop in a flash. But because Chopper was close enough to them, originally, Song Ling wasn't worried about being caught in the wave. As long as the power of her move was on top of the decapitation, then the aftermath would only be thinking of the coast. But she was soon shocked that with the collision followed by another bombardment, it was the opposing Chop that took over the top. Both Chopper and Thunderbolt collapsed, but the impact, Chopper's sharpness, purple Thunderbolt, all of them surged in the direction of their side. Click! The pirate's aura was rippled by the chopping blade and was directly cut in half and dropped. On the ship, many of the crew members were shaken down. Their skin was cut and they let out screams. The hull, too, showed multiple chop marks. The people watching the live stream were all dumbfounded. They were too late to be shocked when Golden Demon, Song Ling, and the flying and juggernaut pirates that. It was also all too late to be shocked, because the second chop came. Yi Yu in the air, after chopping out the first chop, and again without any frills. The unmistakably simple knight of the black blade in his hand lifted up and chopped down. Such an action, which obviously a child would do, is simply lifting the sword and chopping it down. But in Yi Yu's hands, it was just extremely terrifying in power and great ingenuity. Clank! The emerald green chop erupted again, breaking through the waves and coming in fast. This time, Song Ling and the Golden Demon, no longer caring about face, quickly joined forces to counterattack. Lion's Might. Large Sea Scroll. This time, more urging the puffy fruit ability. Physical strength consumption is quite a lot. More seawater was controlled to float, quickly condensing an ocean lion's head that was twice as large as before. But it took a short time to coalesce, so Song Ling's attack came first. Clearly aware of the terror of Yi Yu's chopping attack, Song Ling used a stronger stance. Then I'll use my sword and chop as well. A knife surfaced in Song Ling's hand, which also had eyes on it, and a hideous mouth full of fangs. With both hands clutching this knife, which, as anyone who knows pirates can recognize, is not a knife. Exactly. Also one of the homies, Napoleon, holding the knife with both hands and raising it up in a movement like playing golf. He built up his strength and then chopped out with a low shout. Wei Kuei. It's a trick that makes the crew's eyes light up. The captain is awesome. Wei Gua. It sounds like such a dominating name. It must be more powerful than Yi Yu's chopping attack with no moves and no name. Many people who watched the live broadcast also felt that the name Weigua was quite domineering. Giant swordchi chopping strikes with extreme speed burst out, colliding with emerald green chopping strikes that, after a brief stalemate in the air, Weigua was broken right through, and the emerald green chopping attacked again. Song Ling's face was extremely ugly. The Golden Demon let out a low growl. Leave it to me. Lion's Might. Giant Sea Scroll. Roar. There seemed to be a lion's roar resounding, thick and ear-shattering, colliding with the chopping and bombarding. But the lion's head remained decapitated, although the emerald green chop also collapsed. but it still swept toward them. At once, Captain! A number of more people let out screams, were caught in the waves, fell down, were injured. The boat showed quite a few marks. Bang! Yi Yu landed on the shore at this time, holding the Black Blade Knight in his right hand, his cape fluttering behind him in a domineering manner. It was only at this moment that all had time to be shocked. The initial encounter, which ended, was Yi Yu giving Fei Tian and the Juggernaut pirates a run for their money. Those watching the livestream were dumbfounded and clamored after the silence. My god, it's so strong, facing two top heavenly prides, surprisingly dominating, and it's always been a one-handed grip that sends out the chop, so what about a two-handed grip? It's definitely more powerful, although the contract 7 incapable people, but it should not be so strong, all no less than 2 powerful devil fruits? Let's see, after all, it's just begun, we don't know who's winning and who's losing. At this moment, Li Song's face was ugly, and he had a bad taste inside, because he felt that Yi Yu's strength, surprisingly, was above that of his force fruit self. This was very unacceptable to him. Lin Muxue was also shaken, and inside, suddenly, a wave of regret welled up and, I didn't expect Yi Yu to be so powerful. If Yi Yu didn't get off the ship, then wouldn't her Tianjiu pirates be even more terrifying? If he had, at that time, listened to Yi Yu and knelt down to apologize, maybe Yi Yu might actually get on board? Just after having this thought, Lin Muxue's face sank and she coldly grunted, shouldn't have gotten the idea, though he's more powerful, once again, than I ever imagined. But his chopping strike is certainly no match against my thunderbolt. And, he's great in the early stages, but in the later stages, definitely can't beat Golden Demon and Song Ling. Devil Fruit has most of the potential and can be awakened, while he can't. Not to mention, my rattling Thunder Fruit is unimaginably powerful if it's awakened, and he's still no match for me. Lin Muxue was not regretting and reassuring herself. Well, I'm not only not sorry, but I'm getting happier and happier. Because the experience I'd gained from defeating him in a single combat in the ring would definitely be the most. When the time comes, my rank will definitely be number 1. Rank, strength double first, then the strongest pirate is bound to be me. Yi Yu, thank you for being so awesome. At this moment, Song Ling, the Golden Demon, had an extremely ugly face. I was so excited and confident, but it's a situation like this. Still, Yi Yu was the only one to make a move. The Golden Demon skimmed over a number of the ship's regular crew members who were screaming in pain and shouted angrily, "Shut up! What kind of a man wails when he gets a little skin rubbed on his body and bleeds a little?" At once, some of the injured crew members rushed to shut up. On the shore, Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, Sun Long, and all the other crew members were horrified, adoring, and cheering. Captain Mighty, Chapter 66. Chopping up the ship. Joining the Baja Feather Pirates is truly the right choice. At this time, many of the people watching were shocked and then their hearts were moved. Yi Yu was too powerful, not at all a soft touch, just a captain on his own merits. I'd like to join too. I'm on the loose. I haven't joined a pirate group yet, and I'm trying to find a good, powerful. The main reason I'm also incapacitated is that his name is Skiba Jabba. I, Zhang Naren, am also a contracted incapacitated person called Nami, and I originally thought I wasn't very good myself. Now it seems that I have confidence as well. I'd love to join. And I'm devil fruit capable, but no one wants me. No one wants it? Artificial devil fruit, I guess. To be clear, artificial and devil fruit, after all, there is a big difference. It's the devil fruit. My devil fruit is called animalistic everyone fruit human form. Many netizens were stunned and were expecting some kind of animal department, but they didn't expect it to be everyone's fruit. Everyone's fruit bar is fine. After all, there has been an appearance of an everyone's fruit phantom beast species great entry form. But this human form? Is it not still human to be given this fruit? At once, many people understood. Sympathize. Don't you look at the name when you deed? Animal-based everyone fruit human form. How is that different from not eating a devil fruit? I think it's supposed to be everyone's fruitful old people form. Hey, I read the name, but since I entered late at the time, and the artificial devil fruit was gone. Devil fruit except for the ones that are so powerful that I can't contract them. There's only this everyone fruit human form left. Thinking it's better than an artificial devil fruit, I contracted this. At this time, the most fortunate people were the Nightfork and Sandstorm pirates, and they were extremely fortunate. Yeming, Shara, who was standing at the top of the stack, was naturally watching the live broadcast on his cell phone, already dazed. Yi Yu is so powerful, it's a good thing we chose to compromise. Otherwise, there's no way we could have won. Yes. I originally thought that I could defeat the Baja Feather Pirates at a great cost. To fight to the death is our demise. Luckily, Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates came. which is equivalent to saving us in disguise. Lucky, or it's really over. After being shocked, Yi Ming scorned and snapped, "Don't mess with the bearing feather pirates in the future." At this moment, Golden Demon and Song Ling, their faces were extremely ugly. The ship's crew, too, had heavy faces. The Golden Demon shook, surprisingly so strong. How is it possible? Song Ling's face was ugly. 7 incapacitated people even if they can be stacked, but I've teamed up with Golden Demon, and both are powerful devil fruit, and to be put at a disadvantage? This upset the two men and embarrassed them in the world. At once, their battle spirit rose, and they had to save face, and many of the crew, with heavy faces, cadres rushed to remind the Golden Demon, "Captain, this battle, maybe it can't be fought." "Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Originally they didn't consume. We wanted to win. To have to pay the price. Originally felt very unworthy of it, thinking of 14 days and then all the Warforce action. Now, Yu is stronger than we thought. If we fight on, even if we can win, the casualties will be greater and less worthwhile. While taking down Yu might redeem some of this, defeating them might be able to, but it's much more difficult to catch. Not to mention Yu is so powerful. If we fail to take it down, the loss will be even greater." In the face of these reminders, Golden Demon, Song Ling also gradually calmed down, even if they lost face. Right now, these are going to be more important than face, and just starting out, the pirates can't afford to lose too much. Once there are fewer people trying to join in afterward, and then it's less Han, White, the King Power Master and other powerful abilities, the mighty pirates left behind. The pirate group is weak, and after that, it's hard to get through the big difficult secret areas. The pirate group list. It's also hard to go up there and get the title of the 4 emperors and lose more. Therefore, Song Ling and Golden Demon hesitated. The Golden Demon clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it, without thinking of anything else, one must fight on and defeat them. But, preferring to think about it too much, Song Ling, do you still want to fight? Song Ling was equally as annoyed as the Golden Demon. Staring, Yu is more powerful than imagined. When the war really starts, the casualties will indeed be much greater than imagined. It is also difficult to catch the strength of such a strong Yu. Although you and I, both can fly, you use the ability, I foot Thundercloud Zeus, but the two of us join forces, it's not always possible to catch him. For a moment, Golden Demon and Song Ling hesitated and faltered. There are some cadres whose wariness rises. "Captain, fight, it's all here. It's a shame to leave. Evacuating when you didn't fight earlier would have been humiliating, but not that humiliating. But to retreat now, after meeting for a brief encounter, would represent fear, more than simply a wimp, more than a disgrace. Yes, Captain, even if it will cost you, continue, become a pirate. I knew that there was bound to be death, not only this time, but in future adventures, encounters with secret realms, powerful ferocious beasts and sea beasts, there were bound to be casualties. You can't give up just because there's a loss. It's not the way you say it. It's not the same, it's nothing, it's worthless. Avoidable casualties shouldn't happen. For a while, some people wanted to hold on to the battle and save face, while others wanted to retreat and minimize casualties. At that moment, Golden Demon, Song Ling hesitated. On the shore, Yu's aura suddenly erupted in a more domineering manner. Fiercely, Song Ling, the Golden Demon all felt it for a moment and looked towards the shore. Yu body cloak more fluttering hunting, right hand holding black knife knight, stood there, with a straight posture and cold eyes. He glared angrily at the two pirate groups on the sea in front of him, and his domineering aura roared low. "If you want to start a war, just come. I won't allow it if you want to defeat my Beiju pirates." Boom! Suddenly, Yu's terrifying overlord color hegemony once again burst out with full force. This time it wasn't enveloping the entire city. The only targets were the flying in juggernaut pirates 1,000 meters out at sea in the distance. The sky was originally clear, but in an instant, this part of the world became dark red. The overlord color hegemonic aura instantly covered this heaven and earth, and dark red lightning spread across multiple spaces. Suddenly, Song Ling, the Golden Demon at the bow of the boat, had their hair blown back, and their eyes went wide. Bang bang! On deck, there was a surprising sound of falling to the ground, and jerking back to look, some of the regular crew rolled their eyes and, straight up fainting. Bang bang! The sound of falling to the ground continued, and a number of official crew members fell on both pirate ships. Originally, they were worried that Yu's overlord color would reduce the number of their combatants, so all did not bring low-level crew to think so. Yu's hegemonic color hegemony will be useless, but did not expect, come to the war power that, surprisingly, there were some formal crew members who couldn't carry Yu's overlord color hegemony. At once, A total of 600 of the regular crew fainted and fell to the ground, attenuated before they could fight. To go to war like that, even if we were to win, would be a much bigger price to pay. Song Ling and the Golden Demon looked at each other. Their faces were ugly and humiliated, and decided, with a low roar, withdraw. At once, many people on board were inexplicably relieved as the pirate ship prepared to turn around. But right at this moment, Yi Yu's biting and domineering voice resounded. Want to leave like that? That won't do. A ship sinks into the sea. Bang! Yi Yu once again leapt up and raised the Black Blade Knight in his hand. The eyes of Song Ling, Golden Demon, all the crew, and the entire Dragon Kingdom went wide. For after the right hand lifted the Black Blade Knight, the left hand lifted with it, gripping the hilt. For the first time, both hands clasped the Knight of the Black Dagger. Chapter 67. A sword cuts a ship in half. Shaking the world, Yi Yu clenched his hands behind the Black Blade Knight and raised it high to the top of his head. Suddenly, Golden Demon, Song Ling's face subconsciously changed. Not daring to be careless, the Golden Demon was exasperated. We're about to retreat, and instead of celebrating, we're going to attack, letting one of our ships sink into the sea? What a nerve! Song Ling sneered. Indeed, it is upsetting. Instead of thanking the gods, you want to chase after them? Aren't you afraid of pissing us off and choosing to keep fighting regardless of the consequences? The Golden Demon's voice was low and his eyes were cold as he reminded. It will enrage us, and then, instead of retreating, we will. Even if this victory over you will be costly and will be very unworthy, we're going to keep fighting. So go ahead and try chopping. We'll probably just not retreat. Golden Devil and Song Ling Ice Prism. Angry, provocative words out. Think you're bound to wimp out. We'll close the knife and drop to the shore. However, no. After raising the Black Blade nightly above his head, he directly chopped down. Clang! Suddenly, an emerald green chopping light, more massive than any before, burst out and, chopping quickly cuts the seawater in front of them, all of which can be seen at the bottom of the sea, all of which allows one to walk in it. This caused Golden Demon and Song Ling to change their faces and become even more furious. What a disregard for us! Really think we're just scaring him? Although angry, now was not the time for anger as Golden Demon and Song Ling joined forces once again. The cadres are blushing and proposing. Captain, let's do it too. Yes, Captain. The chopping blow from a two-handed blade is definitely more powerful this time. Maybe it really will take our ship. The Golden Demon cursed angrily. Shut up. That would be too humiliating. Do you think that if Song Ling and I join forces, can't block this chop? What a joke. Song Ling was also furious. Don't even make a move. Leave it to me and the Golden Demon. At once, the captain's cadre could only watch, expecting in their hearts that the chop would be broken. The eyes of those watching the live stream were glued to it, wondering what the outcome would be. Summerling and the rest of the crew also had their eyes fixed in anticipation. For the first time, how strong would the chopping blow be that came out of the Knight of the Black Sword held tightly in both hands? Sun Long was shocked and marveled. Still no moves, plain and simple attacks. The power is so strong. Golden Demon exploded his puffy fruit ability with full force, consuming more physical strength and controlling the seawater on a larger scale. Wow! Like the appearance of a small tsunami, rushing, Song Ling said in a deep voice. This Yi Yu makes me very upset and angry. Golden Demon, I'll help you. As the words fell, Song Ling's right hand was wrapped in thundercloud Zeus, and not only was purple lightning raging, but the thundercloud blew in a big gust of wind, which also swept up and churned the sea. More seawater churns, floats, and coalesces. Too many people were staring intently, shocked by it, only to see, this time, for huge sea lions surfacing. Not just a lion's head, but a whole lion. 4 in all. Song Ling leapt up, the thundercloud Zeus in her right hand, raging with dense lightning. It surged towards the 4 massive sea lions. 10-man Daisenshu heavenly god. Like a thunderclap, the purple thunderbolt fell and fused with the sea lion. At the same time, Song Ling's left hand was wrapped in a ball of flame, like a small sun. And, it's the other Hormats, Prometheus. Song Ling blasted out his left fist with a low growl. Fire in the sky. A large mass of flames erupted and raced out behind the sea lion. After doing this, Song Ling and Golden Demon were confident that they could definitely defeat Yi Yu's chopping attack. In the next instant, the chopping attack collided with the 4 sea lions first, and the bombardment continued too. The 4 sea lions were split in half one after another and bombarded. The sea lions exploded, the lightning raged, the water fell with a crash. It was as if a heavy rainstorm with purple thunder and lightning had fallen. Soon, all 4 sea lions were crushed. This caused the Golden Demon to stare with wide eyes, incomparably shaken. My attack, just like that, and the decapitation, wasn't broken. The flames then collided with the chop. exploding and blinding fire. There was a roar, and after the explosion, the flames dispersed, and everyone looked, and the chop was still there, and, though weakened in power, it broke through the flames and had come in front of the two ships of the flying and juggernaut pirates, and to be precise, the target is Song Ling's ship. Song Ling panicked this time, not caring about face, shouting, all counterattack to resist. However, it wasn't allowed just now, and now it was simply too late. The chopping attack was already fast. Song Ling clutched Napoleon with both hands once again and swung up in preparation to chop out Wei. However, it was too late. The chopping attack had already arrived in front of them. Song Ling's eyes widened and her pupils contracted. Click, rumble, there were screams and screams, and under everyone's horrified gazes, Song Ling's huge main ship it was cut directly in half by the chop, the hull separating left and right. Crew members who were close to the separation were lifted right off the ground. Many were unsteady and rushed to grab whatever they could on the boat for fear of falling into the sea. Song Ling, likewise, hurriedly stepped on Thundercloud Zeus and floated in the air. The Prometheus of the miniature sun floated above his head, as if setting his hair on fire with rage, watching the ship separate and tilt, about to sink into the sea, and a number of people slipping and falling into the sea. Song Ling was beyond shame and anger. Yi Yu had already landed on the shore and looked at the scene with great satisfaction. Song Ling roared angrily and lowly, how dare you decapitate my ship? Then keep fighting, even if the cost will be great. I will defeat you. I will take you down, bring you back, and punish you severely again. Yi Yu's domineering aura and Rin's voice resounded. Let's fight. Think we'll be afraid? The crew of the Baja Feather Pirates were even more energized, their battle spirit rising, and with the captain making such an effort, they are also combative. Song Ling frowned and let the Golden Demon help himself first. The Golden Demon exploded with the ability to make a ship that was about to sink into the sea float. It was only then that the ship and crew were prevented from sinking into the sea. Some fragments of the hull, too, floated on the surface, and some of the crew, who had sunk, sprawled helplessly on the plank. Those watching the livestream were beyond shocked. Too strong. This is the power of Yi Yu sending out chopping strikes with both hands. Obviously, a lot of the power was cancelled out by Song Ling's and the Golden Demon's attacks, but the weakened decapitation, it still cut that massive ship in half. The visual impulse is too strong. Yi Yu is really handsome. The ships of these mighty pirate bands are bound to be built of very fine materials. That's why the ship's hull is hard, but it was still directly chopped in half. Yi Yu's sword technique is too strong. Now I understand why I chose to contract 7 incapacitated people. It's awesome, but I'm him. Would choose the dark fruit plus the shock fruit plus the fantasy beast seed green dragon form. Me too. Just got on the hot seat. Dark fruit possessor. You can absorb 2 more devil fruits. Yi Yu's strongest talent. You can definitely manage to have 3 devil fruits. At this moment, Li Song's face was ugly. Unexpectedly so strong. Lin Muxue was also surprised, and a little regret actually welled up in her heart. Immediately letting this regret dissipate, Lin Muxue coldly grunted. After clearing his strength through this battle, it seems that his best skill is swordplay. How nice. His full power can be so strong that after defeating him in the singles ring, not only am I ranked number 1, it can still throw off those top heavenly prides by quite a bit. Yi Yu, thank you for being so awesome. Chapter 68, The Green Dragon Pirates Intervene. Golden Demon and Song Ling's faces were unsightly. The Bearing Feather Pirates were not afraid to fight. Yi Yu's strong battle power gave the crew the confidence to not be afraid of Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates in the slightest. Song Ling gritted her teeth. If you're not afraid, then go to war and fight until you're scared. The Golden Demon, on the other hand, frowned slightly and hesitated briefly. Song Ling frowned and inquired, "What? Are you afraid?" Golden Demon coldly grunted. "Afraid? I, Golden Demon, still don't know how to write the word fear." Whoosh! Boo! Suddenly, Yi Yu leapt up, his feet stepping on the air, sending out a series of detonations that, behind him, he brought up a circle of airwaves to spread out. The Golden Demon's face changed in shock as Yi Yu's feet stepped on the moonsteps and quickly attacked. This speed was so fast that it made the Golden Demon, Song Ling, shook by it. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he came above the pirate ship, at which point the Golden Demon had to catalyze the ability to, keeping Song Ling's ship from sinking, so it was a bit too late to suddenly face Yi Yu's attack. Only a quick control of the floating hull plank swept up and used to fend it off. At the same time, Song Ling quickly counterattacked, flames and purple lightning rushing out. Yi Yu in the air, his right hand holding the black knife knight quickly chopped out several emerald green like chopping. It shattered the hull of the ship that floated by, and also directly collapsed the flames and purple lightning. Golden Demon's face changed in shock, his arms covered with armed color hegemony. crossed in front of his body to defend. However, he simply couldn't defend against it, and was directly blasted down by a chopping blow, both his arms soaring with blood, before several weakened chopping blows fell. Golden Demon could only defend with all his might, covering his entire body with his armed color hegemony. Meanwhile the crew attacked quickly to weaken the attack. Eventually, the Golden Demon was injured by several chopping fronts and only felt a pain in his forehead. Song Ling attacked again while the rest of the crew reacted and attacked Yi Yu in the air. For a while, a dense assortment of attacks struck. Yi Yu slashed out with his sword, defeating all these attacks, looking down at the Golden Demon with a cold, sarcastic smile. If you don't know how to write the word fear, then I'll teach you, and if you still don't know, just look in the mirror more often from now on. Yi Yu's words made the Golden Demon uncertain. The crew blushed hard, noting the Golden Demon's forehead. The Golden Demon frowned and inquired, "What are your expressions, Captain?" "The mirror is for you." The crew brought the mirror. The Golden Devil looked at it and instantly became furious and humiliated, because of the extra word on the forehead. Wounded by the fronts just now, several bloody marks on his forehead formed the word fear. The Golden Demon instantly understood that Yi Yu suddenly attacked. The main thing is to leave such a word on your forehead. "Ship's doctor, come here." "Captain, I'm coming, give me a quick cure." The ship's doctor was emboldened. "Captain, the wounds are deeper, they are fully healable." But it will leave a shallow scar." This made the Golden Demon's face even more ugly. "What you mean is that afraid the word scar will stay on my forehead afterward?" The ship's doctor nodded. "That may be so." "Waste." The Golden Devil slapped the airship doctor. "To explode with anger? It is simply a strange shame." Song Ling was furious. "Destroying my ship and leaving such a gash on your forehead is too much to bear," she said. "Make war with them with all your might." The Golden Demon was murderous. It must be war. At this point, the people watching the live broadcast didn't expect this situation at all. Yi Yu is too strong. The Gold Devil forehead is too funny. Ha ha, leaving a word of fear. From just now, it's all just Yi Yu striking out alone. Flying in the Juggernaut pirates are going to have to pay a lot more than they thought, if they want to win. It's hard to say if you can even win. I'd say 50-50. At this point, the crews of the Flying in Juggernaut pirates, many of which were heavy, were not in high morale. "Captain, calm down. The other side is stronger than we thought, and even if we can win, the price we pay will be much higher. High enough that even if you could poach one of their guys, it wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, we're gonna lose a lot, and that's a big gap compared to the other top pirate groups. Bear with me for now, Captain. This is just the beginning. The future is more important. Even, it is not certain whether we can defeat it or not. We are not all the warriors who have come here." "Calm down, Captain. In 14 days, when all the secondary ships have been built, the full force of the war will be deployed. It would have cost less to beat them." Jean Demon and Song Ling's faces were unsightly, and although they were furious, there was still a trace of sanity left in them. "Don't want to beat the pirates to a casualty right now, and cohesion isn't as high as it is with the Baja Feather pirates, many of whom don't want to fight pointlessly." It wasn't like they were facing a treasure or a secret realm, nor was it a ferocious sea beast that you could still gain experience by killing. So many didn't want to fight. If the battle is to be fought later, a stalemate, then surely a number of people will falter and want to quit. It would have been even worse if he had fallen back and joined the Basho pirates. So, gradually calm down. Akadre frowned. 14 days from now our entire war effort will be in action. But in the meantime, the Bajiyu pirates would also be recruiting. After all, this time, they had made a name for themselves all over the world, and many people wanted to join them back. I didn't dare to join before because I was targeted by us, but those people realized that the difference between the Bearing Feather pirates and us wasn't that big. Then they will join. By then, their combined battle power will definitely be stronger than now. Golden Demon and Song Ling were aware of this, but wanted to take care of the Bearing Feather pirates now. It's also impossible. Soon, a powerful pirate group issued a statement. "Look at the hot search. It's the Destruction Pirates, and the Green Dragon Pirates. These two captains' abilities, respectively, are Momo Fruit, and Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Species Green Dragon Form." A statement was released about a temporary alliance with the Flying Juggernaut Pirates, but it wouldn't necessarily strike in 14 days. If the Bearing Feather Pirates haven't recruited much in that time, they won't make their move then. If a lot of people are recruited, then they'll be out there when the time comes, apparently trying to deter and avoid the Baja Feather Pirates from recruiting. Realizing the power of the Baja Feather Pirates, they want to contain it. A lot of people understood, which made Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates relieved and feel slightly better. In this way, even if this battle, the Baju Pirates made a name for themselves and established prestige, there wouldn't be many who would dare to join. After all, There are 2 more powerful pirate groups to deter. Xiaoling and the others' faces sank in anger. 2 more. Damn it. I was thinking that many people would join after this battle, but now it seems that they won't. Maybe there will be some like Sun Lung who are not afraid and choose to join, but obviously it will reduce our combined power increase by too much. Yi Yu's eyes were icy cold as he secretly said. Wang Quanshi of the Green Dragon Pirate Group. Li Fengtian of the Destruction Pirate Group. I'll remember you guys. At this time, Lin Muxue, who was watching the live broadcast, also laughed coldly and arranged it, publishing a hot search. We, the Tinjio Pirates, are also allied with the Fatian, the Juggernaut Pirates. If the Bearing Feather Pirates recruit more people in these 14 days, we, the Heaven's Pride Pirates, will also step in at that time. Yes, Captain. Li Tsong was in a happy mood, together with us, especially since you're so strong. Snowy, then even less people will dare to join. Yi Yu must be very upset when he finds out. Ha ha. Lin Muxue sneered. It's to make him angry and know that I'm targeting him. Chapter 69, The Pirate King Title. Golden Demon and Song Ling were more relieved when they realized that the Heaven's Pride Pirates had also released a statement. That way, no one will dare join them for a while. There's not much use in this battle to establish prestige. Very well, such help as you have given will suffice, and in 14 days' time Fei Tian, and the entire battle force of the Juggernaut Pirates together will be able to take care of the Bearing Feather Pirates. Golden Demon and Song Ling had already decided that it really wasn't worth it to continue fighting, even if they won. At this time, the people of the Juggernaut Pirates quickly boarded the ship of the Flying Pirates. It was crowded, but there's only so much squeezing that can be done. The Golden Demon no longer bothered to keep the destroyed ship afloat, and at once the ship, cut in half, sank into the sea. Song Ling watched her main ship sink, her face ugly. Not only did she not get any benefits from coming here, also lost one of the main ships and had several of the ability-full crew drowned. Unbelievable shame, but know that it will have to be endured. Song Ling roared icily and lowly. Yi Yu, wait for me. 14 days later, I'll avenge today. The Golden Demon likewise put down harsh words. First, I'll let you guys be awesome for half a month. The result will remain the same after 14 days, and that is to be defeated by us. And anyone who wants to quit the Bearing Feather Pirates now had better do so. However, with the Bearing Feather Pirates, it was impossible for anyone to quit. The pirate ship turns around and the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates withdraw. Yi Yu didn't let the crew catch up, because if the war started, even if they could win, the Baja Feather Pirates will also suffer a significant number of casualties. If the Baja Feather Pirates didn't have themselves, then the 2 pirate groups that came this time to battle, the combined battle power is quite a bit stronger than the Baju Pirates. Therefore, even if he took this battle seriously, there would definitely be a considerable number of casualties on his side. While casualties are inevitable in future adventures, such senseless casualties are not worth it. They'll be here in 14 days, and then, for real, we'll go to war. At the same time, it's a pressure that can be turned into motivation for the crew. At this time, some powerful pirate groups, thinking, Surgical Pirates, Captain, should we draw closer to Yi Yu and the Baju Pirates? We similarly deterred the Flying Sky and Juggernaut Pirates so that some would dare to join the Bearing Feather Pirates, thus establishing a good relationship with the Bearing Feather Pirates. Or forget it. Just don't mess with it. Just don't help it. After all, the mighty pirate group want to become the 4 Emperor Pirate Group afterward, or even a King Pirate Group, knowing that after this battle Yi Yu's Beiju Pirate Group, it will certainly recruit many people, so it stepped in to deter them. There is no need for us to step in. We also want to get a good ranking in the standings after that. Also, then let the Baja Feather Pirates face it on their own. At this point, a number of powerful pirate groups were thinking pretty much the same thing, and they didn't take advantage of the opportunity to help that, but also did not take advantage of the opportunity to fall into the well like Tianjiao, the Green Dragon Pirates, not to help, and not to provoke. It was at this time that the message echoed resounding through the world. The mutation has truly begun, and now reveals information that some island in this world, there exists the ultimate treasure, which, when obtained, will be a great deal of experience value, and there will be special rewards, and the captain of the pirate group who receives this treasure will be given the title of Pirate King, and with that title, the experience value you get at that time will be additionally tripled. 100 levels. It's not the limit, you can still raise it after 100 levels. As to where the island is where the final treasure is located, there will be route stones, a secret realm that exists, or among the islands, and when you get it and connect it together, you can form a map. It shook a lot of people and made their eyes light up. Nowadays, in many places, treasures appear randomly, and when they're acquired, they're thrown into the treasure pool. It is then possible to gain the equivalent amount of experience. since it is called the ultimate treasure and is difficult to obtain. Once it is converted to experience, it must be an extremely large experience value. Then this ultimate treasure, which anyone would like to have. Now if he gets it, I'm afraid I can just scurry a few dozen levels and become directly invincible. Apparently now finding this treasure is all you can think about. Trying to get the route stone. It must have been hard. This world, it's getting more and more interesting. The attraction is not only the huge experience value, but also the title, King of Thieves. Of all the pirates, this is the only title that's too much of a card if you own it. Too many people aspire to it, but know that only the mighty pirate corps are in contention for it. At once, the major pirate groups, all extremely eager, had their own self-confidence. The Green Dragon Pirates, Wang Quan sure, will find the ultimate treasure and will become the Pirate King. By Xiaohan, I'm going to be number 1 on the bounty, number 1 on the pirate list, with the shock fruit, become the Pirate King too. Too many celestial pride, powerful pirate groups, were thinking the same way. At this time, the evacuated Golden Demon and Song Ling, slightly grateful, fortunately did not impulsively fight on. Otherwise the casualties would be high and the pirate group's combat power would be reduced, which would be fatal. Make sure you get it. The combined battle power of the pirates is king. And later, someone finds the route stone. It can be robbed as well. And at that point it's all about the strength of the pirate group. The Golden Demon agreed. Well, it's a good thing there wasn't a war. But in 14 days, to resolve the Baja Feather Pirates without paying too much. Song Ling frowned. This time, it's too humiliating. When the time comes, we must snowball the shame. At this time, Lin Muxue was equally eager and confident. The one who becomes the Pirate King must be me. Lin Muxue. Li Tsong patted his horse's ass. That's a given. Keep on adventuring. Find treasures. Exchange experience. Encountering secret realms and killing ferocious beasts and sea creatures will earn you experience. Lin Muxue inquired. Are my words on the hot search? Up? Yi Yu must have seen it by now. At this time, Yi Yu is also interested in the equivalent of One Piece in the world of the King of Thieves. The crew was also in high spirits. Work hard to become stronger and help the captain become the Pirate King in the future. Captain, look at the hot search. Lin Muxue has put words in your mouth. Yi Yu opened his cell phone to take a look. A hot search was like this. Lin Muxue let slip that she was happy that Yi Yu was so strong and didn't regret it at all. Let Yi Yu continue to work hard to become stronger, thus defeating Yi Yu in the singles ring afterward to gain the most experience. Yi Yu smiled disdainfully and similarly put out words for someone to arrange a hot search. Lin Muxue quickly saw it. Yi Yu, Lin Muxue, you have to work just as hard to become stronger. Lin Muxue coldly grunted when she saw it. Where did the confidence come from? This battle, has it made you fight with confidence? Oh, when the time comes, it will let you see the terror of my rattling thunderfruit. Just then, the message echoed again. The last message is now published. At once, the whole world was quiet. Subsequently, when this information was announced, everyone was shaken by it. Yi Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, and quite a few people from the Bearing Feather Pirates' faces sank. Chapter 70 Ableist Enhancement? Regret? The message echoed. Ability users, after level 30, as they continue to level up, can constantly inherit the Pirate King's own strength, physique, etc. of the possessor of the fruit, and take the peak state. Instantly after this message sounded, the world was shaken, especially the able-bodied. Incredibly excited and happy. This is great. It's reinforcement for the ability to do so. Leveling up. Not only can fruit abilities continue to be developed, but starting at level 30, it's really a big enhancement to still be able to inherit the strength of an ability from the Pirate King. Great. I'm a shadow fruit ability. I wonder if the person with this power in the King of Thieves is awesome. The incapacitated, on the other hand, are a lot more unhappy. Contracting a devil fruit, which is supposed to be an advantage, has a lot of potential too. Now it can also keep inheriting the possessor's battle power, physique, and so on after level 30, which makes it even more powerful. Hey, it's not fair. Because of Yi Yu's performance, I've just gained some confidence that incapacitated people aren't too bad. But now, I regret not contracting a devil fruit. Talented as I am, I contracted the incapacitated, and I regret it even more. For a time, too many incapable people regretted very much, even if they contracted artificial devil fruits at that time. At this moment, the most happy people were naturally those heavenly prides. Lin Muxue was happy at this time, more confident and arrogant. Very good. The rattling thunder fruits me already has great potential and is very strong. After level 30 you can also keep inheriting the strength of the possessor in the Pirate King, and the combination of the two makes it even stronger. Li Tsong, also happy, corrected, to be precise, It's a combination of all three, or even all four, because you yourself, Yuki, can develop the Rattle Thunder fruit and also enhance your own strength, so it is the strength of those who possess it in the King of Thieves, plus the development of Devil Fruit in the King of Thieves, plus your own strength increase, plus your development of Devil Fruit. Lin Mushue couldn't agree more. Ironically, rather, we have to thank you for letting the whole world know that incapacitated people aren't so bad. This means that one's own battle power can be raised to awesome levels as well, and with such a powerful Devil Fruit, then the possessor's own strength must be stronger than those incapable people that Yu contracted. And the strong combination of me is even more incomparable to Yu. Li Song nodded. Yes, you're bound to be able to hang on to him when the singles ring starts. Even after level 30, I can definitely hang Yu. Lin Mushue's heart became more and more pleased and gloating. The one who's having the hardest time right now is definitely Yu. If he knows about this information, then surely you won't choose to indenture an incapacitated person. Li Song nodded. Naturally, now that the livestream is still on, look at the change in his face. It must have been ugly as. At that moment, Lin Mushue, Li Song looked at the live broadcast screen, but found Yu with a bland face. Nothing has changed. It took them by surprise. Humph, pretending to be calm? In fact, inwardly, you're beyond regretting it now. Ability users will be strengthened after level 30. Yu has played the bully this time, but in the mid to late stages, he's nothing, and he's just going to have to pretend on the front end. At this time, the Golden Demon and Song Ling, who felt humiliated because of the evacuation and were extremely resentful towards Yu. It was also gratifying to hear the news. Originally, because of the fight just now, they were struck down, and when they joined forces to face Yu, they were actually at a disadvantage. But now, they were incredibly confident. The Golden Demon sneered. Ha, very well, then it's time to level up to level 30 as soon as possible. The incapacitated people in Yu's contract aren't bad in terms of strength, so in the King of Thieves, those who have the puffy fruit must not be bad in terms of strength either. Song Ling expects. So, it's inheriting the battle power of all those who have ever possessed this ability that, or one. Finally, the message rang out and then faded away. Inheriting the ability's own strength. Only one will be chosen. It doesn't inherit the strength of all those who have possessed that fruit. It only takes the strength of the newest possessor in the Pirate King. This has shown many people, that is to say, that the Pirate King has had in its history. It is uninheritable. Take the latest owner. For a while, the ability users had high fighting spirit, aiming to reach level 30 as soon as possible. Golden Demon's eyes were ice cold, this time. Let Yu be mighty for once, even without this enhancement. We're also confident that he won't be a match for us in the future, and that incapacitated people definitely don't have as much potential as Devil Fruit, which can be awakened later in life. What's more, now that it's been strengthened like this, then Yu is even less of a big deal. Song Ling nodded. Yes. It's just a matter of letting him be awesome in the early stages, and in the middle and late stages. He's nothing, he can't even get on the bounty list. The Golden Demon celebrated. Fortunately, we didn't act impulsively just now. If we had lost a lot of money in the war, then the upgrading speed will slow down as well. But this matter will continue when we deal with the Bearing Feather Pirates in 14 days. Song Ling's fists clenched tightly as she said in a low voice. We must continue, with our entire war effort assembled. Definitely defeat the Baja Feather Pirates and wipe out the shame. At this time, the first item of the hot search, about Yu. That is, they were all discussing whether or not Yu, who had the strongest talent, would regret it after this information was announced. The reviews are all over the place and must be beyond regrettable. Choose a powerful Devil Fruit plus the strength of the Pirate King possessor himself. Definitely better than contracting 7 incapacitated people to stack. However, even so, Yu had no waves in his heart at this time. On the contrary, finding it even more interesting, thought darkly, that's good. It's not too boring to reinforce a wave against them, even if they get strengthened. Nor can it be compared to me who has contracted 7 of the top incapacitated powerhouses. Zhao Yenner guessed. I wonder if the person who has the burning fruit in the King of Thieves is powerful. Natsu Ling is also very interested in knowing. Very interested in making the people who have the burnt fruit in the Pirate King strong and powerful. That way one can also be stronger when one starts at level 30. Feeling that the ability person strengthened, the beginning of the 30th level, Yu began to arrive at a period of weakness. When the time came, she and Zhao Yenner would have to carry the pressure and danger. The crew whispered, after this battle of the captain, I originally felt that the choice of the awesome incapacitated, it's not a bad choice for that either, but now that the ability to do so has been strengthened, it's a good thing I chose the Devil Fruit. The captain is great now, better than even the co-captain, but after level 30, Xia Ling and Vice Captain Zhao Yener will gradually surpass the captain, right? The strongest will be the most respected in the pirates. At that time, Xia Ling or Vice Captain Zhao Yener will challenge the captain to defeat and thus replace. It is possible. The enhancements make the ability stronger in the mid to late stages. At this point, the incapacitated people on the ship were slightly frustrated. It had been exhilarating, the captain being so awesome. But now, not so much, Yi Yu said in an awe-inspiring voice at this point. Even so, the incapacitated should not be discouraged. Keep in mind my words. The only thing that overrides everything is dominance, not devil fruit. This made the eyes of Sun Long, Zhou Xing, and the other incapacitated people light up and revitalize once again. Understood, Captain. Won't be discouraged. Will train harder to improve my strength and master my hegemony. Enhancing the ability of the person. Also interesting and more challenging. Many of them were combative, but most of them still felt that it was Yi Yu's comfort. Yi Yu also did not say anything more. Wait until the later stage. All will be clear ground. Looking at the hot search, there was a statement from Lin Mu Shui, gloating and sarcastic. Ha ha, Yi Yu now must be regretting his death. However, Yi Yu laughed in his heart. Who know the Pirate King better than any of you, know it best. Regret? Non-existent. Only a happy mood and the feeling that it will be more fun later. Chapter 71 Setting Sail. At the end of this battle, the prestige of the Baju pirates has risen greatly. Even though there were a number of powerful pirate groups threatening them, there were still many people in East Sea City who were willing to join the Beiju pirate group. There were a few more incapacitated people, and soon there was a line at the registration desk. I'm going to join the Bully Feather Pirates. Ha! Aren't you afraid of that? Not only did you mess with the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut Pirates, the Green Dragon, these of the Heavens Pride Pirates, too, had issued a warning. If the combined strength of the Beiju pirate group increases too much, then in 14 days, it won't just be the Fei Tian and the Juggernaut Pirates who will be coming to suppress the Bearing Feather Pirates. Even so, I want to join. Yi Yu is my idol, valuing the incapacitated. I'm going to sign up. If the strength boost is big enough, even if they want to make a move, they'll have to weigh it up. However, while there were a lot of people who signed up, there weren't as many as expected. After all, deterrent warnings still play a big role. At this time, the Baja Feather Pirates were not prepared to immediately sail adventurous. Cadre, Yi Yu, Xia Ling and Zhao Yener, discussing in the conference room. Zhao Yener couldn't wait. Making a pirate flag? Now all that's missing is the pirate flag. Xia Ling looked at Yi Yu and proposed. The captain will think of one first. For everyone's reference. Yeah, you said bluntly. Actually, very early on, I had the pattern of the flag in my head. It made the crew curious. How? Yi Yu took out the pirate flag and said, it's been ready for a long time. First of all, the pirate flag, the obligatory white skull, is to be had. The flag is black with a white skull in the center, and to show the uniqueness of the, for people to see, they'll know it's us, the Bearing Feather Pirates. So the next step is to add the iconic. I take the uniqueness of my own weapon, the Black Dagger Knight, as a banner with a white skull behind it, carrying a cruciform Black Dagger Knight. Xia Ling and the others came over to take a look, and their eyes lit up. That's a good one. Indeed, one look and you can tell it's the flag of our pirate group. After all, the captain's Black Dagger Knight is so unique and conspicuous. That's it. Very good. The crew was satisfied and made this pirate flag, the flag of the pirates. Soon after, it was announced on Hot Topic, Mighty Pirates. On the contrary, we're not so much concerned with the flag of the pirates as with the, all of them are not great. All of you. This is White Skull and Crossbones, carrying a cross and a black sword knight. It's the flag of the Baju Pirates. So if you see it on the sea in the future, you should avoid it and not provoke it. In addition, each pirate group's territory will also fly the flag of that pirate group. And at a glance, it's the territory of the Baju pirate group. Don't get into any trouble. Got it? Got it, Captain. Actually, you don't even have to look at the flag. The Bearing Feather pirate ship is iconic. Huge red dragon-shaped pirate ship. Very dominating. Whether it's a pirate ship or a flag, it's all so forced, especially the captain. Yi Yu. It's even more forced, with stand-up robes and a black sword knight on his back. And every time he does it, with no fancy chopping, the power is yet so strong and forced. If it wasn't for the deterrence of some powerful pirate groups, otherwise I'd be tempted to jump ship and join the Bearing Feather Pirates. Let's first see if the Bearing Feather Pirates can get through this after 14 days. It's hard to get through. After all, the Flying and Juggernaut Pirates are sure to be hiring, even during this time. Recruit more. 2 days passed, and during these 2 days, Yi Yu carried out high-intensity grinding and would also jump into the sea, looking for powerful sea beasts. I have to say, after the real mutation, the sea animals became a lot more It wasn't the original Blue Star creatures that mutated, it was foreign. In the past 2 days, it's also recruited almost all the people in the city who want to join. It's not a lot, 1,500 in all, but it's a hand-picked group, a quarter of the ability. The rest are incapacitated. Yu, who knew the King of Thieves well, chosen capable people who were naturally not bad. At that moment, the Baja Pirates ship was ready to sail, and the crew got on board and get the main ship of the Nightcrawler and Sandstorm Pirates as a secondary ship. There's not much left of the crew to watch the hand of this city. As long as it's planted with the flag of the Shanghai Thieves, it means it's the territory of the Beiju pirate group. Causing trouble and attacking is the same as starting a war with the Beiju pirate group. Therefore, there is no need to leave much of a fighting force behind, and the Bearing Feather Pirates are a deterrent. In the past 2 days, there's one thing that's been on the hot search, and it's made a lot of people in the Baja Feather Pirates a little heavy inside. That's the Nightcrawler and Sandstorm Pirates, in alliance with the Flying Juggernaut Pirates. 14 days later, they will also join together to crusade against the Hajime Pirates. Golden Demon promises to recapture the Nightcrawler and Sandstorm Pirate ships when the time comes, and give them the Baja Feather Pirate ship as well, and allow them to scoop up some people as well. Therefore, the Night Fork and Sandstorm Pirates chose to make an alliance even though they knew about Yiyu's power. Most of all, the fact that the abilities strengthened after level 30 was what gave them the confidence to not so afraid of Yiyu anymore, thinking that after level 30, Yiyu would definitely not be their opponent. In this regard, what the Baja Feather Pirates have to do is to work hard to sharpen and improve, and strength is the king of the road, so that you won't be bullied and silenced. All crews aboard and set sail. The main ship sails in the forefront, and behind it, on the right and left, are the 2 secondary ships, mainly low-level crew on the sub, elite, mid-range, and high-end combatants on the main ship. In the future, there will also be constant competition for elimination, with the best in the main ship and the eliminated in the secondary ship. No one has a problem with that, it's the way it should be. Of course, on the secondary ship, there would be 1 or 2 high-end cadre combatants left behind. On the deck of the main ship, Yiyu cozily leaned back on the lounge chair, listening to the sound of waves and seagulls. Bask in the soft warmth of the sun. Captain, let me rub your shoulders. Xiaoling was behind the recliner, bending down to give Yiyu a massage. Yiyu said, don't captain your name in private. Xiaoling said, and I can't call you Brother Fei anymore. You're so powerful now. Just call you by your first name in private. Could be. Yiyu thought of something and inquired, by the way, has that person been contacted? Would he like to join? The one who ate the animal-based Rinrin fruit human form? The teenager named Joe ate. Well, point to him. He'd like to join, and he was thrilled when he found out you'd send word to invite him. Can't get on the ship for a short time though. The island in his city, which is some distance away, is expected to take 10 days or so. Yes, sail afterward and just pass through his city. Xiaoling was puzzled, because he tragically contracted the useless devil fruit and got on the hot seat. Seen by you, though, why solicit? After all, one eats a devil fruit like this. Chicken ****** indeed. Still human, he's flirted with in everyone's fruit of the loom old people form. Yiyu said, if an animal eats it, it will be good, but if a human eats it, it won't necessarily be bad. Maybe there's potential there, too. At this point, more than 3 hours into the voyage, an island in the distance has undergone a sudden change of fortune. It caught the attention of everyone in the Baju Pirates. Captain, look! Yi looked over and his eyes lit up. Oh, that's Chapter 72, bringing the boat alongside. Only, on the distant island, a golden light flickered, and as it drew nearer, you can see a box floating in the air above the center of the island. Although the box is closed, but there is still a substantial golden aura blossoming from inside. It made the crew's eyes light up. Treasure has appeared on that island. Treasure is also important, and casting into a pool of treasure in a fixed location earns you experience points. Let's get over there. There are treasures that appear, and sometimes there may be beasts of prey, ferocious beasts that descend. Fierce beasts will appear on the islands, and if you're in the sea, powerful sea beasts will appear. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Yi ordered, get close and take this treasure. The Baja Feather pirate ship sailed quickly closer, and when it got closer, you could see around the island that there are some pirate ships, but it didn't get any closer, because a powerful sea beast appeared in the sea around the island that, the shape was like a dinosaur, with its head emerging from the seawater, more than 10 meters tall, and bloodshot eyes. The aura of strength prevented these pirate groups from approaching. These pirate groups discussed it, to join forces. This sea beast, at least level 20, is only one, but the foreign beasts on the island that, there are even more ferocious beasts. It's not easy to take this treasure. I'm afraid that even if we join forces, it will be hard to get it, and there will be a lot of casualties. Forget it, I'm not getting involved. Lives are more important. Some pirate groups chose to withdraw, some wanted to give it a try, and some left and didn't get very far. Want to see if you can pick up the pieces, and if there are pirate groups taking them, if there are a lot of casualties, take the opportunity to loot them. For a while, although there were more than a dozen pirate groups around the island, no one had made a move yet. After all, none of them were powerful pirate groups like the Flying Juggernaut pirates either. There are pirate ships coming from the rear, a pirate shouted as he noticed. At that moment, the pirates all looked over and their faces changed. This ship, it's the ship of the Baju pirates. That flag, cruciform Black Blade Knight, it's the Bully Feather pirates without a doubt. There's no chance of trying to grab this treasure. The mighty Bearing Feather pirates are here. It's good to go, or we can stay put. Combine, evacuate first, and pick up the pieces when they take the treasure? Even if the Baja Feather pirates are very powerful, there will be a great deal of exertion in trying to take this treasure, right? That's a risk I don't get involved in. At this time, Yi Yu stood at the bow of the ship, also clear about the thoughts of these pirate groups. Domineering voice resounded. Don't faint and leave without realizing you're dead. This caused these pirate groups to completely lose hope and hurriedly leave in fear. Come on. If we don't go, he's going to unleash his overlord color hegemony, reducing too much of the fighting force, and then cutting down our ship with a single stroke, and sinking into the sea in a fainting fit. Die for nothing. Want the treasure, but only if you have the life to take it. We, the small pirate group, just don't think about picking up the pieces. At once, all these bands of pirates were frightened away, and no slightly more powerful bands of pirates that. The most powerful pirate group in here isn't even as good as the Sandstorm Pirates, and this level is most afraid of Yi Yu's overlord color hegemony because the minions make up a larger percentage. As the Baju pirate ship approached, 100 meters from the island, that one Tyrannosaurus Rex-shaped sea beast, understood, hissed and growled, intimidating, signaling the Bearing Feather pirates to stay away. Yi Yu didn't make a move and continued to sit down, lying back against the recliner. On the side, Zhao Yener inquired, Xia Ling, are you coming or should I? Sun Lung couldn't wait, let me go cut him down. However, Xia Ling had already leapt up. Leave it to me. Summerling leapt above the dinosaur sea beast. The sea beast opened its bloody mouth to tear into Xia Ling, and as Xia Ling slapped his right hand downward, the icy cold chi erupted, and instantly the sea beasts were fixed, their bodies rapidly freezing. In the blink of an eye, it became a dinosaur ice sculpture, and along with the surrounding 100 meters of seawater, it froze. Summerling inquired, Captain, you take this experience? Yi Yu shook his head. Although it's difficult for me to level up, this sea beast experience value is for me. It won't be much of an upgrade, so just take it. Good. Xiaoling's right hand condensed the icebird and scurried out, and after colliding with a roar, the ice sculpture sea beast crumbled. In the distance, the evacuating pirate groups were shaken by the sight. Awesome. It's so easy to take care of this awesome sea beast. This strength, in a powerful pirate group, would have to be a captain, but in the Baju pirate group, it's only the mate. 2. In the first 2 days of the battle, the attention was on Yi Yu, but in fact, there are a lot of strong people in the Baja Feather Pirates, especially these 2 vice captains. Don't hold on to your thoughts. Get out of here before they might choose to annex us later. However, annexing them, Yi Yu didn't have this idea. The threshold of the Bearing Feather Pirates wasn't low. Yi Yu gave an order. Get off the boat and board the island. Take this treasure. At once, the crew excitedly jumped off the ship, landed on the frozen sea, and rushed to the island. Sun Long was just about to get off the boat when Yi Yu suggested, Sun Long, you're in charge of watching the boat. Let me keep house? Of course, you at the head of the cadre. It's only natural that this heavy responsibility should be given to you. Yes, Captain. Sun Long felt that it was indeed heavy duty. Sailing adventures, and pirate ships were important companions. 2. Nothing can happen. Subsequently, Yi Yu and the others went to the island, and all of a sudden, the ferocious beasts on the island, the foreign beasts were restless and came rushing in. There are all kinds of creatures. There are mutated wolves, boars, tigers, and humanoid leopards. There are also quantity types of lots of cockroaches. There were even a few strengths that were not inferior to the tiger people in the previous secret realm. Yi Yu said, it seems that if you want to take this treasure, you'll have to go through a big battle. So let's start. They are also a sum of experience. The weak ones, against the weaker numbered mutant creatures, and the cadres, against the humanoid aliens. The crew was excited, and the spirit of battle rose, so to speak, for the first adventure encountered since the voyage. Yi Yu first fully exploded his overlord color hegemony to reduce the number of island creatures. At once, Many weak creatures quickly fainted and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, far out at sea, a large pirate ship was also approaching. The one in charge of reconnaissance stood at the highest point of the ship, looking through binoculars and blushing. This pirate ship still has a flag. The lanky, tall figure sitting in the throne-like seat on the deck looked up at the sound and frowned, and, without anger, inquire, "What's wrong, Captain? Maybe we can't go over there and grab this treasure. It's been targeted by the Bearing Feather pirates. They're already on the island." At that moment, many people on the ship's face changed with some scorn. At the same time, they looked at the island in unison, only to see that it was instantly covered by a dark red aura of. Recognizing it, it was obvious that Yi Yu had exploded his Overlord color hegemony. This Overlord color hegemony, it's the Overlord Feather pirates without a doubt. So, we give up this treasure? The Flying and Juggernaut pirates both evacuated 2 days ago in the face. However, this captain let out an angry cry. Afraid of what? The cadre inquired in amazement. Captain, do we have to? Of course I'm going over there. But, that's the bashful Feather pirates. The captain's face sank at the words, and he lifted the cad directly aside and suspended him in the air. The eyes were bloodshot and extremely ferocious, and he inquired in a deep voice, "Are you afraid?" No. Humph, the treasure is just ahead. How can we give it up just because it's the Bearing Feather pirates? Who do you think I am? Lousy is a heavenly pride to Obajie who ate the animal system elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form. Would you be afraid of Yi Yu who has contracted an incapacitated person? Tuobajie looked towards the distant island and raised his right hand to point forward with a command. Pull the boat over. Chapter 73, relying on the ship king to seize the treasure. Though most of the crew was reluctant, Tuobajie had spoken. There was also no choice but to lean the ship over. Meanwhile, many of the crew whispered and complained. Do we really have to go over there? That's the Bajiu pirates. They just made a name for themselves. The Night Forks and the Sandstorm pirates have joined forces. None of them were a match for the Bearing Feather pirates, although the Flying Sky and the Juggernaut pirates hadn't deployed their full battle force. But joining forces is also equivalent to a top pirate group. Also chose to retreat. Didn't ask for good fruit. Although we are also a powerful pirate group, we shouldn't be able to compare to the Flying Sky or the Juggernaut pirates, right? Didn't you get your ass kicked in the past? I have a feeling that the captain has some headstrong, like a reckless man. Tuobajie naturally heard it, and with an ugly face, he shouted angrily, "All be quiet." At once, the crew dared not say anything else. Tuobajie was confident. Who do you think Lousy is? Lousy's true strength. You haven't seen the power of my fruit power. I'll show you right now, so you'll know that I'm confident that I'll be able to do what I want. As for taking you guys to get your asses kicked, impossible. Tuobajie, from now on this great sea, will only take you to eat and drink, and take you to be beaten, doesn't exist. It made the crew look forward to it, and it's true that we've never seen the captain go all out. True strength. After all, the adventure hadn't started long ago, and he hadn't met any strong enemies yet. At this time, Yi Yu fainted 70% of the island's creatures after he exploded his Overlord color hegemony. The rest of them were all powerful foreign beasts and ferocious beasts. The crew is excited to be able to fight for the treasure. Yi Yu drew his Black Blade Knight and prepared for a quick kill. Killing powerful creatures was also a way to gain experience. Just then, a crew member alerted, "Captain, far out to sea, there's a not-so-small pirate ship coming in. Already investigated according to the flag. It's the Drought Pirates. The captain is also a heavenly pride. 9th level talent. Eat the animal system elephant fruit ancient species. Mammoth form. Is also awesome rare devil fruit, to retain the strength, lest they fish for it later." Yi Yu sniffed, but he didn't care. If it was any other powerful pirate group, would have preferred to keep some stamina, but since it's this guy, there's no need to hold back your strength. Everyone fights with all their might, and even if the battle ends, we won't have too much to consume, and it's enough for them to dare to come and fight them, even if they consume quite a bit of us. Yes, Captain. At once, the crew began to let go of the fight. With the battle, Yi Yu for joy, for fighting these creatures, no less than fighting a great pirate group. Then the treasure exchanged for experience, is bound to be quite a lot. At the moment, this treasure, definitely counts as precious treasure. For a while, the roars of various creatures on the island continued, tigers and monkeys, wolves and bears. At the same time, various attacks bloomed at the island. When someone is wounded, stop the fight immediately and put the rear standby on. Exchange. From there, Jolene will be able to perform the treatment. After recovering quickly from injuries, they continue into the fight with new injuries. Therefore, Xiao Linger's role in the pirate group was also a big one. The slowing fruit slows down the movements of a number of creatures, and is also an extremely powerful ability. A full-scale battle between the pirate groups allowed Yu to clear the Baju pirates of the definitely one of the top pirate groups out there. Demon Wind Kick, Exploding Pheasant Beak, Fire Fist, Certain Death, Gunpowder Star. On the ship, Sun Long watched the scene, some of his hands itching with envy, wanting to fight so badly. Gee, I wish I could go, but I've been given the heavy responsibility of watching the boat, so I'll just have to watch. This is a big island. If I go to war, I'll get a good fight. Alone. How nice it would be to quickly travel through this island looking for awesome creatures and then get on the ship when the battle is over. However, part of the reason was because Yu was afraid that Sun Long would get lost. This island really wasn't small. All kinds of bushes and forests and all kinds of little ravines, so it must have been a pain in the ass if you were looking for it. At this point, the drought pirates could already see that fighting had broken out on the island. Didn't spot us? Surely if we had, we wouldn't have gone all out like this. Would choose to face us first. That means it hasn't been discovered yet. Captain, why don't we stop for a while? Let's wait until they've finished fighting. Then we'll go over there. The odds are better. Tuoba Jia frowned slightly. Captain, it's not meanness, it's tactics. We trust the captain. It's possible to defeat them, but it would be naturally better to pay small casualties. Yes, Captain. We can win more easily against them after the battle. Tuoba Jia was displeased. Easy? I don't like this feeling. I want a painful battle. Finally, we've met a formidable opponent, and we can't afford to miss it. Captain, that Yu is very powerful. I believe that after their fight, Yu is also capable of giving you a painful battle. Tuoba Jia didn't think so. As an incapacitated person, he fights entirely on his own. So the physical exertion is definitely greater than the devil fruit, and I don't think he's going to let me battle it out after the fight. Captain, if you want to talk about top battle power, the Bearing Feather Pirates are going to have more of it, so when the time comes for the awesome captain, just single out more than one of them. Yu, Xia Ling the Frozen Fruit, Zhao Yenner the Burning Fruit, and the head of that cadre, Sun Lung, I'll leave it to you, Captain, to battle it out for sure. So saying, Tuoba Jia nodded. Okay, then don't get close until they're almost finished. On the island, the roar of battle continued as the battle became more and more intense. An hour passed before the roar diminished to a close. The waiting Tuoba Jia couldn't wait. It's finally time to strike. Captain, wait a little longer until they take the treasure. Tuoba Jia could only continue to endure for a while. Half an hour passes and the battle is completely over. The island creatures are all taken care of. Many of the crew members were out of breath, depleted and carrying injuries. But one remained excited. Take the treasure. Yu leapt up and took the treasure down, opened it up and it was full of gold coins, or a gold bracelet necklace. It's not like those gold bracelets from before the mutation. The ones that were worth something, that couldn't be redeemed. Not counting treasure. Only in this does it count. For these gold coins, bracelets, surrounded by a faint golden aura. This is the key to distinguishing true treasure. Yu ordered, get on board, find a city to have a big meal, rest and adjust, and then set sail, go to a fixed location treasure pool. Crew on board, joy. In the distance, the drought pirates were stunned. They look as if they are still alive and well. It doesn't look like it's consuming a lot. So powerful? I thought it was going to be a lot of casualties, holding each other up. Weak end. But it's nothing like what was thought. In that case, should we continue past it? Captain, I've looked through the binoculars, and that Yu, who doesn't seem to have much to expend, going to keep going to war with them? Tuoba Jia stormed out. Whoever is afraid I'll slaughter them. So wimpy. What is there to do in this sea in the future? Even if they don't consume as much as they think. So what? Who do you think I am? For the last time, pull the boat over. Chapter 74, a single blade ends. Okay, Captain, we got it. At once, the ship of the drought pirates quickly approached. The Baja Feather Pirates, scouted with binoculars. Captain, that drought pirate group is coming over. At once, the crew's wariness rose. Really want to fish for a winner. Can't let them get away with it. We can't work for them after fighting for so long. The crew prepared for battle at once. Sun Long couldn't wait. I didn't even fight just now. It looks like the other side is a powerful pirate group. Leave the other captain to me. However, Yu said, everyone doesn't need to do anything. Just rest. Sun Long, you're not consumed but leave it to me to crush them quickly and then adjust to go to the treasure pool. Now that I've obtained such a precious treasure, I'm sure it's on the hot seat, so I can't waste too much time. I have to adjust and then redeem it as soon as possible. Sun Long nodded. Okay. There was no hurry. The adventure had just begun, and the last thing that would be lacking in the future would be battles. Zhang Tianyi was a bit worried and inquired, Captain, are you striking out alone? Let me help you remotely. As far as the eye can see, it can grow out on them to finish them off. leave it to me alone. Besides, you may have overestimated them. Highly regarded? Zhang Tianyi, Xia Ling, and Zhao Yener were all a bit surprised. I was under the impression that this drought pirate group, also powerful pirate group, famous and, although the adventure hadn't lasted long, he often fought with people, and when he saw who was upset, Tuoba Jia let the people lean the ship over. The sight of a sea beast, or an island full of ferocious beasts, also cried out for the ship to be brought alongside. The fact that it's still in good shape means that the other side is in good hands, but Yi Yu was so confident, so he didn't say anything. Perhaps the strength wasn't bad, but in front of Yi Yu, it was certainly nothing. Tuoba Jia was standing at the bow of the ship at this time, looking at the approaching Beijiu pirates, holding a horn and shouting, "Baja Feather Pirates! I'm giving you a chance to give us your treasure. We can choose to leave and not go to war with you." The cadre cautioned, "Although you are a mighty band of pirates, you have just been through the Great War. If you fight us, not only will you lose your treasure, there will be casualties among your personnel, so it's best to choose to hand over your treasure. Our captain, he's a strong one. What about the animal ancient species?" However, Yi Yu leapt up, his feet stepped on the air, and the sound of air bursts continued to, quickly rushing towards the drought pirates. It made their faces change in shock. Surprisingly, he came charging over alone, obviously not going to deliver and came charging in alone. What a nerve! Just as the crew was about to attack, Tuoba Jia leapt up. "Leave it to me. Yi Yu, who's just been through a big battle, isn't enough for our entire pirate group to fight back. Are you guys ready to take pictures? I'm going to be on the hot search. Defeat Yi Yu, and let my Tuoba Jia's fame resonate around the world." At once, the propaganda department had already shouldered the cameras, and the lenses were all aimed at Tuoba Jia. "Captain, it's ready, and it's on live. The numbers are pouring in fast. With the speed of the advancing people, it's not that fast, and in these few seconds, it's hundreds of thousands of people, obviously because Yi Yu is in the picture." Tuoba Jia was delighted. "Very well, then more people. See how powerful I, Tuoba Jia, am." At this point, many people are concerned. It's Yi Yu. Is there a fight happening? There was a hot search just now for a treasure they were going to take down, and now it looks like the fight is over. This pirate group wants to fish for their own profit. This is the drought pirates. It rings a bell. Will it work? It's hard to say. After all, Yi Yu must have consumed it. At once, many eyes were fixed on it. Tuoba Jia let out an elephant chirp. The sound was thick and ear-shattering, and then he exploded his fruit ability with all his might. The whole person suddenly swelled and drew up, blinking into an ancient mammoth. Though nowhere near as tall as Jack turned out to be in Pirates, but it is also twice as big as an adult elephant. The trunk of the elephant is thrown with all its might. Slack strong whistling wind sound, draw to the air rushing to the leaf feather. A lot of people were watching through the live stream right now, so Tuoba Jia went straight to full power. His crew's eyes glowed with adoration, staring at the towering mammoth carcass of Tuoba Jia. In the face of Tuoba Jia's attack, Yi Yu just held the black blade knight in his right hand and chopped up and chopped down. The emerald green chop bursts forth. Tuoba Jia coldly grunted. "Arrogant, belittling me so, using one hand instead of two. Could it be that the great battle just now has depleted you to the point where you can't send out chopping strikes with both hands?" After a sword was cut out, Yi Yu then withdrew his sword, and the black sword knight was carried behind his back in contempt. "You're overthinking it because against you, a slash like that would be enough." Tuoba Jia was angry, feeling too slighted, and roared, "Don't you know who I am? Such contempt for me?" Yi Yu sarcastically, "Knowing you, I'll give you a title. Let's call you the king of leaning ships. You didn't impress me, but you always leaned the boat over, so I'll call you the king of leaning." For a while, Tuoba Jia was a bit confused, unable to react, not knowing really praising himself. Still ironic, but there was no more thinking about it. The chopping attack had already struck, and the huge elephant trunk slackened its huge power to draw out. Bang! Pust! Ah! Tuoba Jia directly let out a miserable scream, and the might of the elephant's trunk pumping out the... Surprisingly, he was far from being able to break down the chop, and his armed color rain was directly broken through, even if he was confident in his own defense. But the elephant trunk was directly chopped and soared blood. He quickly controlled himself, and the elephant trunk quickly retracted and disappeared, avoiding the elephant trunk being chopped down but the decapitation had already struck, zooming rapidly across his vision, and it was too late to dodge the mammoth body that armed color hegemony to defend. He was confident that he could resist, but the next instant, more miserable screams erupted. Tuoba Jia's miserable screams resounded through this heaven and earth. The entire mammoth body soared in blood, and as his body blasted and smashed down, the chopping attack was still on his body, constantly pressing him down. There was a rumble, a crater smashed right through the hull, and another click of the chopping attack along with the ship of the drought pirates, cut in half. Many were blown away, tuned into the sea, some grasping the deck in a desperate attempt to keep from falling off. The hull split in half and then tilted rapidly. With a plop, Tuoba Jia was the first to sink into the sea, his blood staining the water red, rolling his eyes and passed out. The crew was horrified, and the captain was then badly wounded by a slash and fell into the sea. Didn't he say he wouldn't take them for a beating? With this one move, they were defeated by Yi Yu. At once, the crew was panicking. Spare us, we didn't really want to come over. Our captain had to yell to pull the boat over. Yi Yu looked down coldly. Hand over your treasures, don't think of keeping them private, or else eat my punch before sinking into the sea. Be a good boy and call them all out, and you won't have to eat my punch even though you'll sink into the sea just the same. We give. The crew rushed into action at once, and took out the treasure in the very hidden crevices of the hull of the ship. And in more than one place. If you try to destroy the ship altogether, even if you can find it, the treasure will be shattered. The value is also reduced. At this point, those who were ready to watch the show were a bit confused. It's over? I thought that this Tuoba Jia was very powerful, even facing the Beijiu pirate group, dared to lean the ship over, thought that some strength, but he didn't expect to be defeated by Yi Yu with a single slash. Chapter 75 Grand Alliance. Not afraid of Yi Yu? The drought pirate groups quickly took out all their treasures, not daring to hide them at all. They, the pirates, don't have much of a formidable fighting force, except for the formidable Tuoba Jia. The combined battle power wasn't even as strong as the Nightcrawler pirates, so after Tuoba Jia was sunk into the sea with a knife, they directly conceded and didn't dare to resist. Yi Yu asked the crew to bring up the treasure, although it wasn't as valuable as the box of treasure he had just obtained, but it's half the value, which is very nice. Xia Ling sighed softly, a windfall. Zhao Yener was happy, although it's equivalent to half the value of our box of treasures, but because of our box, which is extremely valuable now, their treasure, not less. Yi Yu ordered, you may leave. The Baju pirates sailed away, and the story quickly spread, causing shockwaves. One slash and you've got Tuoba Jia in seconds. Sink into the sea, alive or dead. That's why you can't rob the treasure of the Bearing Feather pirates. 3 hours later, the ship of the Bearing Feather pirates arrived at a small city island, and after disembarking, directly planting a flag here, declaring that it is the territory of the Beijiu pirates, the people of the island were happy too. It was naturally excellent to be the territory of such a powerful pirate group. Sheltered. Xiao Linger was continuing to heal as Zhou Xing prepared the ingredients. This is a city that lives on fishing, so today we'll give you a seafood dinner. It made the crew look forward to it. Hungry already, Zhou Xing and some of the crew members who had learned to cook started to get busy, buying crabs, prawns, abalone, perch, etc. With the help of a restaurant, Zhou Xing started to get busy. 6 hours had passed, and the crew was pretty much tuned up and recovering from their injuries. The feast is ready. It's like a banquet. More than 100 tables. Seafood dinners were constantly being served up at each table. Stewed prawns, king crabs, salt and pepper prawns, spicy fried conch, seafood chow mein, steamed sea bass and more. The crew dropped into their seats and their mouths watered. Yi Yu said in a loud voice, eat, drink, and adjust your condition to the best, then go fix some treasure pools. At once, the crew gobbled it up, eyes glowing. It was so good, so flavorful. The seafood was also too tender. Yummy, so yummy. This cooking skill of Zhou Xing is simply too good. Best seafood ever. Zhou Xing was also very accomplished and smiled. This is just where it is. There are many dishes that I am good at. We'll all savor it later. Good. With Zhou Xing around, sailing adventures in the future, there's a blessing in the mouth. Soon all were fed and started sailing. 200 kilometers from the nearest fixed point treasure pool. The speed of the Baju pirate ship. Expect to be there in 4 hours. The reason why it was adjusted to its peak state was because near the treasure pool, battles were bound to happen often. There'll be pirate crews going for experience, and there'll be those who haven't got the treasure, waiting there. From there, it's up for grabs. And the fact that the Baju pirates had acquired a lot of treasure had already spread. Then perhaps a few powerful pirate groups will choose to join forces. At this time, the fixed treasure exchange point, where 7 bands of pirates stand guard. These 7, none of the strengths are bad. In the distance, quite a few pirate groups stopped. Most of them were small pirate groups with little strength. Can't go over there. Those 7 pirate groups, they're all powerful pirate groups, though not the top pirate groups, but obviously united. It's not to be underestimated. It's hard for a small pirate group like us to get a bit of treasure, and if we go to exchange it now, it's definitely going to get robbed. It's better not to redeem it yet, but you can't hide it for too long. The treasure is at risk for one more day on the ship. It could also be robbed. Let's see if there's going to be a big battle, and then redeem it while we can. It's not possible to keep guarding this place all the time. That would slow down the leveling as well. At this point, a more powerful pirate group, whose captain is a hormone fruit powerhouse, and a misogynistic siren. Before, there would have been people who would have looked at him differently and laughed at him, but now, he was also at the level of heavenly pride. After that, no one laughed at him anymore, and he created a pirate group. And the pirate group mainly recruits fellow sirens. That's why his pirate group is called the Siren Pirates. Captain, should we go over? Captain Izumi inquired. Sweetheart, those 7 pirate groups, how strong are they? The siren known as Sweetie replied. It's been understood that it's all 7 of the more powerful pirate groups, among them the Kinjo fruit ability, the Tun fruit ability, the animal system cat fruit male lion form and so on, are powerful several genius and even heavenly pride level. Captain, single combat, perhaps not our opponent, but united, it's gonna be a pain in the ass, and it's gonna take a victory over us, and probably not even a casualty, so they will definitely choose to go to war with us to fight for it. Aaron's brow furrowed. Then don't go over there yet. For a time, a number of pirate bands came, but none passed, and, wanting to unite, approaching towards the Siren Pirates, jointly, so that we go over to the exchange together. They won't choose to go to war with us easily either. We're all unimpressive pirate groups, and even if we were to join forces, the other side would still be scrambling for but luckily you Siren Pirates are strong. In a moment, dozens of smaller pirate groups approached. Izzy inquired. Estimate. Sweetie, join with them and, will the battle power be able to scare those 7 pirate groups? Sweetie quickly understood, then shook her head. Although there are over 30 pirate groups but there are too many small pirate groups. Even if they unite and go over to exchange it, the 7 pirate groups will surely do something about it. There will still be a great possibility of defeating us and taking our treasures. Aaron's brow furrowed as he prepared to order his departure. In the distance, the 7 pirate groups of the treasure exchange point. 7 ships spread out on the ocean in front of the exchange point. A small, piggy-shaped, golden deposit box floated in the sea behind it. On the back of the piglet, there is a treasure-throwing opening into which you can throw treasure to gain experience. But, depending on who throws it, the treasure will only be given to whom. So these 7 then unite, to compete and then apportion. King Lord, the firmament fruit ability, frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Want to join forces. The captain of the devouring pirates. Swallowing fruit ability Gong Sun long disdained. It would be tricky if there were 2 or 3 more like the Siren Pirates, but it's mainly just a bunch of minion-level pirate groups, and the Union has nothing to fear. Captain, the Bearing Feather Pirates are already on their way here. If they join forces by then, Gong Sun long frowned slightly. Even if they were to unite, it would be impossible to defeat the 7 of us. Just take all their treasures. The King Lord sneered. It's ready, and none of the secondary ships are here. Our lower crews are all far away. So his overlord color hegemony won't affect us much. At this time, the Human Demon and other pirate groups also knew that the Baja Feather pirate group would be coming soon, so they didn't leave either. Soon, everyone, including the Human Demon pirates, looked to the sea behind them. The Bearing Feather pirates are here. Chapter 76 Tuna Fruit Against the Sky? The devouring and other pirate groups saw it from afar, and instead of being afraid, their eyes were filled with greed. Baju pirate ship. Xia Ling understood the general idea at a glance. Sure enough, there are quite a few alliances together that want to grab the treasure. It has made quite a few weak pirate groups afraid to exchange their experience. Captain, they apparently want to make an alliance with us. Just as the Baju pirate group approached, the Human Demon and other pirate groups leaned over. Izzy introduced herself. I'm the captain of the Siren Pirates, and I ate the hormone fruit. For this Izumi, Yu looked at him a few more times, mainly because of his fruit ability. It also has a healing effect, and starting at level 30, the person's strength will be good. When the pirates are stronger, more prestigious, and more people want to join, Yu will naturally think of setting up the Beiji Yuda ship group, under the banner of recruiting more other pirate groups that he can see. And this Siren Pirates, so far, has a good reputation. Yu inquired. What's the matter? Izumi suggested. The 7 powerful pirate groups on the other side are allied, so they join forces and the strength won't be much worse than the Fei Tian plus the Juggernaut pirates, so it's best if you guys don't go over there alone. Even if you can save the treasure, the casualties will be high. So, join forces with us pirate groups and go together to cast the treasure so that they won't necessarily dare to make a move. At once, the other smaller pirate groups chimed in. Yeah, join forces, go over there together. Yu shook his head. there's no need to join forces. If they dare to make a move, let them regret it. This stunned the human demon, as well as the other pirate groups, who looked at each other in disbelief, not wanting to anticipate it. The Bearing Feather pirates are planning to go straight there. Surprisingly, they don't join forces and aren't afraid of each other? 7 united together is pretty impressive. 2. If we don't unite, then what do? We can only escape. It's okay to flee, but it must be a joint escape, because once they scatter and flee, they're sure to give chase. But if we run away together, their 7 pirate groups will chase after us, right? So it's good to spread out. We're outnumbered, so we'll see who's unlucky. For a while, they were torn, because no matter how they escaped, the result was bad. The Bearing Feather pirates didn't choose to join forces, and they couldn't force it. At this time, Xia Ling, Zhang Sui are puzzled. Apparently joint better, but not a word. Listen to Yiyu. Yiyu proposed at this time, if each of your pirate groups is willing to take out 1/3 of their treasures, then I, the Beiji pirates, will ensure that you can put the remaining 2/3 of the treasure into the treasure pool for exchange. How's that? There are no willing ones. At once, many pirate groups understood. It amounts to helping us, but with some protection money. Yes, what to do? If you flee, you'll be unlucky, and the treasure will all be looted. Hand over 1/3 of it, then it will save 2/3, the latter being better. I'm willing to pay. I'd like to, but will it work out as he says it will? Yiyu looked towards the 7 pirate groups at this time and suddenly erupted his overlord color hegemony. The heaven and earth were instantly dark red, and at this moment, Yiyu's aura was stronger and more domineering. Just now, the island settled a number of powerful foreign beasts. There were some formidable ferocious beasts that, even if he didn't do it himself, his partner made it a point to hit the cripples and give them to himself. The partners don't pull down in rank either, as the creatures that are stunned are harvested by them. To Yiyu, the experience value was not much, but to them, it was quite a lot. So just now, it's not just as simple as getting the treasure, but the rank. Yiyu was now level 17, and had inherited more of Roger and the others' battle prowess, dominance, and so on. So at this moment, the hegemony color hegemony that had erupted at full strength was a bit stronger than before. Gong Sun Long, King Lord, and other captains, laughed over it. Trying to reduce the number of our battle power first with the Overlord Color Buster? It's no use. Not even the weaker full crews have made it to his hegemonic color hegemony can't affect any of our ships here. Bang bang. However, in the next instant the words stopped, the smile on his face froze, and the sound of falling to the ground kept ringing out on the deck. 7 buccaneers, all of them, and the captain standing at the bow of the ship jerked back to look at some of the official crew members were rolling their eyes and fainting. And soon there were more than 50 fainting on each of the pirate ships. It was a lot for them, because the ones that came were the elite. So each captain, that's just over 300 crew members. That's the equivalent of 1 in 6, per ship, fainted. They were stunned by it, and some of the official crew didn't faint, but they felt oppressed and had cold sweat on their faces. His overlord color hegemony, it's gotten stronger again. From a distance, it's more dominant, more manly. I thought one wouldn't faint, but what about this? There's been a lot of attrition. If you fight, even if you can defeat and take the treasure, you will lose a lot, even if they join forces. It's hard to say whether or not we can be defeated with a consumed us. Just as they hesitated, Yiyu leapt up and drew his black sword knight. The emerald green shop erupted. They blanched and counterattacked quickly, but naturally the captain of the ship counterattacked and, after all, the opponent was only attacked by Yiyu alone. Gong Sun Long grunted coldly. Let me, who swallows the fruit, meet his chopping attack. King Lord reminded, tackle them together. You can't get hit with a downward spiral. After all, the Golden Demon and Son Ling teamed up and both fell on their faces, so don't feel ashamed. 3 of our 7 captains, strike back together. I'm coming. The captain of the cat and cat fruit lion form transforms directly, growing golden fur all over his body. The head turned into a lion's head and became a humanoid lanky and tall human lion. The other captain said, should we add an extra one? Gong Sun Long said, no, 3 will do. Any more even if the advantage is humiliating. Also don't underestimate me, Gong Sun Long. I have eaten the Tun fruit, which is considered by many to be an extremely strong devil fruit. With my fruit ability, I can swallow anything and turn it into a part of myself, or collectively call it something new. Even when I'm higher ranked and the fruit keeps developing, I can swallow the ability. Perhaps that ability, unimaginable. How strong will I be after the awakening of the Tun fruit? It will be an even more terrifying devouring. Swallowing any attack is possible. So, getting 3 captains out of the way is about as much as I can stand. Gong Sun Long was extremely arrogant. And many people also felt that there was absolutely this capital. Tuna fruit sounds awesome. At this time, Yi Yu also knew that the other party had a ton fruit ability person. Also think this fruit is unusual. Just that Wapple in Pirate King is too weak. Just like Foxy. A waste of this powerful devil fruit. But, even so, Yi Yu was going to give them a hard time. King Lord was the first to catalyze his fruit ability with confidence. Though I am a man. I am, in fact, an army in myself. Chapter 77, a one-shot dare not move. Confident in his fruit abilities, King Lord grinned and took the lead in charging up. By activating his fruit ability, his body becomes hardened like a wall and, like a castle. There were doors and windows open, from which a rack of artillery ports could be seen emerging. It made some of the other pirate crews all look away. What a marvelous ability to have little people springing up inside you, and gun barrels, but so small that, what power can it have? Don't underestimate. To be the captain of a mighty pirate crew. Naturally, it's not as simple as it seems. 3 captains working together. I believe they can resist Yi Yu's chopping attack. After all, it's just a chopping blow from one hand. King Lord let out a low roar. Castle blast. At once a dense mass of shells was fired from the barrels, and when they first came out, each one was small. As in the size of a black sesame seed, but at a certain distance from the body, it suddenly turns into a normal-sized cannonball that, densely bombarded out. It made the eyes of those watching it light up. Sure is unusual. No wonder it's a great ability to say that you, alone, are an army of. After all, the awesome heat weapons are gone and can't be recreated. So this ability of his is awesome. Perhaps he has a weapon that is more powerful than any current thermal weapon. Suddenly, the sound of bombardment continued, and in front of Yi Yu, fire was all over dozens of shells exploded with power rushing in. In the face of this, Yi Yu disdained this firmament fruit ability that, it is owned by Cap'n Becky, one of the supernovas in the King of Thieves, and Cap'n Becky is very old and still at the bottom of the list in terms of strength. Unless transforming into a full castle chieftain boosts your defense, the rest, it's nothing. With one slash, the chopping attack directly collapsed the power of the shell bombardment. The fire and smoke from the explosion was instantly swept away. The eyes of the Wang Lord at the back were wide with disbelief. His attack, just like that, was dissolved. And it was as if this chopping attack by Yi Yu hadn't weakened much. I'll do it. The cat in cat fruit lion form leapt up with a mighty lion's roar and opened its mouth wide. With the lion's roar, deafening, with the naked eye visible impact sound waves swept out in a circle. Rapidly soaring, lion's roar wave. Yi Yu slightly raised his eyebrows. This devil fruit, the pirate king has not yet appeared. Out of the unseen devil fruit. After all, there are quite a few devil fruits that haven't appeared by this point in the progression. The chopping attack was as powerful as a bamboo, breaking the sound wave directly as well. And as he watched the chopping attack, the lion man's arms lifted and swung quickly, his sharp claws popping out like blades moving. Lion meteor chop. At once, a sharp blade sharpness chopped out, densely crisscrossed, like a sharp blade net. Doing this, relieved to feel that I could defeat Chopper. But Sharpshooter's web crumbled and his eyes widened and his pupils contracted as he quickly dodged, but not completely, sidestepping while his chest was grazed by a chopping blow, and blood soared directly from his chest, and with a scream, the airborne man fell into the sea. Captain, an incapacitated, well-swimming crew member rushes to the rescue by jumping into the water. Gonsun Long's face changed, feeling that the chopping power was still as strong as ever, but signaling himself not to panic. The mouth opens, grows huge, completely beyond the normal range of what a human can open, and sprayed all sorts of miscellaneous stuff from it, specifically all kinds of discarded steel, all kinds of hard stuff, rebar, chunks of steel, and diamonds, etc. As they were spat out, catalyzing their abilities. These were reorganizing and coalescing, synthesizing something new. Synthesized in the blink of an eye into a new alloy that doesn't exist, with harder defenses. The rest of the crew watched, eyes glowing. Is this the ability of the ton fruit? That's how good our captain is. But right now up front, it's still far from being able to see how powerful the ton fruit is. Believing that all of us captains in the future can swallow and then attack and then spit out. Swallowing all the defeated abilities and possessing them. The captain of the ship, alone, possesses uncountable devil fruit abilities. Combined together, we, captain, are bound to be the strongest in the future. It made quite a few feel that the potential for development of this ton fruit was great, with many possibilities. The new alloy reorganized in front of his body, and Gonsun Long was a little more relieved, feeling perfectly capable of blocking Then, just to be on the safe side, the head emerges from behind a wall of new alloy, and with a big mouth, spits out a number of pistols, barrels, shells, and grenades, bullets, etc. Converging, reorganizing these hot weapons. The blink of an eye formed a piece of high-tech weapon laser cannon that hadn't even existed before, and more powerful light cannons erupted from it, rushing towards Chopper with a loud bang. It collided with Chopper and bombarded suddenly. The fire filled the air and stung the eyes. Gong Sun Long was confident. Chopping must have collapsed. King Lord frowned slightly, his gaze a little greedy and regretful. It's a shame that when he first went in there, the Tun fruit had already been chosen by him. Otherwise I'd definitely pick this ability. The exploitability is really great. You were all slightly bright-eyed, but they weren't very surprised. After all, the Tun fruit is indeed a powerful fruit. It's just that Valpo and the King of Thieves is so weak that it wastes this fruit ability. Whether or not a devil fruit can be powerful, the devil fruit itself is naturally important, but the possessor is equally important. Apparently this Gong Sun Long, too, focused on his own development of the fruit. Clank! Gong Sun Long instantly widened his eyes. The chopping clang was still there, and directly broke through the fire and came out. The power hadn't weakened much, and he rushed to hide behind the new alloy. Bang! Click! The chopping blows landed on a wall of white neo-alloy, stalled briefly, cut straight through, and flamed 4 swords that. The nuisance sound was extremely harsh, so that too many people hurriedly covered their ears, feeling that the cutting and piercing sound was too unpleasant to hear. It simply stung more than the nasty scratching of a knife on glass. Click! A sudden crumbling sound resounded. The hard new alloy was directly chopped to pieces, and as he watched the chopping attack, Gong Sun Long's body rapidly changed, turning itself into a steel man full of various alloys composed of general. Quickly dodging, he was hit by a chopping blow, and his steel arm was chopped off and fell into the sea. After a scream, Gong Sun Long also fell into the sea together. The crew rushed to jump into the seawater to rescue. King Lord's eyes widened, with the first 2 blocking him for a moment in front of him, giving him a chance to escape. Quickly dodged, but the distance is close, or was scraped by the sharp edge. Clothes shredded, the body surfaced bloody mouth. It was a mess to land on wearing a scream. The faces of all the crew members changed in shock. Here comes the chop. Counterattack. It's too late. I had thought that 3 captains striking out would be enough, but I didn't realize that I hadn't taken Chopper down completely. From the time the chop erupted to the time it came, during which 3 captains fought back. Word descriptions, though numerous, but it was just a blink of an eye. With a rumble, a ship was hit and directly chopped in half, and many people were blown away by the King's Lord was angry because it was his ship that was decapitated. Yu landed on the bow of the hegemony feather pirate ship. His gaze was cold and his hegemonic voice resounded. I'm going to exchange treasure now, so if you guys wanna fight, feel free to come. They'll also be covered by me for the time being, so feel free to try your hand at it. Immediately, the eyes of the human and demon pirates, as well as the crews of the other medium and low pirate groups, glowed. Adoration. So handsome, so powerful. I'm willing to hand over a third of my treasure as protection money. I do too. Chapter 78. Leave some interest before you go. For a while, the human demon and other pirate groups took out a third of the treasure on their ships. Originally, I was worried that the Baja Feather pirates wouldn't be able to do it, but now there was a strong sense of security. Soon, Xiao Ling began to take charge of counting the treasures, and when the 30-odd pirate groups had all handed over their treasures, there were quite a few of them, although they were not as valuable as the big box that the island had just obtained, but they were still quite a lot. Yu said, "Everyone follow behind me, the Bearing Feather Pirates. We'll protect you." Thanks. It's a good thing the Bearing Feather Pirates came, or else the treasure would most likely have been robbed. Surrendering a third in exchange for a successful redemption is still good. At this time, King Lord Gong Sun Long was rescued from the seawater by the crew, and lay down on the boat for a while to slow down the standing up. It was a mess. "Captain, I'll dress your wounds." As soon as he pushed away the ship's doctor, Wang looked at the approaching Beiju pirates and was incomparably angry. Damn! Gong Sun Long was shocked. So powerful. The 3 of us are fighting against this chopping attack in turn. I can't believe I'm in such a mess. Wang Lord's battle intent rose. We 7 captains will do it together. And he indentured 7 incapacitated people. The 7 of us will join forces. And the 7 of us who are incapacitated, can it still be stronger than our 7 devil fruit? Gong Sun Long agrees. Having been deflated, he must now fight back. Yeah, his 7 incapacitated people, in the pirate world, definitely can't compare to the tuna fruit, Kinjo fruit, and other abilities that the 7 of us possess. Joining forces together. Face doesn't matter. Defeating them and grabbing the treasure is the most important thing. Thus exchanging experience to level up. Strength is the king. Grab the treasure, no matter how vile the method. From afar, Yu naturally heard their words and laughed in his heart. People in the Pirate King world would definitely think it was a funny joke when they heard it. Gong Sunlong and King Lord's battle intent rose, but the other captains were silent and shaken. Forget it, let's go. No more fighting. The other side is strong. Even if the combined forces could defeat the Baja Feather Pirates, it would surely come at a great cost. Even if they got the treasure, it wasn't worth it. And those pirate groups will surely join forces with the Baju Pirates, doing it together. So that would be more costly even if our 7 powerful pirate groups were to join forces. So forget it. I also choose to withdraw. At that moment, many pirate ships had already begun to turn around, preparing to leave. This made King Lord and Gong Sunlong's faces ugly and angry. That's a wimp? Risk is proportional to opportunity. And with a mindset like that, you guys, in 2 months, definitely can't become the 4 Emperor Pirates. Treasure is experience, and rank means strength. And if there is any hope that, just don't give up so easily. Don't go. Join forces together. We have a chance to win. However, it didn't work at all. The one who wanted to leave was already ironclad. At once, the devouring pirates crew proposed, Captain, it's better to hold back. Let's leave too. 3 pirate groups are already leaving. Then even if all 4 of the remaining ones were willing, there's no way they could beat them. Captain, there's plenty of opportunity to grab the treasure, but in the event of a major casualty, it's going to be hard to recruit talent. Captain, pull out. King Lord and Gong Sunlong gritted their teeth, and although they very much did not want to, it was clear that, without choosing to join forces, then it's just that if they fight, they're bound to be finished. So, he could only suppress the anger in his heart and announce it in a loud voice. We're pulling out too. At once, the 7 pirate groups, all of them, had turned around and were ready to leave. Siren Pirate's ship, they evacuated. Experience can be successfully exchanged. Thanks to the Bearing Feather Pirates, this protection fee is worth paying. At this time, Yi Yu looked at the 7 pirate groups about to leave and suddenly opened his mouth coldly. Want to leave like that? That's not good enough. As the words fell, Xia Ling understood, and leapt up, the ice prisms in his hands spreading out and touching the surface of the sea. The burst of freeze fruit abilities. Click. The sea water froze at once, and in the blink of an eye, it froze to the 7 pirate groups, including Devouring, who were more than 100 meters away in front of them. They were on board and were stunned. Why are you suddenly not moving? Bumped into something like that? Why does it feel so cold all of a sudden? It's the seawater around it that's frozen. The ship can't sail for a while. It needs to be chiseled through the ice. It's the vice captain of the Baja Feather Pirates, the freeze fruit ability Charing, who made the move. At that moment, their gazes all looked towards the Bearing Feather Pirates. Xia Ling had already landed on the bow of the boat and stood beside Yi Yu. Wan Lord's face sank as he looked at Yi Yu and inquired in a deep voice. What do you mean? You won't let us go? Do you want to start a war? Gong Sunlong was equally exasperated. You shouldn't be glad that we chose to evacuate. Instead, you want to stop us from leaving? What arrogance! The other pirate captains, too, were furious. Do you really think we are so easy to bully? We chose to withdraw, not because we were afraid of you, but because we felt it wasn't worth it. If we join forces and fight together, you won't necessarily win. You hurry up and offer to break the ice so we can leave. They were already angry and humiliated, but they were even more angry at this time. After all, they were able to get a lot of treasure without the Baju pirates, but now because of Yi Yu, there was only the option of evacuating. Already angry, and now that the surrounding area was frozen and holding them back, it was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. However, Yi Yu was not at all afraid of their union and his face was bland. Just now you wanted to hit me with the treasure of the Baju pirates, and now you want to leave like that? How can it be that good? Our treasure, is it not for you to covet as you wish? Gong Sunlong was exasperated by choosing to retreat. We are being polite to you. What more do you guys want? Yi Yu said bluntly. If you want to leave you can. Leave half of your treasures behind. These words made their faces instantly turn gloomy and incomparably angry. What a nerve! Bullying is too much. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? Our treasures were all exchanged just now, and in addition, even if we had them, it would be impossible for us to give them to you. Stop dreaming, Yi Yu said. I don't believe that you have no treasure at all. No, you can leave your pirate ships behind to be used to top off the treasure. No way. Gong Sunlong gritted his teeth. We've already lost face by choosing to evacuate. If we give you all the treasure or ships, won't we be laughed at by the world? How can we live on the sea afterward? Don't dream of it. Better just let us go. And if you insist on blocking then we, the 7 pirate groups, will unite to fight with you, the Bearing Feather Pirate Group. At this point, the smaller pirate groups whispered and were surprised. I didn't expect to stop them. It's not going to drag us along with them against the 7 pirate groups, is it? As powerful as the bashful feather pirates are, we're not that powerful. Participating in a battle like this with the Baja feather pirates will surely involve a lot of sacrifices. What to do? I don't want to fight. Yi Yu opened his mouth at this time, dispelling their concerns. Don't worry, dealing with 7 of their pirate groups won't make you guys go out of your way. It was a relief to them, and at the same time their hearts were alarmed that the Baju pirates were actually going to take on these 7 pirate groups single-handedly. Yi Ren reminded, Yi Yu, because of your presence, keeping our treasures from being snatched by those people, I have to thank you for that, so I remind you that it's best to let them go. These 7 pirate groups are all powerful pirate groups as well, and the alliance can have nearly 100,000 people, although none of the lowly crew members are there right now. But later, if you're defeated and unable to break out the Overlord colors, their lowly crew will arrive by boat. So, it's best not to go to war with them. Yeah, let them go. Yi Yu shook his head. It's impossible to let them go without leaving some interest. King Lord coldly grunted. Giving you compensation is even more impossible. So fight. Yi Yu drew his black dagger knight, and at the same time, to Xia Ling, Zhao Yenner, Sun Long, behind him, the 4 Zhou Xing said, they think the United can break bread with us, then let's 5 of us make them recognize some of it first. Sun Long was excited and had been impatient for a long time. Yes, Captain.